In the realm of American comics, one traverses through the multiverse, witnessing each hero's moment of social demise. As Iron Man swung a mighty hammer in a Middle Eastern cave, Dahai, camera in hand, exclaimed, "Look here." Click. When Wonder Woman was bathing, Dahai suddenly appeared, awkwardly stating, "I swear this was an accident. Will you believe me?" As Superman was captured by Kryptonians, Dahai materialized before him, asking, "Big-chested dude, do you need assistance? In moments of weakness, I may bow my head, but once empowered, I shall reign supreme." Most importantly, one must never cease to show off. Chapter 1. The Crossing. Dahai, known in the world as Master Hai, is a single man in his late 20s striving in a bustling metropolis. One night, he dreamt of being struck by a colossal meteor, leading to an explosion that left no trace of his existence. He perceived this vividly, as if an observer, witnessing his own demise. He was then swept away by the meteor, traversing time and space, and found himself inhabiting the body of a recently deceased individual. "I have crossed over. I too have traversed." Ecstatic, Dahai abruptly awoke from his dream. Leaning against a cushion, he opened his eyes to a dizzying world, struggling to stabilize himself. He felt nauseous, with a sour taste in his mouth, and an overwhelming fatigue engulfed him. "Am I inebriated?" he pondered. "When did I drink? Have I blacked out?" As his confusion subsided, he finally focused on his surroundings. The room was surprisingly spacious. He was lying on a bed with a cushion behind him. Beside the bed was a sofa and a coffee table, adorned with what appeared to be upscale decor, albeit in disarray. A large television lay on the floor, and various items were scattered haphazardly. Numerous bottles of unknown brands littered the room, and a pile of vomit rested by the bed, alongside several articles of women's lingerie draped over the bed and sofa. "What is this place? A hotel? Did I party too hard?" At that moment, he heard a trembling voice from the doorway, tinged with tears. "It's here, Dahai. He died inside." The door swung open, startling Dahai, who swiftly sat up to see three figures at the entrance. The door was opened by a scantily clad woman, who had just spoken. The other two were stereotypical police officers from American dramas, one slender and the other stout, one black and the other white. Dahai exclaimed, "What do you want?" The woman, still facing the officers, turned upon hearing his voice. Upon seeing Dahai sitting up, she let out a piercing scream. Her scream not only startled Dahai, but also prompted the two officers to draw their weapons, pointing them at him. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Having never encountered such a scenario, Dahai was momentarily paralyzed with fear. He raised his hands, exclaiming, "Please, calm down. There are no weapons here, no danger." The officers, working in unison, with the white officer aiming his gun at Dahai, while the black officer scanned the room for threats. "There's no one else here." He then produced handcuffs, approaching Dahai. At this moment, the woman finally regained her composure, her eyes wide with disbelief, pointing at Dahai. "You are Dahai. You are not dead." Dahai was taken aback. "What?" He looked down at himself. "I seem to be alive, and well, when did I die?" The officers exchanged glances, realizing they had perhaps made a mistake. They lowered their weapons and turned to the woman. Seeing the officers relax, Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. Sweating profusely from the shock, his drunken dizziness was beginning to lift, and he wiped his brow, gazing at the woman. She, feeling the scrutiny from the three, exclaimed, "When I woke up this morning, you had no heartbeat and no breath. You were clearly dead." Dahai, puzzled, responded, "What?" Then it dawned on him. "I'm speaking English so fluidly?" A sense of foreboding crept over him as he examined his hands and feet, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind, murmuring, "The dream was real, I have crossed over." The white officer turned to the woman. "Vivian, how much did you drink last night?" Without waiting for her answer, he turned back to Dahai. "Sir, you might want to put on some clothes." "Hey, sir, please get dressed," the officer emphasized as Dahai remained in a daze. Realizing he was clad only in a robe, which was now completely open, Dahai hastily tightened it, holding it in front of him, forcing an awkward smile. He felt fortunate that this body retained English skills, otherwise he might have been in quite a predicament. It was crucial to avoid revealing his situation until he understood it fully. Ultimately, the officers concluded that Vivian was merely intoxicated and had mistakenly reported a false alarm, followed by a lecture from the police. The officers appeared to know Vivian, treating her with a degree of leniency. While they reprimanded her, Dahai was piecing together the events that had transpired, flashes of the previous owner of this boat's memories surfacing in his mind. Dahano, he should be referred to as Ron. Dahai had hosted a party and drank excessively. Vivian, seemingly his girlfriend, discovered him deceased in bed that morning and called the police. Consequently, the other guests had fled, leaving only Vivian to await the authorities. What a bunch of fair-weather friends. Adhering mused internally. Well, fewer acquaintances make for easier maneuvering. After a lengthy wait of over 10 minutes, the officers finally departed. Desperate yet composed, Adhering politely escorted them out, only to realize he resided in a 3-story seaside villa. Vivian, however, lingered on the steps of the villa, stating, "Hi, I think you should go to the hospital for a checkup." Now, Adhering examined Vivian closely. She appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing a sweet demeanor. He couldn't help but think how unfortunate it was that the previous owner of this body perished in the presence of such beauty. Nonetheless, with so much still unclear, he had no desire to visit a hospital. He replied, "What I need most is rest. You do too. Goodbye." Without waiting for her reaction, he closed the door and stood behind it, waiting. After a while, he heard her footsteps receding. Adhering then hurried to the full-length mirror in the living room, eager to inspect his new appearance. He had glimpsed it fleetingly while escorting the officers, but now he wanted to fully comprehend what he looked like in this new life. Gazing into the mirror, he saw a young man in his 20s, standing just over 6 feet tall, with a lean physique, a pallid complexion, bloodshot eyes, and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, clearly a sign of poor health. Fortunately, this body bore a striking resemblance to his former self, unmistakably of Asian descent. Adhering nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The resemblance isn't stark, and the handsomeness is befitting of the flamboyant Master Hai. He recalled how protagonists in similar tales often accepted their new forms with ease, yet he found himself grappling with the transition. As a psychology major, Big Hai always considered the notion to be absurd. A sudden change in appearance would provoke psychological resistance in most individuals, with severe cases potentially leading to a split personality. Fortunately, his current physique bore a striking resemblance to his former self, which should pose no issue. Gazing into the mirror at the youthful visage of himself, Big Hai felt an overwhelming joy. He had seemingly regained a decade of youth, his best 10 years, no less. What the? Big Hai stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground. It then dawned on him that he was still under the influence of alcohol from the previous night. He uttered a classic exclamation. After catching his breath, Big Hai slowly rose and moved to sit on the nearby sofa. As tranquility enveloped him, he surveyed the chaotic living room of the villa before him. He began to assess his current situation, first confirming that this was indeed the residence of his predecessor, a 3-story villa. He realized he was in Miami, Florida. Yes, the very city renowned for its abundance of beach beauties, and this villa was situated right by Miami Beach. Most crucially, the date was May 2007. But what exact day? This body bore no memories. The previous incarnation could only recall a life of indulgence and excess. Yet, he was intrigued by the fact that this transmigration had granted him memories that were over a decade ahead. The iPhone 4 had yet to be released. What an opportunity. There was also Amazon, Tesla, and more. Perhaps I could also venture into the entertainment industry, films, music. Big Hai mused, unable to suppress his daydreams. But still, the memories of the East are the most substantial. I shall primarily develop my career there. This Buddhist mixed heritage provides an advantage. After a spell of excitement, Big Hai began meticulously sifting through the memories of his predecessor. The retention of memories in this body was notably intact. After thorough reflection, he succinctly summarized the former circumstances. He possessed a car and a house, yet both parents were deceased. Feeling a pang of envy as a mere underachiever, Big Hai lamented, "What a squandered hand of cards." The predecessor's father, named Ocean, was of Chinese descent, while his mother, Lena Harrison, was American. Thus, the full name of his former self was Ron Harrison Hai. With this realization, Big Hai felt a sense of satisfaction. There was no need for a name change. From now on, I shall be called Big Hai, quite fitting. Both parents were esteemed researchers who tragically perished in a laboratory accident 2 years prior, leading to the predecessor's descent into self-destructive behavior. An excessive drinking habit and wild parties ultimately culminated in an untimely demise, which Big Hai had now fortuitously inherited. Contemplating the legacy left behind, a smile crept across his face. He could afford to relax and no longer exert himself. In the future, he could proclaim, "Money does not interest me. My work is purely a personal passion." The inheritance comprised 3 significant assets. First, a multi-million-dollar trust fund that he could access upon turning 25, and as the predecessor was currently 24, the wait was nearly over. Second, a rental apartment managed by professionals, yielding approximately $50,000 to $60,000 monthly. This was the amount available to the predecessor before the trust fund became accessible. Substantial wealth by American standards, as many individuals earn no more than this annually. Lastly, There were two properties: the villa where he currently resided, purchased for family vacations, and a luxurious apartment in New York, the previous residence of the family, where they had sought refuge after the accident and had not returned since. As this realization struck him, Big High exclaimed in astonishment. His predecessors had worked at Stark Industries, the very company of Tony Stark. They were situated in the Marvel Universe, a realm prone to peril. Yet, he was uncertain whether this was a comic or cinematic universe. If it were the latter, things might be somewhat safer. If the former, disaster could strike at any moment, with numerous world-ending events and countless human extinctions. Big High recalled the memories of his predecessor, hoping to identify some comparable instances. It seems my predecessor encountered Pepper Potts and Obadiah Stane. He suddenly remembered. They had attended the funeral of his parents 2 years earlier. Their appearances matched closely with those in the films. Thus, it can be reasonably concluded that this is indeed a cinematic universe, which is less hazardous. However, one cannot overlook the looming threat of a certain purple-skinned villain. Although he was ultimately vanquished and the deceased returned, this is a tangible world. Who knows if other apocalyptic maniacs await? With these thoughts, Big High felt a twinge of unease, yet a greater sense of exhilaration surged within him. I wonder if I, Big High, might possess some extraordinary abilities? It was now May 2007. The events of Iron Man had not yet commenced, providing ample time to strategize. The Super Soldier Serum, Iron Man's armor, Spider-Man's mutations, the Hulk's gamma radiation, Black Panther's heart-shaped herb, the Sorcerer's magic, Thor's hammer, the Cosmic Cube, the Ether, Loki's scepter. Big High enumerated the potential avenues before him, yet he perceived himself as an ordinary person. In truth, an exceedingly ordinary individual, with a near-zero probability of success. Perhaps the only reliable option lay in seeking out the Ancient One to learn magic, for the sorcery of Kamar Taj could be shared. However, being a transmigrant raised questions about any innate magical aptitude. Most importantly, how would the Ancient One regard a traveler from another realm? Would she be inclined to obliterate him, imprison him, or merely toss him into another dimension? Who could predict the outcome? Perhaps the remnants of inebriation clouded his judgment. After contemplating for an extended period, Big High could not devise a viable strategy. Chapter 2, Meteor. While contemplating his future, Big High's stomach suddenly rumbled. A wave of hunger washed over him, and he realized that in the midst of his musings, half the day had slipped away. It seems my predecessor often ordered takeout. He approached the landline phone, locating the number for pizza among a pile of sticky notes. After recalling his predecessor's habits and giving it some thought, he finally placed an order for pizza. Reflecting further, he also called the property management to arrange for cleaning the house. Fortunately, this was a beachfront villa situated in an affluent neighborhood, with a dedicated cleaning service always at the ready. Big High then settled onto the sofa to wait. However, he could not help but notice the sluggish efficiency in America, and nearly an hour passed, and neither the property management nor the cleaning service had arrived. Eventually, he dozed off, slipping into a dream where he found himself struck by a meteor, transforming into ash amidst an explosion, only to be whisked through time and space by the very meteor. This time, he clearly discerned that what transported him was a bronze tetrahedron, unmistakably an artificial construct. Surely, this meteor is no ordinary meteor. Just as he pondered this, he was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Annoyed by the abrupt awakening, he called out, "Who is it?" "Mr. Hi, I am Annie from Property Management, here to tidy your home. Your pizza has also arrived," came a pleasant voice from outside the door, which was undoubtedly that of a beautiful woman. Upon hearing her voice, Big High's mood lifted considerably, and he promptly rose to open the door. In that instant, inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "A meteor! It's a meteor! My golden opportunity is a meteor!" A whirlwind of thoughts flooded his mind. Is this golden opportunity a system or a personal guide? Is it a pay-to-win model or a quest-driven one? Is it possible to cultivate immortality? Will I achieve eternal life? No, that's not the point. The crux of the matter lies in how to unlock the golden finger. Until now, there has been not a whisper of movement. What peculiar conditions might be required? In his earlier excitement, Dai Hai's voice had risen a bit too high, still speaking in Chinese. Outside the door, the cleaner, Annie, knocked vigorously. "Mr. Hi, are you all right? Is something the matter?" The voice from outside jolted Dai Hai back to reality, prompting him to first address the two individuals outside. He swiftly opened the door to find two figures, a stunning woman clad in a low-cut crop top and a middle-aged Caucasian man holding a pizza box. Just as Dai Hai was about to speak, the woman named Annie seized his arm, her voice dripping with allure. "Mr. Hai, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" As she spoke, she tugged his arm toward her ample bosom, which was an impressive 36D. It was well known that Ron Hai, his previous incarnation, had a reputation as a notorious playboy in this affluent area, particularly due to his wealth and generosity. Annie had finally managed to secure an opportunity to approach this wealthy young master, intent on winning him over. In the past, Dai Hai would have succumbed to such temptation, but now he found the cleaner rather bothersome. He withdrew his arm and turned to the pizza delivery man. "Is this my pizza?" The middle-aged man handed over the pizza box, stating, "That'll be $43. Dai Hai was taken aback but accepted the box, saying, "Please hold on," while internally grumbling, "I almost forgot that cash is king in America. Where did this guy keep his money? It should be in the drawer of the phone cabinet." He hurried back to the living room, clutching the box, and opened the drawer of the phone cabinet. "Goodness," he exclaimed, finding it stuffed with cash bills and coins chaotically piled together, probably amounting to $1,000 or $2,000. He casually pulled out 3 $50 bills and returned to the door, handing one to the pizza delivery man. He said, "Here you go, the rest is your tip." The middle-aged man accepted the money, seemingly pleased with the tip, casting a glance at Annie. He gave Dai Hai a knowing look, one that men understand, before departing with a smile. Dai Hai sighed, "All lecherous men are the same." Turning to the now slightly stiff-faced Annie, he remarked, "The place is quite a mess. I'll give you 50 for your work and another 50 as a tip to clean it up, thank you." He handed over the $100. Noticing that Annie still seemed eager to speak, Dai Hai added, "I have matters to attend to today, I appreciate your help." After passing the money, he ignored the look of grievance in Annie's large, expressive eyes and stepped into the living room, pizza in hand, heading towards the back door. Behind the villa lay a garden, complete with a swimming pool, shaded by umbrellas, and adorned with tables and chairs. Yet, it was in disarray. Several empty bottles cluttered the tables, and a few bras floated in the pool. However, Dai Hai paid no mind. Once seated beneath the umbrella, he began to eat, his thoughts lingering on his golden finger. After a few bites, he paused, silently invoking system. When no response came after a moment, he continued eating. "Old man. System, old man. Open sesame." Dai Hai tried various methods between bites, but even after finishing the pizza, he could not activate his golden finger. Perhaps his brain was undernourished from being too full. He called out every name he could think of, but the golden finger remained completely unresponsive. Feeling slightly despondent, he reclined in his chair, murmuring to himself, "Something's amiss. I clearly witnessed the meteor carrying me through time, so why can't I activate it? Wait, the meteor is within me." A flash of inspiration struck his mind. The meteor resides within me. If I find it, perhaps I can activate it. With that thought, Dai Hai closed his eyes, concentrating on locating the meteor. To his surprise, he felt an expanse of void in his mind, where a palm-sized tetrahedron of bronze material floated, emanating a soft green light and exuding an unusual beauty. "I see it." His excitement surged, causing him to sit upright, but the image in his mind vanished in an instant. Dai Hai, now flushed with exhilaration, gasped, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. "This is it, this is it. This is my chance. I shall become extraordinary, ha ha ha." After laughing for a moment, he forced himself to regain composure. No, I must calm down and examine what this meteor truly does." Taking a few deep breaths, Dai Hai quickly collected himself. After all, having lived for over 30 years in his previous life, he possessed a modicum of self-control. Once again, he closed his eyes, immediately finding himself back in that void space within his mind. "This must be my sea of consciousness," he mused, a fleeting thought that he did not dwell upon. His attention shifted to the tetrahedron, which floated in the air, casting a soft glow and showcasing intricate metallic patterns. He observed it for a moment, wishing to draw closer. To his astonishment, with a mere thought, he found himself beside the tetrahedron. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to touch it. In the next moment, it felt as if he truly extended his hand, gently brushing against the tetrahedron. Suddenly, a flash of azure light erupted from the tetrahedron, and Dai Hai was ejected from his state of consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, new information about the tetrahedron flooded his mind. "So that flash of blue light was meant to convey information to me," Dai Hai murmured. He then organized the details regarding the tetrahedron. This tetrahedron is known as the Heart of the Traveler, and those who possess it are called celestial travelers. There was no information regarding the origin of the Heart of the Traveler. It was activated only after the meteor struck Dai Hai, with no prior context. Its functions are twofold. First, by flipping the Heart of the Traveler within the sea of consciousness, it allows the host to traverse dimensions, facilitating physical travel. However, there are two limitations. One is that it can only be used once a month, meaning the host must remain in any given world for at least a month. The second is that it can only traverse worlds connected to the main world. To be honest, Dai was somewhat unclear about the specifics of this connection. The second function of the heart of the traveler lies in its four faces, each capable of replicating one of another's innate abilities. Furthermore, once all four faces have collected abilities, they can absorb energy to evolve. My goodness, I am destined for greatness, Dai exclaimed, clenching his fists and standing in exhilaration. Replication and enhancement that is undeniably invincible. At the very least, one of the abilities should involve spatial manipulation. Spatial teleportation is the true hallmark of a traveler, enhancing one's prestige. Dai contemplated. He also considered the abilities of the formidable green giant. Unmatched strength that could overpower all. Yet, no. The green giant suffers from mental instability. Ideally, he would want Superman's invulnerable physique. Would DC count as a connected world? Could he traverse there? In fact, Wonder Woman's abilities are quite appealing, not to mention she herself is captivating. Should he acquire healing abilities? With absolute defense, who needs healing? Nevertheless, having it could be advantageous. Moreover, he should possess group skills, such as Iron Man's control over metal or Storm's tempest powers. Thor's command over lightning would also be splendid. Finally, if he could also obtain healing abilities, he would become everyone's cherished guardian. However, I cannot recall who possesses the healing abilities. In truth, the little spider's capabilities are quite comprehensive. If only I could enhance them, it would likely become invincible. Ideally, it should possess an immortal ability, something that renders one undying and unbreakable. For superpowers still seem rather scant, if only there were 6. Nevertheless, it is sufficient. To absorb energy, what could be superior to the Infinity Stones? I shall devise a way to acquire them in due course. The ocean indulged in fanciful dreams of effortlessly defeating any adversary that dared to challenge. Mr. Hi, the room has been tidied up. May I inquire if you have any further requests? A delicate voice emerged from behind, as Annie had been observing Mr. Hi for quite a while. She watched him stand there, grinning foolishly, presenting a rather dim-witted appearance. Deciding to make another attempt, she thought she might win over this wealthy young gentleman. Upon hearing her, Hi turned to see the cleaning lady Annie standing at the rear entrance of the villa. She appeared fatigued from her recent labors, beads of sweat trickling down her delicate neck and disappearing into the profound valley of her chest. Coupled with her gentle breaths, she appeared irresistibly alluring. In high spirits, Hi paid no heed to having been caught in an ungraceful moment. He stepped forward to stand before Annie, adopting a flirtatious tone he often employed. I do have a few matters to discuss, but it may take quite some time. I wonder if you have the luxury of time, Annie? Annie licked her red lips, gazing seductively at Hi. I am curious, Mr. Hi. How long might it take? It could be quite a while. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Let us first take a bath before we converse. Half an hour later, he gifted Annie a Longines watch worth tens of thousands of dollars, watching her leave with a joyful demeanor. Hi leaned against the wall, cursing his former self. Damn it, have you had your fill? You've utterly ruined my back, and now I am scorned by a woman. What a profound humiliation. This will not do. I must traverse time swiftly. I cannot allow my back to be wasted like this. Best to possess Wolverine's super healing ability, restoration in an instant. Then I, the great Hi, would possess 2 iron kidneys. In a moment of triumph, Hi moved a bit too vigorously, suddenly feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, struggling to maintain his balance as he leaned against the wall. No, I must rest for a while before proceeding. Chapter 3. A second journey. In the ensuing days, Dai remained mostly indoors, meticulously sifting through his past memories while devising a grand plan for his impending journey. After a week, feeling significantly better, he began to prepare for the crossing. This endeavor demanded utmost seriousness, for such a traverse would require at least a month. After extensive research online, Dai resolved to venture out to procure necessary supplies. His first task was to acquire suitable clothing, as he was uncertain of the climate he would encounter. What if he were to land in the depths of winter or amidst the wilderness, only to succumb to the bitter cold? That would surely tarnish the honor of a time traveler. Dai did not anticipate the difficulty of finding winter apparel in the state of Florida, as he navigated through several shopping malls. Eventually, after considerable reward, he secured a military-grade thermal suit. Next, he proceeded to a firearms shop, where he purchased a bulletproof vest and a classic Glock 17 handgun. After all, in the land of the free, where gunfire echoes daily, possessing a firearm brings a sense of security. It took him 3 full days to gather all the necessary supplies for his journey. With no hesitation, Dahai, a man who had already faced death, understood that there was little to hold him back. It was time to embark on his adventure. He hoisted a backpack filled with compressed rations, medical supplies, and several $1,000s in cash. In one hand, he carried a bag containing the military thermal suit, while he wore the bulletproof vest beneath an oversized coat. A tactical knife, measuring around 20 centimeters, and the Glock were securely fastened at his waist. After a thorough check of his equipment to ensure nothing was amiss, he prepared to traverse. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he closed his eyes and summoned the traveler's spirit, silently uttering, "Let us go." Suddenly, he felt a dizzying rush, and with a jarring thud, he found himself sprawled on the ground, face first. The impact brought tears to his eyes. It truly hurt. Before he could regain his composure, a series of rapid gunfire erupted nearby. "Oh no, have I landed in the midst of a battlefield?" Dahai thought, hesitant to rise, opting instead to remain crouched low, scanning his surroundings. He noticed several vehicles scattered about, and approximately 30 to 40 meters ahead stood a gas station from where the gunfire emanated, specifically from the convenience store adjacent to it. He observed 6 or 7 individuals screaming as they fled the store, only to hear more gunfire as 3 of them collapsed. Dahai's heart raced. This was the first time he had witnessed someone being shot. Hastily, he scrambled towards the nearest taxi, ducking behind it to catch his breath, his heart pounding fiercely. This is how it begins, a life-threatening welcome. How exhilarating, he mused, criticizing the unreliability of the traveler's spirit while glancing back at the gas station to assess the unfolding chaos. Just then, the front door of a nearby vehicle swung open with a loud thud, startling Dahai. A voice, thick with a northeastern accent, called out urgently, "Hey, get in the car." Dahai found himself momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events as the man inside the vehicle pressed, "Get in. The time has come to leave this place. We must hurry." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Dhi swiftly opened the car door and climbed inside, as gunfire continued to echo in the distance. At that moment, he encountered a robust man from northeast China, a burly figure in his 30s with a round face, a crew cut, and a physique reminiscent of a fitness trainer. His very presence in the vehicle exuded an air of intimidation. Expressing his gratitude, Dhi said, "Thank you, brother." The northeastern man, focused on igniting the engine and driving off, replied nonchalantly, "We're fellow countrymen. How could I not lend a hand?" As they departed the gas station and merged onto the highway, Dhi exhaled in relief. "Brother, what is happening?" he inquired. "You're new to America, aren't you?" The northeastern man, now more talkative as the sound of gunfire faded, replied, "You don't know? These are terrorists, mutants." "Mutants?" Dhi asked incredulously, pondering to himself, could this be a world of mutants? Would this mean great fortune for me? "You have no idea." The man accelerated while venting his frustrations. Ever since the mutant leader, that fellow named Magneto, was captured, these mutants have gone completely berserk. Over the past few months, they've been wreaking havoc with terror attacks everywhere. In Portland, we've had several incidents this month alone. This is merely a minor occurrence. Last time, a shopping mall was set ablaze, resulting in dozens of casualties. From this northeastern man, Dhi gleaned substantial information, confirming that the current world was indeed one ruled by law enforcement, and that they were situated in Portland, Oregon, right next to Vancouver, knowledge he had retained from his former memories. Grateful to have encountered a fellow Chinese, Dhi felt a sense of comfort in this foreign world. Seeing the northeastern man in high spirits, Dhi pressed on with his inquiries. How was Magneto captured? That is a long story. The man began. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from behind them. The sound reverberated, causing the vehicle to shake violently. Dhi felt disoriented, but the northeastern man swiftly responded, slamming on the brakes and bringing the car to a halt by the roadside. As Dhi regained his composure, he heard the screeching of tires on the highway, followed by the sound of several vehicles colliding. "What the hell?" exclaimed the northeastern man, and Dhi followed his gaze to the rear. There, at the former gas station, a colossal fireball soared several meters into the sky. Another explosion echoed, causing the car to tremble once more. This time, Dhi was prepared and remained steady. He witnessed the fireball from the gas station swell again, for the fuel tanks had detonated. These mutants are nothing but lunatics. The northeastern man cursed, banging his hands on the steering wheel. DHI, however, was deeply unsettled. They were at least 3 or 4 miles away from the gas station, yet the blast was still so powerful. Surrounding him, vehicles on the highway were skewed and askew, with some having been involved in accidents. He felt fortunate to have met this northeastern man. Had he remained at the gas station, he might have met a dire fate once more. As I turned back to face the earnest man from the northeast, I sincerely expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, brother." The man, who had been venting his frustrations, was momentarily taken aback by my words, and then, with a hint of embarrassment, he chuckled. "No need for such politeness. We are fellow countrymen." After a considerable time, the traffic began to flow again, as everyone had been startled by the recent explosion. Both the man and I resumed our journeys in our vehicles, realizing that this incident was beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. Along the way, we encountered numerous fire trucks and ambulances rushing past. During our conversation, I learned that this gentleman was named Lu Peng and had been in the United States for over a decade. When he inquired about my circumstances, I mentioned that I had just arrived in America and had yet to find a place to settle. This was not a deception on my part, as I truly was new to the country. Consequently, Lu Peng warmly invited me to stay in Chinatown. After more than an hour's drive, we reached Chinatown just as dusk enveloped the city. I was surprised by Portland's considerable size. As we arrived, I prepared to pay for the ride, but Lu Peng vehemently refused, insisting that if I insisted on paying, it would imply a lack of respect. We eventually compromised with me, treating him to a meal instead. At a Chinese restaurant, we enjoyed drinks and conversation, which provided me with a wealth of information. For instance, I learned that the current year was September 2000, and Magneto had been apprehended merely 3 months prior for attacking officials in Manhattan, confirming that I had indeed entered the world of the X-Men. I began to ponder what superpowers I might acquire. However, I vaguely recalled that Magneto had been imprisoned for over 2 years before his escape, indicating that the events of X2 were still at least 2 years away. I couldn't help but lament the rather unfortunate timing of my arrival in this universe. We then discussed the recent explosion at the gas station. Lu Peng, his face flushed from the drinks, proclaimed proudly, "Brother, you can rest assured that Chinatown is completely safe. Even the gangs dare not venture here." I casually inquired, "Why is that? Is our Chinese gang particularly formidable?" Lu Peng countered, "Our Chinatown is devoid of gangs. We rely on the martial prowess of Master Wu." He then patted his exaggerated chest muscles, boasting, "I am a registered disciple at the martial arts school. Just look." He struck a pose to showcase his physique. I remarked, "My friend, your body seems a bit frail. You'd best train at the martial arts school," and patted his shoulder. Yet, I was contemplating the matter of gangs, drawing from the memories of my previous life, and I found Lu Peng's confidence misplaced. Relying on a martial arts school to fend off gangs seemed rather implausible. Lu Peng, displeased with my tone, leaned closer and whispered, "Let me tell you, I have seen it with my own eyes. Master Wu's Golden Bell Shield and Iron Sure techniques have been perfected to an extraordinary level. Bullets cannot penetrate them. The surrounding gangs have been dealt with by Master Wu, which is why no one dares to provoke us in Chinatown." Hearing Lu Peng's declaration left me momentarily stunned. He was clearly pleased with my reaction, and he raised his glass, taking another hearty gulp of beer. At this moment, the High contemplated that Master Wu was likely a mutant. However, since mutants had never appeared among the X-Men, it suggested that his abilities might not be particularly formidable, which left the High somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, he soon reconciled with this thought, reminding himself that he had the capacity to absorb energy and enhance himself further. It would be prudent to observe before making any decisions. An hour later, the drinking session concluded, and the two conversed amiably. Dahai affectionately referred to Lu Peng as Brother Lu, while Lu Peng called Dahai little brother. It is worth noting that in Chinese culture, friendships are often forged at the dining table. After a few drinks, Lu Peng insisted on escorting Dahai back to the inn before returning home. The inn had been arranged by Lu Peng prior to their meal, run by a couple of Chinese descent. The room was furnished in a standard hotel style, and as Dahai reclined on the bed, he meticulously reflected on the day's experiences and pondered his next steps. The optimal place to replicate superpowers, of course, was Professor Charles's school for gifted youngsters. There, one could find Wolverine, Cyclops, Storm, the Invincible Phoenix, and the professor's telepathic abilities, along with numerous students like Iceman, Pyro, and Colossus. It could be said that the Mutant Academy held the potential for Dahai to acquire all the abilities he desired. However, he was hesitant to approach. For Charles's powers were exceedingly formidable. He was a master of manipulation, and in his presence, no secrets could be kept. It would be wiser to maintain a safe distance. Indeed, it would be best to avoid an encounter with Charles altogether, a point worth remembering. Yet, exploring other locations seemed temporarily unfeasible. The explosion at the gas station had imparted a grave lesson to Dahai. The world was fraught with peril. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to stroll through Chinatown the following day, seeking to join a martial arts school and ascertain whether Master Wu was indeed a mutant. Should Master Wu possess a defense impervious to bullets, venturing out would be considerably safer. If replicating abilities proved impossible, learning martial arts would still be beneficial, as it would help cultivate his body into a healthier state. Dahai slept soundly until 10 o'clock the next morning. Upon awakening, he gazed out the window at the bustling street below, teeming with Chinese individuals. His spirits lifted significantly. Lu Peng had likely already departed for his taxi-driving job early in the morning, prompting Dahai to head downstairs for breakfast. Today, he intended to stick to his plan. First, to explore Chinatown, and then to investigate the possibility of joining the Wu family martial arts school, while observing Master Wu himself. Chapter 4. Joining the martial arts school directly below the inn was a breakfast establishment, and Dahai was pleasantly surprised to find that they served tofu pudding. He made a point to enjoy a bowl, which turned out to be quite delicious. After his meal, he began to meander through Chinatown. As he wandered, he could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary vibrancy of the area. It was a bustling hub unlike any he had encountered in his previous memories of Chinatown. The fact that such prosperity could be maintained without the surrounding gangs daring to encroach only heightened Dahai's anticipation for meeting Master Wu. As he strolled along the streets, he mused to himself. After spending half a day exploring, Dahai had a general understanding of the entire Chinatown. The layout of Chinatown resembled the character for Abundant, with one vertical street and 3 horizontal ones, forming 4 main thoroughfares complemented by several narrow passageways. He also located the Wu Family Martial Arts School, situated on the left side of the last horizontal street in Chinatown. The entrance to the martial arts school resembled an old government office from a bygone era, flanked by 2 stone lions, each standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Dahai continued his exploration until noon, as the weather grew increasingly warm. He decided to return to the inn and called Lu Peng at the front desk. After contemplating for some time, Dahai resolved to join the martial arts school, believing that an introduction from Lu Peng would be beneficial. Lu Peng was delighted to hear of Dahai's intention to join and assured him over the phone that he would return within an hour. He suggested that Dahai have lunch first, promising to take him to the martial arts school upon his return. Elated by the news, Dahai grabbed a few buns from a nearby breakfast shop and retreated to his room to eat. Although he wasn't particularly hungry, he felt it prudent to have something before the afternoon's training, as he was concerned about his physical condition. Suddenly, a series of 3 sharp knocks roused Dahai from his reverie, accompanied by Lu Peng's distinctive voice from outside the door. "Hey brother, open up. I'm back and ready to take you to the martial arts school." Startled, Dahai realized he had dozed off. Rubbing his eyes, he got up to let Lu Peng in. "My apologies, Ludiga. I just fell asleep," Dahai said, slightly embarrassed. "Not a problem. Just splash some water on your face, and we can head to the school." Lu Peng replied nonchalantly, surveying the room as he spoke. Without further ado, Dahai proceeded to the bathroom to wash his face. While rinsing, he inquired Ludiga, "How much is the tuition for studying at the martial arts school?" "The fees vary significantly, ranging from 500 to 10,000. It's quite complex. Let's go take a look first," Lu Peng responded. Hearing this, Dahai felt reassured, as he had already divided the money he brought with him. Before the year 2000, he had more than $20,000, which would certainly suffice. After washing his face, Dahai walked to the bedside, retrieved his backpack, and noted that he had already taken out everything except the $20,000. Turning to Lu Peng, he said, "Ludiga, let's go." The two descended to the ground floor and climbed into Lu Peng's taxi, heading toward the martial arts school. In no time, they arrived at their destination. Lu Peng parked beside the entrance and led Dahai into the school. Pushing open the large door revealed a traditional Chinese hall, where a man in his 30s was seated. Dressed in a gray training outfit, he had a square jaw and a slightly dark complexion, exuding an air of authority. Upon noticing Dahai and Lu Peng's entrance, the man stood up. He was quite tall, nearing 1.9 meters, Upon seeing him rise, Lu Peng stepped forward, calling out with familiarity, "Senior brother." Although Lu Peng himself was already quite tall, standing at over 1.8 meters with an impressive physique akin to that of a bodybuilder, he suddenly felt dwarfed in the presence of this senior brother. The man smiled upon hearing Lu Peng's greeting. "Welcome." Turning to gaze upon the sea, he inquired, "Is this the young man you mentioned who wishes to learn martial arts?" "Master brother, this is he. His name is Dahu," Lu Peng replied, gesturing toward Dahu. The master brother acknowledged with a non-committal grunt, his expression impassive as he scrutinized Dahu. Sensing the scrutiny, Dahu quickly greeted, "Hello, master brother. My name is Dahu. My physique is rather frail. Upon hearing from Brother Lu that our martial arts school possesses genuine skills, I wish to train and strengthen my body." Upon hearing Dahu address him as master brother, a slight frown creased the master brother's brow, yet he remained silent. He took 2 steps forward, standing before Dahu, and placed a hand firmly upon his shoulder. Dahu felt an overwhelming force descend upon him. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not endure for even a second before his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, astonished by the sheer strength of this individual. Lu Peng gasped at the sight, exclaiming, "Master brother." The master brother ignored Lu Peng, turning his attention to Dahu, and sternly remarked, "Your body is ravaged by indulgence. It is on the brink of collapse. Unless you perish from sudden death, you will only become a mere vessel for medicine." Dahu was taken aback by this statement, recalling that his previous incarnation had indeed succumbed to a sudden death. This master brother spoke, not in exaggeration, but possessed genuine expertise. It is crucial to mend his health. After all, possessing superhuman abilities does not guarantee recovery, as evidenced by Deadpool's condition. Health is paramount. He could not afford to falter before he even took flight. Overcoming his embarrassment, he hastily rose and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, pleading, "I implore you, master brother, save me." The master brother regarded Dahu and replied, "There is hope for salvation, albeit it will be arduous." Dahu, undeterred by the challenge ahead, performed a deep bow, pleading, "I fear no trouble. I beseech you, master brother, to assist me." Lu Peng, taken aback by the gravity of Dahu's condition, chimed in, "Master brother, please help him." The master brother observed Dahu in silence for a moment before stating, "Your body has deteriorated due to excess. To heal, you must first abstain from alcohol and indulgence. To recover, a minimum of 3 months is required, with daily medication and standing exercises to cultivate energy." Dahu could not help but mutter under his breath, attributing the blame to his former self. Nevertheless, he responded promptly, "No problem. I shall abstain from both." The master brother appeared somewhat satisfied with Dahu's response, his expression softening slightly as he continued, "To restore your health, a commitment of at least 3 months is necessary, along with daily medicinal nourishment and standing exercises." Pausing, the master brother then inquired, "Are you currently employed?" "Not employed," Dahu replied. The master brother nodded slightly. "That is fortuitous. You must remain at the martial arts school full-time, partaking in medicinal nourishment twice daily and engaging in standing exercises. In about 3 months, you should be well on your way to recovery." "Understood," Dahu readily agreed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At this juncture, the master brother appeared somewhat sheepish, clearing his throat before continuing, "Ah, you will need to study at the martial arts school for 3 months, with tuition fees amounting to 3,000. The medicinal nourishment will also cost at least 3,000, totaling 6,000. If you lack the funds, you may pay for the first month initially." Dahu found the master brother's awkwardness amusing. When discussing Dahu, he maintained an air of stern authority, yet when it came to finances, he seemed somewhat bashful, a quintessential individual concerned with appearances. Upon reflection, Dahu respectfully addressed his senior brother, saying, "Master brother, I have brought money. I shall pay 10,000. However, this provoked the ire of his senior brother, who sternly replied, "The medicines at our martial arts school are all the same. They are all of the highest quality. There is no need to pay extra." Alarmed, Dahu quickly apologized, casting a glance at Lu Peng for assistance. Lu Peng, seemingly accustomed to his senior brother's temperament, interjected, "Master brother, Dahu is not familiar with our school and has misspoken. Please do not take offense." With that, the matter was settled. Dahu counted out 6,000 and offered it, but his senior brother refused, glancing at Lu Peng and instructing, "De Peng, take this to the back courtyard for your senior sister. I have some matters to discuss with Dahu." Lu Peng accepted the money and turned toward the back hall. At this juncture, the senior brother informed Dahai that he should come every morning at 8, and it was imperative to arrive on an empty stomach for the medicine. In the evening, around 6, he would take the medicine again, followed by 2 hours of practice, allowing him to return home by approximately 8. The senior brother also inquired about Dahai's accommodation, suggesting he could stay at the martial arts school without charge. Dahai felt a sense of warmth from his senior brother's kindness, but preferred the freedom of a small inn, as he had other matters to attend to. Before long, Lu Peng returned, and the senior brother reminded him, "Make sure to come before 8 tomorrow," signaling that the two could leave. As they exited, Lu Peng shared insights about the martial arts school. Though the master brother appears stern, he possesses a warm heart. He is quite a decent person. Do not take it to heart. In truth, Dahai held a favorable impression of his senior brother. Despite his aloof demeanor, he was fundamentally a good person, merely requiring a bit of consideration during their interactions. Nothing too troublesome. Thus, he responded, "Brother Lu, you think too much. I am truly grateful to my senior brother." Lu Peng, noticing Dahai's demeanor, reassured him, "You need not worry about your health. If the master brother says it can be cured, it surely will be. Historically, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined, and our school excels in healing. This is merely a minor issue." "Dahai hak no wet dis," Lu Peng jested. "Dai, I never realized you had such indulgences. Pray tell, how does one overindulge?" Dahai felt a wave of embarrassment at this remark, inwardly cursing his ex for the predicament. He could only offer a dismissive response. It was merely youthful folly. After a few light-hearted exchanges, Lu Peng lamented, "I had hoped to toast to your joining the school, but it seems we must postpone that celebration for another time." Dahai, sincerely appreciative of the brother who had saved his life and aided him, suggested, "Brother Lu, while we cannot drink, we can certainly share a meal. Come, let me treat you." Lu Peng shook his head, saying, "I should escort you back to rest. It is still early, and I have a few more errands to run." It seemed Lu Peng feared the temptation of drinking at a restaurant, hence his polite refusal. Dahai, undeterred by Lu Peng's refusal, simply responded, "Very well," and quickly redirected the conversation back to the martial arts school. Before long, they arrived at the small inn, and Dahai had gained a fundamental understanding of the martial arts school. There were 3 instructors, Master Wu, the senior brother, and a senior sister, to whom Dahai would be paying his tuition. Master brother is the son of the esteemed Wu master, named Wu Jing. The senior sister, who is his wife, is called Lin Wan. Regularly, there are about 7 or 8 individuals at the martial arts school practicing diligently, and during weekends, the number swells to over 20, comprising young Chinese students eager to learn martial arts. Dahai bid farewell to Lu Peng and returned to his modest inn room, reclining on the bed to assess his current circumstances. The paramount concern remains to stay at the martial arts school, primarily to rejuvenate his body, followed by attempting to engage with Wu Master. However, it is essential to ascertain the nature of Wu Master's abilities, for the powers of mutants are as varied as they are extraordinary. Should Wu Master possess enhancing abilities related to physical prowess, then all would be well, allowing for the direct replication of those abilities, thus resolving any bodily issues. Conversely, if his abilities lie in other realms, Dahai must prepare to remain at the martial arts school for a full 3 months, recognizing that physical health is the cornerstone of any endeavor. Having set his objectives, Dahai found himself somewhat bored and resolved to venture downstairs for a stroll, pondering that he might encounter a mutant along the way. He also wished to experiment with the heart of the traveler, contemplating how to replicate abilities, a concept he had yet to explore. He lamented that he was somewhat unprepared, feeling that his transition had been somewhat hasty. Chapter 5. A glimpse of wonder after wandering through Chinatown for half the day. Dahai specifically sought out tranquil locales such as coffee shops and bookstores. There he closed his eyes, calming his mind to activate the heart of the traveler in an attempt to sense those around him. However, after trying with no fewer than 30 individuals, he found none that resonated with the essence of a mutant. This left him feeling dizzy and fatigued, clearly indicative of excessive strain on his mental faculties. Dahai could not help but exclaim, in the realm of mutants, they are surprisingly scarce. As dusk had yet to fall, the weary Dahai reluctantly returned to the inn to rest. The next morning, he was roused by the persistent beeping of his alarm clock. After lying in bed for a moment, he turned over and arose, marveling, "Did I truly sleep for over 10 hours? Fortuitously, I set the alarm yesterday. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing to oversleep." After freshening up, Dahai realized it was already 7:30. Master Brother had mentioned arriving before 8, so it would be wise to leave early. Without further delay, he made his way downstairs to rush to the martial arts school. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived, and upon a gentle push, the door swung open. Peering inside, he saw Master Brother, clad in his training attire, seated in the hall as before. Dahai has arrived. Come in. Master Brother's voice was notably gentler than the previous day, indicating his satisfaction with Dahai's early arrival. Dahai mused silently. Could Master Brother have been waiting for me? Thankfully, I arrived 20 minutes early. Had I timed it precisely for 8, it might have been somewhat awkward. As his thoughts flowed, his actions remained unceasing. He stepped inside and greeted. Good morning, Master Brother. Good morning. You arrived just in time. The medicinal cuisine in the kitchen is nearly ready. Allow me to escort you for your meal, he beckoned, leading Dahai down the corridor to the left rear of the hall. Dahai responded affirmatively and followed Master Brother, feeling a swell of gratitude as he realized that Master Brother had indeed been awaiting him. As they traversed the corridor, the senior brother guided Dahai into a spacious hall measuring approximately 10 meters in length and width. Dahai was taken aback by the sight before him. The hall was filled with long tables, their stainless steel surfaces reminiscent of a university cafeteria, capable of accommodating 70 to 80 diners without issue. He pondered silently. Having heard from Brother Liu that there weren't many disciples at the martial arts school, why then the abundance of tables and chairs? Seemingly perceiving Dahai's confusion, the senior brother refrained from providing an explanation. Instead, he gestured towards a nearby table and instructed, "Please take a seat here for a moment while I check on the medicinal dishes." He then made his way to the kitchen entrance, exchanged a few words with someone, and returned to sit beside Dahai. He began to explain, "The medicinal dish you will have in the morning primarily consists of deer antler and astragalus, specifically designed to replenish your vital energy and blood. The evening dish will include an additional calming herb, with 2 servings of medicinal dishes each day. Combined with standing meditation to cultivate your energy, your health will soon improve." "Thank you, senior brother." Dahai expressed his gratitude. The senior brother offered a rare smile and replied, "As you come to our martial arts school to learn, it is our responsibility to assist you. There is no need for formality." Just as Dahai was about to respond, the senior brother suddenly said, without turning back, "Your medicinal dish has arrived." Dahai, a bit surprised, looked up towards the kitchen. Approaching him was a stunning woman clad in a floral qipao, gracefully carrying a tray. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, and hair as dark as lacquer. Her skin glowed like jade, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with life, reminiscent of ripe grapes. Standing at an elegant height of 1.70 meters, she exuded an indescribable charm with every step. Dahai found himself momentarily entranced, thinking, this beauty, her aura is simply unparalleled. The woman seemed to catch his gaze and responded with a slight smile, causing Dahai's heart to flutter. In that instant, he felt overwhelmed by her allure, as if her smile encapsulated all the beauty in the world. Suddenly, a flash of azure light emanated from his heart, bringing a refreshing clarity to his mind. In an instant, Dahai regained his composure, lowering his gaze to avoid looking at the enchanting woman again. Yet, he could not help but think, is this woman a mutant? Such a term feels rather disrespectful for someone of her beauty. The thought of her extraordinary abilities left him astounded, as he marveled at how he had regained his senses while still feeling such an immense attraction towards her. Unable to resist, he discreetly activated his inner perception to explore her capabilities. Though this cascade of thoughts felt prolonged, in reality, only a second or two had passed. Observing Dahai's demeanor, the senior brother cast a disapproving glance at the beauty, who remained unfazed. He noted with satisfaction how swiftly Dahai had regained clarity. "Dai, this is your senior sister, Lin. You may address her as Sister Lin or simply as senior sister, as there are no other senior sisters in the school." As Lin approached, the senior brother introduced her. Dahai promptly stood up, respectfully greeting Lin. "Greetings, senior sister. I dare not be disrespectful." This senior sister was indeed formidable. Lin seemed quite pleased with Dahai's demeanor, responding, "Dahai, you are commendable. Focus on your training." With that, she placed the tray on the table. The C immediately continued respectfully, "Thank you, senior sister. I will strive to do my best." Upon hearing this, senior sister Lin smiled and departed. As she walked away, the C felt a pang of fear upon witnessing her smile, relieved that it was merely a normal smile. Once senior sister Lin had left, the big brother spoke to the sea. "Sea, sit down and have a medicinal broth." He gestured toward the palm-sized earthenware pot on the tray. This medicinal concoction was prepared in the same earthenware pot commonly used for soup in the sea's previous life. However, the sea was too preoccupied to dwell on such details and promptly sat down, taking the tray to begin drinking the broth. The sea dared not mention senior sister Lin, and it seemed the big brother was equally disinclined to discuss her, resulting in a moment of silence between them. As the sea sipped the medicinal broth, his mind wandered back to the information gathered by the heart of the traveler regarding senior sister Lin. Indeed, she was a mutant, and a rather low-level one at that, possessing the ability of allure. Contemplating this, the sea found himself reassessing the danger posed by mutants. A level 1 mutant, in the realm of combat, they barely registered as cannon fodder. To his astonishment, encountering one in reality proved to be overwhelming. Had it not been for the timely assistance of the heart of the traveler, he might have faced dire consequences today. Reflecting on this, the sea felt a twinge of regret, lamenting that her alluring ability was of no use to him as a man. Otherwise, a level 1 mutant's power could have been advantageous, especially considering his own capacity for enhancement. Unbeknownst to him, the repeated setbacks had subtly lowered his expectations for copying superpowers. In no time, the sea finished the medicinal broth and, with the big brother's reminder, consumed the residue as well. The big brother then led the sea to the backyard, where the sea was taken aback. The backyard resembled a sprawling playground, measuring over 50 meters in length and width, encircled by a rubber track. Within the confines of the track, there were 2 basketball courts, 2 tennis courts, and various iron structures presumably intended for training. On the opposite side lay a spacious martial arts arena, entirely paved with bluestone, featuring a massive Tai Chi Bagua diagram in its center. A group of 7 or 8 young men donned training attire, practicing martial arts within the arena. Upon closer inspection, the sea recognized the forms, the 3 body form and the 5 elements fist, distinctly indicative of Xing Yiquan. Pointing at the group of practitioners, the sea exclaimed, "Big brother, our martial arts school teaches Xing Yiquan. Indeed, our primary focus is on Xing Yiquan," the big brother affirmed. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "After just having consumed the medicine, the best way to activate its effects is through standing meditation and practicing Ba Duan Jin. However, since you lack a foundation, you can utilize the simplest method." With that, the big brother gestured towards the track, instructing, "You will jog slowly around the playground, ensuring you complete 5 laps." "All right, no problem." The sea responded decisively and prepared to run. The big brother halted him, adding, "Make sure to jog slowly. Aim to break a light sweat, but do not overexert yourself. If you feel tired, you may walk slowly." Watching as the sea began to jog at a leisurely pace, the big brother reminded him, "Remember to be at the cafeteria by 8:30 for breakfast." 8:30, the martial arts school cafeteria breakfast. Master brother, along with sister Lin and 8 young martial artists, gathered together. Yet the longed-for Master Wu remained absent. Dahai had made preliminary acquaintances with them, among whom the tallest was a robust young man named Nyo, aged 24, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a build far more muscular than Master brother's. His countenance radiated a simplicity that suggested he was easy to get along with. However, the martial arts school was not solely populated by giants. There was also a lad named Bai Jing, who was just over 1.6 meters tall, known as Ma Bai, affectionately referred to as by Ma by everyone. Dahai initially mistook him for a child of 14 or 15, only to discover that he was merely a year younger than Dahai, ranking second among the 8. One striking individual among them was a rather aloof yet handsome young man named Lin Yi, whose looks were undeniably striking. Furthermore, Lin Yi happened to be the nephew of Sister Lin, the son of her brother, having traveled from the mainland. When the 2 aunts brought forth breakfast, Dahai was utterly astonished. Though it consisted of ordinary fare, buns, white rice porridge, and boiled eggs, the buns were extraordinarily large, weighing no less than 4 ounces each. Dahai consumed a single bun, a bowl of porridge, and 1 boiled egg. He then observed their meal performance. Only Master brother and Sister Lin exhibited decorum while eating, while the others devoured their food ravenously, including the seemingly aloof Lin Yi, who also ate quite rapidly. Notably, Nyo devoured 4 buns in one go and then rose to fetch 3 or 4 more, cheerfully encouraging Dahai to eat more. reminding him he would become hungry later. Noticing Dahai's slight embarrassment, Sister Lin explained, Dahai, you are new here and unaware. Their rigorous training leads to substantial consumption, and you will understand in time. Dahai quickly expressed his intent not to overindulge. Observing their eating habits, Dahai suspected they might be mutants, especially Danielle. He decided to focus on the heart of the traveler to investigate further. To his astonishment, he discovered that not only Sister Lin, but also Lin Yi, was indeed a mutant, contrary to his initial belief about Danielle. Dahai was secretly amazed and then intrigued to uncover Lin Yi's superpowers, hoping for a revelation before meeting Master Wu. However, upon investigation, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Yi's abilities were not particularly useful to Dahai. Indeed, Lin Yi was a mutant, classified as a level 2 mutant, with a power termed beast transformation. Specifically, he could morph into a half-human, half-beast form reminiscent of a werewolf, significantly enhancing his speed and agility. Yet, Lin Yi transformed into a fox, thus should be referred to as a foxman. Sister Lin possessed a charm ability, while Lin Yi took on the guise of fox. No wonder they were so strikingly attractive. They were, after all, a family of enchanting fox spirits. With this thought, Dahai couldn't help but glance at Sister Lin and Lin Yi. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that Master Brother, the son of Master Wu, is an ordinary person. Dahai felt a pang of concern, as many children of mutants, like Lao Wan's offspring, also turned out to be mutants themselves. Could it be that Master Wu has truly cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to an extraordinary level, resembling an ordinary person? A sense of unease bubbled within Dahai. Chapter 6. The abilities of Master Wu. After finishing breakfast, the group of brothers went to rest and digest their meal, while the eldest brother took Dahai on a tour of the martial arts school. Dahai gained a clear understanding of the layout of the facility. At the rear of the school lay the training ground, with the main buildings situated in front. Upon entering through the main gate, one would find the grand hall. To the west of the hall were the kitchen and dining area. Further westward was the lounge, filled with an array of books and entertainment facilities, including a ping-pong table, foosball, television, and home theater. To the east of the grand hall was the indoor training arena, spanning approximately 300 to 400 square meters, complete with a competition platform for practical use. Continuing eastward, there was a row of dormitories, each a private room. The resident apprentices of the school would stay there, and the eldest brother indicated that Dahai would also reside in that very space. Finally, the eldest brother pointed to an archway on the eastern wall of the dormitory, stating, that area belongs to our school as well. Master and I, along with Sister Lin, live over there. It then dawned on Dahai why he had not encountered Master Wu despite their roundabout exploration. The master was not within the school, but resided in a separate courtyard outside. Subsequently, the eldest brother led Dahai to the training ground, where he commenced teaching Dahai the foundational stance of the three-body posture. It must be said that the eldest brother's instruction was remarkably professional. Such professionalism came with high expectations. Dahai found himself prone to making mistakes if he let his guard down. Whenever Dahai faltered, the eldest brother would not only point it out, but would also physically assist him in correcting his posture. Standing at nearly 180 centimeters, Dahai felt like a mere child in the hands of the eldest brother, who could effortlessly lift him with a mere gesture. As Dahai earnestly practiced the stance, his fellow brothers arrived at the training ground to commence their own exercises. Some practiced the three-body posture, others focused on boxing techniques, and some trained with weapons. Among them, Lin Yi sought out Danielle to practice counter techniques. The most amusing sight was that of a petite figure by Ma, wielding an over 3-meter-long spear, performing dramatic flourishes with it. Do not be distracted by them. Your primary focus should be on maintaining your stance and cultivating your energy, the eldest brother reminded. Returning to his senses, Dahai resumed his stance. After approximately half an hour of rigorous practice, noticing that Dahai was struggling to persevere, the eldest brother allowed him to rise and introduced him to the 8 pieces of brocade. While the 8 pieces do not possess combat capabilities, they're ideal for promoting health. The practice would suit him perfectly. As he began demonstrating the 8 pieces of brocade, Dahai found the routine to be quite simple, consisting of just 8 movements, with significantly less stringent requirements than the stance. In less than an hour, Dahai was able to complete a full set of the 8 pieces. Observing Dahai execute the routine proficiently, the eldest brother nodded in satisfaction, contemplating Despite Dahai's frail physique, he exhibits a degree of understanding. He then advised Dahai, continue practicing the stance. When you grow weary, perform a few sets of the 8 pieces, alternating between the two. With that, he left Dahai to practice alone and walked towards Nyo and the others to provide guidance on their training. Thus, Dahai began to practice independently, completing 2 sets of the 8 pieces before returning to the stance. The sea stood in focused stillness, contemplating the key points imparted by his senior brother, when he suddenly noticed someone approaching. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a man in his 50s, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a robust physique. As the man walked, his posture remained erect, exuding an aura of confidence reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. The sea could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Surely, had this man lived in ancient times, he would have been an invincible general on the battlefield. Noticing the man's features bore a striking resemblance to those of his senior brother, he deduced that this must be Master Wu. Greetings, Master Wu. The sea maintained his stance while offering his salutation. Ah, and to you as well. You must be the new arrival, Dahai. Master Wu responded with an unexpectedly warm smile. The sea was taken aback. His senior brother usually wore a serious demeanor, seldom displaying levity. To discover that his father was so affable was a delightful surprise. Yes, I am indeed Dahai, he replied promptly. Master Wu nodded with a smile, then placed his hand upon Dahai's shoulder. The sea could not help but internally scoff, realizing that both father and son shared this particular tactic. He braced himself against the pressure. However, he soon felt as though an immense weight had descended upon him, and he nearly buckled under the force, his legs weakening as he was on the verge of collapsing. Unexpectedly, Master Wu swiftly grasped his shoulder, lifting him to prevent a fall. As Dahai struggled to regain his composure, Master Wu released him, saying, "Your physique is somewhat lacking, but fret not. With diligent practice, you shall restore your strength." He gave Dahai's shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to depart. Yet, Dahai was struck by a thought. He quickly resumed the stance of the 3-body post, all the while secretly concentrating on the heart of the traveler. Finally encountering Master Wu, how could he forego the opportunity to ascertain whether he possessed extraordinary abilities? Peering into the heart of the traveler, Dahai was elated to discover Master Wu's capabilities, precisely what he needed. Just as he prepared to replicate the ability, the heart of the traveler fell silent. Glancing up, he noticed that Master Wu had already advanced several meters away, indicating that the effective range of the heart of the traveler was approximately 5 meters. Dahai contemplated pursuing him, but hesitated, feeling it might appear abrupt. With the man already seen, he knew there would be ample opportunities in the future. Thus, he calmed his mind to examine Master Wu's information in detail. Indeed, Master Wu was a mutant classified as a level 3 mutant. Dahai was not surprised. Safeguarding such a bustling Chinatown, where even the gangsters dared not tread, surely required formidable strength. Master Wu's superpower was known as indestructible, a nod to his Chinese heritage. The name bore distinct Eastern characteristics, which elicited an internal chuckle from Dahai. The indestructible ability encompassed 3 skills: indestructible, gigantic strength, and self-healing. The indestructible skill provided extraordinary defensive capabilities. Gigantic strength bestowed immense power, and self-healing granted remarkable regenerative abilities. As Dahai absorbed the information from the heart of the traveler, his excitement grew. This was nothing short of omnipotence. Although these abilities paled in comparison to the green behemoths across all 3 dimensions, he realized he could enhance them. In the future, he aspired to elevate indestructible to level 4. No, at least a level 5. Thus, one could effortlessly press the stout green figure to the ground. When the time comes, who would still speak of frailty? The esteemed one is undoubtedly endowed with extraordinary talents. The next time I encounter him, I shall certainly replicate his abilities. This invincible being is destined to be mine. In his heart, Dahai resolutely made this decision. Subsequently, he continued his training with great enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Master Wu. However, to his surprise, Master Wu spoke a mere word to the senior brother before departing without further ado. Dahai felt a twinge of disappointment, but resolved to continue his training, believing that Master Wu could not evade him forever. As the sun grew increasingly intense, it became somewhat unbearable for Dahai. Yet, seeing Nyo and the others diligently practicing, he felt a bit reluctant to rest. Before long, it was nearly noon. At 11:30, they took a break. and at noon, the group gathered in the dining hall for lunch. Dahai noticed that Master Wu was still absent, but he felt no disappointment. There would be ample time in the future. To his astonishment, the lunch was quite simple: 2 dishes and a soup, accompanied by steamed buns. The dishes consisted of beef and lamb, while the soup was made of bean sprouts. The crucial detail was that the serving bowl was rather large. Dahai stared at the bowl, larger than a basin, filled to the brim with beef and lamb, speechless. This bowl must weigh at least several dozen pounds. Each person was given a small bowl for soup, with the freedom to take as much as they desired. As they began to eat, the senior brother specifically advised Dahai to consume lamb to replenish his yang energy. Dahai initially enjoyed half a small bowl of lamb, together with a piece of steamed bun, and slowly sipped the bean sprout soup while observing the performances of his senior brothers. Ultimately, he noticed that Dinyo consumed the most. He filled his small bowl with 2 full servings of beef, 1 of lamb for steamed buns, and a bowl of soup. Dahai couldn't help but marvel. This amounted to at least 6 or 7 pounds of meat. Suddenly, it occurred to Dahai that if this was the customary dining practice, $1,000 a month would undoubtedly be insufficient. The martial arts school was surely operating at a loss. Contemplating this, he looked at the senior brother with newfound admiration. These two, the senior brother and his father, truly had a deep affection for the martial arts school. After lunch, the senior brother reminded Dahai that training would commence again at 1:30 in the afternoon, instructing him to remain at the school to rest. He arranged for Dinyo to show Dahai to a room where he could take a nap. Once refreshed, they resumed training at 1:30, followed by dinner at 5:30. Dinner was relatively less extravagant. The evening continued with further training, and Dahai had the added task of consuming medicinal broth. After finishing the broth and training for nearly 2 more hours, Dahai finally returned to the small inn, weary yet fulfilled. The innkeeper, aware of Dahai's training at the martial arts school, greeted him warmly, as if he had become one of their own. Dahai couldn't help but reflect on the esteemed status of the Wu family martial arts school within Chinatown. Upon returning to his room, Dahai took a shower and went to bed. Exhausted, he felt a sense of assurance having clarified his upcoming goals. He slept soundly, undisturbed, until the alarm clock roused him at dawn. After refreshing myself, I arrived at the martial arts school at 7:30, slightly earlier than yesterday. The routine remained unchanged. I consumed medicinal broth and practiced the 8 sections of brocade. Following breakfast, I took a brief respite before resuming my martial arts training. I had lunch, rested, and began training again after 1:30, culminating in dinner. I drank medicinal broth, practiced martial arts, and returned home around 8 in the evening. Throughout the day, I did not encounter Master Wu, which left me feeling somewhat disheartened. On the 3rd day, the same routine persisted, yet Master Wu remained elusive, causing me to feel a sense of urgency. The 4th day arrived, and still, I had not seen Master Wu, leading to a restless night. By the 5th day, the weekend had drawn in over 20 newcomers to the martial arts school, a lively group of Chinese students eager to learn martial arts. However, my frustration grew after 4 consecutive days without seeing Master Wu. Eventually, I found a moment to discreetly inquire with Dinyo about Master Wu's absence. Dinyo explained, "Did you not know? That day, Master mentioned to senior brother that he would be traveling to California." He then added quietly, "Mistress resides in California. It is said there have been ongoing disputes between her and Master. Those like Dinyo, who regularly frequented the school and had genuinely apprenticed, refer to Master Wu as their master. In contrast, the likes of myself and Lu Peng, as recognized disciples, could only address him as Master Wu or Master. This distinction was something I had only grasped in the past few days. Upon hearing Dinyo's words, a wave of frustration washed over me. After all the anticipation, Master Wu had left. "Do you know when Master will return?" I pressed. "I cannot say," Dinyo replied, scratching his head. Gazing at his earnest expression, I felt somewhat at a loss. Very well, I conceded. There was no way to inquire with senior brother. I would have to wait patiently. In my frustration, I resolved silently. I shall remain at the martial arts school, even if it means staying for 3 months and renewing my membership. I refuse to believe he will not return. Chapter 7. A wish fulfilled. Having made this determination, I dedicated myself to daily practice at the martial arts school. I came to understand an essential truth. While possessing extraordinary abilities is advantageous, combat skills are equally crucial. Not everyone is a formidable fighter relying solely on brute strength. One cannot simply triumph through sheer force. With newfound focus, my progress in martial arts accelerated. observing my advancement in foundational stances. Senior brother introduced me to the 5-element fist: splitting, bouncing, drilling, cannon, and horizontal. In the era of information explosion from my past life, the 5-element fist was renowned. Each day, I not only practiced my punches, but also frequently observed senior brother instructing Neo and the others. I had not anticipated that senior brother, who typically bore a serious demeanor, could exhibit such adaptability in teaching martial arts. Despite Master Wu's specialization in Xingyi Quan, senior brother's guidance was eclectic, incorporating elements from Tai Chi, Bagua, Bajikwan, and even Shaolin and Wudong styles. Comparing their techniques and elucidating the variations in force and the distinctions from Xingyi Quan. After gazing at the sea for several days, I came to realize that what I once believed to be the true essence of martial arts, stamina and forms, are merely the foundational skills. The genuine inheritance of martial arts predominantly lies in various free fighting techniques. In fact, the number of free fighting techniques in a particular discipline often surpasses the forms by several folds. I have heard from esteemed practitioners that the forms of Xingyi Quan consist of the 5 elements and 12 postures. Yet the free fighting techniques comprise over 200 distinct moves. Each of these techniques possesses specific power generation techniques and methods of attack. This constitutes the true legacy of martial arts. Moreover, the ultimate secret of a martial art often resides in footwork. Only with precise footwork can one maximize the effectiveness of each technique and remain invincible. An old adage states, "To teach boxing without teaching footwork is akin to teaching a master to die," which aptly illustrates this principle. These insights were imparted by the seasoned practitioners, who have always engaged in their training by the sea, allowing me to surreptitiously learn alongside them. As 2 weeks swiftly passed, I began to perceive a noticeable enhancement in my physical strength. Particularly during my stances, I finally experienced the invigorating sensation that my senior brother had described. Elated, I devoted myself with even greater fervor to my training. One morning during practice, my fellow practitioner suddenly informed me, "The master has returned. Today he will likely assess our progress. Pay attention, or you may face consequences." My previously calm demeanor surged with excitement. At last, that old fellow has returned. Will the assessment take place? I inquired eagerly. "It should be shortly after breakfast," he replied, oblivious to my anxiety, assuming I was merely apprehensive about the evaluation. "Do not worry. You are new here, and as long as you perform normally, you will not be penalized." Following this, my focus during training wavered. At breakfast, Master Wu was absent, and I hastily consumed my meal. After a brief respite, I joined a group at the training ground. From a distance, I spotted Master Wu seated in a grand armchair beside the Taiji diagram, with my senior brother standing quietly behind him. The atmosphere clearly indicated an impending assessment. My heart raced with anticipation. He has finally returned. Today, I must seize the opportunity to replicate his extraordinary abilities. I resolved silently as I approached to greet them along with the others. Master Wu greeted us warmly. Good. All is well," he continued. "I have been away for over 20 days. I wonder how your training has progressed. Today, we shall observe your advancements." We responded in unison. I then noticed everyone moving to the opposite side of the Taiji diagram, lining up to face Master Wu. I felt compelled to join them, though I longed to be closer to Master Wu. Seeing the distance between us filled me with unease. No, what if Master Wu departs again? Must I wait another 20 days? I must devise a plan to approach him, I thought to myself. Meanwhile, my fellow practitioner had already begun demonstrating the 5 elements and 12 postures, the foundational skills of Xingyi Quan. I looked up to watch him perform, feeling a sense of admiration. Indeed, he possessed remarkable skills. Upon completing his demonstration, he was met with a flurry of praise. After finishing his training, Daniel was called over by the senior brother to stand behind Master Wu. Dahan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. However, to his surprise, the senior brother gestured for a man named Lu Shuai, who stood in the second position, to step forward. Lu Shuai was just under 1.8 meters tall, neither too fat nor too thin, and generally quite lively. As Dahan observed Lu Shuai begin his routine, he resolved to seize the opportunity next time. Unfortunately, just as Lu Shuai completed the 5 elements fist, Master Wu halted him. "Stop. No need to continue," Master Wu declared with a stern expression. "Your technique was the same 3 months ago, and it remains unchanged now. You've shown no progress whatsoever." He then turned to the senior brother and commanded, Go fetch a bowl of water. Pointing at the frozen Lu Shuai, he added harshly, you will squat in a horse stance over there, and you may rise only when the sun sets. Dahan was taken aback. This is too harsh. He must hold the bowl until dark, and it's still morning. The senior brother hurried off to retrieve the bowl, while Lu Shuai obediently moved aside to assume the horse stance. Observing the scene, the onlookers were hesitant to approach, creating a tense atmosphere. This is my chance, Dahan thought gleefully, stepping forward to declare, I will do it. Master Wu nodded in approval. Without concern for the others, Dahan advanced to the center and began demonstrating the 5 elements fist. He was diligent, aware that any mistake could lead to punishment, completely severing his connection with Master Wu. Thus, he focused intently on his performance. With a series of strikes, chop, leap, drill, cannon, and horizontal, Dahan practiced the 5 elements fist, repeating the sequence 2 or 3 times. Upon finishing, he looked towards Master Wu, who nodded in satisfaction. Well, you have managed to practice the 5 elements fist to this extent in less than a month. Your dedication is commendable. Next, hearing the approval, Dahan felt a surge of excitement. He respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude towards Master Wu, then moved to stand behind him, his legs trembling with exhilaration. Fortunately, Dahan managed to maintain his composure, unaware that Dainyu was exchanging knowing glances with him. As Dahan approached Dainyu, the latter noticed his friend's heightened excitement and gently patted Dahan on the shoulder without saying a word. It was only when Dahan felt the pat that he snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He then shifted his focus away from the ongoing demonstrations, directing his thoughts towards the heart of the traveler, beginning to replicate Master Wu's abilities. Focusing intently on Master Wu, he silently chanted, replicate. The replication process unfolded swiftly, and moments later, a golden human silhouette appeared within the heart of the traveler. Dahan knew he had succeeded in the replication, and now, with a mere thought, he could merge this imprint with himself. Yet he hesitated. Who could anticipate the changes that might occur upon the initial fusion of super abilities? Clearly, this was not the place for such an endeavor. As he continued to observe the martial assessments, Dahan silently wished for time to pass more swiftly, eager to return and merge his newfound power. The assessment lasted less than an hour, and ultimately only the individual named Lu Shuai was penalized. After the evaluation concluded, Master Wu did not depart, instead choosing to personally guide everyone through various techniques, elucidating each move in an accessible manner. Initially, Dahai had eagerly anticipated meeting Master Wu, but now found him quite bothersome, lacking the inclination to absorb his teachings, wishing instead for a swift conclusion. At last, noon arrived. Dahai had intended to utilize the midday break to merge his abilities, but for the sake of caution, he decided to return to the small inn instead. He hastily requested leave from his senior brother, explaining that he had matters to attend to in the afternoon. His senior brother, not suspecting anything amiss, insisted that Dahai finish lunch before heading back. However, Dahai had no appetite for a meal and hurriedly bid farewell, returning to the inn in haste. Upon arrival, Dahai swiftly secured the doors and windows, then sat at the edge of the bed, taking deep breaths to calm himself. As he prepared, a thought crossed his mind. He recalled novels frequently depicting the process of cleansing one's meridians and marrow, often accompanied by a foul, greasy sludge. With determination, he turned and seated himself on the floor. Thus begins my divine journey, Dahai exclaimed, akin to a solemn vow. He immersed his consciousness in the heart of the traveler, silently intoning the word, merge. Suddenly, the golden silhouette imprint upon the heart of the traveler lifted and surged towards him. Instantly, Dahai felt a warm current enveloping his entire being. This feels rather pleasant, he mused. Before long, the warmth intensified, growing larger and hotter. Dahai gritted his teeth, understanding that this was a necessary ordeal. After a second, he could no longer endure it, exhaling sharply as if a steam engine resided within him. I should have immersed myself in water, he lamented, feeling as though flames ignited from within. He struggled to rise, but his limbs betrayed him, and he collapsed to the ground. Dahai felt as if he were ablaze, unable to move his hands or feet, and even his voice failed him. Soon, his consciousness blurred and he fainted. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until he was roused by a cacophony. Who is so inconsiderate? Dahai wondered, opening his eyes in confusion. He soon realized that the soundproofing of the inn was rather commendable. Today, every noise was remarkably clear. As he regained his senses, he discovered that the merging of his abilities had been successful. Attuning to the transformations within his body, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort and vitality coursing through him. His mind exceptionally lucid. Unable to contain himself, Dahai rose to assess his condition. As he pushed against the ground, his body unexpectedly propelled him a meter or two into the air. He let out a startled shriek, landing clumsily back on the floor, stabilizing himself. Dahai stood frozen in place, astonished by his newfound strength, while also fearful of attracting attention to his earlier predicament. Remaining silent, he listened intently to the sound around him. It was then that he realized his hearing had remarkably improved. The occupants above continued their activities, while the neighbors slept, their breaths distinctly audible, accompanied by the scurrying of a mouse. Downstairs, someone is taking a shower, humming a tune, and, judging by the voice, it is a young woman. Outside the window, the street is bustling with people coming and going. It is at this moment that Dahan realizes that night has fallen. After listening for a while, he regains his focus and gently turns on the light, his movements tender, fearful of inadvertently causing any trouble. Chapter 8. Departure. Upon illuminating the room, Dahan discovers that he has grown significantly taller and sturdier. Looking down, he notices his impressive chest muscles, and his arms appear at least twice as thick as before. In astonishment, he exclaims, "What the hell?" He then strides towards the bathroom to gaze into the mirror and ascertain the extent of his transformation. As he reaches the bathroom door, he pushes it open. With a resounding bang, the wooden door is propelled forward, creating a hole. Instinctively retracting his hand, he inadvertently brings the entire door crashing down. Dahan feels a surge of frustration, yet refrains from any sudden movements. He carefully sets the door aside and tiptoes into the bathroom, cautiously switching on the light. Like a thief, he avoids touching anything, gingerly making his way to the mirror. Staring at his reflection, he is incredulous. By day, he appeared as a slender reed, yet by night, he possesses a physique akin to that of a bodybuilder. Is it merely the replication of a superpower that has brought about such an exaggerated change? Comparing his height, Dahan realizes he has grown by at least 10 centimeters. Now, standing at nearly 1.90 meters, he is clad in a training outfit that was once loose but now clings tightly to him. Observing his reflection, he notes that his physique closely resembles that of Master Wu, with broad shoulders and long arms, and even his features have become sharply defined. Previously, Dahan's appearance was delicate, but now it exudes a striking charisma. Momentarily, he grapples with the realization. Not only has he replicated a power, but he has also mirrored the physical appearance that accompanies it. His thoughts drift to the Blue Devil with spatial abilities, and he shudders at the thought of himself transforming into a blue figure. Quickly, he immerses his mind in the heart of the traveler within his consciousness to assess the situation. He observes a flicker of azure light on the surface of the heart of the traveler, and it dawns on him that this transformation is a result of his first power replication, particularly one related to his physicality, prompting the heart of the traveler to aid in his bodily transformation. He realizes that future power replications will not alter his appearance. Feeling considerably reassured, he delves deeper into the specifics of his newfound superpower, Indestructible. Level 3 Talent Ability. Indestructible, it comprises 3 skills. 1. Indomitable. Grants you extraordinary defensive capabilities, enabling you to withstand any caliber of firearm. However, be cautious of missiles. They can indeed be lethal. 2. Titan Strength. Bestows upon you boundless strength, allowing you to lift heavy tanks as if they were mere toys. 3. Invulnerability. Endows you with remarkable regenerative abilities, permitting you to heal within minutes from all but the most severe injuries. Although it may not rival Wolverine's instantaneous healing, it is sufficient to safeguard one's life. As Dahai scrutinized the increasingly detailed description, a certain realization struck him with astonishment. This entity possesses intelligence. The heart of the traveler is imbued with wisdom. It can even read my thoughts. Otherwise, it would not be aware of Wolverine. Dahai pondered, perplexed. If this being possesses intelligence, why does it remain silent? Is its intellect feeble, or does it harbor ulterior motives? If its intelligence is indeed limited, then there is no cause for concern. However, if there are hidden intentions, That could complicate matters. Dahai reflected on his current predicament, realizing he was entirely reliant on the heart of the traveler, feeling momentarily helpless. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. Regardless of any ulterior motives, action would only be taken once he had gained strength. Thus, he decided to set this matter aside, silently committing it to memory. For now, he would focus on himself. Clenching his fist with great force, he felt the immense power coursing through him, as if he could effortlessly shatter the wall before him. Dahai's blood surged with excitement, and he found himself yearning to roar and seek out a worthy opponent for a grand battle. Fortunately, he possessed a modicum of composure, gradually adjusting his breathing and calming his fervor. After a moment, a pressing thought struck him. With such a drastic transformation, how would he face the world outside? Overnight, he had morphed from a slender figure into a formidable man, having grown over 10 centimeters. It would be glaringly obvious that something was amiss, likely leading to speculations about his mutation. The public's attitude towards mutants was notoriously grim, and Dahai had personally endured the terror inflicted by them. While there were 3 mutants at the martial arts school, they remained concealed, but he had no means to hide. It seemed that fleeing was his only option. Dahai lamented. However, there was a silver lining. Now he possessed the capability to venture forth into the world of mutants, which was uniquely advantageous. He resolved to quickly acquire 4 distinct abilities. The thought invigorated him. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was past midnight. He reasoned that he was unlikely to encounter anyone familiar at this hour. Dahai swiftly gathered his belongings, donning a loose-fitting outfit, while his trousers remained those of a martial arts practitioner, as he had no suitable alternatives. He discarded unnecessary items, first aid supplies, compressed biscuits, and the bulletproof vest he had originally worn. Cash was all he needed. Opening the drawer, he spotted the Glock pistol nestled alongside the money and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he would likely have no further use for it. With that, Dahai unloaded the bullets, exerting force with both hands to crumple the gun into a mass of scrap metal. Gazing at his handiwork, he couldn't suppress a mischievous grin. Next, he placed the cash and his phone, acquired from Nino, into his bag. After a moment's consideration, he added the mangled pistol and magazine, planning to dispose of them later. He then retrieved his tactical dagger and turned to leave. Upon reaching the ground floor, Dahai noticed the absence of staff at the small hotel as front desk and thought it fortuitous. He slipped away without hesitation. As he stepped onto the street, Dahai felt a sense of relief wash over him. The bustling surroundings of Chinatown faded behind him without a familiar face in sight. After orienting himself, he made his way to a nearby second-hand car market, intent on acquiring a vehicle. In this world, devoid of an identity, he was unable to board an airplane and could only escape Portland by car. Upon arriving at the second-hand car market, he found the expansive yard shrouded in darkness, the workers having long since departed. After circling the premises and confirming the absence of anyone, he prepared to enter and procure a vehicle. Approaching the entrance, he discovered the gate secured by a heavy iron chain. With a twist of his hand, he snapped it open. Inside the yard, he spotted a nearly new Ford, conveniently located near the gate. However, a dilemma arose: how to start the car without a key. Having never stolen a vehicle in his life, Dahai felt at a loss. He resorted to kicking the office door in search of the key. Fortunately, it hung alone on the wall, and without hesitation, he seized it and made his way to the car. To his delight, the fuel tank was full. His luck seemed to be turning. Unbeknownst to Dahai, this Ford was not meant for sale. It belonged to the owner of the car market, who had merely parked it there for a personal matter. Nevertheless, Dahai was blissfully unaware of this fact, and would have expressed his gratitude regardless. He set off towards the outskirts of the city, his mind already racing with plans to head to Vancouver, just beyond Portland. He intended to spend a few days in Vancouver to acclimate to his newfound abilities before seeking out other mutants. Although unfamiliar with the route, he knew that following the Portland Ring Road north would lead him directly to Vancouver. Once outside the city, Dahai found himself increasingly adept at driving, eventually accelerating to exhilarating speeds. Despite possessing only defensive, strength, and self-healing capabilities, the enhancement to his overall abilities was profound. His vision and reflexes sharpened significantly, allowing him to drive with increasing confidence. With the evening traffic sparse, he pushed the speedometer to 200 kilometers per hour. Had it not been for the unsettling sensation of the car becoming airborne, he might have gone even faster. It was only when a moment of excitement caused him to wrench the steering wheel that he moderated his speed. Nonetheless, by dawn, He had made the 400-kilometer journey to Vancouver in a mere 5 hours. Finding a secluded spot in the city, he abandoned the car, aware that it was stolen and could not be used indefinitely. He calculated that it would take at least 2 weeks for the police to track it down. Next, Dahai sought out a 24-hour fast food establishment to satiate his hunger. Having not eaten since noon the previous day, he was ravenous. He devoured more than a dozen large hamburgers before finally feeling full. One cannot help but exclaim, "At last, my appetite has finally matched that of the formidable bulls." Subsequently, the Sea recalled the need to inform Lu Peng and his companions. Thus he made calls to both Lu Peng and the senior brother. He mentioned that a relative had arrived, and he would be departing with them. Before concluding the conversation, the senior brother reminded him to take good care of his health, advising him to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Once everything was settled, the Sea first procured a second-hand car. For navigating life in America, without one is indeed quite inconvenient. He then purchased a map of Vancouver from a newsstand, embarking on a quest to find suitable locations for exercise. To be honest, ever since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, the Sea had been exceedingly cautious, even refraining from making large movements while walking. He was in urgent need of a proper venue to test the limits of his invulnerability and unleash some pent-up energy. Chapter 9. Invulnerability. After several hours of searching, the Sea finally discovered an abandoned quarry located on the eastern outskirts of Vancouver, surrounded by desolate terrain for miles, ensuring no one would intrude. The vastness of the quarry was perfect for him to experiment with his newfound strength. He parked the car aside, excitement coursing through him as he approached the quarry entrance, now overgrown with vines. It had been over a year since anyone had set foot here. Without any intention of opening the gate, he took a deep breath, mimicking the movements of a superhero, squatted down, and leapt upward with all his might. Initially startled by his rapid ascent, the Sea soon found exhilaration as he gazed at the expanding horizon beneath him, letting out wild shouts of joy. He estimated that he had jumped at least 30 to 40 meters high. As his viewpoint elevated, he surveyed the quarry and its surroundings for several kilometers. Soon, he began to descend, feeling a twinge of panic, and with a resounding thud, he landed, having leaped an impressive 60 to 70 meters. The aging concrete ground cracked beneath his feet, debris scattering in all directions, and his shoes were torn to shreds. With no time to lament his footwear, he stomped twice and immediately crouched down again, launching himself into the air once more. The quarry echoed with his exuberant cries as he leapt about with abandon. After a considerable duration of ecstatic jumping, he finally ceased, confirming that he could now leap nearly 100 meters in distance and approximately 60 to 70 meters in height when launching straight up. Having established his jumping prowess, the Sea turned his attention to testing his strength. The quarry was abundant with stones, and he approached a massive rectangular boulder measuring over 3 meters in length, nearly 2 meters in height, and more than a meter in thickness, remarkably uniform in shape. He extended his hand and gave it a push. The stone swayed backward, its base lifting as if it might topple over with just a little more effort. Retracting his hand, he pushed again, and the stone wobbled once more. The Sea marveled, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? This is not a stone, but rather a somewhat heavy foam box." As the ocean pushed with its left hand and extended its right hand beneath the stone, it exerted a slight force, causing the entire rock to rise effortlessly. The ocean, holding the massive boulder, felt an unsettling sense of unreality, as if it were merely lifting a large piece of foam, which might shatter under the slightest pressure. The stone felt remarkably light, and with each touch, it seemed increasingly like mere buoyant material. The ocean tossed the boulder slightly into the air and caught it again. After weighing its heft a few times, it confidently concluded that its strength was extraordinary. It set the stone down, circled around it, and calculated its dimensions by multiplying its length, width, and height, then multiplying the result by the stone's density of 37. Thus, the ocean deduced that the stone weighed approximately 30 tons, incredulously exclaiming, "I have lifted a 30-ton stone, and it felt so light." In a burst of excitement, the ocean hoisted the stone once more and hurled it forcefully, sending it soaring 30 to 40 meters before shattering upon impact. Clenching its fist, the ocean exuberantly shouted, "Ah, ah." After nearly a month of cautious navigation through this realm, always fearful of an untimely demise, it finally felt liberated, unable to contain its exhilaration any longer. The ocean approached a boulder standing half its height, and with a mighty fist, struck downwards. With a resounding crash, akin to a hammer striking glass, the stone exploded into fragments. Swiftly, the ocean moved to nearby rocks, delivering punches and kicks, or lifting and throwing them with abandon. The quarry erupted with a cacophony of sounds as debris flew in all directions. After a vigorous outburst of energy, the ocean paused to catch its breath, seated atop a stone, musing, in terms of sheer strength, I must be nearly unbeatable in this world. In the entire mutant realm, aside from the red tank, who could possibly possess greater strength than I? Steel Titan cannot compare. His power surely pales in comparison to mine. Heh. Yet, it cautioned itself. I must not become too arrogant. This world is filled with extraordinary abilities. Vigilance is still paramount. However, it is time to venture forth, seek out mutants, and swiftly replicate superpowers. What abilities should it duplicate next? The physical resilience akin to an indestructible diamond would suffice. Then, spatial manipulation was essential. This must be acquired. Additionally, a capacity for immense offensive power paired with a wide-area attack capability was also necessary for a complete ascendance, compelling all to address it with utmost respect. Lord Ocean. As the ocean indulged in its daydreams, a sudden rumble emanated from its stomach. Glancing at the sky, it realized dusk had fallen, and it had not eaten all day. In this vast world, sustenance was paramount. The ocean rose to return home, only to realize, wait, I have no place to stay tonight. It glanced at its tattered clothing and shoes. Squatting down, it leaped. 3 consecutive jumps later, the ocean landed perfectly beside a vehicle, grinning in satisfaction at its precision. As it approached and pulled open the door, however, it applied too much force, warping the door in the process. Darn it, the ocean thought, then cautiously bent the door back into place. Upon entering the vehicle, Dahai gently closed the door, noting that the gap was somewhat larger than expected. Fortunately, the issue was minor and manageable. After procuring clothing and shoes from shopping mall and indulging in a fast food meal, Dahai resolved to seek out accommodations. After careful consideration, he decided on a motel situated in proximity to the quarry, as he needed to frequently practice harnessing his newfound powers there. Upon arrival at the motel, Dahai harbored concerns regarding his identity. However, the proprietor did not inquire further. Presenting $500, he indicated his intention for a long-term stay. The motel owner, visibly pleased, escorted Dahai to a spacious room on the top floor, proclaiming it to be the most suitable for him, albeit at a rate of $50 per night, in contrast to the $20 rate of other rooms. Unfazed, Dahai nonchalantly produced another $500. The owner, taken aback with delight, promptly handed over the key, allowing him to check in immediately. After taking a shower and settling onto the bed, Dahai began to contemplate his strategic ascent. The only one aware of his spatial abilities, the Blue Devil, was likely captured by Stryker and incarcerated. The formidable Cyclops was under the watchful eye of the professor at the Mutant Academy. The most potent collective abilities resided with Magneto and the professor, with Magneto's whereabouts unknown, presumably in prison. The professor, however, was the individual Dahai feared most in the mutant realm, without contest. Moreover, the invincible Phoenix Force was also at the Mutant Academy. Frustrated by these thoughts, Dahai inadvertently struck his thigh, applying too much force and nearly collapsing the bed beneath him. He quickly halted his movement, cautiously surveying his surroundings before releasing a sigh of relief. A moment of reflection led him to conclude that if necessary, he could seek alternative abilities. The myriad powers of mutants were abundant, and as long as he found a suitable replacement, he could replicate it and enhance it. With this realization, Dahai prepared for sleep, prioritizing the mastery of his powers as the most pressing task ahead. Early the next morning, he ventured out for breakfast before heading to the quarry for practice. Dahai spent the entire day at the quarry, engaging in various exercises such as lifting stones, practicing jumps, and running. He discovered he could run remarkably fast, although he struggled to stop. Later, Dahai stumbled upon an abandoned stretch of railway, presumably once used for transporting stones. Intrigued, he gripped one end of a rail and exerted upward pressure, producing a cacophony of sounds as the rivets detached. Thereafter, he wielded the rail like a spear, mimicking the movements of a white horse from his martial arts training. In a moment of excessive zeal, he snapped the 15-meter rail, reducing it to 5 or 6 meters, yet it felt more manageable. Subsequently, Dahai practiced the 5 elements 12 forms. Along with other techniques he had surreptitiously learned from the martial arts school. Ultimately, he discovered that standing meditation proved most effective for mastering his own strength. The foundational requirement of the 3-body posture was mental concentration, achieving unity of body, mind, and spirit to cultivate internal energy. To my astonishment, the sudden surge of power within the ocean had proven remarkably effective in mastering one's own abilities. In the following 5 or 6 days, the ocean embarked on daily excursions, returning home late each evening. Through relentless practice, the ocean's command over its newfound strength became increasingly adept. While not yet perfect, it at least ensured that no objects were harmed in the process. In recent days, the ocean would return each day to peruse the newspapers at the motel's front desk, yearning for information regarding mutants. Yet, aside from reports of horrific incidents attributed to mutants and the associated death toll, no other news surfaced. Resolutely, the ocean decided to restrict its training to the mornings, dedicating its afternoons and evenings to a search for mutants. In the days that followed, the ocean roamed the chaotic locales of Vancouver, bars, nightclubs, and slums, spending 3 or 4 consecutive days exploring numerous venues, yet failing to encounter a single mutant. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck, or perhaps mutants were simply scarce. One midnight, while enjoying a drink at a bar, the ocean scrutinized the incoming patrons, discerning any potential mutants among them. Suddenly, an awareness flickered within, a spark of azure illumination coursing through its heart. When the ocean regained its senses, it realized that a month had slipped by, and the opportunity to return was at hand. With a slight smile, it mused, return? Not a chance. I shall not go until I have gathered all 4 powers. Who knows what world awaits me next? What if it holds no extraordinary abilities? Surveying the bar one last time, it seemed unlikely that a mutant would appear this evening, prompting the ocean to rise and retire for the night. There appeared to be no mutants to be found in such places. Thus, it resolved to seek out the local gangs starting tomorrow. Upon returning to the small motel, the ocean approached the door, only to find it swinging open unexpectedly. Stunned for a moment, it quickly discerned that the lock had been severed, with distinct scorch marks indicating the use of a specialized cutting tool. Pushing the door open, the sight that met its eyes was utter disarray. Drawers lay ajar, and its backpack was overturned and strewn across the floor. Clearly, it had been robbed. What the hell? I've been robbed, the ocean exclaimed incredulously. Ever since acquiring its superpowers, it had felt invincible. Yet after days of searching for mutants, frustration had inevitably set in. The thief had unwittingly found themselves at the mercy of the ocean's wrath. By all that is sacred, I shall not let you live. How else can I navigate this world? The ocean declared fiercely. Then a thought struck. It recalled that within its purse lay over $20,000, all minted post 2000. Given that this world was still in the year 2000, anyone discerning the origin of that currency would undoubtedly view it as a treasure from the future. If this were to come to light, the ocean would become even more conspicuous than the mutants themselves. Chapter 10. The Thief 1. With that in mind, the ocean promptly turned on its heels to confront the motel owner, who conveniently remained at the front desk. Approaching the proprietor, the ocean wasted no time. Seizing the portly man by his collar and hoisting him off the ground, pinning him against the wall. My room has been burglarized, and a significant amount of money has been stolen. Did you do it? The towering figure of Dahai, filled with fury, loomed over the boss. Akin to a menacing monkey, Dahai resembled an enraged lion, ready to pounce at any moment. The boss, nearly driven to madness, desperately exclaimed, "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me," as if genuinely fearing for his life at the hands of Dahai. Dahai, however, likely suspected that the boss was innocent. If he were the perpetrator, there would have been no need for a cutting machine, as he already possessed a key. Thus, Dahai merely sought to probe the situation. He then released the boss and, maintaining a stern demeanor, addressed him. "My room's lock was severed by a cutting machine, and all the money within has been stolen. Do you know who might be responsible?" The boss hurriedly retorted, "I have no idea. How could I possibly know?" He appeared apprehensive, as if fearing Dahai's disbelief. "As a hotel owner, I certainly wouldn't want a thief in my establishment. It would tarnish my business. Where's the surveillance footage? I demand to see it." Dahai insisted, and upon realizing the boss had no further arguments to present, he pressed for the video. The boss, unable to refuse, escorted Dahai to the monitoring room. Inside, Dahai seated himself to examine the footage, while the boss dutifully stood by. Fortunately, there was a camera at the staircase on the third floor, so Dahai began his review from the moment he had departed that morning, fast-forwarding through the video. He observed that very few individuals ascended to the third level. The majority of the motel's guests remained on the first and second floors. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he spotted someone making their way upstairs. The boss quickly interjected, asserting that this individual was certainly not a thief, but rather their cleaner. It was not until he continued to review the footage around 7 o'clock that he noticed a slender young black man ascending to the third floor. Dahai immediately discerned that the individual possessed a shifty demeanor, clearly untrustworthy. He halted the video, replaying it to capture a frontal image of the thief, then inquired of the boss, "Do you recognize this person?" The boss feigned ignorance, claiming that the individual had indeed appeared suspicious while ascending the stairs, insisting that he must be the thief who stole Dahai's belongings. As the boss began to deflect responsibility, he suggested, "We should report this to the authorities. With the image, we can swiftly apprehend this criminal." Dahai regarded the boss with a cold stare, causing him to fall silent. "Whoever dares to steal from me will face my wrath personally," Dahai asserted decisively. He then captured a screenshot of the thief's image and, with the boss's assistance, printed a copy. "Not bad. It's barely discernible," he mused, putting away the image of the thief before driving directly to a nearby gang stronghold. Over the past few days, Dahai had gathered substantial information about the gang situation in Vancouver, learning of numerous factions that collectively govern the city's underworld. The gang he sought was known as the Black Dragon Gang, a rather pedestrian name for a small faction that only exerted control over a limited area surrounding the motel. As the saying goes, every creature has its own path. This particular thief, operating in the vicinity of the motel, was likely known to the Black Dragon Gang to some extent. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of a bar, where Dahai parked to the side. This establishment was known as the Black Dragon Bar, a stronghold of the Black Dragon Gang. Without hesitation, Dahai entered the bar. Inside, the atmosphere was tranquil, with only 5 or 6 patrons engaged in conversation over drinks. They awaited dealings in narcotics, as the primary business of the Black Dragon Gang revolved around drug trafficking. Given that it was already late into the night, Dahai surmised that the bar was predominantly frequented by gang members. After all, at such an hour, only addicts or the gang's own personnel would venture here. Scanning the surroundings, Dahai turned and closed the bar's entrance, then dragged a tall iron rack from beside the door to barricade it. His actions startled the few individuals inside, and upon witnessing Dahai block the entrance, an ominous feeling enveloped the room. The bartender, displaying remarkable composure, brandished a shotgun at Dahai, demanding, "What do you intend to do? Are you seeking death?" In response, Dahai unfurled an image of a thief and inquired, "Has anyone seen this man? He has stolen from me. If you recognize him, you may live. If not, none of you shall escape." Dahai's words dripped with menace. The bartender, unperturbed by Dahai's bravado, pulled the trigger. A gunshot echoed through the bar. The sound jolted Dahai's mind, rendering him momentarily frozen. Although endowed with the extraordinary ability to withstand cannon fire, facing a gunshot was a novel experience. With a resounding thud, the bullet struck his chest. To his surprise, it felt as though someone had merely poked him lightly. There was no pain. The deformed bullet subsequently clattered to the ground, leaving the others in stunned silence. This sound roused Dahai from his reverie, and upon inspecting the hole in his shirt and the misshapen bullet on the floor, a broad smile crept across his face. He laughed uproariously. The patrons gasped, exclaiming, "He is a mutant, a monster, a terrorist, a mutant." In a frenzy, they scattered. The bartender, maintaining his composure, fired another shot at Dahai. However, still caught in his manic laughter, Dahai evaded the shot with a swift movement, leaping over 4 meters. He landed before one of the patrons and, with a powerful punch, unleashed a devastating blow. The impact was akin to a cannon blast, propelling the struck individual across the room, crashing into a cabinet behind the bartender, where he became grotesquely wedged, blood gushing from his mouth. The scene fell into complete silence. Realizing he had exerted excessive force, Dahai contemplated the need for further inquiries. Thus, he seized the back of a nearby chair, stomped down, and dismantled it. Grasping a chair leg, he prepared to continue, when suddenly the remaining patrons dropped to their knees in panic, pleading, "Do not kill us. We surrender. We surrender." Dahai turned to look at the bartender, who dared not move, his hands gripping a shotgun, slowly raised above his head. Moments latte. Dahai commanded a few individuals to kneel in a line. He retrieved the image of the thief and placed it before them, saying, "Does anyone recognize this person? He has stolen from me. Whoever knows him or his whereabouts, I shall release you." The individuals accepted the image, immediately forming a circle as they began to scrutinize the thief's likeness, whispering amongst themselves. At that moment, a loud bang echoed. Dahai felt a bullet strike the back of his head. "Damn, how dare you shoot at my head?" he exclaimed, feeling the pain and turning around in fury. There stood a tall, stout black man at the bar's rear door, wielding a handgun aimed directly at Dahai. In a fit of rage, Dahai charged forward, seeking vengeance. The black man, seeing Dahai approaching, fired 2 more shots in quick succession. Undeterred by the bullets, Dahai dashed forward, seizing the handgun with his left hand and grasping the man's collar with his right, lifting him off the ground. "How dare you strike my head? Speak. How do you wish to die?" Dahai growled menacingly, as if poised to take a life. The black man, astonished, inhaled sharply, puffing out his cheeks as if to spit. Dahai, both startled and enraged, thought, "You son of a dog. You dare to spit at me." He promptly slammed the man to the ground, dodging a large glob of phlegm. The black man crashed to the floor, spewing a copious amount of blood, convulsing uncontrollably. Dahai was taken aback, realizing he had not killed him with that throw. He knew that such a fall could easily reduce an ordinary person to a pulp. Dahai then noticed that the blood the man had expelled had corroded the floor, leaving a small pit. "What the hell? He is a mutant," Dahai thought, astonished that the very mutant he had been searching for had appeared before him. This mutant must surely be the leader of the Black Dragon gang. He considered the likelihood of other mutants existing within Vancouver's various gangs. Gazing at the mutant leader on the ground, Dahai's thoughts wandered. He then glanced around the hall, noticing the other Black Dragon gang members peering over, and upon meeting Dahai's gaze, they hastily knelt in a row once more. Dahai then focused his mind on the heart of the traveler, examining the black man's abilities. To his surprise, the black man was a level 2 mutant, possessing the unique ability of Black Dragon mimicry. He had 2 skills. One was the ability to expel venom, as he had just demonstrated, and the other was enhanced skin durability. This man had concealed his mutant identity, relying on his resilient skin, with strength and defense far surpassing that of an ordinary person, thus becoming a prominent figure in the gang. It was this very skill that had prevented Dahai from killing him with that throw. Dahai regarded the man's abilities with a sense of regret. His own defenses were far superior to the black man's. As for the venomous breath, had it been the flames of the red dragon, the frost of the white dragon, or the lightning of the blue dragon, he would have readily replicated those powers. However, the black dragon's venom was a repugnant substance. The sea gazed at the now motionless black man, gently nudging him with his foot and uttering, "If you are not dead, rise swiftly." To his dismay, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood, cursing under his breath. The sea grasped the man's leg and dragged him into the bar's main hall. The henchmen of the Black Dragon gang knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a word, their bodies trembling slightly. Could they not be afraid? The unfortunate soul that had just been killed by the sea still hung upon the wall. Now, their usually formidable leader lay on ground, teetering on the brink of death. Noticing their silence, the sea inquired, "Does anyone recognize this thief?" The bartender spoke up, "I've seen him. He has visited our bar before." Instantly invigorated, the sea pressed on. "Where is he now?" The bartender replied, "I do not know. He only ever spoke with our leader, who is the only one familiar with him." He pointed at the black man sprawled on the floor. The sea furrowed his brow, contemplating whether the man spoke the truth or was merely attempting to save his leader's life. He then pointed at the black leader, asking, "Are you aware that he is a mutant?" The astonished expressions on their faces did not seem feigned. They were genuinely shaken by this revelation. "You must awaken him," the sea commanded. After a moment's thought, he added, "If he fails to regain consciousness, I shall end your lives." The henchmen of the Black Dragon gang immediately sprang into action, encircling the unconscious man. They began to pat and press on him, even administering artificial respiration. Remarkably, these rascals displayed a sense of camaraderie. The sea observed their careful attempts to revive their leader with a sense of unspoken admiration. However, just as the sea finished his reflection, he witnessed the bartender rise and grab a chilled bottle of beer from the bar, dousing it over the black man's head. Chapter 11. The thief, too, contracted for an exponential increase after a considerable time. They indeed succeeded in reviving the Black Leader. Under the looming threat of death, he divulged his information clearly. The thief, known by the moniker Zorro, was indeed the legendary hero Zorro. He was a notorious thief in Vancouver, adept at acquiring valuable items. The Black Dragon Gang had repeatedly assisted in disposing of his stolen goods. Thus, the Black Leader was acquainted with Zorro. Furthermore, he divulged that Zorro had a hideout located in a nearby abandoned building. Finally, the C posed the most pressing question to the Black Leader. Do you know any other mutants? The Black Leader attempted to feign ignorance, saying, "What mutants? How could I possibly know any mutants?" The C scoffed coldly. "You are a mutant yourself. How could you not know of others?" The Black Leader cast a glance at his henchmen, observing their expressions, and seemed to comprehend. Resignedly, he stated, "I have always concealed my status as a mutant, never daring to divulge it to others, naturally leading to my ignorance of other mutants." Upon hearing the Black Leader's admission of being a mutant, the henchmen of the Black Dragon Gang grew somewhat restless. Having obtained what he desired, the C prepared to take his leave. However, as he observed the group of individuals in the bar, each displaying a myriad of expressions, he surmised that this assembly would most likely eliminate the notorious crime lord. Thus, Dahai felt no trepidation regarding the potential exposure of his own identity. Yet, he was inwardly astonished. The world was not as idyllic as portrayed in films. The rift between humans and mutants had long since penetrated to the very marrow, rendering reconciliation impossible. Previously, Dahai had been somewhat taken aback by the mutants' penchant for terroristic acts. Now, witnessing this gang's intent to usurp their leader, he gained a clearer understanding of the world's harsh realities. Dahai drove towards Zorro's lair, having just pilfered nearby. It was highly probable that Zorro would be residing in this dilapidated building that night. He halted his vehicle a street corner away from the abandoned structure and proceeded on foot. A seasoned thief like Zorro would undoubtedly possess a heightened sense of vigilance, necessitating utmost caution to avoid detection. Although the path to the crumbling edifice lacked streetlights, the luminous moon provided ample illumination. Upon reaching the entrance of the building's perimeter, Dahai gazed at the 7- or 8-story dilapidated structure. Instead of attempting to open the door, he gracefully leapt over the wall, making no sound whatsoever. He mentally congratulated himself. Approaching the main body of the building, he chose not to enter through the front door, but rather to scale a nearby window. In his pursuit of capturing the cunning thief Zorro and eradicating the risks associated with his own time traveling, Dahai exercised extreme caution. Once inside, Dahai refrained from surveying his surroundings and instead focused intently on the sounds emanating from the first floor. He had great faith in his auditory capabilities. With the stillness of the night, he believed he could discern even the faintest breath. After listening for a while and confirming the absence of anyone on the first floor, he located the staircase and began his ascent, treading lightly. Each step was executed with meticulous care, as he feared Zorro had set up some sort of warning mechanism. Upon reaching the second floor, Dahai discovered the entire level to be remarkably vacant, save for the supporting columns. After a brief moment of silence, he detected no presence and continued his ascent to the third floor. As he cautiously climbed, an unsettling sensation struck him. He had inadvertently stepped on a wire. Suddenly, a cacophony of bells resonated from above. He cursed inwardly, realizing the cunning of his adversary. He had been on high alert, anticipating a warning line on the staircase, only to fall prey to one ingeniously placed beneath his feet. Hearing the bells pealing from the 7th floor, Dahai quickly sprang into action to prevent the thief's escape. He leapt upward, grasping the railing of the upper staircase, and with a powerful pull, his body floated upward, reaching for the next level. In a matter of seconds, alternating his grip between both hands, he ascended to the 7th floor. Upon arriving at the stairway's entrance on the 7th floor, he beheld Zorro emerging from a door to his right. The entire level was vast and shrouded in darkness, with the only source of light emanating conspicuously from that very door. The Ocean surmised that this was Zorro's little hideaway. Zorro, too, noticed the Ocean's presence, seemingly taken aback by its swift arrival. With a decisive clap, he shut the door and turned to flee, as if intending to escape through the window ledge opposite. The Ocean spotted several steel pipes, each over a meter long, nearby. Seizing one at hand, he aimed it at the man and swiftly launched it forward. With a resounding thud, The pipe embedded itself at an angle into the concrete floor before emitting a buzzing sound. The man froze in place. In truth, the ocean had aimed for Zoro's leg, but had missed. Fortunately, his strength was sufficient, and the pipe penetrated the concrete. An unexpected gain, indeed. He then commanded Zoro, "Don't move. Move again, and I shall aim for you." With that, the ocean brandished another steel pipe and approached the thief. Zoro, evidently frightened, remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear. As the ocean approached, he scrutinized this thief, named Zoro, clad entirely in black, adorned with a black cloak. The sight evoked a moment of mockery in the ocean's mind. Truly, he fancied himself Zoro? "Turn around," the ocean instructed as he drew closer. Obediently, the thief complied, revealing a dark visage obscured by a Zoro mask, rendering his features indecipherable, a perfect guise for nocturnal escapades. Unable to restrain himself, the ocean jabbed him lightly with the steel pipe, exclaiming, "So you call yourself Zoro?" To his astonishment, this Zoro collapsed weakly to the ground. The ocean stepped forward, planting the pipe upright and leaning on it, gazing down at Zoro as he inquired, "Where have you hidden the items you stole from me? Are you referring to the money you brought from the future?" Zoro's response caught the ocean off guard. He had been discovered, just as the ocean was momentarily stunned. The thief suddenly extended his right hand in a knife-like gesture towards him. The ocean, witnessing Zoro's hand knife, an attack that barely grazed him, felt a shiver run down his spine, a primal instinct screaming within, "Danger!" To his astonishment, from the fingertips of Zoro's hand knife emerged a crimson crescent, dazzling and fierce, slicing through the air towards the ocean's chest. Despite the warning instinct, he could only raise the steel pipe defensively before internally exclaiming, "Sword chi!" The crescent effortlessly cleaved through the pipe, striking the ocean's chest directly. Taken by surprise, he staggered back several steps, feeling a searing pain in his chest. In a hurried response, he hurled the two segments of the pipe at Zoro. Rising to his feet, Zoro drew a knight's sword from behind him, reminiscent of the legendary hero. With swift movements, he unleashed two crescent-shaped arcs of crimson energy that sent the segments of pipe flying. The posture revealed that this individual had indeed trained in swordsmanship, a formidable swordsman at that. The ocean assessed his injury. His clothing was torn, revealing a shallow wound nearly a foot in length on his chest. However, the flesh around the wound was charred, devoid of even a single drop of blood. In that instant, the sea of thoughts flooded into Dahai's mind. The hotel door had not been severed by a cutting machine, but rather cleaved open by Zoro's sword energy. Why did the bloodstained leader of the Black Dragon gang so readily divulge Zoro's whereabouts? Was he digging his own grave? Though myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Dahai dared not linger. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the staircase. Upon noticing Dahai's flight, Zoro raised his hand and unleashed several arcs of sword energy, pursuing him closely. As Dahai ran, he glanced back and saw the crescent-shaped crimson sword energy hurtling towards him. He hastily sidestepped, but still felt a searing pain from a strike to his back. Stumbling forward, he endured the fiery ache radiating from his injuries on both the front and back. He could only run with all his might, yet bolstered by his physical enhancements. His speed still outpaced Zoro significantly. Zoro, hot on his heels, unleashed more crescent-shaped crimson sword energy. Dahai dodged once more, this time escaping unscathed. However, he discerned an intriguing phenomenon. The sword energy seemed to dissipate after traveling a certain distance. This revelation sparked a flicker of hope within Dahai, prompting him to abandon his descent and take a gamble instead. Momentarily distracted, he felt Zoro closing in. Dahai then pivoted and accelerated, leading Zoro in circles on the 7th floor. The vast, open space, interspersed with numerous pillars, made this maneuver quite convenient. As Zoro pursued him, he once again unleashed several arcs of crimson sword energy. However, Dahai had already created a distance of over 10 meters between them. Consequently, the sword energy dissipated before it could reach him. Dahai's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed Zoro had also taken note of the situation. The tide of battle had shifted unexpectedly. Zoro halted, moving towards the center of the hall, seeking a strategic advantage. Dahai darted to a nearby pillar and struck it with a powerful punch, producing a thunderous crack as it splintered. The very building trembled from the force of his blow. Zoro, startled, suddenly recognized the immense strength Dahai possessed. He fixed his gaze on Dahai, yet his feet hastily moved towards the center of the hall. Seizing a large chunk of concrete from the pillar with his left hand, Dahai swiftly broke off a smaller piece with his right. With a whoosh, he hurled it towards Zoro. Your sword energy travels only 10 meters, but my range exceeds that. Zoro, fixated on Dahai, promptly dodged as the stone flew past him. Dahai continued to break and throw, rapidly launching 7 or 8 pieces of concrete. Zoro either evaded or sliced through the flying debris with his sword energy, yet the force of the stones startled him, numbing his hands. Particularly, the stones that struck the pillar disintegrated into dust with a resounding crack. The vast ocean realized that this approach was futile, so it broke off a slightly larger piece of concrete, squeezing it forcefully until it shattered into 4 or 5 fragments. With a vigorous toss, 5 pieces of concrete were hurled through the air. Indeed, Zoro was caught off guard, managing to parry 4 of the 5 with his sword. Yet he failed to notice the stone that struck his calf. Under the immense force of the ocean, this stone was more potent than a bullet. With a sickening thud, it penetrated Zoro's calf, shattering his bone in the process. Zoro faltered, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Observing this, the ocean did not relent, continuing to throw. One piece missed its target, but the concrete exploded near Zoro, startling him into a frantic plea. Do not kill me. I have money. A great deal of it. Chapter 12. The Crimson Moon. The ocean recognized Zoro's value and admitted to coveting the Crimson Crescent sword energy he wielded. Approaching slowly with a concrete block in hand, it commanded, cast aside your sword, clasp your hands atop your head, and remain still. Faced with the ocean's menacing stance, Zoro reluctantly discarded his sword and, gritting his teeth against the pain, complied. As the ocean drew near, it circled behind Zoro, releasing the stone and swiftly seizing Zoro's wrists. Exerting a brutal twist, a sickening crack echoed as Zoro's forearms were broken. In excruciating pain, he struggled and screamed, Soon, it seemed he reached his limit, collapsing into unconsciousness. With a sigh of relief, the ocean released him, observing Zoro, now incapacitated on the ground, his limbs twitching involuntarily. A sense of satisfaction washed over the ocean. You son of a dog. You nearly had me in your clutches. Glancing down at his own chest wound, he noted the pain had subsided. A light touch revealed that the charred skin peeled away, exposing fresh, unblemished flesh. Remarkably, it had healed completely. Assessing the injury on his back, he felt lingering discomfort, suggesting it would take a bit longer to mend. The ocean couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in its remarkable self-healing abilities. As it surveyed the contorted form of Zoro on the ground, the ocean calmed its mind, closing its eyes to delve into the heart of the traveler, focusing on Zoro to replicate his abilities. Without needing to inspect further, the replication was executed. The sword energy was something the ocean greatly desired. A few moments later, the process succeeded, and another crimson crescent appeared on the opposite side of the traveler's heart. Recalling the last fusion that took over 10 hours, the ocean pondered how long this one would require. Steeling itself, it prepared for direct fusion. Upon opening its eyes, it turned its attention back to Zoro, prioritizing the task at hand. Unbeknownst to the ocean, Zoro's earlier fainting spell was merely a momentary response. He would soon regain consciousness, secretly observing the ocean. Seeing it standing still with eyes closed, lost in thought, Zoro felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The adversary is ruthless. Without uttering a word, he fractures his own hands and now closes his eyes in contemplation. One can only wonder what nefarious schemes he devises against me. It seems that survival may be quite challenging. Upon catching sight of the sea, Zoro hastily struggles to sit upright. Are you really Zoro? The sea inquires. Maintaining the same tone as before, their postures now somewhat akin. Previously, Zoro had feigned a fall to stealthily ambush the sea, but now he is genuinely unable to rise. Reduced to a prisoner, Zoro dares not act haughtily. I am Zoro, he croaks, his voice hoarse and feeble. You are far more formidable than the Zoro in films. That Zoro could not strike beyond 10 meters. The sea praises. Zoro, perplexed by the sea's intentions, nonetheless responds earnestly. I have admired Zoro since childhood. Now tell me, where are my belongings? The sea demands, gazing at Zoro with an air of disinterest. They are all in the room. I did not dare to touch a single one. Zoro hastily replies, gesturing to the left. The sea glances at the door not far from the staircase, realizing that Zoro had emerged from that very room. The sea then crouches beside Zoro and softly inquires, "Earlier, you mentioned that you and money come from the future. What does that mean?" As he speaks, he grips Zoro's neck. "It means nothing. I was merely speaking nonsense." Zoro trembles uncontrollably, his panic evident. "Speak the truth." The sea's grip tightens, his voice growing colder. "I will tell you. I will." Zoro feels the murderous intent pressing against his throat. "I saw bills from 2003, 2005, and 2006. I deduce they are genuine. There are numerous signs of usage, leading me to speculate that you must have brought this money back from the future." Zoro stammers, quickly adding, "It was just a guess." "All just a guess. Have you mentioned this to anyone else?" The sea inquires once more. "No, absolutely not." Zoro fervently defends himself. "Excellent. You are quite astute. I appreciate intelligent individuals." Zoro's heart swells with joy upon hearing this. Suddenly, with a crack, the sea has broken Zoro's neck. In his final moments, Zoro wears a look of astonishment, unable to comprehend why the sea has so abruptly turned lethal. Rising, the sea brushes his hands together, remarking, "But you are too clever. He will not permit anyone to learn of his status as a time traveler." He then approaches Zoro's small room, grasping the doorknob, only to find it locked. Dahai grasps the doorknob with force, yanking it open with a harsh screech, the unpleasant sound of metal scraping against metal resonating in the air. A beam of light spilled forth from within, as the door was forcibly wrenched open, the lock mechanism rendered inoperative. As Dahai held the door, he sensed something amiss, and upon a gentle shake, he discovered that this seemingly white-painted door was made of solid steel, adorned with no less than 10 locks. A silent admiration surged within him. Indeed, a thief of such caliber deserved commendation for the security measures taken, an impenetrable steel door secured by numerous locks. Fortunately, he had ascended just in time. Zoro had not the leisure to secure the door, merely closing it hastily. Otherwise, it would have posed a considerable challenge to open. With a brief, internal reflection, Dahai stepped into Zoro's lair. The interior was surprisingly spacious, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in width. On the left side, several display shelves overflowed with various items, alongside a rack brimming with an assortment of blades. A workbench occupied a corner, upon which rested a computer. Directly opposite the entrance lay a bed and a clothing rack. To the right, there was a bathing area and a restroom. The floor was adorned with wooden planks, yet there were no windows to let in light. The rascal certainly knows how to indulge himself. Dahai muttered, promptly shutting the door. Although the lock was damaged, it still closed without issue. Dahai proceeded directly to Zoro's bed, a pressing matter weighing on his mind. Indeed, he was eager to merge with Zoro's sword aura. Surely, no one would intrude now. Dahai steadied his nerves and closed his eyes, mentally chanting, "Merge!" Before him, the emblem upon the heart of the wayfarer materialized, drifting toward him, this time manifesting as a crimson crescent mark. A warm current began to circulate throughout his being. Just as Dahai braced himself for the impending pain, the warmth gradually dissipated. "Is this it?" he murmured incredulously. Hastily, he plunged his focus into the heart of the wayfarer, verifying that the fusion had not failed. A flash of pure light illuminated the heart, and in an instant, Dahai comprehended the truth. It appeared that aside from the initial fusion, subsequent merges would follow this pattern. A wave of joy surged through him. This newfound convenience allowed for the ability to merge at any time and place. Eagerly, Dahai examined his skills. He discovered a third-tier innate ability, Indestructible Diamond, and a second-tier innate ability, Crimson Moon. To his surprise, the latter was not sword aura, but rather a distinct ability, albeit at a lower tier. The Crimson Moon ability encompassed 2 skills. The first allowed him to unleash a crimson crescent from his fingertips, possessing formidable cutting, tearing, and burning effects, with greater force resulting in a farther reach. This skill pairs perfectly with your immense strength. The second skill enabled him to wield a weapon to project the crimson crescent, similarly endowed with powerful cutting, tearing, and burning effects, enhanced further by the weapon itself. However, one must possess a suitable weapon. Dahai regarded the 2 seemingly identical skills with a slight smirk, pondering their somewhat lackluster distinction. In contrast, his Indestructible Diamond ability featured 3 unique skills: Diamond, Immense Strength, and Indestructibility, each distinctly different from one another. The formidable leader, who had once nearly met his demise through a fall, possessed skin as resilient as it was distinct from the breath of the black dragon. Contemplating the injuries he had sustained, he realized that a secondary ability had breached his defenses. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a specialized skill. The capacity to cut and tear was extraordinarily powerful. After all, he prided himself on being able to withstand cannon fire. Presently, this ability was merely at level 2, yet he mused that should he enhance it further, nothing would withstand the force of his blade. What more could he desire? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them. He raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers towards the doorway, and with a swift motion, he executed a strike. From his fingertips emerged a crimson crescent, measuring 30 to 40 centimeters in length, which rapidly soared towards the iron gate. The crescent he produced was significantly larger than that of Zoro, stretching over a meter long as it approached the entrance. With a sharp sound, it cleaved through the door with precision. Overcome with delight, he marveled at this crimson crescent, which was far more controllable than the indestructible force he had previously wielded. As long as the intention to strike resided in his heart, he could simply gesture and unleash it. Moreover, in accordance with the information bestowed by the heart of the traveler, the greater the power, the farther the strike could travel. Although directing the crimson crescent with his fingers imposed a certain strain, it was a trivial burden for him, while mere mortals would surely find it unbearable. He comprehended now why Zoro had always carried a sword in his flight. It was a perfect complement to his indestructible force. He mused, the combination of indestructibility and immense power to unleash the crimson crescent is truly invincible. With renewed vigor, he extended his fingers once more towards the pure steel door. With a series of swift chops, the crimson crescent flew forth, shattering the door into fragments. I can now claim to wield sword energy, he exclaimed. If I were to traverse into a martial arts realm, I would undoubtedly be a top swordsman. He reveled in his fantasies, declaring that henceforth, his ability would be known as Crimson Crescent Sword Energy. He sought to rename the ability in his mind, addressing the heart of the traveler. However, there was no response. The heart remained silent, disregarding his request. With a resigned sigh, he stood up to inspect the room, as he had yet to survey it upon entering. To the left, he discovered several display racks filled with an assortment of items, many of which appear to be antiques. He surmised these treasures were likely pilfered by Zoro. Chapter 13. Encountering an ambush. Indifferent to the antiques, he turned his gaze to a rack of blades. As he drew forth the swords, he noticed many were rusted and likely ancient. He selected one, gripping the blade's edge with the intention of testing its strength, hoping for a stroke of fortune in finding one crafted from special metal, preferably adamantium, as this was indeed the realm of mutants. Alas, none of the blades withstood his gentle twist. All were easily bent by his hands. In an instant, his interest in Zoro's collection evaporated. Commencing the search for his lost money, Dahai was taken aback by the treasure that the universe had seemingly bestowed upon him, a sum from the years following 2000. Upon opening the drawer, he discovered stacks of cash, amounting to a staggering sum of over 100,000. However, upon closer inspection, the money he had lost was segregated and set aside. Picking it up, his heart sank. It was a mere sum of just over 10,000. It is worth noting that Dahai had lost over 20,000 in cash. He immediately scrutinized the other currencies, yet found none of his missing bills. In a fit of frustration, he cursed vehemently. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Dahai hastily searched the entirety of his residence, even peering into the toilet. But to no avail. Cursing the mutants, he finally collapsed onto his bed in despair. Previously, when he had coerced the Black Boss for information, he had nearly fallen into a trap laid by Zoro. Even when interrogating Zoro, he had not gleaned a single truth. Dahai lamented his youthful naivety, believing he was too kind-hearted to outmaneuver such seasoned tricksters. He pondered whether Zoro had hidden the money in another safe house or had given it to someone else. The notion of the money being concealed elsewhere seemed implausible, as there was no logical reason to separate it. It must have been handed over to someone. He recalled that the theft had occurred around 7 in the evening, and he had only just located Zoro around 1 in the morning. Zoro would require time to recognize the discrepancy with the cash. If he had transferred it to someone else, that individual would undoubtedly be in Vancouver, likely affiliated with the same organization as Zoro. After all, a regular acquaintance would not immediately transport the money upon realizing a problem. Thus, Zoro was certainly part of a mutant organization. The Black Boss was likely a member of the same faction, whether it be Hellfire, the Brotherhood, or that General Strick. Dahai suddenly thought, if he were alive, he could ascertain which organization it was. Calculating the time, Dahai realized he had only been away from the Black Dragon Bar for a little over an hour. Perhaps the Black Boss had not yet been dispatched by his subordinates. Therefore, he grabbed a bag to collect both the money left by Zoro and his own, and he also took Zoro's night sword. Swiftly descending the stairs, he drove towards the Black Dragon Bar. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived, only to find the place eerily silent. Could the Black Boss have been eliminated? As he entered the bar, he was met with the sight of several bodies strewn across the floor. Upon closer examination, he noted some had been shot while others had been brutally beaten to death, their faces grotesquely disfigured. The most gruesome sight was that of the bartender, whose face resembled a canvas marred by concentrated sulfuric acid, exposing charred bone, a clear indication of the Black Boss's wrath. The deceased were none other than a few of the Black Dragon Gang's underlings, slain by their own leader. Dahai marveled at the Black Boss's prowess, considering he had previously inflicted severe injuries upon him, yet still managed to vanquish this group. The Black Overlord was nowhere to be found at the scene, prompting Dahai to hastily venture behind the bar in search of him. After a thorough search, he returned to his vehicle, feeling a tinge of disappointment. His hopes had been utterly dashed, yet it dawned on Dahai that these individuals would undoubtedly come looking for him. Whether they suspected him of being a time traveler or sought vengeance for Zoro, coupled with the escape of the Black Overlord, they were bound to come. Having spent a month in this world, Dahai had finally made contact with the mutants organization, albeit in an adversarial manner. An all-out confrontation seemed inevitable. He mused to himself, a strange thrill coursing through him. Dahai was no longer the defenseless individual he once was upon his arrival. With the indomitable strength of the Diamond Body and the prowess of the Crimson Moon, he was confident in his capabilities, ranking among the elite within the mutant realm. Although he could not best the most formidable of foes, few could be regarded as a genuine threat to him now. Thus, Dahai resolved to await their approach before retreating to his hotel for rest. The hotel proprietor, still awake, was taken aback upon Dahai's return, noting his tattered clothing. He hurried over to greet him, inquiring whether the thief had been apprehended. Previously, the proprietor had regarded Dahai as a valued client, but now he viewed him as a harbinger of misfortune, treating him with even greater caution. The following morning, just after 10 o'clock, Dahai returned to the quarry, armed with Zoro's knightly sword. Today, he intended to practice with the Crimson Moon. Habitually, he approached the entrance, leaping over 100 meters into the quarry. With a resounding thud, he landed. However, upon touching down, Dahai sensed something amiss. He was not alone. Concealed behind a massive boulder 30 meters ahead, someone was lurking, seemingly startled by the sound of his landing. This boulder had been relocated from the depths of the quarry for his training purposes. Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, a fist-sized rock, propelled with a piercing shriek, hurtled towards Dahai. Grasping the knightly sword, he swiftly raised it, activating the Crimson Moon. Crescent slash, he exclaimed as a crimson crescent, over a meter in length, shot forth, striking the rock. Unexpectedly, the rock erupted upon impact, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent shards flying and created a cacophony of noise. Was this stone a bomb? No, it was a manifestation of mutant abilities. Dahai was taken aback, yet a surge of excitement welled within him. Finally, a mutant had sought him out. Crimson Moon? You're not Zoro. How can you wield the Crimson Moon? Questioned a young woman's voice. Since you are here, let us converse. Dahai was astonished by their prompt arrival, as they had evidently been waiting for him. He cautiously extended an invitation, hoping to glean some information. After a brief silence, a slightly gravelly male voice responded, "All right." Two figures emerged from behind the boulder, one male and one female, both of Caucasian descent. A man in his 40s wore a troubled expression, clad in denim overalls and rugged boots, resembling a miner. Beside him stood a striking young woman, around 18 or 19, with shoulder-length hair that framed her face beautifully. Her attire, however, was even more eye-catching. She donned a snug tube top and tiny shorts, revealing her figure unabashedly. As the sea observed their arrival, he was about to greet them when the young woman abruptly interrogated, "How did you wield the Crimson Moon of Zoro? This is sword energy. As a swordsman, is it not reasonable for me to utilize sword energy? It's impossible. We observed you a few days ago, You merely possess great strength and agility. You cannot wield the Crimson Moon. The Sea's expression shifted, realizing he had unwittingly exposed himself. They had been watching him all along. No wonder they found him so swiftly and set this ambush. I merely haven't used it before. It's not that I can't, he retorted. You killed Zoro and usurped his abilities, did you not? The man questioned in a hoarse, yet powerful voice. Upon hearing this, the Sea felt a pang of truth. He had indeed slain Zoro and replicated his powers. Yet he felt he was not so malevolent, and thus countered. I killed him because he stole from me and sought to take my life. But I have yet to inquire. Who are you? What organization do you belong to? The girl replied, We are from the Hellfire Club, her tone laced with a sense of pride. The Sea surmised they were either from a brotherhood or the Hellfire. Upon hearing this, he was not surprised. Hellfire? Is your leader the White Queen, Emma? He inquired tentatively. To his astonishment, the girl responded with naive enthusiasm. You know of her, Your Excellency the White Queen? At that moment, a sword suddenly materialized behind the Sea, lunging toward his back. With a clang, it was thwarted by his skin, bending under the tremendous force of the thrust. Feeling the impact on his back, the Sea instantly understood why they were conversing with him. Answering every question, this was a prelude to a sneak attack. Anger surged within him. He swiftly turned, reaching for the blade, only to find himself bewildered by the emptiness behind him, save for the sword. Telekinetic manipulation? No, someone was invisible. The Sea suddenly sensed a change in the grip on the sword's hilt. It dawned on him that the two conversing with him had merely been biding their time for this hidden assailant to approach. In a flash of inspiration, the Sea drew his knight's sword and swung forward, unleashing a crimson crescent arc. Regardless of your stealthy tactics, I shall cleave you asunder. Just then, a rock struck the Sea's back, and the two behind him struck again. Upon impact, the rock exploded, sending the Sea hurtling away with the force of the blast. He soared forward to 5 meters before crashing to the ground with a thud. His back, exposed and muscular, bore no injuries despite his tattered clothing. The ocean merely shook its slightly dazed head and swiftly rose, turning back. Before long, another stone was hurled towards it. Having misplaced his knight's sword, the ocean resorted to slicing at the stone with his hand. A crimson crescent, emanating from him, collided with the stone, resulting in a resounding explosion. At that moment, the ocean found a moment to assess the scene. Not far off, a young black girl, missing an arm, was running sideways while clutching her shoulder, her pace surprisingly swift. In an instant, the ocean realized that she was the invisible assailant who had just attacked him, having lost an arm to his strike. In the distance, a middle-aged man hurled another stone in the ocean's direction, while a provocatively dressed white girl opened her mouth wide, emitting a piercing shriek. Suddenly, a swarm of large wasps surged towards the ocean. Upon witnessing this, the ocean leaped towards the fleeing black girl. His jump covered several meters, allowing him to evade the venomous wasps and the man's stone bombs. While still airborne, he executed a hand slice towards the black girl, unleashing a crimson crescent. The over-meter-long arc struck her back, causing her to collapse to the ground, her neck and part of her shoulder severed, blood gushing forth. The ocean finally landed, casting his gaze upon the remaining 2 individuals. They appeared momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Unbeknownst to him, the trio had long been aware of the ocean, presuming his prowess to be merely brute strength. They had even examined Zoro's corpse, convinced that the ocean had used a firearm to ambush and kill Zoro. Thus, they had come to this place to lie in wait for him, seeking revenge. They believed that with the black girl's stealthy assassination, the man's explosive stones, and the white girl's control over the wasps, vanquishing the ocean would be a simple task. Little did they anticipate the ocean's extraordinary defenses, rendering their assassination attempts futile, and their explosive stones ineffective. In the blink of an eye, they had lost a comrade. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed nearby. The stone bomb the man had thrown earlier had detonated in the distance. The two quickly regained their composure. The middle-aged man dashed to the boulder, seizing stones to hurl at the ocean once more. It dawned on the ocean that a pile of fist-sized rocks lay near the boulder, evidently prepared for this encounter. How amusing it was that yesterday he had been the one throwing stones, and today he found himself on the receiving end. One stone bomb after another flew towards him. Suddenly, the white girl let out a shriek and turned to flee. Chapter 14. laying ambush for others as the stone bombs approached. The ocean immediately waved his hand, employing the Crimson Crescent to deflect the incoming projectiles. He successfully blocked two, but the third eluded his strike. In a flurry, he evaded, caught in a moment of chaos, watching the middle-aged man incessantly launch stone bombs in his direction. The Oceanic Heart, realizing that mere defense was insufficient, swiftly advanced towards the middle-aged man in a zigzag pattern, skillfully dodging the incoming stone bombs. The speed at which he sprinted was astonishing. The middle-aged man, witnessing the rapid approach of the Oceanic Heart, momentarily succumbed to panic, and his aim faltered. Then, an idea struck him. He hurled a stone bomb onto the path of the Oceanic Heart. With a thunderous boom, the bomb detonated just over 2 meters ahead. Little did the man anticipate that the Oceanic Heart would bravely endure the explosive shock, traversing through the flames. Unbeknownst to him, the Oceanic Heart could not be halted. Having acquired superpowers merely a fortnight prior, he had primarily focused on mastering his strength. However, he often struggled with his speed, finding it challenging to come to a stop when running swiftly. Emerging from the blast zone, the Oceanic Heart felt a wave of discomfort from the explosion, his anger surging. He was resolute in his desire to eliminate the scoundrel wielding the bombs. The distance between the two had dwindled to less than 10 meters. The middle-aged man, now gripped by terror at the sight of the Oceanic Heart surviving the explosion, turned to flee. Yet after just 2 steps, the Oceanic Heart seized him by the collar from behind and lifted him effortlessly. He carried the man several meters before coming to a halt, gazing at the middle-aged man, who was now rolling his eyes in distress from the constricting collar. The Oceanic Heart wasted no time. He snapped both of the man's arms without a second thought, disregarding his cries, and casually discarded him to the ground, subsequently crushing one of his legs underfoot. With a deep breath, the Oceanic Heart felt an instant surge of satisfaction. At that moment, he noticed the previously fleeing white girl had managed to run a good 60 to 70 meters and was still desperately escaping. Targeting her direction, he crouched and leaped. Soaring over 100 meters, he landed with a thud a mere 10 meters in front of her, then turned to regard her with an impassive expression. The white girl, startled by the sudden descent of the Oceanic Heart, stumbled forward a few steps before coming to a halt. Upon meeting his icy gaze, she collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. The Oceanic Heart, observing the distraught girl, felt somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, so much for being a mutant. Her mental fortitude is pitiful. Stop crying. Stand up, he commanded, after a moment of contemplation. The white girl seemed genuinely frightened by him, abruptly ceasing her sobs, and with tear-streaked cheeks, she trembled as she rose to her feet. The Oceanic Heart gestured for her to return. Eventually, they made their way back to the massive stone. The middle-aged man was silent now, seemingly resigned to his fate, lying on the ground with a vacant stare, panting heavily, completely ignoring the approach of the Oceanic Heart. Next, he intended to extract information. Learning from previous experiences, the Oceanic Heart decided to separate the two for questioning. To his dismay, both were exceedingly cooperative, answering every inquiry without hesitation, and upon verification, not a single inconsistency emerged. This left the Oceanic Heart feeling quite frustrated, as he had hoped for a more challenging interrogation. The 3 individuals belonged to the Hellfire Club. The middle-aged man is named Sean Walius, nicknamed Bomb. The Caucasian girl is called Alice, known as B, and the deceased African-American girl was named Rose, referred to as Assassin. This middle-aged man, Bomb, alongside the recently eliminated Zorro, is the head of Hellfire Vancouver, tasked with identifying newly awakened mutants and integrating them into the organization. Both Alice and the late Rose are newly awakened mutants from the past 2 years, serving as Bomb's apprentices. They mentioned that Zorro had an apprentice as well, a young African-American man nicknamed Double Blade, who possesses the ability to transform his hands into blades. Initially, they intended to bring him along today, but failed to establish contact. Regarding how they discovered their own answers, it left the ocean somewhat speechless. It turned out that this quarry was originally Bomb's territory, where he frequently practiced his stone bomb abilities. The ocean had been here for less than a week before being discovered, a stranger mutant suddenly appearing in his domain. As a result, Bomb instructed Zorro to track the ocean to ascertain his origins and intentions. The ocean felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing he had not only been detected, but had also been followed for several days, bringing shame upon the crossers. Now, the ocean finally pieced everything together. They first noticed him practicing here, identifying him as a mutant. Consequently, Zoro began to follow him, subsequently checking the ocean's information in his room, accidentally discovering what appeared to be currency from the future in the ocean's possession. Furthermore, the ocean learned that Zoro had called Bomb the previous night, claiming to have discovered a significant secret concerning the ocean, but did not elaborate, only stating he would report to Las Vegas. Later, when they attempted to call Zoro, he did not answer, leading them to realize he was already dead. Upon discovering Zoro's demise, they suspected the ocean was responsible, setting an ambush for him. The ocean overheard a phone call, Zoro's phone. Zoro must have had it on him, and the ocean had not considered this when he eliminated him. The ocean then recalled Zoro's apprentice, Double Blade. The other half of the money might be in his possession and likely had already reached the Hellfire headquarters in Las Vegas. Then, the ocean inquired about the information regarding the Black Dragon Gang's leader, but surprisingly, neither of them knew. The ocean did not dwell on it. Finally, he learned that there were 4 or 5 other mutants in Vancouver, which brought him joy, prompting him to ask more detailed questions. However, those individuals lacked significant abilities, merely exhibiting grotesque appearances as mutants. The ocean's interest quickly waned. He felt that the entire interrogation process was nothing but a spectacle of his own embarrassment, riddled with flaws. After questioning them about everything, the ocean observed a silence between the two. Now, possessing 2 innate abilities, he knew he had to allocate 1 position for spatial abilities, leaving only 1 remaining slot. He desired a broad, crowd-controlling power for that final position. Thus, the abilities of these 2 individuals, a stone bomb and a venomous bee controller, render the vast ocean unnecessary. What should be done now? Should one simply eliminate them? In that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Dazai. The telephone. He inquired, "Did you bring a phone?" "Yes," the bee woman replied timidly. "Now call that dual knife wielder. Ask him where he is and with whom, and whether he has gone to Las Vegas. Inform him that Zoro is in trouble and ascertain when he will return." Dazai commanded. "Ensure he does not sense anything amiss." Dazai added gravely. The bee woman, momentarily taken aback, quickly affirmed, "Yes, yes." She promptly retrieved a small phone from the pocket of her shorts and began searching for the contact number. Dazai kept a watchful eye on the bomb, preventing any potential destruction. To his surprise, the individual known as Bomb appeared pale, his body trembling slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. Therefore, Dazai raised his hand, and with a swift motion, a crimson crescent flashed by, severing Bomb's head cleanly. The bee woman gasped in horror. Dazai, irritated by the noise, barked, "Silence. Focus on your call." The bee woman immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. "As long as you make the call successfully, I shall spare your life." Dazai continued. It seemed that Dazai's promise of mercy provided her with some comfort, and amidst her tears, the bee woman nodded vigorously, hastily dialing the number. Dazai observed her in silence. After dialing, the bee woman anxiously awaited a response on the other end. After a while, there was still no answer. With a pallid complexion, she looked up at Dazai, trembling as she spoke. "EDT, pick up." Dazai, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Keep trying." The bee woman immediately continued dialing, and after a moment, the call was finally answered. Taking a deep breath, she urgently asked, "Where are you?" "Zoro is in trouble." Dazai listened intently as the voice on the other end replied, "Zoro was fine last night. How could he be in trouble? Was he not at headquarters?" "When will you return?" The bee woman pressed. "Zoro sent me to headquarters. I am now back at Vancouver Airport." "Where are you?" The bee woman glanced at Dazai, who softly reminded her, "Ask him if he returned alone, and then inquire about the abandoned building." The bee woman did as instructed, asking if the dual knife wielder had returned with the 2 gentlemen from headquarters, and learned they would arrive at the abandoned building in just over an hour. After concluding the call, she looked at Dazai with a pleading expression. Dazai reassured her, "I have stated I will not harm you, and I shall keep my word." In truth, Dazai found it difficult to carry out the act. Killing in battle bore no burden, but Bomb and Zoro were not virtuous men, and they had attempted to take his life first, so eliminating them would carry no weight on his conscience. Yet, the bee woman, with her somewhat naive demeanor, made it hard for Dazai to follow through. The real challenge lay within himself. As the ocean remained indifferent, the bee woman, relieved to have escaped a dire fate, began to contemplate her next course of action. Naturally, she felt compelled to investigate the extraordinary abilities of the two individuals who had accompanied the double-edged sword. After all, they had come specifically to confront the ocean. How could she not meet them? Calculating that time was ample. The ocean hoisted the lifeless body with the bomb and placed it alongside the assassin girl of African descent. Then, to the astonishment of the bee woman, he effortlessly lifted a massive boulder and, with a resounding crash, brought it down upon the two corpses. Initially taken aback by the ocean's immense strength, capable of raising a stone weighing several tons with ease, the bee woman was subsequently engulfed by a wave of dread as she witnessed the brutal act. How ruthless! She lamented her decision to provoke such a formidable individual. Unperturbed by the bee woman's thoughts, the ocean strode over to retrieve the knight's sword and began to strike at the boulder. Dozens of crimson crescent-shaped slashes carved through the stone, reducing it to a rough semblance of a grave. He mused to himself, "Well, I suppose I've fashioned a tune for you." Afterward, the ocean took the bee woman back to the vehicle, setting course for the abandoned building. An hour later, atop the derelict structure, the ocean and the bee woman indulged in takeout and beer. The sun blazed overhead, yet the ocean relished his meal, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the mutants. Observing the bee woman's hesitance to eat, he encouraged her, "Go ahead. Don't be shy. It's on me." Seeing her timid demeanor, as if afraid to offend him, the ocean reassured her, "I'll release you soon, I promise." Instantly, the bee woman relaxed and began to eat. The ocean reflected on her carefree spirit and inquired, "Aside from controlling poisonous bees, what other abilities do you possess?" "My fingertips can emit venomous stingers, capable of paralyzing someone with a single prick," she replied, momentarily pausing her meal. "That doesn't seem particularly lethal," the ocean remarked casually. "I can also control all types of bee-like insects." The bee woman quickly defended herself. The ocean chuckled at her innocence. She truly was a sweet yet naive soul. "With such a talent, you'd be better off tending to bees," he teased. Feeling that the time was ripe, the ocean rose to the edge of the building to scan the street below for any approaching vehicles. To his surprise, the bee woman responded from behind, "My parents are beekeepers." The ocean replied nonchalantly, "Then you should return to beekeeping. The world of mutants is perilous, fraught with violence." Little did he know that the bee woman would indeed choose to pursue beekeeping in the future, though that would be a tale for another time. Before long, a vehicle pulled up on the street below, and three figures emerged. The leading individual, a striking African man, was likely the double-edged sword. The ocean's excitement surged. Let the hunt begin. Chapter 15. The omnipotent skill the ocean commanded the bee woman to remain on the rooftop without moving, before descending with the knight's sword in hand. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Dahai concealed himself behind a sturdy pillar, awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. After a brief interval, he could hear the sound of footsteps approaching from below. Three figures emerged from the stairway, precisely the same trio he had encountered earlier. The individual known as Double Blade, a young black man, boldly took the lead, followed closely by a man and a woman, one black, one white. The black man, adorned with a thick beard, appeared to be in his 30s, possessing a robust physique reminiscent of a bodybuilding champion. In contrast, the white woman was petite and delicate, seemingly much younger than the man, likely in her mid-20s. "Who is over there?" the diminutive woman called out, directing her voice toward Dahai's hiding spot. Initially, Dahai had intended to launch a surprise attack, but he was unexpectedly discovered. He couldn't help but reflect on his conspicuous presence as a protagonist, realizing that he was ill-suited for stealth. Thus, he stepped into view. "It's you." The young man, Double Blade, instantly recognized Dahai, particularly noting the knight's sword in his hand. "Did you kill Zoro?" Although phrased as a question, his tone conveyed absolute certainty. "It was I," Dai declared, raising the knight's sword and launching a flurry of strikes. In a mere breath, he unleashed 7 or 8 crimson crescent slashes toward the trio, deliberately aiming for their limbs. Dahai had no intention of killing them just yet. He needed to replicate their abilities later. To his surprise, the petite woman stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Double Blade. She extended her palm outward, and an invisible wave materialized before them. With a series of soft thuds, Dahai's crimson crescents collided with the unseen barrier, dissipating like ink dispersing in water. "Crimson Moon. This is Zoro's Crimson Moon. How can you wield it?" Double Blade exclaimed in astonishment. Dahai chose to remain silent, his mind racing to discern the nature of the woman's abilities. He then observed her reversing her hand, as if cradling something, lifting it upwards. Suddenly, Dahai felt an intangible force binding him tightly, rendering his limbs immobile as he was lifted off the ground. Suspended in mid-air, Dahai felt a surge of exhilaration rather than fear. This was telekinesis, renowned as an omnipotent skill. It epitomized the type of control over the battlefield that Dahai had long desired. With a sudden exertion, he managed to free his hands. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword forward, sending a 2-meter-long crimson crescent toward the telekinetic woman, this time meticulously aiming for her arm. The woman, taken aback by Dahai's unexpected strength, hastily released her grip on his telekinetic hold and darted aside. With a swift hiss, Double Blade bore the brunt of the attack. Cleaved in two by the crimson crescent, Dahai regained his footing on the ground. Before him stood a bearded black man who, with a thunderous shout, began to transform. His physique rapidly expanded, sprouting dark fur, as his clothing was torn asunder, revealing a colossal figure resembling a great gorilla clad only in shorts, towering over 2 meters. The sight startled Dahai, leaving him to ponder whether this was an extraordinary mutant ability or the manifestation of a mystical creature. Nevertheless, his subordinates did not falter. They unleashed a series of crimson crescent slashes towards the great gorilla. Unfazed by the onslaught of attacks, the transformed figure lunged at Dahai with all fours. At that moment, a nearby woman wielding psychokinetic powers extended her hand, effectively intercepting Dahai's assault. The duo exhibited an impressive synergy. Dahai, realizing that these two were indeed targeting him, surmised that one would engage him directly while the other manipulated the battlefield with her abilities. If Dahai's assumptions held true, that he was merely strong, he would surely be overwhelmed. In the blink of an eye, the gorilla was upon Dahai, delivering a powerful punch. Dahai, unflinching, met the blow with his own left fist. The collision produced a resounding thud, generating a gust of wind that surged outward, stirring up dust in all directions. After the impact, Dahai staggered back several paces, while the gorilla was forced to retreat a few steps as well. Regaining his footing, Dahai felt a surge of combat fervor. He discarded his knight's sword and bellowed in exhilaration. Excellent. Come again. It was no wonder Dahai was thrilled. Since acquiring his indomitable abilities, he had yet to encounter an adversary worthy of his full strength. Each previous encounter had concluded with minimal effort, leaving him with a lingering sense of untapped potential. Now, faced with a rival of equal might, he yearned for a grand battle to gauge his true combat prowess. With a swift motion, he charged forward, executing a powerful punch. The gorilla, equally formidable in strength, charged back with a punch of its own. The ensuing clash produced an even louder explosion of sound. Then, with a sickening crack, the gorilla's arm shattered, and it howled in agony, propelled backward. Due to Dahai's shorter stature, his punch ascended at an angle, sending the gorilla soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air, where it collided with the ceiling beam before crashing down to the ground, motionless and seemingly lifeless. Gazing down at the floor beneath him, Dahai noted that the immense force exerted by both combatants had fractured the ground, creating a depression that exposed the steel rebar beneath. Despite the gorilla's overwhelming strength, it was still no match for him, filling Dahai with immense pride. However, in the midst of his triumph, a shock wave struck him squarely in the chest, launching him several meters away. With a resounding crash, he collided with a supporting pillar, the impact shattering it. It was the woman with psychokinetic abilities who, witnessing her companion's injury, had ambushed Dahai without hesitation. A wave of anxiety washed over the vast sea. Upon landing, I lifted my gaze to behold the woman wielding psychokinesis, who promptly thrust her hand toward the ocean. The sea recoiled in immediate evasion. Yet the pillar behind her was obliterated by a shockwave, sending debris scattering in all directions. As the sea continued to dodge, it sought an opportunity to approach the woman employing her mental powers. However, the pillars on the 7th floor bore the brunt of her relentless strikes, becoming a cascade of stone fragments. In a flurry of thoughts, the sea contemplated how to capture this formidable woman in order to replicate her psychokinesis. Unbeknownst to her, the woman across was engulfed in fear. She had collaborated with the gorilla for years without encountering a worthy opponent. What she had anticipated to be a simple task had turned into a daunting challenge. To her astonishment, after only a few exchanges, Her companion lay defeated by a single blow from the sea, uncertain of his fate. At that moment, the sea suddenly concealed itself behind a pillar. The woman, momentarily deprived of a target, hesitated in her assault. Seizing the instant of her pause, the sea surged forth, charging directly at her. Caught off guard by this unexpected advance, the woman floundered, unleashing two shock waves that the sea deftly evaded. As the distance between them diminished, the woman suddenly cried out, "Ah!" and thrust both hands forward with all her might, unleashing a colossal shockwave. The sea felt a tremendous force barreling toward him, rendering escape impossible. Struck by the oncoming wave, he was propelled as if struck by a train, flying over 10 meters before crashing to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. Dazed and disoriented, he shook his spinning head and raised it to assess his adversary. To his astonishment, the psychokinetic woman was effortlessly lifting the now human-shaped, bearded black man and soaring out of a nearby window. How could I have overlooked that psychokinesis allows for flight? The sea lamented, slapping the ground in frustration. Ignoring his discomfort, he scrambled to his feet and pursued her. Upon reaching the window, he spotted the woman, already 60 to 70 meters away, holding the bearded man aloft. The sea could not allow this precious opportunity to slip away. Calculating the distance, he kicked off the windowsill and retreated a few steps before launching himself into a sprint. The woman, having relaxed her focus after gaining distance, turned to see the sea hurtling toward her like a swift arrow. Alarmed, she ascended higher into the sky. However, the sea, unable to follow her upward trajectory, reached out in desperation as he closed the gap. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed a decisive strike, the Crimson Moon Slash. A sharp sound pierced the air as the woman evaded the blow, yet the bearded man she held was cleaved in two. The ocean, unable to continue its assault in the air, momentarily veered away from the woman and descended towards the ground. The woman, who wielded psychokinesis, was genuinely startled by the ocean's presence. With a shriek, she discarded the half-body of the burly black man and fled rapidly into the distance, not daring to glance back. The ocean landed squarely in the middle of a road with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater in the hard pavement, sending fragments flying. Vehicles on the road hastily slammed their brakes, resulting in several collisions accompanied by loud bangs, as the surrounding crowd erupted into screams. Indifferent to the chaos, the ocean sprang from the deep pit and surveyed a nearby 10-story building. Crouching down, it leaped forth. In a swift motion, it vanished from sight, inciting another wave of screams from those nearby. Upon reaching the rooftop of the high-rise, the ocean scanned the horizon and spotted the woman who wielded psychokinesis. Now, several hundred meters away, her silhouette barely discernible against the sky. After a brief moment of hesitation, the ocean resolved to pursue her. Fortune favors the bold. Missing this opportunity may mean never encountering the psychokinetic woman again. With determination, it crouched and leapt towards another building in the direction the woman had flown. Soaring over 100 meters, it crashed onto the rooftop, causing the concrete to fracture beneath its weight. Realizing that pursuing a mere individual need not entail such destruction, the ocean moved to the edge of the building to reassess its route. It leapt once more, this time choosing to land on the road, which sparked another wave of panic. Undeterred, the ocean leapt again in pursuit of the psychokinetic woman. She seemed to sense the chase, gritting her teeth and accelerating, her speed increasing dramatically. After dozens of jumps, the ocean ultimately lost sight of her. Indeed, flying conferred an undeniable advantage. She was swift. The ocean finally landed at one end of a bridge spanning a river, gazing into the distance where the woman had vanished from view. Frustration welled within. Such a formidable ability. The ocean understood that having missed this encounter, finding the psychokinetic woman again would be an arduous task. Then, a thought struck the ocean. Having eliminated so many of them, retribution was inevitable. Thus, the woman would either retreat to Las Vegas or seek a place to summon reinforcements. Waiting for them to arrive here would undoubtedly be perilous, yet it might present an opportunity to cross paths with her again. With this resolve, the ocean decided to take the risk. Chapter 16. The first brush with death. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, bringing a refreshing chill to the ocean. It noticed its tattered clothing and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Earlier that morning, during a confrontation with the trio known as the Bombers, the back of its shirt had been obliterated. Just moments ago, it had endured another fierce battle, suffering numerous hits. Its upper garment was reduced to mere sleeves, tattered and hanging from its arms. The trousers fared slightly better, though they too were riddled with several large rips and tears, resembling the garb of a beggar more than anything else. With a swift motion, Dahu tore off his 2 sleeves, deciding to return to the motel to change clothes and retrieve some money. He intended to find a place to conceal himself, awaiting the arrival of those from Hellfire. However, he knew he had to act quickly. Having just leapt through the streets, he must have been seen by numerous onlookers, and any news coverage would complicate matters further. Ignoring the distant pedestrians who watched him, Dahu fixed his gaze on a specific direction and sprinted away. After running approximately 5 or 6 kilometers, he took out the cash he had on him, brandishing a $100 bill at the roadside to hail a taxi. Remarkably, a cab promptly came to a halt before him. Half an hour later, Dahu arrived back at the motel. Yet, as he stepped onto the premises, an unsettling silence enveloped him. It was common for many families in America to stay in motels, where one would typically hear conversations, laughter, and even arguments, an atmosphere teeming with life. But now, an eerie quietude reigned within the motel, signaling trouble. Upon realizing he had been spotted, Dahu halted. A sudden flurry of footsteps revealed over 20 soldiers clad in camouflage encircling him from behind. Meanwhile, dozens more emerged from within the motel, armed and aiming their weapons at Dahu. They appeared to acknowledge his formidable presence, hesitating to draw too close. Dahu, however, was taken aback by the swiftness of the government response. It had barely been an hour since the incident, and they had already located his whereabouts. As he observed them seeking cover and forming a perimeter, Dahu remained unperturbed, even feeling a hint of amusement. "You may leave. I have no desire to harm ordinary people," he called out to the apparent leader among the soldiers. The commanding soldier responded with unwavering authority, "Mutant, surrender immediately, or we will open fire." Dahu chuckled softly, "Your firearms are of no consequence to me. They cannot even penetrate my skin. I merely wish to take what I need and depart. No need for violence." He sincerely hoped to avoid conflict with these ordinary individuals, as they were on an entirely different level. Such an encounter seemed pointless. Unexpectedly, the commanding soldier bellowed, "Fire!" A rapid succession of gunshots erupted. Dahu was struck by dozens of bullets, raising his arms instinctively to shield himself. Although the bullets caused him no harm, the sensation was still uncomfortable, igniting a surge of anger within him. "How foolish are you to seek your own demise?" he thought, observing the spent bullet casings scattered at his feet as the soldiers showed no signs of relenting. In response, he directed a swift strike towards the commanding soldier, unleashing the red moon, cleaving through the air. Without glancing back, Dahu executed several more slashes at the surrounding soldiers, a flurry of crimson crescents soaring through the space. "Bah! A bunch of reckless fools," he spat, glancing back at the commanding soldier, only to find that he had remarkably evaded the deadly arc of the red moon, narrowly escaping disaster. Furrowing his brow, he commanded, "Take your people and leave at once." Dahu intended to let them go, no longer wishing to dwell on the matter. He was about to stride towards the inn when suddenly, a deafening gunshot rang out from the roof above. Startled, Dahu felt a surge of alarm as danger loomed. Almost simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. A bullet had struck, penetrating between his chest and belly. Clutching his wound in disbelief, he pondered how a gun could inflict such harm upon him. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, as if every nerve in his body had been tautened simultaneously. He was unaccustomed to such agony. In his past life, the gravest injury he had endured was merely a scraped knee, which required time to heal. The intensity of the pain rendered Dahu's mind a blank slate, sapping his strength entirely. Then, with a sudden thud, he collapsed to the ground, his limbs twitching involuntarily. At that moment, the commanding soldier approached briskly, producing a large syringe and thrusting it forcefully into Dahu's thigh. The needle pierced his skin with a swift motion, jolting Dahu back to partial consciousness. Yet the searing pain still prevented him from even lifting a finger. Through a haze, he watched as the soldier injected the liquid into his body, and it dawned on him with startling clarity. They were administering anesthetics. They intended to capture him. His mind raced, piecing together the implications. The needle must have been crafted from Edelman alloy, capable of breaching his defenses. And the bullet that struck him was likely a specialized round of the same material. This battalion belonged to General Strick, the one conducting experiments on mutants. They aimed to seize him for their purposes. The lead soldier spoke into his earpiece, declaring, "All set." Moments later, several figures emerged from the inn, and Dahai instantly recognized them. William Strick, the grotesque general, his appearance identical to that depicted in films, accompanied by the Death Woman and the elusive Black Kingpin. The puzzle pieces fell into place. This Kingpin was an associate of Strick, which explained their swift arrival to ambush him. Though this series of events felt prolonged, it transpired within mere seconds. Yet, Dahai soon felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him, and he realized the peril he was in. Swiftly, he concentrated all his willpower on the heart of the traveler, urging it to return him. He could not afford to be captured by that experiment-loving madman. Capture would mean a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the world spun dizzyingly, and he crashed to the ground. As he sensed his descent, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. However, before he could fully discern his surroundings, the effects of the anesthetic surged through him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and eventually, Dahai's awareness began to stir back to life. After a considerable duration, the sea finally recalled that he had not been captured by that despicable Strick. Hastily, he attempted to rise, but with a thud, he collapsed halfway, rendered powerless once more. Following this fall, the sea regained full consciousness. Lying on the ground and surveying his surroundings, the darkness rendered the environment somewhat indistinct. After a few moments, he confirmed that he was in the beach villa from before his transmigration, specifically within his own room. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, he had not been apprehended. As he felt the overwhelming weakness enveloping his body, the sea cursed vehemently. What sort of anesthetic did that bastard use? Its potency is extraordinary. It is worth noting that the sea possessed an indomitable talent for resilience. Yet this anesthetic had incapacitated him for mere seconds. Even now that he had awakened, he was still utterly drained. The power of this anesthetic was indeed formidable. The sea then lifted his hand to feel his abdomen, recalling that he had been shot. He was uncertain of the current state of his injury. Struggling to locate the spot of the gunshot wound from his memory, he found his skin smooth and unblemished. Remarkably, it had already healed. The sea could not help but commend his self-healing abilities. "I hope the bullet hasn't embedded itself inside," he thought, as he strained to lift his head and explored his abdomen. Suddenly, he felt something lodged in his waist. Upon inspection, it was a bullet head. This bullet head was entirely silver, adorned with distinct spiral grooves that extended from the base to the tip. Gazing at this bullet head, the sea erupted into a feeble yet triumphant laugh. "My self-healing capabilities are indeed impressive. The bullet has expelled itself." He chuckled, but the recollection of the excruciating pain from being shot sent shivers down his spine. For the first time, he had faced death so closely. Previously, in films, he had observed characters like Wolverine fighting despite their injuries, unfazed by being shot. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged the true prowess of Wolverine. However, considering that Wolverine had lived for over 2 centuries, enduring countless wars, he had surely been shot hundreds, if not thousands, of times. He recalled a time when he and his brother Sabretooth had been suspended and shot for 3 consecutive days and nights. It was no wonder he had grown accustomed to gunfire. After a moment of reflection, the sea firmly grasped the bullet head. "This vendetta for the gunshot shall be addressed later. I hope you do not meet your demise too soon." Despite possessing the ability to transmigrate, the sea was uncertain of which world he would traverse next. He could only hope that General Strick would remain alive long enough for him to exact his revenge. Subsequently, the sea endeavored to move his limbs. He found he was able to do so and gradually stood upright. He approached the side, switched on the light, and upon checking the time, realized it was already early morning. With no intention of resting, having already slept sufficiently, he began to walk slowly around the room, his limbs still somewhat uncoordinated. He then commenced to reflect on the gains and losses from this recent transmigration. The most significant acquisition was the attainment of 2 extraordinary talents, indomitable resilience and Crimson Moon. Regrettably, he had narrowly missed out on telekinesis. Whether he would encounter it again in another transmigration remained uncertain. At present, I still possess 2 unassigned talent slots, and I am uncertain which world I shall traverse next, hoping to acquire suitable abilities. Reflecting on my previous journey, my performance before those individuals amidst the explosion was rather dismal. Had I not retained a modicum of strength, I fear I would have met with disaster. As for Liu Peng and the group from the martial arts school, let them be mere passers-by in my life. If fate permits another crossing into the world of battle cops, I shall repay my debts to him. I wonder if that naive, sweet bumblebee is still waiting foolishly atop the building. The thought brings a faint smile to my lips. However, my immediate priority is to enhance my strength. If my combat prowess were a tad higher, perhaps I could have captured that telekinetic woman. Suddenly, another thought struck me. I cannot remain here. My appearance has undergone a significant transformation, while I am still recognizable. I cannot explain how I suddenly grew over 10 centimeters, and my physique now resembles that of a superhero. If word got out, it might attract the attention of the SHIELD agency. With that in mind, I hurried downstairs to find the airline's contact number. I booked a flight for tomorrow. No, today at noon, directly to New York. My previous self owned property in New York, and having been away for over 2 years, any noticeable changes would be quite reasonable. Afterward, I turned on the hot water and took a shower. After a day of fierce battles, I had yet to cleanse myself. I was far from presentable. My shirt was long gone, and my already tattered pants had been reduced to mere rags by the final barrage of gunfire. Chapter 17. Daily life in the main world. While showering, I realized that perhaps during my fusion with the indestructible being, my own little self had also been enhanced. My physique now boasts considerable definition. Observing my 8-pack abs, defined V-line, and chiseled waist, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, proclaiming, "Behold, I have become a man who can make the ladies swoon." However, my amusement was short-lived as I recalled my unwieldy immense strength. The thought dampened my spirits. I seemed destined for a life of solitude. Thus, I resolved to master my powers swiftly. I cannot squander such exceptional potential, nor allow the ladies to merely drool. After finishing my shower, I discovered a pressing issue. There appeared to be no suitable clothing in my home. I rummaged about in my birthday suit and eventually found the most fitting attire, a pair of oversized beach shorts, purchased long ago by my predecessor and never worn due to their size. I then scoured for a shirt, settling on the largest one available, which clung to me like a second skin. Feeling somewhat bored, I turned to my computer to browse the internet for any recent significant events. Upon logging on, I realized that it was already June 15th. It seems that the passage of time in the world I entered mirrors that of the main world. Having also elapsed a month, having casually browsed through the recent news, I found that no significant events had transpired. However, the flamboyant playboy Tony Stark had been the subject of relentless tabloid gossip. It seemed that this month he had invited a Victoria's Secret supermodel to spend a week aboard his private yacht. Gazing at Tony's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a cinematic portrayal, I couldn't help but feel an absurd sense of disbelief. Despite having traversed into this world for some time, and even visiting the realm of the X-Men, a lingering sense of unreality still enveloped me. I examined my computer, comparing it with the memories left by my predecessor, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of the current world. Before long, dawn broke. Although it was still before 6 o'clock, I hastily gathered my belongings in preparation to depart. I ensured I had cash, my bank card, and my driver's license, which in this world served as a form of identification akin to the beautiful nation of my former life. I then set out in my car, unwilling to delay. If my neighbors awoke and saw me in my present state, it would be difficult to explain. To my surprise, as I drove around a corner, I was halted by a young woman. She abruptly stopped my vehicle and shouted, "Why are you driving Ron's car? Do you know he is missing and have come to steal his vehicle?" Taken aback, I replied, "Who is Ron?" It then dawned on me that my predecessor was indeed named Ron. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the young woman. She was Vivian, the one who, upon my arrival in this world, had mistakenly believed I was dead and had called the police. She was Ron's former acquaintance or possible girlfriend. I had been apprehensive about encountering anyone, yet here I was face to face with someone so intimately familiar with my predecessor. At that moment, Vivian seemed to realize something, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she pointed at me in the car, exclaiming, "Is that you? Hi, it really is you." Seemingly confirming my identity, she pressed further, "Where have you been this past month? Why have you changed so drastically?" As she approached, she reached the side of my car and tapped on the window. Reluctantly, I lowered the window halfway, revealing just my face, and said, "Vivian, you must be more cautious in the future. If I had truly been a car thief, it could have put you in danger." I attempted to divert the conversation, but Vivian disregarded my words and continued to probe, "Where have you been lately? You've changed so much. Your face looks different. Feigning nonchalance, I fabricated a story. I felt rather weak recently, so I sought out a training camp and participated in an intensive program for a month. To bolster my credibility, I added, "Do I not appear quite dashing now?" To my surprise, Vivian's face flushed at my remark, revealing that she harbored feelings for my predecessor, a man notorious for his hedonistic lifestyle. Then, Vivian quietly remarked, "You could have at least said goodbye before leaving. It made everyone worry that you were missing, and they reported it to the police." Startled, I raised my voice. "You reported it to the police?" "I was just worried about you," she replied. Vivian quietly defended herself, pausing for a moment before expressing her grievance. "The police ignored me afterward." Dahai exhaled, gazing at Vivian, somewhat at a loss for words. "Do you have any other matters?" "I must catch my flight back to New York," he inquired. Vivian was startled by his words and then tentatively asked, "Will you return?" "Not in the near future," he replied. Upon hearing this, Vivian stood silently to the side, her demeanor subdued. Observing her, Dahai promptly drove away. He traveled a considerable distance, yet he could still see Vivian standing there, gazing at his departing vehicle like a statue. A sigh escaped Dahai's lips. "I hope you find a better boy in the future." With that, he continued on his journey. The remainder of Dahai's trip unfolded smoothly. He purchased several suitable outfits, enjoyed a meal, and notified the steward of his New York apartment to prepare for his arrival. Subsequently, he left his car at the airport and boarded his flight, arriving in New York by 4 in the afternoon. Taking a taxi guided by his memory, he headed to the east side of Manhattan. The Ocean Heart Building, a renowned luxury apartment in that area, was said to have derived its name from the legendary diamond. The Ocean Heart. Upon entering, Dahai encountered a meticulously dressed steward who greeted him with a bow, speaking in a refined London accent. "Welcome back, Mr. Hai." Dahai couldn't help but smile, instantly reminded of the brilliant performances of a famous actor from his past life. "You should say," he jested. To his surprise, the steward bowed again, responding with the phrase he had referenced. Realizing the steward did not comprehend his joke, Dahai sighed inwardly. Perhaps no one in this world will understand. He then inquired, "How did you recognize me at a glance?" "I have changed quite a bit." The steward respectfully replied, "Although Mr. Hai has changed significantly, I could still recognize your former self at once." Dahai felt reassured by this and proceeded to the elevator. The steward hurried to assist him and said, "Mr. Hai, your room has been prepared. Please do not hesitate to contact us if you require anything." Dahai nodded in acknowledgement, lacking the desire for conversation, and ascended to the upper floors. The apartment left by his predecessor was situated on the 24th floor, encompassing over 300 square meters of luxury. What Dahai cherished the most was the spacious terrace of 30 to 40 square meters, offering a panoramic view of Central Park and the nighttime spectacle of half of Manhattan. Sitting on the terrace, he admired the scenery below while savoring a glass of whiskey. Initially, he believed red wine would complement the moment better, yet he could only find this bottle of American whiskey at home. After such a lengthy period of traversing time, Dahai finally relished a moment of leisure. For over a month, he had been cautious and apprehensive, fearing the revelation of his status as a time traveler. Now, possessing dual extraordinary abilities, he finally felt a sense of security. Moreover, this body was financially well off. Dahai couldn't help but recall the words of Lu Huangshu. "Having fought this battle, shouldn't I indulge a little?" The ocean felt that merely drinking alcohol was insufficient, so he ordered a portion of Australian lobster. In America, delivery is notoriously slow. What a joke. This is Manhattan's East Side, the most renowned affluent district in the entire nation. When the ocean awoke, it was already noon the following day. The previous night, he had ordered takeout and drinks several times, indulging in feasting until the early hours before finally succumbing to slumber. Sitting on the bed, the ocean reflected that he could not allow himself to descend into such decadence. He had yet to gather all 4 of his extraordinary abilities, and his path to greatness had merely commenced. There was no time for respite. Thus, he rose and ordered takeout once more, opting for a whole roasted lamb, fearing that anything less would not suffice. He then set about his serious business, scouring the internet for swordsmiths or artisanal workshops in New York. Next on his agenda, to forge a weapon that would complement his Crimson Moon. In the world of the Avengers, possessing a suitable weapon might just afford him the opportunity to confront that woman with psychokinetic powers. Naturally, the finest weapons in this realm are crafted from vibranium and URU metal, the former found in Wakanda, the latter in Asgard or among the dwarves. Alas, these were not accessible at present. Previously, in the Avengers world, the ocean had harbored intentions for adamantium, but his first encounter with Strucker had proven disastrous. Therefore, he could only seek a temporary substitute. Crucially, as a swordsman, how could he possibly be without a sword? Online, he discovered a workshop named Special Blade Creations, which claimed to utilize high-tech steel for their weaponry. Consequently, the Ocean arranged a meeting to personally inspect their advanced materials. This was the Marvel Universe, after all. There might be delightful surprises in store. He set off in an Audi A8 left to him by his predecessor. Half an hour later, he arrived on Long Island, locating a sizable estate. This fellow must be quite wealthy. Gazing at the expansive mansion before him, the Ocean pondered whether this swordsmith might be a fraud. Residing in such a manner hardly suggested a life of blacksmithing. It is worth noting that this is the most picturesque area of New York, where many affluent individuals have their estates. The mansion before him was worth far more than all the wealth left by his predecessor combined. Nevertheless, having arrived, the Ocean resolved to take a look. At the entrance of the estate, a figure awaited to greet him, a burly, bald man with a thick beard, clearly muscular and indicative of someone engaged in labor. He must be the swordsmith. The bald giant gestured for the Ocean to enter directly. Once inside the estate, the Ocean stepped out of the car only to be met with a man rushing over, his face alight with astonishment. "Ron? You are Ron." The Ocean was somewhat perplexed. It appeared this individual was acquainted with his predecessor. But who could he be? "I am Ron High. And you are?" he inquired with curiosity. The burly man covered the sides of his face with his beard and leaned forward. "It's me. I am Gray." A handsome visage surfaced in the Ocean's mind, gradually aligning with the man before him, prompting the Ocean to hesitantly respond. "Gray Will?" The man was elated that the sea recognized him, excitedly nodding and exclaiming, "Yes, it is I. You have finally recognized me." The sea gazed upon the bald, muscular man before him, who appeared to be at least 30 years old, and found it difficult to reconcile this figure with the memory of Graywell, one of the most handsome athletic stars at New York University in his previous life, and also a classmate of his, as there were only a handful of students in their cohort. Then the sea inwardly scoffed, reflecting, "I was previously concerned that my appearance had changed too drastically, making it difficult to explain myself to familiar faces. Now, in comparison to this Gray, my alterations are trivial." He then pointed at Gray with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Gray, how did you end up like this?" To his surprise, the bald giant named Gray proudly stroked his bushy beard and declared, "What do you think? Doesn't this enhance my masculinity?" This beard took over 2 years to grow to this splendid state. Gray continued, his words dripping with pride. The sea stared blankly at the bald man with the grand beard, who appeared to be in his early 30s, and mused about his aesthetic choices, utterly bewildered. It was worth noting that Gray was nearly the same age as the sea, around 24. Gray misread the sea's astonishment as being awed by his beard, and was quite pleased. "And what about you, Ron? How did you sculpt that physique?" Chapter 18. Crafting weapons. I have come to commission a sword. Do you have quality materials? Noticing a hint of reluctance from the sea, Gray asserted, "The blades I forge here are the finest in all of New York. Allow me to show you." He then led the sea deeper into his workshop. As they walked, the sea sensed an awkward atmosphere and sought to strike up a conversation. "What have you been up to since graduating from university?" Gray's voice carried a touch of melancholy as he replied, "My family deemed this line of work disgraceful and forbade me from seeking employment. So I decided to pursue what I truly enjoy." The sea paused, realizing that the Weil family belonged to a prominent lineage, previously noble in Austria. Such a family would undoubtedly place great importance on reputation, making it understandable that they could not accept Gray's orientation. The sea could only offer, "That sounds wonderful. What matters is your happiness." The two engaged in a somewhat meandering conversation, during which the sea learned that this estate, valued at over 100 million, was Gray's private property. He couldn't help but inwardly curse. "What a fortunate fellow. I thought I was affluent, but I'm still a pauper in comparison." Gray guided the sea past the grand hall and directly into a building at the back, which housed his workshop. He introduced his creations, an array of knives, swords, and armor, featuring both antique and modern designs, no fewer than 30 pieces. According to Gray, these were crafted for enthusiasts and collectors, with a considerable demand for his work. At this point, the sea made his request known. "I require a blade suitable for combat. The materials must be exceptionally durable. Didn't you mention possessing high-tech materials? Show them to me. Upon hearing this, Gray smiled and whispered to the sea, if it were anyone else, I would remain silent. However, the so-called high-tech materials do not significantly outperform alloy steel. For instance, titanium alloy possesses superior properties compared to steel, yet pales in comparison to quenched steel. They are merely tools to deceive customers into parting with their money. The sea was somewhat astonished. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. How could there be no remarkable high-tech materials? Nonetheless, he quickly recalled that Iron Man's initial armor was merely made of titanium alloy. Noticing the sea's silence, Gray continued, if you truly seek exceptional performance, I possess a treasure that will undoubtedly meet your desires. What treasure? The sea's interest was piqued. After all, Gray was a super-rich heir, and it wouldn't be surprising for him to possess some extraordinary items in the Marvel realm. Observing the sea's fascination, Gray directly responded, it is also alloy steel. But this steel has been compressed by the world's largest hydraulic press, the Titan. This press exerts a force of 15,000 tons. Under such immense pressure, the crystalline structure of the steel has completely transformed, resulting in toughness and hardness that far exceed ordinary materials. The wings of large aircraft are crafted in this manner. If we forge weapons from it, we can quench them after shaping, making it arguably the finest steel in the world. Gray proudly elaborated. The finest steel. You haven't seen the vibranium weapons of Wakanda. The sea thought to himself. However, at this moment, this was indeed the best material he could procure. Thus, he inquired, where's the material? Let me see it. Gray turned and retrieved a steel plate, approximately palm width, an inch thick and about 1.5 meters long. The sea grasped the plate, feeling its weight of around 50 pounds. He held both ends and applied slight force, bending it into a semicircle, and upon releasing it, it immediately snapped back into place. Not bad. This will be perfect for forging swords. The sea nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Gray was left in awe at the sea's display of strength, his jaw dropping as he stared. Finally, he stammered, why, you're incredibly strong. The sea glanced at him and replied, do you think my muscles are fake? Gesturing to his physique. How do we craft the sword? Should we fold and forge it? He shifted the topic. Gray, redirected by the sea's question, no longer focused on the matter of strength. No forging is necessary. This has been compressed by the world's largest hydraulic press. Forging would ruin its crystalline structure. Simply grind it into shape and then quench it, Gray explained. Is it really that simple? Indeed. You can now contemplate the sword's design. Gray encouraged the sea. Design. Upon seeing the steel plate, the sea was inspired by a film from his past called The Journey, which featured a character named Kong who wielded a heavy sword. It was perfect, as ordinary swords could not withstand the sea's immense strength. A heavy sword, then? At least he wouldn't have to restrain his power. He described the general design of Kong's heavy sword to Gray, stating that the front section need not include the 2 holes. The steel plate need not be cut down, a 40-centimeter handle, a 5-centimeter blade tang, and a 110-centimeter blade would be just perfect. However, Gray expressed his skepticism, doubting that anyone could wield such a heavy sword. Without hesitation, Dahan lifted the steel plate and demonstrated its use with one hand, executing a series of over a dozen moves with ease, leaving Gray utterly astonished. Gray pointed at Dahan, speechless, and then returned to his computer to draft the design. As Gray sketched, Dahan offered suggestions for modifications. One must concede that Gray possessed considerable skill. At the very least, the drawings were beautifully rendered, complete with additional stripes on the sword to enhance its aesthetic appeal. Pleased with the developing design, Dahan inquired how long it would take to complete. After a moment's reflection, Gray replied, 3 days, come back then to collect it. Dahan found this agreeable and prepared to take his leave. However, Gray suddenly called out to him, saying, this weekend, our class will hold a reunion, and Betty will be attending. Do you remember Betty Ross? Upon hearing her name, Dahan immediately conjured an image of a person in his mind, the Green Giant's girlfriend, Betty, who was a former classmate. Currently, Banner was likely conducting experiments in a military laboratory. The Green Giant would soon make his appearance, wreaking havoc on the streets of New York. A sense of urgency washed over Dahan. He needed to enhance his strength post-haste. Observing Dahan lost in thought, Gray could not suppress a chuckle, remarking, it seems the rumors of your unrequited love for Betty back in the day were indeed true. Dahan, taken aback, thought to himself, what the hell? My previous incarnation had a crush on the Green Giant's girlfriend. Imagining the Hulk confronting him, demanding, "Do you dare compete for my girlfriend?" sent a shiver down his spine. Those were merely baseless rumors. What would Betty be doing in New York? Dehan inquired. I heard she returned to NYU to further her studies, Gray replied. Dehan remembered the incident in the laboratory that led to the Hulk's rampage, after which Betty was sent to NYU by her father, General Ross. This indicated that the Hulk had already emerged, and it was only 2007. Dehan's mind raced with thoughts of the Hulk's arrival. Noticing Dehan's distraction, Gray directly asked, "So, will you attend a reunion?" Dehan snapped back to reality and pondered before replying. "Perhaps I won't go. I have some matters to attend to." At this juncture, enhancing his combat prowess and preparing for the next adventure took precedence. Dehan was clear about his priorities. Seeing Dehan decline, Gray said nothing further, and they arranged to meet in 3 days to retrieve the sword. Dehan then departed. In the following days, Dehan began searching for places to learn combat and swordsmanship. He explored 4 or 5 clubs in New York, but none met his expectations. At least from a perspective of the sea, they all appear to be mere entertainers for the affluent, indulging in flamboyant workouts. The crux of the matter is that the storyline has yet to unfold, and no one is available to assist with combat training. Would one dare to seek the formidable Green Giant for sparring? The sea certainly does not wish for such a fate. After contemplating various options, it dawned on the sea that only the enigmatic Daredevil had made an appearance thus far. However, approaching him for assistance is not a feasible option. Should one simply stroll into Matt Murdock's law firm and directly request, "Daredevil, could you impart some combat techniques to me?" Ultimately, the sea had no choice but to undertake self-study at home, scouring the internet for an array of videos on combat and swordsmanship, and combining them with the scattered techniques learned clandestinely at the dojo. The sea began to hone his skills. Gradually, he developed a semblance of proficiency. Then, the sea received a call from Gray, informing him that the heavy sword had been completed. Without delay, the sea drove to Gray's estate. Upon arrival, he did not see Gray and instinctively made his way towards the studio at the back. Entering the studio, he found Gray donning a mask, diligently applying a gray coating to the heavy sword. The sea meticulously observed the sword. It was approximately palm width, over a meter in length, with a sleek and flowing design. The spine of the blade featured a subtly raised line, and on either side of the blade's tip, 2 blood grooves were elegantly etched. The handle of the sword measured 40 centimeters, thick as a duck egg, crafted from solid copper, adorned with numerous anti-slip textures, and topped with a winter melon hammer shape. Slightly thicker than the handle itself, the sword guard was seamlessly integrated with the handle, also made of pure copper, exuding a robust and aesthetically pleasing form. The sea was quite taken with the heavy sword and yearned to wield it immediately. Just then, after finishing the spray painting, Gray pointed to the handle and remarked, "To achieve the perfect balance, I altered the handle to be entirely copper. This will make it feel more comfortable in your grip. The weight has certainly increased, but with your extraordinary strength, it should pose no issue." He then gestured towards the blade, continuing, "The protrusion on the spine is something I welded on for aesthetic purposes. The entire sword has undergone rust-proof treatment, ensuring it will remain untarnished for at least a decade. The gray coating I applied will enhance its appearance beautifully. Could you help me flip the sword over?" Gray added. The sea, taking note, grasped the handle firmly, first lifting it to gauge its weight before flipping the sword over. Upon doing so, he realized that the sword weighed approximately 50 pounds. As he turned it over, he noticed that tape was still affixed to the blade, with the spray paint only covering the central portion. Unperturbed by the sea's presence, Gray resumed his painting. After a while, Gray finally completed the spray work. As the sea stepped forward, eager to test the sword, Gray halted him, saying, "Wait a moment, it's not ready yet." He then began to carefully peel the tape from the blade. Gradually, the tape came off, revealing a pristine white blade beneath. The majority of the sword's body had been painted gray, leaving a margin of approximately 1 centimeter near the edge of the blade untouched. The entire blade exuded an air of antiquity, while the edge gleamed with a brilliant, icy luster, rendering it exceedingly beautiful. The ocean could not help but remark to Gray, "Truly impressive, Gray. What a splendid achievement. One might even call you a master swordsmith." Gray, with a satisfied smile, replied, "I have always considered myself a master swordsmith." He then picked up a blowtorch and began to roast the paint on the blade. After completing one side, he instructed the ocean, "Now flip it over." The ocean obliged, and Gray proceeded to apply heat to the other side. Moments later, he proclaimed, "The task is complete." The ocean immediately seized the heavy sword and began to test it, wielding it with one hand and then two, executing vertical strikes, horizontal slashes, and diagonal cuts. The ocean reveled in the experience, finding the sword increasingly comfortable and delightful to wield. A true man ought to wield a heavy sword. Chapter 19. The world of the Lord of the Rings. At this moment, Gray suddenly called out to the ocean, holding up an item resembling leather armor. "Ron, come and try this on." The ocean paused, gazing at the object in Gray's hands with a hint of confusion. Gray explained, "This sword is too large to create a sheath for. It is cumbersome to carry. Thus, I fashioned a leather harness for you to wear on your back." Taking the leather harness, the ocean examined it closely. It was essentially a half-body leather vest. The back featured two wide brass buckles, filled with hard plastic to secure the sword. The front had no buttons, only two leather straps. The ocean donned the harness after a brief assessment. Gray quickly interjected, "First, attach the sword to the harness." Following Gray's instructions, the ocean secured the sword to the harness before putting it on. The two leather straps crossed over his chest and fastened beneath his arms. Once the harness was fitted, with the heavy sword slung at his back, the ocean took a few steps and found it quite suitable. Gray then pointed out a slender leather strap under the right side of the harness, which operated a mechanism for drawing the sword. Grasping the sword's hilt with his right hand, the ocean pulled the mechanism with his left. With a satisfying click, the buckle released, and with a swift motion, the heavy sword was drawn from its harness. "Excellent, Gray. This harness is truly remarkable. You indeed are a master swordsmith, and your craftsmanship extends to leatherwork as well." The ocean expressed his delight, lavishing praise upon Gray. Gray beamed at the compliment, replying, "I am glad you're satisfied. However, this harness was crafted by my partner." His tone was filled with pride, as if the praise for his partner brought him even more joy than accolades for himself. The ocean couldn't help but speculate that Gray's partner was likely male. Nevertheless, the two complemented each other well, one crafting swords and the other creating leather goods. "It seems you and your partner share a harmonious relationship. I wish you both happiness," the ocean remarked to Gray. Hearing this blessing, Gray beamed with delight. In the end, the ocean paid a fee of $20,000, feeling it was well worth it. After all, acquiring such steel would not be an easy feat, even for someone as affluent as Gray. He declined Gray's invitation to dine together, bidding him farewell instead. Then he drove away. After all, they were not from the same world, and too much contact was not advisable. For the next entire month, Dahai immersed himself in practicing combat skills and swordsmanship. He initially trained at home, but after several complaints due to his vigorous movements, he had no choice but to find another location. Ultimately, through his agent, he rented an abandoned warehouse in Brooklyn. Due to the inconvenience of traveling back and forth, Dahai decided to reside in the warehouse. One day, while Dahai was practicing his swordsmanship in the warehouse, he suddenly felt a surge from the heart of the wanderer. Excitement coursed through him. He could finally traverse once more. He had awaited this moment, grateful he had not given up. Such happiness was hard-won. Elated, Dahai hummed a tune as he retrieved the supplies he had prepared in advance, having anticipated that the moment of crossing would arrive within a few days. This time, he had not packed excessively. He only brought money and warm clothing. The money was specifically set aside, consisting of older notes, to prevent a recurrence of previous mishaps. Other items were unnecessary. Dahai firmly believed that with his abilities, he could quickly establish himself regardless of where he ended up. After securing his backpack and shouldering his heavy sword, he took several deep breaths. Dahai immediately immersed his mind in the heart of the wanderer and forcefully propelled it forward while silently chanting, "Let's go." Amidst a whirlwind of sensations, he soon felt weightlessness. Dahai thought to himself, "Here we go again." Quickly adjusting his posture, he landed with a thud, both hands and feet braced against the ground. He had not fallen. Rising to his feet, he mused that he had made progress. He looked around to assess his surroundings, observing that the area was overgrown with wild grass and dotted with a few scattered trees. It was the wilderness, and the temperature at noon was neither too high nor too low. Thus, the warm clothing was unnecessary. Dahai discarded the thick garments he had prepared, leaving only a thin shirt, which lightened his backpack considerably. After adjusting his pack, he prepared to set off. Dahai turned around, noting that the surrounding environment was virtually identical, devoid of any signs of civilization. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Reluctantly, he set down his backpack and heavy sword, crouched down and leaped. He soared 50 or 60 meters high, yet saw nothing. This was an endless expanse of wilderness. Upon landing, Dahai could not help but curse the heart of the wanderer for its unreliability. Previously, he had been thrust into the midst of a terror attack. This time, he found himself in a desolate stretch akin to the African savanna. With no other options, Dahai chose a direction at random and began to walk. Nearly 2 hours passed with no change in the surroundings, and a sense of unease settled into Dahai's heart. Could this truly be an uninhabited wasteland? Another half-hour went by, when suddenly, Dahai heard voices ahead. The sea was filled with excitement as it finally encountered humans, and it hurriedly rushed forward. However, upon nearing the scene, the sea was momentarily taken aback. Before it lay a primitive village, approximately 40 to 50 meters away, inhabited by a group of ragged primitive people wielding rudimentary bows and wooden spears, valiantly defending against a pack of wolves. The two sides were locked in a standoff, but the primitive folk clearly found themselves at a disadvantage. Among them were men, women, and children, totaling only 30 or 40 individuals, many trembling violently, barely able to stand. In stark contrast, the wolf pack boasted more than 20 members, led by a colossal alpha wolf, towering over a man. It seemed that the sea had unwittingly traversed into a primitive society. Just then, the massive alpha wolf let out a long howl, prompting the pack to surge forward. The formation of the primitive people was instantly shattered, and within moments, several were knocked down, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, the sea felt a pang of compassion. After all, they were all human. Thus, it cast aside its backpack, grasped its heavy sword, and charged forth. In just over a second, less than two, the sea reached the front lines and unleashed a devastating strike upon the giant alpha wolf. A crimson crescent, spanning 2 to 3 meters, sliced through the air, cleaving the alpha in two. With the death of their leader, the wolf pack immediately halted in its tracks. The primitive people erupted in cheers of joy. It is the ranger. The great ranger has come to save us. However, the sea paid them no heed, swiftly dispatching the surrounding wolves, unleashing more than 10 crimson crescents that felled numerous foes. The wolf pack disintegrated, whimpering as they turned to flee. The sea, sword in hand, relentlessly pursued them, for the crimson crescent could reach over 10 meters. Before long, the wolf pack was almost entirely decimated, with only 1 or 2 escaping in different directions. Vanishing from sight, surveying the area for any remaining wolves, the sea turned back to check on the people's condition. As it approached the village, it noticed a dozen corpses scattered on the ground. Others were either sobbing uncontrollably or screaming in agony while clutching their wounds. Some laughed in relief at having escaped, while others anxiously called for their loved ones. A few were tending to the injured. At that moment, the sea's heart was a tumult of emotions. Pondering the myriad facets of life, several individuals spotted the sea's approach and hurriedly knelt before it, exclaiming, "Thank you, great ranger." "What place is this?" the sea inquired. They could only tell it that this was a village belonging to Dolan Town, unable to ascertain in which world they resided. However, they mentioned that the enormous wolf was known as the Seat Wolf. A sense of unease gripped the sea. Could this be the world of monstrous beasts? The upper limit of that realm was quite formidable. Some formidable beings could even traverse to other dimensions, attracting the attention of these people. Possessing the heart of a traveler did not guarantee an escape. However, it is also possible that this refers to the world of the Lord of the Rings, where half-orcs ride wolves. Yet, both realms seem rather uninviting. The world of the Lord of the Rings appears devoid of superhuman abilities, while the realm of Warcraft is fraught with peril. Ultimately, Dahuai resolved to assess the situation before making further decisions. At worst, he thought, he could maintain a low profile and remain for a month before returning home. After clarifying the route, Dahuai departed without hesitation. The village bore the weight of many lost souls, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made Dahuai feel unwelcome. Thus, he firmly declined their entreaties and their offers of compensation. He retrieved his backpack and set off towards Doran Town, momentarily setting aside his unease. According to the villagers, if he followed this path for an hour, he would reach Doran Town. Suddenly, Dahuai realized that, regardless of the world he was in, possessing a blade would be of little use. What would he do upon arriving at the town? Had he considered this sooner, he might have lingered in the village a bit longer, especially since he could have earned some rewards. However, having already departed, he was reluctant to return. He then recalled the giant wolf he had just slain, which could be exchanged for currency. Thus, an idea sparked in his mind. Why not capture another prey and carry it with him to Doran Town? Scanning his surroundings, Dahuai sprinted towards a densely wooded area, confident that such places would harbor wild beasts. After searching for over an hour, he finally managed to hunt down a wild boar in a thicket. It was not large, weighing only a couple of 100 pounds, but he had no choice as he could not find any other quarry, and dusk was approaching, determining his direction. He hoisted the wild boar over his shoulder and hurried towards Doran Town, hoping it would suffice for a night's lodging. Unexpectedly, just a short distance from Doran Town, he encountered a massive black bear in the woods. Dahuai's heart leapt with joy. This creature's fur would surely fetch a high price. The black bear, noticing Dahuai's intrusion into its territory, became infuriated. It stood upright, towering over 3 meters, glaring down at Dahuai with a thunderous roar. It dropped to all fours and charged at him. Unfazed by the bear's approach, Dahuai felt a surge of excitement and discarded the wild boar from his shoulder. He remained still until the bear lunged at him. At that moment, Dahuai sprang forward, delivering a powerful double-fisted strike directly to the bear's chest. This technique, learned from the Wu family martial arts school, was originally intended to strike the temples of a human opponent. However, it proved equally effective against the bear's formidable chest. A resounding crack echoed as the colossal bear was sent sprawling 4 or 5 meters away, crashing to the ground, motionless. Upon closer inspection, Dahuai noted that the bear's chest had caved in completely, and blood began to pour from its massive maw. Its fate was sealed. Observing the bear's immense body, Dahuai felt a twinge of concern. Ultimately, he hoisted the black bear over his shoulder with the wild boar in hand. As he made his way towards Dolan Town, within less than half an hour, Dahuai arrived, the darkness of night having completely enveloped the surroundings. The streets of Dolan Town were dimly lit, populated by a handful of pedestrians, their figures shrouded in shadow. Only the sporadic glow emanating from the houses hinted at the presence of torches and candles. Upon glancing at the quaint town, Dahuai mused to himself that it indeed bore the hallmark of medieval Europe. Progressing along the main thoroughfare, he was met with gasps of astonishment and ensuing discussions among the townsfolk. Was that not the formidable black bear from the dark woods to the east? Remarkably, this ranger had managed to slay such a colossal beast. Just last month, several members of the town guard had perished in the attempt. Before long, Dahuai spotted a lively tavern up ahead. He thought to himself, of course, where there are rangers in towns, there must be taverns. Upon reaching the entrance, a commotion erupted as a group of patrons spilled out. The tavern owner accepted the black bear and wild boar, rewarding Dahuai with a pouch of silver coins. The contract was for 3 gold coins, and the mayor had placed a bounty of 10 gold coins on the black bear. The tavern owner eagerly volunteered to retrieve it for Dahuai the following day. Subsequently, Dahuai settled into the tavern to enjoy a meal and drink. Engaging in conversation with the locals, he soon learned that they referred to this realm as Middle-earth. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the world of the Lord of the Rings. Yet, a sense of dismay crept over him, for it seemed that he lacked the abilities he needed here. However, he contemplated the potential of replicating the longevity of elves or the immortality of the mayor, pondering where he might find such beings. Chapter 20. The occupation of Long Lake Town while dining and drinking in the tavern. Dahuai sought to glean more knowledge about this world. Curious about the current time and location, he noticed a burly man clad in tattered leather armor, who appeared to possess considerable knowledge. Dahuai approached him directly, inquiring, "Brother, are you also a ranger?" The man, evidently thrilled by the inquiry, exclaimed, "Indeed, sir. I'm a ranger. Come, let us raise a toast to this gentleman." Dahuai turned to the bartender, placing an order, then invited the ranger. "Since you're also a ranger, come, let us share a drink." The ranger, somewhat flustered by the attention, hurried over and seated himself beside Dahuai, though only half sitting, akin to a student before teacher. The bartenders soon delivered their drinks, and Dahuai raised his glass to the ranger, toasting before introducing himself. "I am Dahuai. May I ask your name?" "I am Lucy. I once slain a gigantic wild boar, and thus I am known as Lucy the Boar Slayer," he declared proudly. Dahuai paused, internally critiquing the rather peculiar nickname, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He then continued the conversation. "Ah, Lucy the Butcher. I have just arrived in the vicinity. Are you well acquainted with this area? What towns or cities lie nearby? Our settlement is situated by the flowing river, and the neighboring towns are also positioned along its banks. Downstream, there is the town of Plainland. Upon hearing the name Flowing River, I found myself lost in thought. I seem to recall perusing a map of Middle-earth, featuring the dwarves' lonely mountain, with Lake Town located upstream of the flowing river. Thus, I inquired, "Are you familiar with Lake Town?" "Indeed, I am," Lucy replied. "It lies just upstream of the flowing river. I have heard that they engage in trade with the elves of the forest, and it is said that one can frequently encounter them." His tone revealed a hint of envy, as if the chance to see elves were a most fortunate occurrence. At this revelation, I understood. Yet, I pondered whether the dwarves had ventured to the lonely mountain, and if the dragon Smog still resided there. I asked, "The dwarves' lonely mountain is also in that direction, correct?" The dwarves were long ago driven away by the malevolent dragon. It is said that the dragon still lingers there. This knowledge indicated that the narrative of the hobbits had yet to unfold, and the dwarves had not reclaimed their mountain. That night, I took lodging at the tavern. The following morning, I prepared to set forth for Lake Town. I had meticulously plotted my route the previous night, with Gandalf's whereabouts uncertain. I resolved to seek out the elves. I wished to ascertain their abilities and determine if they were worth emulating. On the second day, using the mayor's bounty, I purchased a steed, preferring horseback riding over traveling by boat. 3 days, yes, a full 3 days, elapsed before I reached the next town, with several more towns to traverse before arriving at Lake Town. After a brief respite in the small settlement, I continued my journey, taking more than 20 days to finally arrive at Lake Town. Depleted of funds, I sought information regarding large beasts to hunt, hoping to sell the spoils for coin, and perhaps even earn a bounty. For over 20 days, I traveled northward, the weather growing increasingly frigid. I donned thicker garments, increasingly resembling a denizen of Middle-earth. Finally, I arrived at Lake Town. No, to be precise, I reached the lake itself. The town lay distant amid the waters, merely a shadow on the horizon, utterly inaccessible. I lingered by the shore for half a day, plagued not just by misfortune, but by other factors, as not a single boat graced the waters. As twilight approached, I recognized that spending the night outdoors would be quite intolerable. Thus, I ventured to the edge, hewing 2 tree trunks of barrel thickness, transporting them to the lakeside. Stacking the trunks, I drove my heavy sword through their center with great force, binding them together to fashion a rudimentary raft. I then paddled this makeshift vessel toward Lake Town. After over half an hour, as darkness threatened to envelop the land, I finally reached the entrance of Lake Town. However, I was immediately halted by the toll collector stationed at the gate. "Stop! Goods inspection!" The collector called out, and upon noticing the raft upon which I stood, he was rendered utterly astonished. "From whence do you hail?" The sea, upon witnessing the situation, promptly produced a gold coin, casting a sidelong glance before tossing it forth, inquiring, "Where's the inn in the town?" This maneuver had long been mastered by the sea. The man, delighted to receive the coin, scrutinized it for a moment before hesitantly responding, "Sir, there is no inn in the town. Should you require accommodation, you are welcome to stay at my home." Just then, an individual burst forth, seizing the coin and stowing it greedily in his pocket, gazing at the sea with avarice, and proclaimed, "From whence do you come?" Without the mayor's decree, no one is permitted to enter Long Lake Town. He then turned, commanding, "Seize him." Instantly, several fully armed town guards rushed forth. Upon seeing the man's face, the sea recognized him as Apherd, a character from the storyline, the mayor's sycophant. Initially, the sea intended to discreetly enter Long Lake Town with a bit of coin, then devise a plan to follow the merchant ships to the realm of the Wood Elves. However, encountering this scoundrel at the gate appeared to thwart his intentions for the day. Thus, with resolve, the sea extended 2 fingers and struck at Apherd, unleashing the red moon. A 2-meter-long crimson crescent arc cleaved through the air, severing Apherd cleanly in twain, his entrails and blood spilling across the ground. The guards, rushing forward, were instantly rendered speechless, exclaiming, "He is an evil sorcerer, a devil. He must be a harbinger of doom." A throng of men brandishing swords faced the sea, yet they trembled in fear, hesitant to advance. At that moment, the sea leaped onto the toll platform, causing the group to recoil in terror. Ignoring their fright, he turned to crouch, preparing to retrieve his heavy sword from the raft. Seizing the opportunity, a guard approached, thrusting a sword toward the sea's back. The sound of metal clashing echoed, Yet the blow failed to penetrate his defenses, leaving the guard momentarily stunned. Rising, the sea grasped the heavy sword in his right hand while seizing the assailant with his left, forcefully tossing him aside, exclaiming, "Begone!" With a swoosh, the guard transformed into a shooting star, soaring far away. Pointing at the bisected Apherd, the sea addressed the trembling toll collector, stating, "That coin is yours. Take it back." He then directed his sword at the remaining guards, commanding, "Lead me to the mayor's residence." Terrified, the guards dared not refuse, trembling as they guided the sea toward the mayor's abode. In no time, they arrived at the mayor's home at the entrance square, where a throng of 40 to 50 guards quickly surrounded them. The sea, taken aback, remarked such rapid response. This mayor is not as inept as those in the films. The guards escorting him immediately dashed away. The sea recognized that it was time to establish his dominance. Raising his heavy sword against the leading guard, he delivered a decisive strike. Red Moon slash. A blade sliced through the air, manifesting a crimson crescent over 3 meters in length, soaring swiftly across the night sky. A breathtaking sight indeed. As the Scarlet Moon passed, the captain of the guards, along with several soldiers behind him, was cleaved in two, and a corner of the mayor's residence was severed, slowly collapsing with a resounding crash. The soldiers, struck by fear, found themselves confronted by Dazai, who brandished his sword and commanded, "Step aside, or face annihilation." The guards hastily retreated, parting to reveal the mayor cowering behind them. Upon seeing the mayor, Dazai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing the man had not fled. The mayor, taken aback by the presence of such a formidable individual, regretted not having fled sooner. Dazai approached, scrutinizing this character from the narrative, and it dawned on him that this was his first encounter with a figure from a storyline. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the mayor bore only an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to his cinematic counterpart. Such is the divergence between film and reality, Dazai mused. The mayor trembled under Dazai's gaze, perspiration streaming down his face despite the chill of the day, gripped by an overwhelming fear of the malevolent sorcerer before him. Desperately, he began to flatter, "Great wizard, what is it you desire? Gold? Beauties? I shall grant you anything. Please spare my life." Indeed, they all perceived Dazai as an evil sorcerer. Silence. Dazai's icy voice interrupted the mayor's pleas. He then turned to the guards and ordered, "Summon all the townsfolk to assemble here." Immediately, a number of soldiers dashed off to relay the message, demonstrating commendable training. He then instructed several guards to clean the scene and suspended the mayor at one side of the square. Initially hesitant to bind the mayor, the guard were spurred into action after Dazai swiftly struck one of them, prompting greater urgency. Unbeknownst to them, the earlier commotion had drawn the attention of many townspeople, who observed from a distance, too fearful to approach. As the mayor dangled, Dazai called out, "Residents, come fort. I am not an evil sorcerer, but a ranger here to address the greed of this mayor. Gather in square." A few brave souls began to approach cautiously. Before long, the soldiers who had gone to summon the residents returned, and the square was soon filled with approximately 300 to 400 people. Standing upon the steps of the mayor's house, Dazai waited for the crowd to gather and then proclaimed, "Fellow residents, I am Ron Dazai, a ranger. I have long heard of the mayor's misdeeds, oppressing the very people of Changhu Town, rendering what should be a prosperous place into a realm of hardship. Life has been difficult for you all, has it not? Today, I have come to seek justice on your behalf. I assure you, Changhu Town will no longer suffer oppression, and you shall not be deprived of your livelihoods any longer. Moreover, our lives shall flourish, with every household enjoying ample meals and donning fine garments." This scheme is all too familiar to Daki, identifying vulnerabilities, establishing reasons, providing assurances, and discussing the future. Indeed, just moments ago, the residents were filled with dread. Now, they offered fervent applause and cheers for Daki. Daki then approached the edge of the square and pointed at the mayor, who was suspended, declaring, "Today, I shall execute this rogue who has oppressed you all." Without heeding the crowd's reaction, he gestured towards the struggling mayor and commanded, "Crimson Moon." A massive crescent of scarlet energy sliced through the air. Not only did it cleave the mayor in two, but it also severed a layer from the building behind him. This was a deliberate demonstration of power by Daki, intended to instill fear. As anticipated, the crowd gasped and recoiled, creating a wide space before Daki. He, satisfied with their reaction, proclaimed, "From this day forth, I, Ron Daki, shall be the mayor of Changhu Town. Who is in favor and who is against? Internally, Daki reveled in the moment, thinking to himself, finally, I've uttered a truly grandiloquent statement. Chapter 21. An unexpected turn following Daki's declaration. Silence enveloped the scene for several seconds before the crowd, with heartfelt sincerity, began to express their support. I stand with you, esteemed mayor. Lord Ron should indeed be the mayor. Hail to the mayor. Daki then pointed to the house he had just cleaved and inquired, whose house is this? A nearby soldier glanced at Daki and whispered, this belongs to our captain, Lord Shiri. You have just slain him. Daki replied, I had intended to reward him handsomely, but it seems that has been simplified. Noticing no dissent, he asked, who is Bard? All gazes swiftly converged upon Bard, with some pointing and declaring, esteemed mayor. He is Bard. Daki had already taken note of Bard, but feigned ignorance for effect. Bard, unable to evade the situation, stepped forward and said, esteemed mayor, I am Bard. You are a descendant of the Lord of He Valley, Jirian? Daki inquired. Indeed, my lord. Bard responded. Very well. I hereby appoint Bard as the vice mayor of Changhu Town to assist me in managing the affairs of He Valley, Daki announced loudly. Upon hearing of Bard's appointment, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, a stark contrast to the fear that accompanied Daki's earlier proclamation. It was evident that Bard was well liked. In truth, Daki had long contemplated this arrangement, as he had seized the position of mayor to facilitate his quest for the elves. He intended to explore Lonely Mountain later, perhaps to play the role of a dragon-slaying hero. For Daki, Changhu Town was merely a stepping stone, a plaything, and he would certainly entrust it to a capable individual. The film clearly indicated that the most suitable candidate for mayor was Bard, who would indeed ascend to that role in the latter part of the story. Then the sea addressed the somewhat bewildered Bard, saying, from now on, you shall be responsible for the reforms in Lake Town. Yes, you. There will be no oppression henceforth. Should anyone disobey your orders, inform me, and I shall deal with them. Upon hearing this, the residents of Lake Town erupted in cheers. Once the clamor subsided, the sea declared, it is late. Everyone should return home. Turning to Bard, he added, Bard, come with me. He then entered the mayor's residence. Bard followed, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement. The sea directly stated to Bard, I am merely passing through and shall depart in due time. Therefore, you must swiftly take charge of Lake Town. Should you encounter troubles that you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As for everything else, take care of it yourself. Bard was utterly stunned, having initially thought that this individual had come to seize control of Lake Town, only to discover that he intended to hand it over to him. Mayor, Bard stammered. The sea disregarded Bard's thoughts and simply said, all right, you may leave now. I need a rest. He began ushering him out. To Bard's surprise, the former mayor had no family, only a few maidservants, which spared the sea considerable inconvenience. However, the maidservants were greatly intimidated by their fierce new master. The sea paid them no mind, instructing them to bring food, as he intended to dine and sleep. It must be noted that Bard proved quite capable, accomplishing the town's reforms in just 3 days. During this time, he consulted with the sea, executing several of the most heinous dissenters. The sea also suggested that the substantial wealth left by the former mayor be distributed among the townsfolk, retaining less than 1,000 gold coins for himself to prepare for his return to the main world, intending to utilize them for future travels. For these 3 days, the sea resided in the mayor's house, indulging in feasting, drinking, and fishing, a rare opportunity to rest after more than 20 days of relentless travel. On the 4th day, the sea set forth with Bard and several guards towards the territory of the forest elves. It was time to meet the elves. Over the past few days, the sea had learned that the elves were not easy to deal with. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that by merely demonstrating a fraction of his strength, he could ascend to the status of guest of honor at the table of the elven king, Thranduil. To his astonishment, as soon as their vessel approached the vicinity of the elven kingdom, they encountered a band of dwarves in disarray, fleeing in panic. It was none other than King Thorin Oakenshield and his expeditionary comrades. This scene mirrored that of the second installment of the Hobbit trilogy, The Desolation of Smaug, where Thorin and his companions had just escaped from the elves' dungeons. According to the storyline, they would soon meet the downcast Bard, who would then lead them to Lake Town. At this thought, the sea glanced at Bard and mused. Indeed, it seems this encounter was destined. Bard had already been appointed as the vice mayor. and now serendipitously crossed paths with them. Gazing upon the familiar faces, Dahai felt a surge of excitement within. He had never anticipated being part of the unfolding narrative. His hopes of aligning with the plot had been rather dim, given the unreliability of the Wanderer's heart. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered a scene reminiscent of the film, leaving him somewhat astonished. The group of dwarves, upon spotting Dahai's vessel, immediately called out, "Over here, over here!" Dahai turned to his companion and commanded, "Make landfall." The ship gradually approached the shore, and the dwarves, brimming with enthusiasm, gathered around. As Dahai beheld the 13 dwarves, nearly identical to those in the movie, along with the hobbit Bilbo, he felt an immense joy and decided to jest with them, saying, "A band of dwarves and a hobbit appear in the territory of the woodland elves, who are their sworn enemies. What the pradikamin? What could have transpired?" His words rendered the jubilant dwarves momentarily silent. Eventually, the white-bearded dwarf, Balin, stepped forward. "Good sir, do you hail from Lake Town?" he inquired. "Indeed," Dahai replied. "We are humble merchants from the Blue Mountains, en route to the Iron Hills to visit relatives. Might we board your vessel to Lake Town?" Balin spoke with the same duplicitous charm as in the film. He quickly added, "We shall pay." At this moment, Bard leaned in closer, whispering into Dahai's ear, "My lord, these individuals are surely deceiving us." He pointed to the wounded dwarf, Kili, saying, "That one bears a wound. He is surely being pursued by the elves. We are on our way to the elven realm, so why not?" Dahai, fully aware of the arrow-stricken dwarf, knew that Kili's injury had garnered the affection of the beautiful elven captain, Toriel. A dwarf and an elf? Quite the spectacle. Dahai interrupted Bard, stating, "No need to visit the elven realm." He was aware that the next chapter of the story required bringing this group of dwarves back to Lake Town. Tomorrow night, orcs would attack, and the breathtakingly handsome elven prince and Toriel would also arrive in Lake Town. Thus, Dahai pointed at the injured Kili and proclaimed to the dwarves, "Your comrade's condition is dire. He has been struck by an orc's dark, cursed arrow. If he is not rescued soon, he shall perish." Upon hearing this, Kili's brother, Philly, could no longer contain himself. "Good sir, can you save Kili? If you can, I shall offer you all my wealth." Dahai smiled silently, merely observing the oak-shielded Thorin beside him. Unexpectedly, Thorin did not hesitate and declared, "I, Thorin II, son of Thrain, grandson of Thror, king of Durin's folk, Oakenshield Thorin, implore you to heal Kili." Dahai had initially intended to test Thorin, but was taken aback by his readiness to step forward. It was worth noting that by making such a request, he risked the possibility of failing to reach the Lonely Mountain, a long-held aspiration of their dwarven lineage. Clearly, Thorin was beginning to exude the qualities of a true leader. Reflecting upon Thorin, who later fell victim to the curse of the Lonely Mountain, transforming into a greedy and selfish individual, the sea could not resist imparting a word of caution. "I am Ron, the mayor of Lake Town." The sea introduced himself in accordance with the customs of Middle-earth, and continued, "King Thorin of the dwarves, are you preparing to reclaim the Lonely Mountain?" The dwarves turned pale, and Bard, standing beside the sea, also changed countenance. Thorin's expression shifted, and he gravely inquired, "Mayor Ron, how do you know this?" "It is not difficult to surmise." The sea replied casually, then half-jokingly asked, "Are you aware that the Lonely Mountain has been cursed by the dark emissaries?" At this, the dwarves not only paled further, but began to murmur among themselves. Thorin promptly pressed on, "What do you mean by curse? How could the Lonely Mountain possibly be cursed?" "This curse amplifies the darkest inclinations within one's heart. Even the noblest of souls can become greedy and selfish," the sea explained, pausing briefly before adding, "This curse particularly targets your lineage, King Thorin. Have you not noticed the peculiar behaviors of the last few dwarf kings?" The sea, albeit with some embellishment, spoke from a place of goodwill, and he was far from stuttering. Upon hearing this, Thorin fell into a contemplative silence. Previously, in Rivendell, King Doran had mentioned the curse of the Lonely Mountain. At that time, Thorin had quarreled with him and departed without a word. Now, the sea's words were irrefutable. The recent dwarf kings indeed exhibited unsettling behavior. The other dwarves, gripped by fear, urged Thorin to abandon the quest for the Lonely Mountain. After a moment of silence, Thorin declared, "The Lonely Mountain is the location of our kingdom beneath the mountain. Only by reclaiming it can we restore our subterranean realm and revive the glory of the dwarven lineage. We must go." Turning to the sea, he continued, "Mayor, If you assist us in reaching the lonely mountain, I promise to share its treasures with you. Observing Thorin, the sea understood that history could not be altered. I shall help you reach the lonely mountain. However, the treasures need not concern you. Once you enter the lonely mountain, you will no longer be the Thorin you are today, and you will not share the treasures. Feeling insulted, Thorin immediately retorted, I, the son of Thrain and grandson of Thor, king of the dwarves, Thorin Oakenshield, shall fulfill my promises. I will share the wealth with Lake Town. Very well. The sea replied nonchalantly, but then earnestly cautioned Thorin. Remember, Thorin, only you can resist the curse. Do not let it ensnare you. He then halted Bard, who was about to speak, and addressed the dwarves. Everyone aboard. I shall take you to Lake Town for some rest. He pointed at Keely, who had been injured by an arrow. This companion requires medical attention as well. He then directed the ship to return. Bard could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Mayor, we cannot allow the dwarves to venture to the lonely mountain. They will. The sea placed a reassuring hand on Bard's shoulder, interrupting him. I understand. And I shall vanquish that vile dragon. The sea, indifferent to the anxious Bard, engaged in conversation with the group of dwarves. It soon became apparent that these dwarves were truly amusing, each possessing a unique perspective and eloquent speech that elicited hearty laughter from the sea. Chapter 22. Preparing for battle eventually, Thorin could no longer contain himself and inquired about the treatment for Keely's injury. The sea contemplated a film it had previously watched and replied, To heal him, we require a herb known as Athelas. In Lake Town, we typically use it for feeding pigs. There is an abundance. The dwarves found it somewhat incredulous that a herb meant for swine could cure the dark curse of the half-orc's arrow. They immediately began to discuss this revelation. In the film's conclusion, it appeared that the beautiful elf, Toriel, used the herb combined with magic to heal Keely's wounds. However, prior to that, a dwarf named Bofer had already located the herb and was prepared to start the treatment, likely without the need for magic. The sea pondered that, lacking magical abilities, it might still succeed in healing him. Upon arriving in Lake Town, the sea sought out the herb as depicted in the film and bandaged Keely, the wounded dwarf. A feast was then arranged to entertain the dwarves and Bilbo, primarily to foster relations in hopes of connecting with the wizard Gandalf. It is worth noting that the wizards in this world are incarnations of the demigod Mayor, and perhaps some magical abilities could be replicated from them. During the banquet, Thorin was elated, for the lonely mountain was now within reach, and he could finally see a glimmer of hope in reclaiming it. He made numerous promises of rewards. Yet the sea remained unconcerned, knowing that once they reached the lonely mountain, Thorin would become greedy and selfish, likely withholding even a single coin. After the feast, the sea prepared weapons and equipment for the dwarves, informing them that a ship would be arranged to take them to the vicinity of the lonely mountain the following morning. To avoid altering the storyline, the sea advised Thorin to leave the injured Keely behind to recuperate, ensuring that a few would remain to care for him. This was, of course, in anticipation of the elven prince and the beautiful elf Toriel arriving the following evening, along with the impending assault from the half-orcs and, ultimately, the dragon Smaug. The sea suddenly realized that the following night would be quite eventful. Early the next morning, Thorin and his companions set off. Bard, watching them depart, felt utterly helpless, having attempted to dissuade them multiple times but ultimately yielding to the sea's obstinate resolve. Subsequently, the sea made some arrangements. First, it instructed them to find a sufficiently thick iron chain to confront the formidable Smaug. They discovered a previously left iron anchor in the warehouse, which stood half a person tall and weighed hundreds of pounds. Attached to it was a chain several dozen meters long, as thick as a wrist, adding up to over 200 pounds. This revealed the former prosperity of Lake Town, or rather, the Valley City, and the considerable size of its vessels. The sea, delighted at the sight of the anchor, could not resist lifting it for a few trial swings, finding it quite satisfactory. In this moment, it mattered not even if Smaug could take to the skies. Bard was then tasked with discreetly loading a portion of provisions onto the ship. Finally, the night watch was arranged, awaiting the arrival of the half-orcs and the elven prince. The night eventually descended, and the sea guided Bard to the outskirts of Lake Town, where they awaited the half-orcs' approach. Before long, the darkness revealed the half-orcs, rowing their vessel directly towards Lake Town. Deha instructed everyone to retreat, allowing the half-orcs entrance, so they could execute a complete annihilation. As the half-orcs neared the gates, They nimbly scaled the walls, with approximately 30 of them managing to leap inside. With the half-orcs now within, Deha disregarded the guards, seizing his heavy sword and charging forth to unleash a flurry of strikes upon the intruders. Observing their mayor's boldness, the guards hastily followed suit. However, Deha acted with such swiftness that, under the crimson moon, all beings met their fate equally. The guards beheld a dazzling display of crimson crescents dancing through the air. When they regained their senses, they discovered that all 30 half-orcs lay vanquished. Not a single body intact, some severed in twain, others cleaved entirely asunder. Only Bard, with his swift arrows, managed to fell 3 or 4 half-orcs. After the carnage, Deha turned slowly, brandishing a cloth to wipe non-existent blood from his sword. Indeed, it was merely for effect. The guards trailing behind him erupted in fervent cheers. Initially, they had perceived their mayor as merely a brutal figure who had usurped his position, but they now recognized the immense advantages of having such a formidable leader. Without even engaging in battle, the enemy had been eradicated. Deha nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Leave a portion of you to clean this place, while the rest continue patrolling. 2 elves should be arriving shortly. Bring them to me when they do." With that, he strode away without a backward glance, to which the guards responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Upon returning to the mayor's residence, Deha summoned the remaining dwarves to commence a banquet. Noticing that the dwarf who had previously been struck by an arrow had made a commendable recovery, Deha silently expressed relief, grateful for his good fortune. He arranged the dwarves on one side of the table, leaving several empty seats on the opposite side. As the dwarves settled in, they began to pour the wine. Unable to contain his curiosity, one dwarf inquired about the vacant seats. Deha replied, "We have a few guests who shall be arriving shortly." At that moment, Bard entered, flanked by guards and 2 elves. Deha's gaze fell upon the elven prince and the enchanting elf, Toriel. With a joyful expression, he exclaimed, "Honorable Prince Legolas and the beautiful Captain Toriel, please take your seats. Our banquet shall commence momentarily." Just as the lovely elf was about to speak, Prince Legolas interjected, guiding them both into the hall. He then remarked, "I am grateful for your esteemed invitation. May I inquire about your identity?" The elven prince and Talir entered. Their appearances nearly identical to those depicted in the film, yet they possessed an aura of unparalleled beauty, every movement imbued with an elegant grace. It evoked a sense of the celestial, as if they were embodiments of the harmonious union between heaven and earth. This, perhaps, is the essence of elves, their intrinsic connection to nature. In response to the elven prince's inquiry, Deha introduced himself. "I am Ron, the newly appointed mayor of Long Lake Town." After his introduction, he continued, "I anticipated your visit, thus I organized this banquet in your honor." Without allowing the two to interject, he gestured toward the dwarves, stating, "It appears my dwarven friends harbor some grievances with the wood elves, so I have invited them to join us in hopes of resolving these conflicts." This was, of course, a fabrication on Deha's part. He was fully aware of the deep-seated animosity between the dwarves and the wood elves, a rift that could not be mended. It was merely a ruse to placate the elven prince, who, as evident from the film, was a quintessential gentleman, an individual who could be easily led astray by charm. The dwarf both interjected vehemently, "Our enmity with them is irreconcilable." Legolas and Talir exchanged awkward glances, prompting Deha to awkwardly suggest, "Let us not dwell on disagreements. Let us eat." He subsequently summoned Bard, who was preparing to leave, to join them. The dwarves owed Deha a considerable debt, having been saved by him in a previous encounter, and thus felt compelled to remain. The elven prince and Talir, being captives, had no option but to stay. The ensuing meal unfolded as Deha had anticipated, an atmosphere thick with discomfort, with no one daring to speak. Even Talir and Chili, who had developed mutual affections, remained silent. This suited Deha perfectly. He then focused his thoughts into the heart of the wanderer to probe the elven prince. As expected, the heart responded to the prince. Revealing his innate abilities, the elven bloodline endowed him with 3 gifts: immortality, a profound affinity for nature, and magical prowess. Deha felt a pang of envy toward the prospect of immortality, yet the heart of the wanderer conveyed a critical piece of information that caused him to hesitate. To assimilate such bloodline abilities would result in his transformation into a wood elf. Were it a divine bloodline, Deha would have acted without a second thought. However, Merely becoming an elf seemed a poor trade. Transforming into a deity held no concern, but becoming an elf felt like relinquishing his pride as a human. As Dahai pondered this dilemma, the ground suddenly trembled, causing ripples in the wine of their goblets. The dwarves exclaimed in alarm, "It is a dragon." Dahai immediately rose to his feet, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our dinner cannot proceed." Turning to Bard, I inquired, "Have you loaded the food onto the ship?" "All prepared," Bard promptly replied. The sea commanded Bard directly, "You must immediately inform all the townsfolk that the dragon is approaching. Gather your belongings and set sail westward. The provisions are ready, and there is no need for concern. There will be compensation forthcoming." Bard acknowledged with a quick affirmative and dashed off to summon the guards for evacuation. The sea then proceeded to the inner chamber, hoisting the heavy sword while grasping the iron chain of the ship's anchor. Upon emerging, he noticed elves and dwarves still engaged in discussions about the dragon. He declared, "You all should depart. A vessel awaits at the entrance." "Where are you headed, Mayor?" an inquisitive dwarf asked. "To slay the dragon." The sea replied with a smile. The dwarf immediately exclaimed, "Mayor, we shall fight alongside you." The other dwarves echoed his sentiments. The sea internally scoffed, pondering why they did not inquire. What if you do not return? Such a lack of understanding was quite disheartening. At that moment, the elven prince also proclaimed, "Mayor, we will join you in battle." The sea, somewhat speechless, gestured towards the lengthy iron chain and the massive anchor in his grasp. He then casually swung the anchor a few times, generating a fierce gust of wind that caused several individuals to retreat in fright. "It's merely a dragon. I can manage it alone," he stated before departing, leaving a bewildered crowd in his wake. Half an hour later, the sea stood atop the towering dwarf spear launcher, the highest point in Long Lake Town. Observing the gradually emptying streets, he noted that this evacuation was far more organized than those depicted in films. At that moment, Bard ascended, carrying a long spear. The sea recognized the dark spear upon Bard's shoulder as the black arrow, specifically designed to combat dragons. "Mayor, I have come to fight alongside you," Bard declared. Before the sea could respond, a dragon's roar echoed in the distance, swiftly approaching. Upon hearing the dragon's arrival, the sea seized the anchor and sprinted across the rooftop towards the easternmost part of the town. He recalled the film's narrative. The dragon Smog would first circle above the town, instilling panic among the populace before unleashing fiery destruction. Smog thrived on the fear of others. Thus, the sea resolved to eliminate him before he could breathe fire. With agility akin to flight, he dashed and leaped across the rooftops. In less than a minute, he reached the highest rooftop in the eastern part of the town, anchor in hand, awaiting the approach of Smog. To his surprise, Smog charged directly towards him. Chapter 23. Let us slay a dragon. Watching Smog barreling towards him, the sea felt a surge of adrenaline. Had it been a few meters higher, one could have directly ensnared the mighty dragon Smog with an iron anchor, relying on the ocean's immense force to drag him to the ground and swiftly subdue him. Unexpectedly, Smog charged directly towards him. I hastily discarded the anchor and drew his heavy sword from behind. He swung at the oncoming Smog with a fierce strike. A massive crimson crescent, spanning 3 to 4 meters, hurtled towards the dragon. Smog sensed the impending danger and quickly raised his head. The crimson crescent struck his chest, merely fracturing the dragon's scales. However, the tremendous force behind the strike caused the front half of Smog's body to tilt backward. In an instant, Smog let out a deafening wail, a roar that reverberated through the air. Subsequently, taking advantage of his raised upper body, Smog swiftly veered to the side and took flight. I was taken aback. He was astonished not only by the dragon's formidable defense, but also by the sheer power that the Crimson Crescent possessed. In previous encounters, wielding the Crimson Crescent had never met with such resistance. Every strike had sliced through effortlessly. He now understood why the heart of the traveler spoke of the perfect synergy between the Crimson Crescent and his own immense strength. In that moment of distraction, Smog quickly distanced himself, circling around DHI while uttering curses. "Human, insignificant insect, filthy vermin. How dare you harm the great Smog?" DHI paid no heed to the dragon's invectives, feeling rather regretful for having momentarily lost focus and missed the optimal opportunity to approach Smog. He fixed his gaze on the dragon's trajectory, preparing to act boldly. Calculating Smog's flight path, DHI suddenly crouched and leaped. He shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, rushing towards Smog. The dragon, alarmed, immediately veered to the side and fled into the distance. Dhi, soaring through the air, rapidly closed the gap with Smog. Upon seeing the dragon's wings exposed, joy surged within him. He swiftly swung his sword in a diagonal slash, and the crimson crescent darted forth. With a swift whoosh, a colossal red crescent cleaved through Smog's wing. Dhi silently rejoiced. Success. Indeed, the wings are vulnerable. With a smile on his face, he plummeted rapidly, crashing through the roof of a house and landing in the water. As he submerged, the weight of his sword pulled him deeper, forcing him to release it and swim to the surface. Just as he broke through the water, he heard Smog's anguished cries and the sound of destruction as the dragon collided with the houses. Dhi burst into laughter. This dragon-slaying warrior was surely destined for glory. Grasping a nearby plank, he exerted himself and leapt from the water surface. He then ascended to the rooftop to ascertain where the dragon had fallen. He spotted Smog a mere few dozen meters away, thrashing on the ground while lamenting, having already wreaked havoc upon a vast expanse of buildings. Dhi looked down at his empty hands. Reluctantly, he traversed the rooftop, returning to the original spot in search of the iron anchor. Smog, the colossal dragon, was more suited to being restrained by iron chains. By the time the sea found the anchor, Smog had ceased its mournful wailing. It lay there, unleashing flames upon the edifice before it. The dragon's fire surged forth for 30 to 40 meters, igniting vast sections of the buildings. What misfortune! Time for some societal retribution. The sea mused. With determination, he grasped the anchor and leaped toward Smog with all his might. This leap spanned 60 to 70 meters. With a resounding thud, he landed squarely on Smog's back, the immense force extinguishing the dragon's flames, leaving it to emit a resounding cry of despair. Seizing the opportunity, the sea swiftly hurled the anchor toward Smog's neck. However, due to the pain in its back, Smog thrashed its head and tail, inadvertently allowing the anchor to ensnare its nostrils. The sea, witnessing this fortunate turn of events, felt elated, a stroke of luck. He promptly yanked the chain, forcefully pulling Smog's head from one side towards its back. Realizing the peril, Smog immediately struggled, extending its remaining wing to brace against the ground in an attempt to rise. In response, the sea unleashed a swift strike, delivering a colossal crescent slash towards that very wing. With a sharp hiss, Smog's sole remaining wing was severed, rendering it unable to stand. In agonizing pain, Smog thrashed desperately. Yet, with its nostrils ensnared, no matter how great its strength, it was of little consequence. Moreover, the sea possessed a strength not to be underestimated. Standing atop Smog's back, he yanked the dragon's head towards him, twisting its neck into an unyielding position. At that moment, Smog's mouth gaped wide, gasping for breath, utterly incapable of resistance. It could only gaze deeply into the sea's eyes with a soulful expression. Unfazed, the sea gripped the chain with his left hand while his right hand executed another crescent slash against Smog's neck. One strike followed another, as Smog faced imminent demise. It emitted mournful cries and struggled incessantly. Yet, the only limbs it could move were its hind legs, which flailed chaotically, shattering the floor beneath. Given that this was a waterborne town, Smog's body began to slide into the water. Observing this, the sea thought, not so fast. You won't escape me. He immediately intensified his strikes. 3 crescent slashes pierced through Smog's scales. After a flurry of a dozen strikes, Smog's neck was finally severed. At this juncture, the dragon's body had entirely submerged into the water. The sea hastily leaped onto the adjacent ground, clutching the iron chain that was still hooked to Smog's nostrils, disdainfully declaring, "Is that all?" It was then that Bard arrived, brandishing a black arrow, evidently coming to offer assistance. As the sea gazed upon Bard, who held the black arrow, he mused to himself, "Indeed, they are merely onlookers, and the timing is impeccable." Noticing that only the sea remained at the scene, Bard hastily inquired, "Mayor, where's the dragon?" The sea gestured with the iron chain in his hand, and, with a hint of laziness, replied, "Right here." As he spoke, he pulled on the chain, revealing the massive dragon's head above the water. Upon seeing the enormous head emerge, Bard instinctively took several steps back in fright. However, upon realizing that the head was ensnared by the chain, he tightened his grip on the spear-like black arrow and cautiously approached. The sea, undeterred by Bard's trepidation, exerted further force, hurling the dragon's head into the air with a resounding thud as it crashed down behind them. Bard jumped in surprise, and only then did he comprehend that the dragon was merely a severed head. The dragon's head was colossal, towering over 2 meters even when laid upon ground. Fearsome and grotesque. After a moment of contemplation, Bard suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing his head in reverence. I have encountered the great dragon-slaying hero, Sir Ron. The sea felt a surge of exhilaration at this moment. In the films, the dwarf king, Thorin, is known as Oakenshield. Thus, I shall henceforth be known as the Dragon Slayer. Ron, how magnificent! He then instructed Bard to rise, saying, "You should inform the townsfolk to return. The danger has passed." He gestured towards the collapsed and burnt houses, adding, "You shall attend to these matters. I need a rest. Tomorrow, I must venture to the lonely mountain to demand compensation from the dwarves." With that, he hoisted the dragon's head and departed, having vanquished the dragon himself. It was only fitting that Bard handle the ensuing trivialities. That night, Long Lake Town was far from quiet, filled with a cacophony that lasted throughout. However, unlike the film, where the town suffered great losses, such a fate was averted thanks to the sea. Although the town was noisy, the sea slept soundly, undisturbed by anyone daring to interrupt this mayor and newly minted dragon slayer. He awoke naturally, only to hear a multitude gathered in the square outside, discussing and marveling at the dragon's head. This crowd praised the sea in hushed tones, fearful of disturbing the mayor who had battled the dragon the previous night. The sea felt a sense of quiet satisfaction as he listened for a moment before instructing his maid to prepare breakfast. While he was dining, Bard arrived with a group of people, his eyes bloodshot, clearly having gone without sleep for the entire night. "Mayor, the townsfolk have returned, and those whose homes were damaged have been provided with temporary accommodations." Bard now addressed the sea with a newfound respect. "You may handle these matters. There is no need to report to me," the sea replied as he continued his meal. "Yes, my lord," Bard responded, then took a long wooden box from the hands of a guard, saying, "My lord, your sword has been recovered." The sea was momentarily taken aback. He had not mentioned the incident of his heavy sword falling into the water to Bard. Still pondering over the day, I sought assistance to retrieve the great sword, only to discover that Bard had not only located it, but had also successfully salvaged it. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such latent potential as a loyal subordinate? Dahai could not help but glance at Bard and inquired, "How did you ascertain that my sword had fallen into the water, and where did you find it?" Bard respectfully replied, "I witnessed your battle against the dragon yesterday, during which your sword fell into the depths. It then occurred to me that your sword might indeed be submerged, prompting me to arrange for its recovery, and lo and behold, we succeeded." Dahai nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Well done, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Now, please organize the town guard and bring along a contingent. We are to proceed to the lonely mountain to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Ensure that everyone is armed." "Understood, my lord." Bard responded promptly, then hesitated before asking, "Are we to assault the dwarves at the lonely mountain?" Dahai chuckled at the implication, realizing Bard might be eager to seize the dwarves' treasures. He shook his head and clarified, "There is indeed a war, but it does not concern you. The dwarves and elves are bound to engage in battle against the orc horde." Having seen the films, Dahai was acutely aware of the impending brutality of war. Thus, he prepared to join the fray while waiting for Gandalf, with no intention of involving the people of Lake Town. After all, he was still the mayor. "The orc horde?" Bard exclaimed in astonishment. "The dark forces will never allow the dwarves to reclaim the lonely mountain. This is the inevitable path for the orcs to advance southward. The destroyer Assad will surely dispatch a great army to assault the mountain." With Dahai's explanation, Bard's expression shifted dramatically, and with a resolute tone, he declared, "My lord, if that is the case, Lake Town must also partake in this war. My presence should suffice. You need only return with the dwarves' reparations." Dahai then reminded Bard, "Do remember to bring 20 empty wooden casks. We shall have the dwarves fill them for us." Dahai knew that the dwarves possessed mountains of gold, and believed it was not unreasonable to acquire more coins from their hands. However, he felt that leaving Lake Town with an excess of gold would not be prudent. 20 barrels should suffice. Bard paused in contemplation before responding, "My lord, you are our mayor. Lake Town should stand with you in battle." By this time, Dahai had finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth with a towel, and impatiently said, "Enough of this chatter. Hurry and make the arrangements. We shall depart shortly." By the way, what are those dwarves? Have they left? My lord, after you slew the dragon yesterday, they all departed. The 2 elves have also left. Very well, make haste with the arrangements. Half an hour later, Bard returned with the news that they were ready to set off. Dahai and Bard then stepped outside, preparing to embark for the lonely mountain. As the door opened, they were greeted by a throng of people gathered at the entrance. The windows of the surrounding buildings were filled with people. Even the rooftops were occupied, all gazing in this direction and whispering among themselves. There were easily 700 or 800 individuals, men, women, and children from the entire town. Upon the appearance of Dahai, the scene fell into an instant hush, followed by a collective cheer. Lord Mayor, Chapter 24, persuading the dwarves, seeing himself so adored. Dahai felt a surge of inner satisfaction, though he displayed none of it outwardly, merely smiling and greeting the crowd. The residents, showering him with various forms of praise, filled him with delight and a sense of elation. This throng of people escorted Dahai all the way to the town's port. Along the way, a few individuals were jostled into the water. At the port, 5 or 6 large ships were already anchored, manned by 40 to 50 guards and a further 60 able-bodied men, totaling over 100, all awaiting the arrival of their mayor. Dahai, accompanied by Bard, boarded the largest ship and with a grand gesture declared, "Set sail." The surrounding residents erupted into another round of cheers, as if Dahai's mere action was of monumental significance. In truth, Dahai understood their jubilation stemmed from the gold coins that were soon to be transported. The journey by boat was silent, lasting over an hour, until they reached the ruins of River Valley City. Disembarking, they prepared to travel overland to Lonely Mountain. Bard, however, stood transfixed, staring at the vast ruins of River Valley City. Observing Bard's demeanor, Dahai inquired, "Will you eventually relocate the town back to River Valley City?" "After the dragon's demise, we all hope to return," Bard replied, then suddenly realized, "My Lord Mayor, are you planning to leave?" Dahai had previously informed Bard of his intention to depart, so Bard discerned Dahai's inclination to leave from his words. "After this battle, I shall take my leave. My time in this realm is likely limited to these 2 days. Regardless of whether Gandalf's Maya divine power can be replicated, I will not linger. Thus, I wanted to inform you in advance to avoid any confusion later. My lord, you could actually stay. The townspeople hold you in great esteem. We could move to River Valley City, and as more people gather, you would become a true sovereign." Bard urged eagerly, "I am but a wanderer and must inevitably depart. The rightful ruler of River Valley City should be a descendant of its original lord, someone like you." Dahai replied, dismissively. Dahai thought to himself, "I'm destined to ascend to godhood. How could I settle for being a mere town lord?" Bard wished to press further, but Dahai raised his hand to silence him. At that moment, a guard brought forth a horse, which Dahai mounted immediately. The guards and laborers began unloading several large carts from the ship, loading them with timber. Once Dahai deemed everything prepared, he announced the departure. As they journeyed towards the dwarven fortress, Dahai noted the absence of King Thranduil and his army. Logically, he should have arrived by now. Had he already reached Lonely Mountain and engaged in battle with the dwarves? Upon reaching the dwarven fortress, no sign of the elven army was in sight. Dahai exclaimed in frustration, "Could it be that my presence has influenced the narrative, causing the elves to delay their arrival?" But no, he reasoned. The elven host must be en route. His thoughts wandered to the cinematic portrayal of elven King Thranduil, whose unwavering desire for the elven treasure was well known. He then gazed upon the dwarven stronghold ahead, noticing that the grand gates remained firmly barricaded with stones, just as depicted in the film. Approaching the fortress on horseback, Dahai halted about 30 meters away and called out, "Is King Thorn present? Mayor Ron of Lake Town has come to pay his respects." Soon, a figure emerged from atop the walls. Balin, the white-bearded dwarf, appeared with a look of surprise. "Mayor Ron, you've arrived. I heard you vanquished the dragon last night. Congratulations on becoming a formidable dragon slayer." Dahai was aware that his companions from Lake Town had already arrived, and thus, it was no surprise that they were informed of his triumph. "Thank you. I am equally pleased to see you alive, Balin," Dahai replied. He then inquired, "Where is Thorin? How is he faring?" Balin's expression suddenly shifted to one of discomfort. After a pause, he responded, "Thorin is well. He'll be here shortly." Observing Balin's demeanor, Dahai surmised that Thorin may have succumbed to the encroaching darkness, and out of loyalty, Balin could not speak of it openly. At that moment, several figures appeared upon the wall, Thorin and his companions. Indeed, Thorin regarded Dahai with a grim countenance, questioning, Ron Dahai, mayor of Lake Town, dragon slayer. What brings you to the gates of the kingdom of the king under the mountain, accompanied by an army? Are you here to wage war? Realizing that Thorin had been tainted by darkness, Dahai cautioned, Thorin, do you recall the dark curse I warned you about? I am the great king under the mountain. Do not think to deceive me with your fabrications. Thorin bellowed, his expression twisted and somewhat deranged. Inwardly, Dahai lamented, this one is beyond redemption. He resolved not to engage in pleasantries with Thorin and stated directly, I have come for two matters. First, to remind you of your previous promise when I aided you. Second, due to your actions, the dragon attacked Lake Town. Although the beast has been slain, you are obliged to provide compensation. Upon hearing Dahai's words, Thorin erupted in a fit of rage. You shall not think to extort gold from the kingdom under the pretense of minor favors. Ignoring Thorin, Dahai turned and commanded, bring forth the barrels. The soldiers quickly delivered 20 enormous empty barrels. Pointing at them, Dahai declared, fill these barrels with gold, and we shall consider the matter settled. The other dwarves atop the fortress exclaimed, this is excessive. Your demands are far too high. Dahai was aware that his request was indeed substantial. Yet he also recognized the immense wealth that lay within the dwarven stronghold, a veritable mountain of gold. Thus, there is no harm in asking for a little more. The sea thundered, this is the compensation owed to Long Lake Town. Remember, it was I who vanquished the dragon. The mere mention of slaying the dragon left the dwarves atop the city wall in stunned silence. They had to concede that had it not been for the sea's triumph over the dragon, they would never have been able to defend the lonely mountain. Suddenly, Thorin exclaimed loudly, see you brigand, you shall not extract a single coin from the kingdom of the mountain. The dwarves of Erebor would rather die in battle than yield. He then turned to the dwarves around him and commanded, prepare for combat. Upon witnessing Thorin's refusal to negotiate, the sea, who had never intended to resolve matters through words today, dismounted. He glanced at the city wall, crouched, and leapt towards the fortress of the dwarves. As the dwarves beheld the sea soaring dozens of meters towards the wall, a gasp of astonishment erupted from them. Thorin seized his bow and loosed an arrow at the sea. In midair, the sea effortlessly caught the incoming arrow and, with a resounding thud, landed atop the wall. A throng of dwarves recoiled in alarm, hastily shielding Thorin in their midst. Do you know how I slew the dragon? The sea proclaimed. It was in a one-on-one confrontation. As he spoke, he picked up the iron arrow he had just caught, snapped it before their eyes, and crumpled it into a ball. The dwarves were left awestruck, mouths agape, gasping in disbelief. The sea tossed the iron ball aside and raised two fingers, declaring, you now face two choices. He pointed toward the fortress and continued, first, fill the barrels below with gold. I am aware of the vast treasure within the castle, and this is merely a fraction of it. He then turned to the assembly of dwarves, extending his second finger with a smile. Second, engage me in battle, and meet your demise. Furious, Thorin drew his sword. Prepare to strike. A multitude of dwarves quickly restrained him, urging him to reconsider. The sea watched their commotion with a smile, confident that as long as Thorin did not succumb to madness, he would acquiesce to his demands. Indeed, after a brief interval, the eldest dwarf led Thorin away, while his nephew Philly organized the dwarves to transport the gold. Since they had barred the city gates, they could only lower the gold in baskets tied with ropes to the lower town. There, Bard and his companions caught the baskets and emptied the gold into empty barrels. At that moment, the hobbit Bilbo approached, bowing respectfully to the sea. Esteemed Mayor, Dragonslayer Lord Ron, may I inquire about something? The sea found the diminutive hobbit amusing and responded, are you curious about how to lift Thorin's curse? Bilbo eagerly nodded, yes, yes, my lord. In Bilbo's eyes, the sea was enigmatic and magnificent, capable of healing dark curses and slaying dragons, seemingly omnipotent. Thus he inquired of the sea. The dwarf beside him, upon hearing this, immediately ceased his actions and turned his gaze toward the sea. Reflecting on the films, the sea recalled that it was ultimately Thorin who triumphed over his inner darkness. With a sense of resignation, the sea replied, I possess no means to assist. Only he can conquer this curse. It requires an immense willpower to resist the shadows within. Disappointed, Bilbo expressed his gratitude to the sea before departing, perhaps to counsel Thorin. The sea watched Bilbo leave, contemplating. The dwarves worked swiftly, and soon 20 barrels brimmed with gold coins. As the sea prepared to depart, He hesitated, considering that he might have altered the narrative, and thus reminded the dwarves. You must inform Thorin to seek aid from the Iron Hills swiftly. The destroyer Azog is advancing with his army, and they will utilize the serpents of the earth to reach the lonely mountain. With that, the sea leaped from the city wall and led the people of Lake Town away. The townsfolk were all agitated, almost frenzied, as they transported the gold. Even Bard, his complexion flushed with excitement, exclaimed to the sea, "My lord, we have struck it rich. Lake Town shall never again know hunger." The sea departed the dwarven castle with his caravan. Upon reaching the ruins of Valley Town, they beheld a regiment of elves rushing toward them, clad in exquisite golden armor and adorned with helmets. These elves possessed strikingly beautiful features, rendering their genders indistinguishable. The people of Lake Town were terrified, fearing an imminent assault for their gold, and drew their swords, encircling the wagon laden with coins, seemingly prepared to defend their fortune at all costs. However, the sea breathed a sigh of relief. At last, they had arrived. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "There is no need for alarm. They did not come for us." The townsfolk, hearing the words of their esteemed mayor, recognized him as a figure of great significance. The dragon-slaying feat of the previous day had earned him their respect and admiration, and now, in light of the gold, he was regarded as a monumental figure. Thus, they sheathed their weapons, though they remained vigilant around the wagon, closely observing the approaching elves. The elven army surged past the caravan, and from their ranks emerged a striking elf riding a white stag. The sea recognized him as King Thranduil, a rather haughty individual. Chapter 25. The battle approaches. Seated upon his steed, the sea watched as the elven king approached, unable to suppress his admiration for the fact that this elven monarch was even more stunning than his cinematic counterpart. The elven king halted before the sea, his stature elevated by the stag, allowing him to peer down at the sea with an expression that conveyed a mixture of disdain and scrutiny. This gaze did not sit well with the sea. The elven king then spoke, "You are Ron, the one who vanquished the dragon?" The tone of his speech bore no hint of fluctuation. Although his gaze was fixed upon the sea, it conveyed an impression of him staring into a void of air. While the ocean was aware that this elven king was a proud and whimsical character, it still felt an undercurrent of annoyance. The ocean silently admonished itself. It is not worth getting upset over such a fool. Thus it replied, "Merely a stroke of luck." Indeed, merely luck. The elven king maintained his indifferent demeanor as he spoke. The ocean nearly choked on his words. This being was even more arrogant than those portrayed in films, or perhaps, one could say, more petulant. Consequently, the residents of Long Lake Town were incensed, each of them glaring fiercely at the elven king. Even he should not dare to speak so disrespectfully of our esteemed mayor. The elven king then noticed the gold coins being transported on the carriage, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. Yet, he retained his insufferable demeanor and in a calm tone remarked, "You managed to procure gold from those stubborn dwarves?" The ocean smiled and replied, "The dwarves were quite courteous, willingly offering us their compensation and reward." Growing weary of conversing with the elven king, the ocean began to ramble. Finally, the elven king's expression shifted slightly, and he stated earnestly, "Dwarves will never learn politeness or trustworthiness." The ocean pointed to the massive cart behind him, continuing to persuade. "Look, these coins serve as evidence." At that moment, two figures emerged from behind the elven army. The ocean beheld the elven prince and Gandalf approaching from the rear. A surge of joy filled his heart. He had finally encountered the demigod Maya, the wizard Gandalf. Ignoring the elven king, he eagerly greeted Gandalf, saying, "Are you the wizard Gandalf? I am the dragon slayer, Long Lake. It is a pleasure to meet you, Legolas, my dear friend." He then turned to the elven prince beside him, saying, "I only encountered the elven prince this time. I did not see that Lady Toriel. I wonder if she was banished by the elven king as in the original tale, or if she eloped with that dwarf, Keely." Gandalf responded with a warm smile. "I have heard of your bravery. It was you who vanquished that vile dragon. Truly a remarkable warrior." Subsequently, Gandalf exchanged pleasantries with the elven king. The elven prince also smiled and said, "It is a delight to see you again, the great dragon slayer, Ron." He then proceeded to greet his father. The ocean wished fervently to seize the elven king and exclaim, "Do you hear that? Now that is how one speaks." Thus, the ocean dismounted and began to converse joyfully with Gandalf, disregarding the elven king entirely. The elven king, unperturbed, waved his hand, signaling his troops to advance once more. As Gandalf observed the elven king moving away, a sense of urgency overtook him. He turned directly to the ocean and said, "My lord Ron, the orc army is approaching. I hope your forces will join in the defense against the orcs." Aware of the impending orc army, Gandalf sought to unite the strength of Long Lake Town. The ocean recognized the opportunity and feigned deep contemplation, lowering his head. Indeed, one could directly immerse their spirit into the heart of the Wanderer to explore Gandalf's capabilities. The ocean discerned two pieces of information. First, the power of a Maya demigod, sealed and irreplicable. Second, the wizard's innate talent, which bestowed the potential to learn sorcery. Upon encountering this, the ocean felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, akin to 1,000 mythical beasts racing through its mind. "I have bare my soul, and this is what you reveal to me? Demigod power, a means to ascend to greatness, yet it remains unreplicable. How infuriating!" The ocean surmised that Gandalf, being an embodiment of a Maya demigod, likely rendered divine power beyond replication. However, witnessing it firsthand was still unbearable. As for the wizard's talent, it seemed rather trivial. Replication held no merit if there was no one to learn magic from. Perhaps from the Ancient One? That would be courting disaster, risking expulsion from the Marvel Universe altogether. Gandalf, observing the ocean's silence, continued to counsel, "Lord Ron, should the half-orc army seize the Lonely Mountain, Lake Town will inevitably fall. This is a war for all." The ocean lifted his gaze in response, declaring, "Lake Town shall take part. I will represent alone in this battle." Gandalf was taken aback by this proclamation. What purpose would it serve to fight alone? Was it not a death sentence? The townsfolk of Lake Town chimed in, "My lord, we shall fight alongside you. This is a battle for all of Lake Town. Take us with you." The ocean turned sharply, admonishing silence. At the sight of their mayor's ire, they immediately fell quiet. Turning back to Gandalf, the ocean, with an expression of bewilderment, asserted, "I alone am worth an entire army." He then extended 2 fingers and gestured toward a massive boulder by the roadside. In an instant, a crimson crescent flashed forth, cleaving the boulder cleanly in two. After a heartbeat, the severed piece slowly slid down, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The citizens of Lake Town, having witnessed the ocean's red moon before, were not astonished, but rather beamed with pride as they glanced at Gandalf. The wizard, however, stared at the boulder in astonishment, his mind racing for several moments before he addressed the ocean, a powerful and wondrous ability. "No wonder, Lord Ron, you are a slayer of dragons." Once assured of the ocean's participation in the battle, Gandalf exchanged a few more words before hastily taking his leave. Soon after, Bard approached, seeking to join the fight, but the ocean firmly declined. He then addressed Bard, "Leave behind a barrel of gold coins. The rest of you may return." Reluctantly, they complied, transporting a barrel of gold. The ocean intended to utilize this gold upon his return, testing whether he could carry it with him. This barrel contained a substantial weight of 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of gold, a considerable fortune that represented his entire wealth in the Marvel realm. Thus, a trial would bear no loss. Subsequently, he informed them of his decision to partake in the battle, stating he would not return to Lake Town, henceforth making Bard the mayor. This announcement elicited a wave of discontent among the townsfolk, who protested until the ocean's fury drove them away. He watched as they retreated, frequently glancing back. The sea's heart mused, "Just days ago, this group was terrified of their own shadows. Now, they cling to me as if I were their lifeline. It is, after all, a matter of strength." With a barrel filled with gold coins in tow, he discovered a towering structure at the ruins of River Valley City, patiently awaiting the onset of battle. Intrigued, he pondered whether the dwarves and elves would indeed clash. In the films, they had not engaged in conflict. Yet an uncut version online revealed that they had fought before the orcs appeared, uniting against the half-orcs thereafter. This thought prompted an involuntary exclamation from him. Good grief. Previously, he had urged Thorin and the others to seek reinforcements, fully aware that the dwarf army would arrive first. Meanwhile, the elves had lost Bard's mediation, making confrontation almost inevitable. He feared that before the half-orcs even arrived, the dwarves and elves might already have severely weakened one another. Though he had traversed through time and space, he wished not to be the catalyst for a devastating victory for the forces of evil, resulting in countless deaths. Thus, he hastened downstairs, making his way toward the elven camp. Upon arrival, he proclaimed his name and was soon ushered in by the elven prince. As he approached the elven king's tent, he overheard the king, much like in the film, expressing disbelief regarding the impending arrival of the half-orc army. Gandalf, fervently attempting to convince him, asserted, "No, trust me, the half-orc army has mobilized. They are seasoned warriors, born killers, and our adversaries have summoned their full might. We cannot afford to engage in civil strife at this moment." The elven king inquired, "Where are they? Where's the half-orc army?" Gandalf found himself at a loss for words, as the half-orcs were indeed nowhere to be seen. It was then that the C.S. Hart boldly stepped forward, declaring, "I can attest to their approach. They employ a means known as earth serpents to traverse underground directly to the Lonely Mountain." His certainty stemmed from the knowledge gleaned from the films. The elven king retorted, "Look who has arrived, the so-called dragon-slaying hero who spins tales. Will you continue your fabrications?" The C.S. Hart felt a wave of embarrassment. It seemed the elven king had conversed with Thorin and the others, who likely harbored ill feelings towards him after his earlier manipulation. Realizing he had been deceived, the elven king's demeanor shifted, leaving the C.S. Hart momentarily speechless. At that moment, Bilbo Baggins, the hobbit, entered, much like in the original tale, bearing the dwarven treasure, the Arkenstone, a symbol of power for the elven king. He urged the king to present the gem to Thorin in a bid to negotiate peace and avert war. The sea observed as the plot returned to its rightful course, choosing to remain uninvolved. The elven king then emerged, bearing the gem. The dwarven army had already arrived, both sides arranged in neat formations before the dwarven castle, ready to commence negotiations. The sea watched from a distance, abstaining from participation. The negotiations swiftly yielded results. The elven king, proud and haughty, faced the irascible Dane, leader of the dwarves. Corrupted by darkness, Thorin was quick to incite conflict. Within moments, the tensions escalated and preparations for battle began. The elven archers drew their bows, while the dwarven goat cavalry charged forth. The sea, realizing the half-orcs had yet to arrive, sprang into action. Positioned approximately 100 meters between the two factions, the sea crouched and leapt. With a resounding crash, it descended from the heavens, landing squarely between the opposing forces, startling many into retreat. Immediately, the sea unsheathed its heavy sword, striking the ground to either side, unleashing two colossal crimson crescents that cleaved a 40-meter-long line in the earth. Standing amidst the chaos, the sea proclaimed loudly, "The army of half-orcs approaches. You must cease your infighting and unite against them." Its voice resonated far and wide, reaching the ears of nearly all present. Perhaps it was the sea's dramatic entrance, or the gravity of the message, but instantly, a murmur of apprehension swept through the crowd, and none dared to advance. Chapter 26. Idle chatter before the great battle. Everyone was abuzz with conversation, yet the leaders of both factions remained silent. The sea continued, "If you can hold off for just 1 hour, merely 1 hour, if the half-orcs do not arrive, you may resume your battle." Sensing an opportunity, Gandalf stepped forward to persuade the elven king. Observing this, the sea turned to Dane, the leader of the dwarves, and said, "King Dane of the Iron Hills, should the half-orcs truly arrive, not only will you suffer great losses, but you will forever lose the Lonely Mountain." Though Dane was known for his temper, his ascension to kingship was not due to foolishness. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Can you assure us that the half-orcs will come?" "I swear by the honor of Ron, the dragon slayer and mayor of Lake Town," the sea declared earnestly. "In the realm of Middle-earth, where the tale of the rings unfolds, an assurance of honor carries immense weight, especially from one regarded as a formidable force. At least in their eyes, a strong reputation holds great significance." Dane then turned towards the dwarven castle, casting a glance at Thorin, clearly awaiting his decision. Noticing this, the sea addressed Thorin. "King Thorin, can you bear to lose the Lonely Mountain once more? No one shall seize it from the dwarves of Durin again." Thorin bellowed, as the dwarves within the castle echoed their fervent cries of loyalty and readiness to fight to the death. Seeing that this side was settled, the sea then turned to the elven king, inquiring, "They have all agreed to a truce. Do you, King Thranduil, concur?" The elven king retained his insufferable demeanor and declared, "We agree to a truce, but this is solely for the sake of you and Gandalf." Upon hearing this, the sea of emotions within I thought, mission accomplished. The three factions momentarily ceased hostilities. The elves returned to their camp in silence. However, it wasn't long before the dwarves stirred up trouble of their own. The dwarven stronghold had been sealed by Thorin's command, and their leader, D.N., sought entry into the castle. Thorin, however, refused to dismantle the massive stone blocking the entrance. Consequently, a heated argument erupted before the castle gates. Thorin's reluctance to open the door stemmed from his lack of the Arkenstone, the emblem of dwarven authority. Without the Arkenstone, D.N. could not be compelled to submit. D.N., leading a formidable army, was also Thorin's cousin and bore the bloodline of the king under the mountain, possessing equal rights to the throne of Durin. While D.N. might not seek to usurp Thorin's position, the corrupted Thorin viewed the situation differently. In a fit of rage, D.N. announced to his troops, "The king under the mountain has forsaken the bonds of our kin. We shall depart from this heartless monarch." We leave. D.N. prepared to lead the dwarven army away. At that moment, the elven king, relishing the dwarves' discord, galloped forth on a moose to confront Thorin. He proclaimed, "In fact, we have secured compensation from the dwarves." With that, he produced the Arkenstone, which radiated a brilliant light. The dwarves within the castle and those preparing to depart erupted in outrage, shouting, "Thieves! Robbers! The elves have stolen our treasure. Let's fight the elves. Slay them all and reclaim our precious gem." Before Thorin could respond, the irate D.N. declared war, shouting, "Charge! Annihilate the elves and reclaim our treasure." D.I.H.I., witnessing the scene, fell into silence, realizing that his earlier bravado had been in vain. The elven king appeared to be utterly foolish. It was no wonder that the original novels portrayed the woodland elves unfavorably. It was also unsurprising that all films and literature depicted elves as exceedingly proud and dwarves as stubborn and irritable. Indeed, they were a band of fools. The dwarven army began to organize for an assault, and the elven forces prepared their formations. The impending battle loomed. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from the distant hills, causing both sides to pause and turn toward the source. I recognized this as the approach of the orc army and exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, the half-orcs have arrived. Enormous earth serpents carved out multiple massive caverns, from which the orc legions surged forth in an unending stream. I thought to himself, finally, it is about to begin. He had anticipated that they would unite against the orcs, but to his surprise, the dwarven army allocated only a fraction of their forces to defend against the half-orcs. The remaining forces continued their assault on the elven army. It is important to note that in the original narrative, Dane was unaware that the Arkenstone was in the possession of the elves. Thus, he focused all his efforts on battling the orcs. However, the current storyline had been disrupted by the sea, as Dane had now laid eyes on the gem. At this moment, even at the cost of his life, he was determined to reclaim the dwarven treasure. Observing this, the sea pondered silently. Although he had saved many from Long Lake Town, countless others had perished due to his interference with the plot. While he could abscond, the subsequent narrative would undoubtedly unravel, potentially leading to the demise of the townsfolk. A wave of conflicting emotions surged within him. At that moment, Gandalf approached the sea, speaking urgently, "My Lord Ron, we must devise a solution. If they continue this internal conflict, the orcs will annihilate them all." The sea contemplated briefly before responding, "I will give it a try." He then sprinted a few steps and leaped into the air. With a resounding thud, he landed before the elven king. His sudden arrival startled the surrounding elves, causing even the king's mount, a majestic moose, to rear back in fright. The elven guards quickly drew their weapons, encircling the sea. The elven king, regaining control of his moose, dismissed his guards and, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, "My Lord Ron, what brings you here?" The sea, oblivious to the change in the king's address, replied, "King Thranduil, will you relinquish the gem to me? I assure you I will help recover your leaf stone. The orc army approaches. You must cease this internal strife." The elves, undaunted by any adversary, continued their bickering. Frustrated by the elven king's leisurely pace, the sea interrupted. "I pledge my honor as a guarantee. I will certainly assist in reclaiming your treasure." The elven king, momentarily taken aback, regarded the sea with a stoic expression before responding. "Very well, remember your promise." Taking the gem, the sea noticed he was merely a short distance from the dwarven fortress, only a few dozen meters away, and leapt forward. Just as before, he landed atop the fortress walls, startling the dwarves once more. He spotted Thorin about to cast the hobbit Bilbo from the battlements. The sea deduced that, like in the original tale, Bilbo had confessed to giving the gem to the Elven King, inciting Thorin's wrath to the point of wanting to kill him. However, unlike the original story, a fierce battle had erupted below between the elves and dwarves, and Gandalf was preoccupied, unable to intervene. Thus, the sea produced the Arkenstone and addressed Thorin. "Release him. I will give you the gem. But you must hand over the Leaf Stone and order your kin to cease hostilities against the elves to fend off the orcs." Enveloped by darkness, Thorin, devoid of reason, retorted angrily, "The gem was always mine. It was stolen by this little thief." The sea, upon hearing this, became quite irate and exclaimed, "Thorin, you are a king. You must think like one. Behold the horde of half-orcs over yonder." Thorin seemed to awaken somewhat from his reprimand. Gazing at the chaotic battlefield below, he inhaled deeply and declared agreed. The sea, witnessing the effectiveness of his words, recalled a scene from the film where Gandalf urged Thorin to think like a king, prompting him to grasp the gravity of the situation and ultimately triumph over the encroaching darkness. At the crucial moment, he struck, vanquishing the half-orcs. Thus, the sea cast the gem to Thorin, saying, "Command your troops. We cannot delay any longer." Upon receiving the gem, Thorin ascended the battlement and raised it high, proclaiming, "Warriors of the dwarves." The dwarves, upon seeing their king rallying the army, felt a surge of joy, as if their wise and sagacious leader had returned. The sea, observing this, exhaled in relief and addressed the eldest dwarf among them, Balin, saying, "Balin, please assist me by retrieving the elven diamonds." To the sea's astonishment, the white-bearded Balin reached into his cloak and produced a string of diamond necklaces, the exquisite green leaf diamonds of the elven kin. The sea glanced at Balin, realizing that the old fellow had been well prepared. Without further ado, he accepted the diamond necklace, and, aiming for the position of the elven king, crouched and leaped, eager to deliver the elven treasures. As the dwarven and elven armies formed their ranks against the half-orcs, a cacophony of battle cries erupted. The sea could not help but let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. It was indeed exhausting. He resolved that, until absolute strength was secured, he would refrain from reckless endeavors. Just then, Gandalf approached the sea, his face alight with excitement, and said, "My lord Rohan, thank goodness for your presence. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits today." The sea gazed at the venerable wizard with newfound admiration. Previously, he had viewed Gandalf as a master of strategy, skillfully navigating the currents of fate, marveling at his prowess. Now, having engaged with both elves and dwarves, he understood the toll exacted, especially the emotional toll. "You are truly remarkable, Gandalf," the sea declared earnestly. Gandalf was momentarily taken aback by the sea's words, prompting a smile from him. At that moment, the sea noticed several giants emerging from the ranks of the orc army, a clear sign that these were the war beasts of the half-orcs. Drawing his heavy sword from his back, he turned to Gandalf and stated, "It is my turn to take the stage." With sword in hand, the sea sprinted towards the half-orc battalion. Charging into their ranks, he did not slow his pace, wielding his sword with fierce abandon. With sweeping strikes to the left and right, diagonal slashes and horizontal cleaves, great arcs of crimson light sliced through the half-orc forces, their bodies falling like wheat before the scythe. The ocean cleaved a passage over 20 meters wide through the ranks of the Orcish horde, reaching the rear with astonishing ferocity. The entire battlefield fell silent, stunned by the ocean's vigorous display. Then the dwarves erupted in cheers, Dragon Slayer on. Even the more reserved elves gradually joined in the chorus. Gandalf, arriving from the rear, was astonished by the ocean's formidable strength, his excitement palpable. The morale of the dwarven and elven coalition surged as they rallied once more against the orcs, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Chapter 27. After the great battle and departure, the ocean disregarded the chaos and charged towards a giant, raising its hand to deliver a diagonal strike of crimson crescent. Without a glance back, it pivoted towards another giant, unleashing a colossal scarlet arc that cleaved from the giant's left shoulder to its right waist. It took several moments for the upper half of the giant's body to collapse to the ground. At that moment, the orcs before the ocean dared not linger. They began to flee at a distance, creating a wide expanse wherever the ocean ventured. Though not particularly intelligent, the orcs were nonetheless terrified by the ocean's overwhelming might. Thus, The ocean pursued the Orcish legion, relentlessly slaying giants as the orcs scattered in disarray. After traversing much of the battlefield, the ocean had dispatched a dozen giants. Meanwhile, furious roars echoed from the rear of the orc army. Kill him. Send troops to surround and annihilate him. Glancing up, the ocean spotted a high platform on a cliff in the Orcish rear where the commanding orc stood. It was the orc leader, the Destroyer Sword, determined to eliminate him. The ocean heard a voice calling from behind. Mayor, we have come to fight alongside you. Turning, the ocean saw Bard leading 300 to 400 warriors, having joined the fray from the side. A wave of emotion washed over the ocean, touched by their arrival. Taking a deep breath, the ocean focused on the orc command platform, which lay 200 to 300 meters away, adorned with a banner resembling a ship's sail. Realizing that sprinting would take too long, the ocean crouched and leaped. With 3 consecutive bounds, the ocean reached the vicinity of the high platform. Upon spotting the towering rock platform, standing 50 to 60 meters high, the ocean felt confident in its ascent. Once more it crouched and leaped. The orcs atop the platform had already noticed the ocean's approach. Just as the ocean was about to land on the platform, a sword swung a warhammer down upon it. In midair, the ocean raised its heavy sword and executed a crimson crescent strike. The 1-meter-long scarlet arc severed the hammer and the arm that wielded it. With a thunderous thud, the ocean landed upon the command platform. Surveying the scene, the ocean noted 3 or 4 towering orcs, alongside a striking white-skinned orc. It was none other than the leader of the Orcish army, the Destroyer Sword. It was merely a Sog, whose 2 arms lay severed, one previously cleaved by Sorin, granting him the title of Oak Shield, the other just recently severed by the sea. Observing the symmetry of a Sog's dismemberment, the sea could not help but smirk. The other half-orcs, witnessing their leader's plight, hastily encircled the Sog to shield him and launched an assault against the sea. In response, the sea wasted no words and unleashed a series of crimson crescents, swiftly dispatching several half-orcs alongside a Sog. Witnessing this formidable antagonist, renowned for his invincibility in film, perish before him, the sea felt a twinge of disillusionment. Subsequently, he carelessly severed several command flags that resembled sails and, with his blade, hoisted the half-corpse of the half-orc leader, Asog, declaring, "The destroyer Asog is dead." His voice resonated across the battlefield, capturing the attention of all. The dwarves, elves, and human armies erupted into cheers, while the half-orc forces began their hasty retreat. Observing the chaos below as the army pursued the half-orcs, the sea remained atop the platform, devoid of any intent to engage further. He had rendered all the assistance he could. Let them fight on. Half an hour later, no half-orc remained alive on the battlefield. Either they had fled or met their demise. The army commenced the task of clearing the field. Only then did the sea descend from the platform and make his way back. Regardless of whether they were dwarves or elves, all who encountered the sea greeted him warmly. He returned their gestures with modest acknowledgement, leaving them astonished. Clearly, his recent performance on the battlefield had thoroughly captivated them, both dwarves and elves alike. At that moment, Bard approached with his companions, and before they could draw near, many called out, "Lord Mayor, Slayer of Dragons, Lord Ron." Upon their approach, the sea directly inquired of Bard, "What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to return? We have come to fight alongside you, my lord. You have slain the great dragon for us and reclaimed a vast treasure. We cannot allow you to face the battlefield alone." Bard replied, with others echoing his sentiments. The sea, acknowledging their intentions, chose not to argue further. After all, they had come for his sake. Then someone asked, "Lord Mayor, are you truly departing?" Upon receiving a nod from the sea, a chorus of pleas ensued. The sea responded firmly, "I must leave. There is no need for further discussion. How could I remain? I still aspire to achieve divinity." His words rendered the crowd speechless. After a few moments, Bard spoke again, "My lord, according to the customs of Long Lake Town, you are entitled to a 20% share of all gains. You previously left a barrel of gold, so you are owed 3 barrels more." Surprised, the sea registered Bard's statement. He was aware of the 2% tax, a decree he had established, having once been 50%. To the ocean's surprise, this group of individuals willingly offered up the gold coins they had acquired. However, for the ocean, the gold was merely a test to see if it could be taken back. An excess would serve no purpose. Thus it proclaimed, "Let those who fought today divide the 3 barrels of gold. The deceased shall receive a larger share. At that moment, the Elven King approached, riding upon a moose. Remarkably, after the fierce battle, the Elven King remained impeccably tidy, unblemished. Observing the pristine Elven King, the ocean could not help but think of the disheveled state portrayed in the film's post-battle. It mused inwardly, were it not for my intervention, you would not be so leisurely, putting on such airs. The Elven King gracefully rode closer, one hand over his heart, bowing to the ocean, and said, "Esteemed Dragon Slayer, Lord Ron, should you find the time in the future, please do visit the Woodland Kingdom. Due to the ocean's influence, the Elven King had obtained the diamonds he desired and defeated the half-orcs, and now prepared to depart." Witnessing the newfound courtesy of the Elven King brought joy to the ocean, and a smile inevitably graced its face as it replied, "Very well. I shall certainly visit when time permits." Without uttering another word, the Elven King turned and left, leaving the ocean momentarily bewildered. The proud Elven King had not changed. At that juncture, the leader of the dwarven army, Dane, approached, riding a wild boar. Indeed, his steed was a pig. As Dane passed by the Elven King, he deliberately snorted disdainfully before making his way to the ocean. The Elven King did not even cast a glance in his direction. From a distance, Dane dismounted the boar and boomed, "Esteemed Dragon Slayer, Lord Ron, we are preparing a grand celebration feast and wish to extend an invitation to you and the esteemed folk of Long Lake." The ocean contemplated that it would likely not be able to traverse back until after midnight. There was no pressing matter at hand, and the people from Long Lake appeared quite intrigued. Hence, accepted the invitation. The feast was to be held in the great hall of the dwarven castle. Gandalf and Bilbo were also on the guest list, which surprised the ocean. Had Thorin managed to rid himself of the darkness? Later, Gandalf informed the ocean that Thorin had been gravely injured and was currently unconscious. It was Thorin's nephew, Fili, who was managing affairs. The ocean did not inquire further, as it would be departing that very evening. What did it matter? However, Thorin's fate seemed fitting. In the film, he perished alongside Azog. Here, Azog had been vanquished by the ocean, yet Thorin remained gravely injured and unconscious. The feast commenced, though the fare was sparse. It consisted solely of ample dwarven ale, all supplied by Dane's army. The dwarven ale was quite pleasant, akin to beer, and the group indulged until the midnight hour. As the most illustrious figure on the battlefield that day, the ocean drew considerable attention. Yet, since acquiring its indestructible abilities, it had never succumbed to drunkenness. In the end, the ocean lost track of how much it had consumed or how many had toasted with it. At the stroke of midnight, a flash of clarity illuminated the mind of the ocean wanderer. In an instant, he understood that he had traversed time and could return. He glanced around the chaotic hall, filled with sprawled figures, and thought to himself, "It is time to depart." Rising from his seat, he exited the dwarven castle in search of his precious barrel of gold coins. To his surprise, he encountered Gandalf at the threshold, seated alone, puffing on a pipe, the flickering ember casting shadows of solitude around him. Ocean approached and inquired, "Gandalf the Grey, what brings you here?" "I am contemplating the next moves of the dark forces." Gandalf replied, seemingly unfazed by Ocean's presence. With a smile, Ocean remarked, "The Dark Lord Sauron still needs to gather strength. He will remain inactive for several decades." He echoed the sentiments of the original tale. "Yet, I fear his power may swell until one day we can no longer withstand it," Gandalf expressed, a note of concern in his voice. Ocean held a deep respect for Gandalf and suggested, "There is indeed a method to vanquish Sauron." Gandalf's eyes brightened with intrigue. "What is this method?" "Locate the One Ring and destroy it in the fires of Mount Doom," Ocean replied. Upon hearing this, Gandalf's countenance fell. "The ring has long since vanished. It is impossible to find." "Not necessarily. You could consult Bilbo," Ocean suggested with a grin. Without waiting for Gandalf's response, Ocean strode out, declaring, "Do not seek me again. I shall not return." Gandalf, observing Ocean's retreating figure, said, "Convey my highest regards to the Vala." Ocean momentarily froze, a surge of realization washing over him. Gandalf perceived him as a being of equal stature, a manifestation of the half-divine mayor in service of the supreme deity, the Vala. Reflecting on it, the notion seemed fitting. At critical junctures, he appeared mysteriously and powerfully, influencing significant events. This was indeed a common motif among the incarnations of many mayor. However, Ocean was consumed by a singular thought. He needed to flee. The half-divine Mayor Gandalf had invoked the name of the supreme deity. If he lingered any longer, he might attract the attention of the Vala. Initially making his way toward the Valley City, he soon broke into a run. Hastily locating the tower where he had hidden his barrel of gold, he seized the barrel filled with coins, took a deep breath, and without a second thought, retraced his steps. Immersing himself in the essence of the wanderer's heart, he urged it onward, silently chanting, "Return." Suddenly, the world spun around him. Yet this time he did not stumble, finding himself standing firmly on the ground. Ocean's heart raced. He quickly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he was back in a warehouse he had rented, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had returned. The wanderer's heart proved to be quite reliable indeed. The sea rejoiced within its depths. It then noticed that it was still holding a barrel full of gold coins. Ha ha ha. Chapter 28. Acquiring a manor in the New World. Upon returning from his journey, the sea began to reflect upon his gains and losses, ultimately concluding, "I have gained nothing." No, that is not quite right. The sea peered into the barrel of gold coins and realized that he had at least brought back several thousand pounds of gold. This time, he had only investigated two individuals, the Elven Prince and Gandalf. The former's elven lineage did not appeal to him, and he could not replicate the demigod powers of Gandalf, the Maya. It seemed that not every journey through the realms would yield rewards. Next, he would have to wait a month before he could traverse again. What should he do during this month? Perhaps it would be best to take a nap first. The sea then realized that it was already midnight in New York. He promptly drove back to the heart of the ocean building to sleep. The sea slept soundly until the following afternoon, awakening just in time for a hearty meal. Afterward, he contacted his lawyer. The sea intended to sell the gold coins to purchase a manor. A manor would be sufficiently spacious, making various activities much more convenient. He could practice martial arts and swordsmanship within its confines. The lawyer he reached out to was one he remembered, Blakeson, a renowned attorney from a top law firm in New York. He had also been the lawyer for his parents, assisting with numerous matters following their passing. In America, when in need, one turns to a lawyer. Lawyers are omnipotent, provided you possess the means. Upon receiving the CS call, Blakeson was somewhat surprised and took the opportunity to inquire about the CS well-being. After exchanging pleasantries, the C directly informed him over the phone that he had some antique gold coins for sale. When asked how much, the C replied, approximately 1,500 kilograms. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Blakeson confirmed. "Are you certain it is 1,500 kilograms?" "Yes, 1,500 kilograms in a large oak barrel, to be precise. It is completely full." The sea could distinctly sense Blakeson taking a deep breath before he earnestly asked, "First question, where did these coins come from? Is that convenient to discuss? You know, I've been in Miami for the past 2 years, where there are numerous shipwrecks beneath the sea." The sea had already prepared an explanation for the source of the coins. "This is easily resolved. I will help you acquire a permit for deep-sea salvage operations." Blakeson exhaled in relief, clearly concerned about the legitimacy of the coin's origin. He then inquired how the sea wished to sell them, publicly or privately. The sea pondered for a moment, deciding that it was not wise to be too ostentatious at this stage. Thus replied, "It is best not to draw too much attention. A private sale will suffice." "That is perfectly acceptable, though the price will be significantly lower. We first need to find an appraisal center to authenticate the coins, and then we can proceed to locate a buyer," Blakeson stated. Later, Blakeson asked where the coins were stored, to which the sea responded that they were in a warehouse. Subsequently, attorney Brian enlisted the services of a security company, accompanied by appraisers, to assess the coins. That very evening, they completed the inventory and valuation of all the gold coins. Initially, High harbored concerns about the appraisal, particularly since these coins were brought back from the realm of the Lord of the Rings. However, the expert confirmed that these coins were minted by a certain marauder during the Age of Exploration, possessing immense value, at least starting from 300 million. This figure astonished High, who had anticipated a valuation of around 100 million. The appraiser further noted that if they could ascertain the name and deeds of the marauder, the price could escalate even higher, looking expectantly at High. Yet, what could High possibly find this marauder? Subsequently, the coins were transferred to the security company for safekeeping, save for 100 or so coins retained by High. He signed a deposit slip, assuring that should any coins go missing, the security company would compensate him at the appraised value. The attorney was indeed exceptional. Within a week, the coins were sold for 3.5 billion, multiplying Dahai's worth several times over. To his surprise, the buyer was none other than Obadiah Stane of Stark Industries, someone Dahai recognized. He pondered that with only a few months until the unfolding of events, Stane must be preparing to eliminate the future Iron Man. How could he still find the leisure to purchase gold coins? Nevertheless, Dahai bore no grudge against money. Selling to anyone was inconsequential. Perhaps this individual, now in possession of the coins tainted by the vile dragon, would unleash even greater madness than the original narrative, bringing unexpected surprises. Thus, Dahai began his search for an appropriate manor, ideally one situated in a remote area. The impending battles in New York would render any residents vulnerable to destruction. Ultimately, he discovered a suitable estate in a relatively secluded part of Queens. Constructed over 20 years ago by a wealthy magnate, it sprawled across 5 acres, equivalent to over 25,000 square feet. The estate featured a grand 5-story castle at the front, with an orchard and a serene lake at the back, exuding an expansive aura that Dahai greatly admired. Priced at 1.5 billion, Dahai deemed it a bargain. The land alone justified the cost. The manor had remained unoccupied for several years, attended only by an elderly gatekeeper named Old Mark, who occasionally tended to the grounds, though the estate appeared somewhat untidy. Consequently, Dahai hired professionals to restore order. A week later, he moved into the manor, employing a rotund chef to prepare his meals. By this time, in September, Dahai had been back for half a month, easing off on his rigorous training regimen. He engaged in regular practice in the orchard behind the manor and indulged in fishing during his leisure hours. Life was blissfully tranquil for Dahai. While enjoying his leisurely days, he remained attentive to the developments involving Tony and Hulk, noting that Tony continued to revel in a life of excess, frequently making headlines for his escapades. In the vicinity of Hulk, there's been no news. Consequently, Dahai ventured to New York University to discreetly observe Betty. However, he discerned nothing unusual and remained uncertain about Hulk's return. Before long, the time for another journey had arrived. Dahai organized matters concerning the estate, preparing himself for the next adventure. He equipped himself with a heavy sword, along with American dollars and gold coins, adorning a specially prepared trench coat, which boasted a vintage style that would not appear out of place in any era. He immersed his consciousness into the heart of the traveler. In his mind, he addressed the heart of the traveler. This time, I implore you to be reliable. Ensure that we traverse to an appropriate world. You understand. Yet, the heart of the traveler remained unresponsive as ever. Frustrated by its silence, Dahai exclaimed, "The plot is about to unfold. Hulk has already emerged. I must swiftly acquire the 4 abilities. Do you comprehend?" Seeing no reaction from the heart, Dahai could not help but curse under his breath. In his despair, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself before initiating the journey. He urged the heart, saying, "Let us go." After a familiar sensation of spinning, Dahai felt his footing falter, almost losing his balance. Steadying himself, he discovered that beneath him lay yellow sand. As he surveyed his surroundings, he saw a vast expanse of golden dunes, feeling as though he were engulfed in a furnace. This is a desert. Dahai cursed vehemently. Damn it. Last time it was a wilderness, and now it's a desert. Heart of the traveler, can't you be a bit more dependable? Just as Dahai was lamenting, a scorching wind swept through, filling his mouth with sand, compelling him to cease his cursing. He quickly spat out the sand and confronted his current predicament. Looking around, he found himself nestled between 2 towering dunes. Without hesitation, he began to climb to the summit of one dune to assess the situation. Carrying his considerable weight, along with the heavy sword and a significant amount of gold coins, each step was laborious. 1 step forward and 2 steps back as the sand continuously shifted beneath him. After several attempts, he decided to sprint directly up the slope. He reasoned that as long as he reached the top before the sand could react, he would be fine. Fortunately, Dahai's speed was sufficient, allowing him to reach the crest of the dune despite the persistent shifting sand. Standing atop the hill, he gazed out over an endless sea of dunes stretching to the horizon. A chill ran through him, though endowed with superpowers. Being trapped in a desert without food or water would inevitably lead to his demise. Thus, Dahai pondered how to survive in the desert. First, he needed to ascertain his direction. He glanced upward at the sun directly overhead, feeling somewhat exasperated. Finally, he drew his heavy sword from his back and thrust it vertically into the ground. Observing the shadow, he noted that it was not perfectly aligned, this simplified matters significantly. At noon, shadows undoubtedly pointed northward. Uncertain of the desert's precise location, Dahai chose to venture directly eastward. Periodically, he would ascertain his direction. As long as he remained on course, it would be a straight path leading out of the desert. After only a brief while, Dahai began to comprehend a peculiar truth. The inhabitants of the Middle Eastern nations donned headscarves not merely to shield themselves from the sun's intensity, but to guard against the stinging winds that could carry sand into their mouths. The oppressive heat of the sun was of little concern to Dahai, whose robust physique rendered him indifferent. Yet, after a short span, he found himself swallowing several mouthfuls of sand. Consequently, he removed his short sleeves, wrapping his head and face, leaving only a slit for his eyes. Veiled, Dahai pressed on for several hours without encountering a soul. Curiously, not a single creature was in sight, let alone an oasis or a water source. Even for someone as physically formidable as Dahai, thirst and fatigue began to take their toll. Nevertheless, he dared not linger. This was the desert, and to pause would spell disaster. Resolutely, Dahai forged ahead, determined to locate a water source by nightfall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he spotted a few wild gazelles, a sight that filled him with elation. These gazelles, emerging at dusk, were surely foraging for food. If he followed them, he might discover a water source and an oasis. Thus, he trailed the herd from a distance. Fortunately, his strength allowed him to keep pace with the swift creatures. After approximately 10 kilometers, even Dahai was drenched in sweat. The gazelles soon rounded a hillside and vanished from view. Indeed, it was a hillside, not a sand dune. Dahai hastily pursued them, and upon cresting the rise, he beheld a verdant oasis nestled between several hills, measuring 2 to 3 kilometers in length and width. Resembling a small basin, at the heart of the oasis lay a lake, shimmering under the newly risen moonlight. "Ha! Fortune truly, favor die!" His exuberant laughter echoed, startling the creatures of the oasis into a frenzy. Gazelles, camels, sand leopards, sand wolves, and even a wild horse bolted in all directions. Undeterred, Dahai dashed into the center of the oasis, plunging into the lake. Half an hour later, beneath a tree by the lake, he prepared to roast fish. He had caught a bountiful haul, weighing between 50 to 60 pounds. The firewood was collected from the surrounding dry branches. Just then, the sound of camel bells and voices reached him from beyond the oasis. People? Quite a few. Chapter 29. Aladdin and the Magic Lamp. Upon hearing the voices, Dahai seized his heavy sword and sprinted towards the edge of the oasis. Indeed, a caravan of 30 to 40 camels, brandishing torches, was approaching the oasis. Upon spotting Dahai rushing towards them, they were immediately taken aback. Someone shouted, "Enemy attack! Be on guard!" A group of guards immediately drew their curved swords. Positioning themselves before the caravan, their expressions tense as they focused intently on the imposing figure of Dahai, who stood at nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular physique, wielding a massive broadsword. Understandably, their apprehension was palpable. Observing their reaction, Dahai casually sheathed his heavy sword into a boulder at his feet, the blade embedding itself deeply with a resounding thud. The guards, startled by this display of strength, instinctively retreated a step, their anxiety heightened. In an attempt to defuse the situation, Dahai raised his hands in a gesture of peace, proclaiming, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am but a wayward traveler lost in the desert, seeking directions." Upon hearing his words, the guards visibly relaxed, though their weapons remained at the ready, their vigilance unwavering as they continued to scrutinize Dahai for any sudden movements. 2 among them circled around Dahai to investigate the oasis further. At that moment, the guards parted to reveal a portly middle-aged man adorned in traditional Arabian attire, unmistakably the caravan's leader. As he stepped forward, a warm smile enveloped his features. "Greetings, lost friend. I am Sunni, the proprietor of this caravan. How did you find yourself adrift in the desert?" "Salutations. I am Dahai, a traveler from afar. A few days prior, I encountered a fierce sandstorm that scattered me from my party, leaving me unable to find my way. I have wandered the desert for 3 days." Dahai recounted, delivering the explanation he had meticulously prepared. "Where are you headed? Might you allow me to accompany you? I can offer compensation." As he spoke, he produced a small pouch and tossed it to his Sunni. Within were 10 gold coins, which Dahai had prepared before his journey, with several more pouches in his possession. A Sunni took the pouch, weighing it in his hand, and promptly extracted a single gold coin, returning the pouch to Dahai with a smile. It is customary in the desert to assist those in distress. However, the maximum fee permissible is but 1 gold coin, he stated, raising another coin in his other hand for emphasis. Dahai, intrigued by this custom, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for payment. I would appreciate your assistance in providing some fine wine and sustenance." A genuine smile graced Asuni's face as he replied, "My friend Dahai, I assure you, you shall be thoroughly satisfied." Thus, an amicable conversation ensued between Dahai and the caravan leader. Dahai sought to discern the nature of this world, while Asuni was eager to befriend the formidable warrior, largely due to the awe-inspiring broadsword he wielded. After some dialogue, Dahai grasped the essence of his surroundings, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. Asuni's caravan hailed from Arabian Kingdom, presently en route back home. This kingdom, ruled by a monarch known as the Sultan, was also referred to as the Sultanate. Most crucially, Dahai learned that their prime minister was named Jafar. Here lies the enchanting realm of Aladdin and the magical lamp, a wondrous lamp capable of granting wishes. A tremendous surprise floods the heart of the ocean. Oh, wish-granting lamp. One can wish to become a formidable sorcerer and even wish to discover the perfect talent for replication. This journey promises great fortune. Thus, one inquires hastily, "How long until we reach the Sultan?" Seeing the ocean's urgency, Asuni replied, "My friend, do not fret. Although we have journeyed for half a year and long to return to our homeland for a comfortable respite, the road ahead will take at least 3 more days." Upon hearing 3 days, the ocean felt reassured. It was not an excessively long wait. Consequently, the ocean continued to question Asuni regarding the Sultan, preparing for the subsequent acquisition of the wish-granting lamp. A guard approached, mentioning he had discovered a fish by the lakeside, wondering if it belonged to the ocean. The ocean then recalled the fish left ungrilled by the lake and casually remarked, "The fish is mine. You may share it." The others in the caravan erupted in cheers, and even Asuni beamed with delight. Curiously, the ocean asked Asuni, "Do you all particularly enjoy fish?" Asuni chuckled in response, "Of course. Our sultanate is a coastal nation, and fish is an indispensable delicacy at our table. However, since our departure, it has been over 6 months since we savored fish." The ocean, hearing this, replied, "Then allow me to catch you a few more. There are plenty of fish in the lake." "By no means," Asuni exclaimed, "this lake harbors terrifying beasts. They often prey upon passing caravans and camels. We must camp at a distance from the lake and keep numerous bonfires lit. Aside from fetching water, no one dares approach the lake." Upon learning of the beasts, the ocean's interest was piqued, and he declared, "Perfect. I specialize in hunting monsters." Rising, he grasped his heavy sword and strode toward the lakeside. Asuni attempted to intervene, but hesitated upon seeing the ocean wielding the heavy sword. Reluctantly, he stood behind the ocean, cautioning, "You must be careful." The ocean's intent to hunt the beast was not a mere whim. In the realm of the Lord of the Rings, he had learned the significance of reputation. One must recognize that this world is a tangible one. He had just conversed with Asuni and had yet to encounter Prime Minister Jafar and the king. How could he possibly connect with Jafar, the princess, and Aladdin? Surely, one could not simply storm the palace. The most prudent approach was to become a hero known for slaying monsters, akin to his previous exploits in The Lord of the Rings, where he vanquished dragons. Upon reaching the lakeshore, the ocean beheld the shimmering surface of the water beneath the moonlight. Realizing that a heavy sword might not be the most effective tool in the water, he set the sword aside and waded into the lake. The other members of the caravan, having heard of the ocean's intent to hunt the beast, followed suit, though they remained at a distance, quietly observing, too apprehensive to voice their presence or draw near. The sea ventured into the lake, halting when the water reached its waist, and began to splash vigorously. Having previously failed to attract any monstrous beings due to its subdued movements, the sea decided to amplify the commotion to entice the creatures. Before long, shouts echoed from the caravan, "It's coming! The monster approaches." At these words, the sea lifted its gaze and scanned the surroundings, spotting a distinct line of water slicing through the center of a lake, shimmering under the moonlight. A sense of trepidation gripped the sea as it focused intently on the advancing waterline. Hesitant to invoke the crimson moon for fear of being mistaken for a sorcerer, an identity that often invoked dread and hostility among the inhabitants of such realms, the sea resolved to confront the monster head-on. As the waterline drew within 10 meters, it suddenly dissipated, causing the sea to pause in disbelief. Had it fled? Was it that perceptive? In an instant, a cascade of water erupted before the sea, revealing an immense shadow that emerged from the depths, roughly the size of a cow. The shadow twisted, revealing a gaping maw lined with menacing fangs, lunging at the sea from both sides. Realizing this was the monster's head, the sea hastily extended its hands, grasping the upper and lower jaws. With a mighty effort, it pushed against the jaws, preventing them from closing. The onlookers from the caravan gasped in astonishment, some turning to flee in terror. It was then that the sea discerned the jaws bore a striking resemblance to an oversized crocodile's mouth. The creature, unable to bite down, thrashed in an attempt to drag the sea into the water. Yet the sea would not yield. With a firm grip and a twist of its waist, it bellowed, "Rise." This thunderous proclamation reverberated like thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of the caravan's members. In a remarkable display of strength, the sea hurled the nearly 20-meter-long, robust shadow out of the water, casting it onto the shore over 20 meters away. The caravan erupted in cries of alarm, retreating in fright. At that moment, the sea turned and dashed onto the land towards the creature. As it ascended the shore, the sea seized a heavy sword embedded in the ground beside the lake, advancing towards the formidable beast. Upon closer inspection, the creature that had fallen was indeed a colossal crocodile, reminiscent of its prehistoric counterparts. The great crocodile, recovering, shook its head and emitted a deep, resonant roar directed at the sea. Observing this, the sea chuckled inwardly, thinking, "In the water you hold some power, but on land you are but a lesser being." To the sea's surprise, the enormous crocodile, after issuing 2 roars, swiftly turned and plunged back into the water with astonishing speed. Not willing to let the creature escape, the sea leaped forward, landing atop the crocodile's neck. In that instant, it plunged the heavy sword toward the creature's head. The might of the ocean is truly formidable. With a resounding pop, a long and heavy sword plunged deep into the head of the enormous crocodile, embedding itself entirely to the hilt. Following this strike, the crocodile thrashed violently in a frenzy. With a firm grip, Dazai leapt from the creature's back, seemingly unbothered by its plight. He brushed off his hands, as if to rid himself of non-existent dust, and regarded the disheveled merchant caravan with an air of nonchalance. "What display? I am utterly serious." Half an hour later, Dazai sat comfortably within the confines of a tent, savoring the succulent crocodile meat whilst indulging in fine red wine, exuding an air of sophistication. However, his companion, Asuni, somewhat dampened the ambience with his incessant complaints. "If only we could bring back a whole water dragon, it would fetch a handsome price." Dazai had just sold the massive crocodile to Asuni for a sum of 10,000 gold coins. They referred to this creature as a water dragon, a lesser form of the legendary dragon, which left Dazai somewhat speechless. Yet, there was a silver lining. He had once again earned the title of Dragon Slayer. Dazai reassured him, "If you manage to bring back the entire hide and claws of the water dragon, you will make a fortune. You can return later for the bones, and then you shall truly prosper." "No, we must stay here for a few days. I intend to turn all the dragon meat into jerky and take every bone with me. Otherwise, they will surely be stolen." Asuni replied, casting a pitiful glance at Dazai. Dazai remarked, "You are merely shooting yourself in the foot. My wish-granting lamp." Chapter 30. Princess of Aladdin. Ultimately, Asuni lingered at the oasis for a week before departing. Although the caravan had brought ample salt for their goods, which could be utilized for curing the crocodile, the water dragon meat, much of it was ultimately discarded. The sweltering heat made timely preparation impossible, resulting in a significant portion spoiling. Witnessing Asuni's despair, Dazai could not help but advise scarcity enhances value. If there is too much dragon meat, it will lose its worth. With a sudden epiphany, Asuni discarded the remaining inferior salted meat. After unloading a staggering 20 camels worth of goods, he managed to take away the meat and bones. Were it not for Dazai's suggestion to bury the discarded goods in the nearby sands and mark the spot with a large rock, he would still be lingering. In the end, they set forth after a full week. During those days, Dazai resided in the finest tent, feasting on the best meals and drinking the finest wines, earning the reverence of the caravan members as if he were a deity. The journey thereafter proceeded smoothly, and within 3 days, they arrived at the Sultan's city. Asuni's caravan created quite a stir upon entering the city, primarily due to the enormous crocodile skull displayed atop two camels at the front of the procession. With Asuni proclaiming Desai's dragon-slaying exploits with great fervor. From time to time, the vast ocean introduces itself to people, riding atop a camel, responding only with a smile. In truth, the ocean harbors a certain disdain for such spectacles. After all, it prefers to bask in grandeur rather than be the subject of a mere sideshow. Nonetheless, the ocean understands the necessity of engaging in this affair and reluctantly complies. A throng of onlookers surrounded the ocean, its towering and majestic figure causing many a young maiden to drool with admiration. Eventually, a mere wave of its hand could incite a chorus of shrieks. For the sake of spectacle, Asuni took a leisurely tour around the city before returning home. This detour consumed a considerable amount of time. Despite entering the city in the morning, it was not until 3 or 4 in the afternoon that they returned home, leaving the ocean quite fatigued. However, the merchant group showed no signs of exhaustion, their faces aglow with excitement. Just as they reached Asuni's doorstep, a messenger arrived with a proclamation. "The king summons you." The ocean felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the moment had arrived. Asuni, brimming with excitement, spoke in a tremor, neglecting the merchant caravan now that they were at his home. He took the ocean by the hand and brought along the enormous skull. In no time, they arrived at the palace. Throughout the journey, Asuni incessantly advised the ocean on how to conduct himself before the Sultan, the proper etiquette, and so forth. The ocean soon realized that Asuni himself seemed somewhat unversed in these matters. In his previous cinematic experiences, he had never perceived the star-class distinctions of this land. However, Asuni provided the ocean with a profound lesson. The social divide was indeed monumental. Upon entering the palace, they traversed a straight avenue leading into a vast hall. There sat the Sultan, with Princess Lily by his side, accompanied by a tiger. Several guards stood nearby, while the Prime Minister Jafar and a general stood below. These figures bore an uncanny resemblance to those from the films. Seeing this, a faint smile crept upon the ocean's lips. Upon entering the hall, Asuni suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Sultan." The ocean, witnessing this, placed his right hand upon his chest, bowed slightly, and declared, "I greet the Sultan. I greet Her Highness the Princess." Then, realizing he had forgotten to pay his respects to the princess, Asuni loudly proclaimed, "I greet Her Highness the Princess." Princess Lily, amused by Asuni's antics, erupted into laughter. Asuni raised his head, sharing in the mirth. The Sultan cast a stern glance at the princess before turning back, uttering, "No need for formality." He observed Asuni, who had entirely lost his usual composure and wisdom, and exchanged a glance with Jafar, contemplating the latter's future ambitions for usurpation. Internally, he mused, power, what a treacherous game it is. To his surprise, Prime Minister Jafar also turned to the ocean, remarking, "Who would have thought that our dragon-slaying hero is, in fact, of noble lineage? From which realm does he hail?" "I hail from the distant eastern empire of the Han, where my family holds the title of Count. As the second son, I embarked on a journey to explore the magnificent landscapes of the world." At that moment, Princess Lily inquired curiously, "The Han Empire? I have not heard of such a place. Is it truly so far away?" With a smile, I replied, "Your Highness, one glance at my visage reveals the stark differences between my appearance and that of your esteemed people. Indeed, it is quite far. As a descendant of the Han, my features undoubtedly diverge from those of the locals." The princess scrutinized my face and noted my striking countenance, accented by a slight smile, which made her cheeks flush. She quickly averted her gaze. The Sultan, observing this interaction, chuckled and interjected, "We are aware that the Dragon Slayer is undoubtedly formidable. Might you demonstrate your prowess for us?" His words, though light-hearted, were a subtle probe into my authenticity. Surveying the spacious hall, I responded with a hint of exasperation. How might I showcase my abilities? Perhaps we could bring forth the skull of the water dragon for all to see? Just then, Princess Lily abruptly struck a tiger and pointed in my direction, feeling a bit embarrassed and resolved to teach me a lesson. The tiger rose and, with a low growl, approached me. As it neared, I fixated my gaze upon it, narrowing my eyes, and an aura of lethal intent enveloped me. In my previous existence, I had indeed slain dragons, not the mere aquatic variety akin to crocodiles, but true dragons, such as the mighty Smog. I had even left half-orcs in rivers of blood. Such a malevolent presence was far too daunting for an ordinary tiger. Sensing my murderous aura, the tiger immediately lost its bravado, whimpering as it tucked its tail and fled. The onlookers were taken aback by this turn of events, and the princess gasped. Quickly covering her mouth with her hands, her wide eyes fixed on me, I cleared my throat and chuckled lightly. It seems the tiger is somewhat intimidated by me. The Sultan promptly applauded, exclaiming, "Truly the dragon slayer. A mere glance is enough to send a tiger scurrying. You are indeed remarkable." He then turned to his attendants, commanding, "Prepare a banquet. This evening, we shall celebrate the emergence of our illustrious dragon slayer." At that moment, the king realized he had yet to inquire about my name. "Interjigid, am Khalid Dahai." "Yes, our dragon slayer shall be known as Dahai," the king echoed. His attendants hurried off to arrange the feast. It was then that the king recalled a Sunni, and after a brief inquiry, instructed him to bring the water dragon's bones and skin to the palace, along with a portion of the dragon meat for tonight's banquet. Finally, he rewarded a Sunni with 50,000 gold coins. This time, a Sunni has struck it rich, not only multiplying his gold several times, but also establishing connections with the royal palace, which will undoubtedly benefit him in the future. Elated, a Sunni went to claim his reward. The Sultan decided to keep Dahu, and with some time before the banquet, he instructed the princess to take Dahu on a tour of the palace. As the princess guided Dahu through the splendid sights of the palace, she incessantly sought to engage him in conversation. "What is your homeland, the Great Han Empire, like? Surely you have encountered many wondrous experiences along your journey?" Faced with the princess's queries, Dahu could only continue to fabricate tales. He painted the Great Han Empire as an invincible nation, a fusion of the Han and Tang dynasties, casually recounting stories of countless valiant warriors and literary figures to leave the princess in awe. He then wove his own adventures from the Lord of the Rings into his narrative, which only elicited more gasps of astonishment from the princess. Suddenly, Dahu noticed that Princess Lily had come alarmingly close. When he raised his gaze, he found her enchanting eyes fixated upon him. Upon realizing Dahu's attention, she blushed, lowering her head, yet remaining planted before him, resembling a delicate bird, inviting and endearing. In this moment, even a fool like Dahu could sense something amiss. He inwardly exclaimed, "Goodness, this is too much." Initially, Dahu merely wished to befriend the princess for future access to the magical lamp, but he had not anticipated that she harbored ulterior motives towards him. This was inappropriate. It could jeopardize Aladdin's plans. He needed to steer the situation back on course. Thus, Dahu remarked, "Your Highness, why are you standing so close? The weather is quite warm." The princess replied, "In fact, there is another who shares Dahu's urgency, Prime Minister Jiafeng." After Dahu and the princess departed, the Sultan retained Jiafeng, observing Dahu's receding figure. The Sultan remained silent for a moment before inquiring of Jiafeng, "What do you think of this dragon-slaying hero? A remarkable warrior, tall and imposing, composed and courteous, with great potential to be a general." Jiafeng responded without hesitation. The Sultan continued, "What about having him marry the princess and become the royal consort?" Recently, the Sultan had been troubled over the princess's marriage prospects, his hair nearly turning gray. Unexpectedly, Dahu had arrived, a dragon-slaying hero. Moreover, he was of noble birth, a perfect candidate. Upon hearing this, Jiafeng's mind raced with alarm. "I haven't even begun my coup yet. How can you bring in a dragon-slaying hero as a consort?" Panic surged within him, prompting him to assert, "Your Majesty, this dragon-slaying hero has an unclear background. Who knows if he has other intentions? We must proceed with caution." Unclear background? Did not Dahu just state that he hails from the distant eastern Great Han Empire? Observing his peculiar appearance, one could hardly doubt his sincerity. As Jiafeng seemed poised to speak further, the Sultan gestured dismissively, saying, "You need not say more." At the Sultan's words, Jiafeng nearly choked on his breath. Resolutely, he decided he must usurp the throne and become the Sultan himself. After a moment of silence, Jiafeng addressed the Sultan again, saying, "Your Majesty, selecting a consort for the princess is no trivial matter. It pertains to her lifelong happiness. It would be prudent to observe this dragon-slaying hero a while longer." For now, Jiafeng could only defer the matter, seeking to delay it further. The Sultan sighed, pausing momentarily before responding, "Yes, observation is indeed necessary." Hearing this, Jiafeng was elated and quickly declared, I would be honored to observe this dragon-slaying hero for your majesty. The Sultan regarded Jia Fong with approval, remarking, Jia Fong, you are thoughtful. While Jia Fong outwardly accepted the Sultan's praise, inwardly he sneered. A dragon-slaying hero? Huh, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chapter 31. Jia Fong's Conspiracy. Dahai surprised the banquet commenced in the grand hall of the palace. Nobles of all ranks from the Sultan's city were invited. With no fewer than 200 attendees present, the water dragon bone was displayed at one side of the hall, where onlookers gathered to discuss it animatedly. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Her Highness the Princess and the Dragon Slayer Mr. Dahai have arrived. At that moment, Dahai and the princess entered from the rear of the hall. Dahai was now adorned in the royal attire of the Sultanate. A strong recommendation from the princess herself, with his tall, robust figure and handsome visage. His appearance elicited a flurry of gasps from the assembly of noble ladies and their escorts. In an instant, countless noble women and ladies swarmed around Dahai, overwhelming him with excitement. However, Princess Lily stood firmly in front of Dahai, like a protective hen, dampening his good spirits. She persistently signaled Dahai to invite her to dance, but Dahai feigned ignorance. The first dance was traditionally reserved for the princess, and all eyes were on Dahai and her. The princess was nearly in tears from anxiety. Dahai, sensing the time was ripe, decided further delay would lead to enmity. He approached the princess, performed a graceful gesture of invitation, and extended his hand to ask her to dance. Once the dance concluded, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, marking the official commencement of the festivities. With that, Dahai paid little heed to the princess instead. He took a glass of wine and joined a group of nobles to engage in light-hearted banter. When it came to boasting, who could outshine Dahai? He had been well-trained by countless online talents and could converse on any topic. However, in the Sultan's eyes, Dahai was not merely a man of valor, but also adept at socializing. The Sultan grew increasingly pleased with him. Finally, he summoned Dahai over, engaging him in conversation while introducing him to various nobles present at the banquet. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Jia Fong's heart boiled with murderous intent. This dragon-slaying hero must not be allowed to remain. The banquet continued until midnight, concluding with the departure of Princess Lily, who remained engrossed in conversation with a group of ladies and did not approach Dahai at all. Observing this, Dahai sighed with relief, contemplating whether he should invite another lovely lady to share a delightful evening and thus dispel any lingering thoughts the princess might have. Yet in the end, he took no action, feeling rather disheartened as he failed to spot any striking beauties among the assembly. That night, Dahai took residence in the dwelling graciously bestowed upon him by the Sultan. Not only had the Sultan gifted him a home, but he had also elevated Dahai to the rank of a knight, which meant he was now, in essence, a nobleman. The following morning, Dahai's household received numerous invitations. It appeared that many sought to ingratiate themselves with this new affluent figure. After sleeping until noon, Dahai summoned his servant to arrange for lunch. At that moment, the steward approached to discuss the matter of the invitations. This steward, part of the house's staff, was unknown to Dahai until he inquired and learned that his name was Old Jack, formerly a palace attendant. He had come to manage the residence and now served as Dahai's steward. Dahai suspected he was affiliated with the Sultan, yet he paid it no mind. Old Jack, he inquired, which of these invitations can be declined? Dahai had no desire to become a social butterfly. His primary focus was to comprehend the unfolding narrative and acquire the fabled lamp. Old Jack replied, Master, most can indeed be turned down, but there is one you must attend, the dinner invitation from the Prime Minister. Upon hearing this, Dahai's interest was piqued. The plot had yet to unfold, and only Jaffer knew the location of the cave housing the coveted lamp. Dahai was eager to engage with the Prime Minister. He instructed Old Jack to convey his acceptance for the evening's event. With ample time before dinner, Dahai changed his attire and set out to find the narrative's protagonist, Aladdin. Dahai recalled that Aladdin resided in an abandoned tower. However, to Dahai's surprise, his height soon attracted attention, and he found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers, compelling him to retreat home. This incident made Dahai question whether he had chosen the right approach. Perhaps a more discreet arrival would have been wiser. As evening approached, Dahai rose to attend the feast at Jaffar's residence. The grandeur of Jaffar's estate reflected the power of a prime minister. Jaffar awaited him at the entrance, extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome. The dinner was hosted in the garden, with an array of delectable dishes laid out before them. Throughout the meal, Jafar engaged Adhering in lively conversation, discussing not only Adhering's exploits but also the sacrifices he had made for the nation over the years. The more Adhering conversed with Jafar, the more astonished he became. Indeed, Jafar was a testament to the ascent from a mere thief to the esteemed position of prime minister. Conversing with him is like basking in the gentle warmth of spring, effortlessly leading one to embrace him as a confidant and regard him as a trustworthy friend. Were it not for the cinematic experiences of Dahu, he might have been completely swayed by Jiafang's charm. Dahu couldn't help but lament that perhaps he would never master the art of persuasion as Jiafang did. Thus, he could only strive to assist Jiafang in his performance, endeavoring to present himself as a man of great loyalty, sharing several tales of his own steadfastness and devotion. Consequently, it culminated in Dahu exclaiming, "My dearest friend Jiafang, you truly are my soulmate." To which Jiafang responded, "My beloved brother Dahu, your valor and loyalty surpass all." After a meal that lingered for over an hour, Jiafang, sensing the moment was ripe, raised his wine glass, tears welling silently in his eyes. Observing Jiafang weep, Dahu thought to himself, "Ah, the emotional climax is upon us." He promptly inquired, "My closest friend Jiafang, what troubles you? Is there something vexing you? Whatever it may be, share it with me, and I shall assist you." With that, Dahu thumped his chest resolutely. Jiafang wiped his tears and hastily replied, "No, that beast is far too perilous. I cannot endanger you, my brother Dahu." Upon hearing this, Dahu was incensed, exclaiming, "Jiafang, do you underestimate me? I am a dragon-slaying warrior, skilled in vanquishing monsters." His tone shifted as he declared, "Indeed, even in the face of danger for my dearest friend Jiafang, I am willing to embark on this quest." Dahu surmised that Jiafang might be sending him to retrieve a magical lamp, and his heart swelled with excitement. There was no way he would relinquish this opportunity. If he could directly obtain the lamp, who cared about the narrative? Subsequently, Jiafang was moved to tears once more by Dahu's words. "Brother Dahu, you truly embody the spirit of the great dragon-slaying warrior and are indeed my finest companion." After a moment of mutual emotional resonance, Jiafang gradually revealed, "In my family, we possess an ancestral oil lamp. Though it is quite worn, it remains a treasured heirloom." Upon hearing this, Dahu inwardly acknowledged the truth of Jiafang's claim. He then listened intently as Jiafang continued, "Especially my father, who cherished this lamp above all, treating it as if it were his very life. However, decades ago, when I was still quite young, a monster seized the lamp from him while he was traversing the desert." As he recounted this tale, he broke down sobbing. I remember my father, in his final moments, grasping my hand and saying, "Jiafang, promise me you will reclaim the family lamp." Witnessing Jiafang's performance, Dahu couldn't help but mentally applaud, thinking, one might as well award this fellow an Oscar for his stellar portrayal. Eager to maintain the charade, Dahu promptly declared, "My dearest friend, I shall certainly retrieve the lamp for you. This task is entrusted to me." While Jiafang felt a pang of emotion at Dahu's resolve, he still insisted, "Perhaps it is best not to pursue this. It is far too dangerous. I have sought many a brave warrior before, yet none returned. I cannot allow you to take such risks, brother Dahu." If Dahu were an ordinary man, he would surely have been profoundly moved by Jiafang's words. The sea declared decisively, "This settles it. Tell me, where is the monster? I shall assist you in retrieving the oil lamp. As your truest friend, I am determined to help you fulfill this wish." Observing this, Jiafang hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. At this moment, the sea was filled with joy, and so was Jiafang. The sea was elated at the prospect of acquiring the divine lamp, utterly unconcerned about the possibility of success. The temptations in the original narrative were merely gold and silver treasures, which held no allure for someone like the sea, who had transcended such base desires. Jiafang's happiness was equally straightforward. The dragon-slaying warrior posed a significant threat to his usurpation. It was prudent to send the sea to retrieve the lamp. Should the sea perish in the cavern, that would conveniently eliminate the threat. If the sea were to succeed in obtaining the lamp, it would be even better. Once he possessed the lamp, the sea's strength would matter little. Thus, Jiafang welcomed the sea into his home, agreeing to embark on a quest to confront the monster the following day. On the morning of the next day, Jiafang made an early visit to the royal palace, presumably to discuss matters with Sultan Wang. Upon returning, he and the sea, accompanied by several guards, set forth into the desert. embarking on a journey that would last 3 days. Initially, the sea harbored a deep disdain for the desert, but within a mere 2 days, he found himself enamored with its vast expanse. Throughout this time, Jiafeng attended to the sea's needs with meticulous care. The sea, wishing to conserve his energy before the impending battle, chose to ignore Jiafeng's incessant chatter. Undeterred, Jiafeng continued to expound upon the monster's abilities, emphasizing its elusive nature, warning against touching anything within the cavern, and asserting that retrieving the oil lamp was their sole objective. He even made grand promises to the sea, vowing that should the sea assist in recovering the lamp, he would facilitate the sea's courtship of a princess, a fanciful notion. The sea found Jiafeng's persistence increasingly unbearable, yet he refrained from showing his annoyance. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the group arrived at the mouth of a cavern, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal tiger. Gazing at this entrance, the sea could no longer contain his excitement and erupted into hearty laughter. Noting Jiafeng's bewildered expression, the sea casually explained, "I can hardly contain my exhilaration at the prospect of battling the monster." Jiafeng, taken aback by the sea's peculiar enthusiasm, mused that he truly was a battle-crazed warrior. Jiafeng suggested a brief rest before venturing inside, but the sea insisted on proceeding without delay. Observing this, Jiafeng attempted once more to advise the sea on precautions, only to be interrupted as the sea confidently declared, "I am a professional at monster slaying." He then hefted his heavy sword and strode boldly into the cavern. Jiafeng watched the sea with a mixture of impatience and anticipation, shifting from concern to a smile as he thought to himself, "This dragon-slaying warrior will soon meet his end at my hands." Chapter 32. The Wish-Granting Lamp. As the sea ventured deeper into the cavern, he soon felt the ground give way beneath his feet, and he plummeted into the abyss. The vast ocean, having witnessed the unfolding narrative, remained unperturbed. However, the subsequent scene took him by surprise. He found himself in a cavern, where 2 figures materialized before him. One was the telekinetic woman from the realm of mutants, and the other was the blue devil endowed with spatial abilities. In their possession were 6 infinity stones, seemingly beckoning to him with the promise of replicating their powers and enhancing himself with the stone's might. Initially, he admonished himself, "This is but an illusion, all of it." Yet, as he beheld the strange luminescence flickering across the infinity stones, he gradually succumbed to confusion and advanced towards them. Just as he reached out to touch the stones, a sudden flash of azure light emanated from the heart of the traveler, releasing a wave of refreshing clarity into his mind. In an instant, he regained his senses, his heart racing wildly and breath coming in heavy gasps. He internally exclaimed, "What a close call." It dawned upon him that he had underestimated the enchantment of this cave. In the film, Aladdin encountered treasures, for he was a pauper in dire need of wealth. But for him, the allure lay in the superpowers he yearned for and the infinity stones. A surge of caution washed over him, and he silently resolved, "I must remain steadfast and only seek the lamp. Everything else is a ruse." Taking a deep breath, he pressed onward. As he traversed deeper into the cave, he turned around a colossal boulder and was met by a gathering of individuals. To his astonishment, he beheld a dozen enchanting women, including Wonder Woman, Black Widow, and Supergirl, as well as beloved actresses from his past life. They gazed at him with longing eyes and began to disrobe, beckoning him with inviting gestures. A tumult of emotions surged within him, his heart pounding fiercely. Fortunately, the cooling essence of the heart of the traveler lingered, preventing him from losing himself. He quickly averted his gaze, but Little Ocean still offered a respectful nod, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Good heavens! Who could withstand such temptation? Thus, he dared not linger and continued onward, soon entering an expansive cavern filled with treasures, reminiscent of the one depicted in the narrative. He exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "If this continues, even with the heart of the traveler, I wouldn't be able to endure." Surveying the cave, he noticed a magic carpet trapped beneath a massive stone, struggling to free itself. His eyes then fell upon the stone that housed the lamp. Approaching the carpet, it promptly extended a corner, tugging at his sleeve, while the other corner gestured toward the boulder that imprisoned it. It was a plea for help. How clever this carpet is! Realizing that this was one of the 2 treasures in the cave, he wasted no time in lifting the boulder and liberating the carpet. The flying carpet embraced freedom, soaring forth to cradle the ocean, nuzzling against its surface with a tender affection, even more clingy than a playful puppy or kitten. The ocean, intent on retrieving the magical lamp, unfurled the carpet and remarked, "All right, go play. I have matters to attend to." The carpet comprehended and, with a swift whoosh, took to the skies, darting about the cavern with abandon. The ocean paid it no heed and approached the colossal rock that housed the lamp. Upon reaching the stone's base, the ocean gazed upward at its towering height. With a gentle leap, the ocean reached out and grasped the lamp, unable to contain the exhilaration swelling within. The ocean's breath quickened, yet, aware that the moment was not yet ripe, the ocean steadied itself and began to rub the lamp. No sooner had it been polished than a plume of azure smoke billowed forth, and a magnificent genie materialized, its lower half enveloped in swirling mist. The genie bowed and proclaimed, "I am at your service, my master." Having rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind, the ocean fervently rubbed the lamp and declared, "I wish to become the most powerful sorcerer in this world." "As you wish, my master," the genie replied respectfully, then waved its hands and commenced the incantation. A brilliant flash enveloped the space, and the ocean felt a searing current surge into his being, permeating his entire form before vanishing in mere heartbeats. The ocean opened his eyes, reveling in the torrent of magic coursing through him, a smile gracing his lips. He then noticed a bamboo staff, shoulder-high, had appeared in his right hand. He recognized it as his wand. Unable to resist, he raised the staff and struck it against the ground. The sound echoed, resonating through the cavern, and in that moment, the ocean sensed that he could obliterate the vast cavern should he so desire. Unable to contain his elation, he threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha ha! This was the first time since his journey began that he laughed with such abandon and fervor. It felt as if a heavy shackle had been lifted, freeing him from the shackles of inadequacy. No longer would he tread cautiously in every endeavor. More importantly, the loss of the heart of a wanderer no longer mattered. He remained formidable. In truth, when he first merged with his extraordinary abilities, the ocean had sensed the heart of a wanderer-possessed intellect, yet had never spoken to him, leaving him with an underlying concern. But now, all those worries had dissipated. The ocean was imbued with newfound confidence. After indulging in laughter for a while, he finally quieted, inspecting his wand, a sturdy, jade-green staff, reminiscent of freshly cut bamboo, its root end slightly curved. The top was round, thicker than the wand's shaft, adorned with a magnificent emerald. While his counterpart wielded a serpent staff, he held a bamboo wand, affirming his noble character. The ocean mused internally. He then closed his eyes, delving deeply to sense his magical prowess. The vast ocean discovered that it possessed two exceptional magical abilities. One was the art of transformation, and the other was the manipulation of plants. While it dabbled in other forms of magic, such as controlling earth, wind, fire, lightning, frost, and healing spells, the most crucial skill was its ability to shift through space, an extraordinary form of teleportation. In addition, it wielded various combat spells for offense, defense, and control, along with some unique magics like alchemy and potion making, showcasing a remarkable versatility. Indeed, it could be said to be immensely powerful. The ocean could not help but marvel at the potency of magic, equating it to possessing dozens of superpowers. At that moment, the flying carpet appeared before it, twisting and swaying as if filled with concern for its well-being. The ocean opened its eyes and reassured the carpet, saying, "Do not worry, I am fine." Upon hearing the ocean speak, the carpet seemed to brighten with joy, circling it twice before soaring away. It was then that the ocean noticed the typically loquacious sprite from the original tale had remained silent. Turning to the sprite, which floated nearby, it inquired, "Why do you not speak?" The sprite, ever obliging, responded, "Master, you are not that pure-hearted individual who entered the cave and retrieved the magical lamp. This is quite perplexing." The ocean felt a wave of annoyance wash over it, silently berating, "How dare you imply my heart is impure?" However, the ocean shrugged off the remark, prioritizing the fulfillment of its wishes above all else. Eschewing further dialogue with the sprite, it grasped the magical lamp and rubbed it, declaring for my second wish. "I desire a storage pouch, one that appears no larger than the palm of my hand but contains ample space, at least the size of a room. I wish to place and retrieve items at will." and, crucially, it must be usable by me alone. The ocean had long yearned for such a pouch. Could a traveler truly be considered as such without one? After hearing the ocean's description, the sprite exclaimed, "A marvelous idea! As you wish, master." With a snap of its fingers, a pouch appeared in the ocean's hand, modest and unassuming, entirely gray. The pouch featured a strap for securing its opening, making it convenient to wear. The sprite elaborated, "This storage pouch is crafted from dragon hide and is spacious enough to accommodate a full-grown dragon, undoubtedly fulfilling your needs." The ocean, intrigued, sensed within the pouch a space equivalent to that of a football field. Elated, it thought, "No longer will I need to burden myself with cumbersome packs." Content: the ocean fastened the pouch to its belt. Then, turning to the sprite, a sudden thought struck. Its original third wish was to seek the ability to replicate powers. However, it pondered, what ability could surpass that of the sprite? Without hesitation, it plunged its consciousness into the heart of the wanderer. At that moment, the ocean realized that since becoming a sorcerer, its mental acuity had significantly increased, allowing it to multitask effortlessly. At least now, the ocean can marvel while observing the innate abilities of the sprite. Upon witnessing the sprite's talent, the ocean was momentarily speechless. The innate ability was rated at level 5, dreams come true. However, it was followed by a statement, a unique ability in the world, irreplicable. The ocean had not held out much hope, and now that replication was indeed impossible, a wave of melancholy washed over it. Nevertheless, the ocean pondered, is this sprite's ability truly unique in the world? Or are all abilities above level 5 considered unique? The ocean directly inquired of the heart of the traveler, and to its surprise, the heart provided an answer. All abilities above level 5 enter the realm of the divine, unique in the world and irreplicable. As the ocean contemplated this answer, it couldn't help but think of figures like the Phoenix, Thor, Hulk, Superman, Captain Marvel, and Wonder Woman. Surely, they must all be level 5, having entered the divine realm. When would it ever attain level 5 itself? Lost in thought for a moment, the ocean regained focus. It then rubbed the magic lamp and said to the sprite, "My third wish is to know where in this world are those born with immense or extraordinary powers." This time, the ocean specifically limited the inquiry to humans, to avoid encountering those that could not be replicated. The sprite, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "As you wish, master. In a small northern kingdom, there exists a princess named Elsa of Arendelle, who resides within the royal palace." Upon hearing this, the ocean realized that the sprite referred to Elsa from Frozen. It had not anticipated that this would be a world entwined with fairy tales. From the narrative, it was evident that Elsa's ice powers were simply invincible. Moreover, she was quite beautiful. The Sultan's princess was unappealing to the ocean, but Elsa was another matter entirely. With this thought, the ocean couldn't help but emit a chuckle. Following this path northward, it would take merely 3 months to reach Arendelle. The sprite continued, undeterred by the ocean's reaction, before transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and vanishing back into the lamp, leaving no further communication. The ocean understood that its 3 wishes had been fulfilled, and the lamp would no longer heed its call. Thus, it cast the lamp aside and began to plan its next steps. The affairs of the outside world would be left to Aladdin. It reasoned that, after its disappearance, the narrative would surely return to its proper course. However, the magic carpet was a treasure that must be taken. As for the storyline, it would be left to the world's correcting force. With these thoughts, the ocean chuckled once more. Then, with a flick of its hand, the carpet descended before it. The ocean asked, "I am about to depart. Will you accompany me?" The anthropomorphized carpet stood upright and nodded. Consequently, the ocean grasped the carpet with one hand, raised its wand, and tapped it against the ground, instantly vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the ocean found itself within a house in the Sultan's city, reminding itself that it must take its money as well. Without alarming anyone, the sea quietly deposited the 10,000 gold coins from selling the crocodile into its storage bag. Then, it transported itself out of the city, embarking on a journey on a flying carpet towards Arendelle, in search of Princess Elsa with newfound magical powers. The sea released itself from restraint, no longer cautious. Along the way, it indulged in feasting and merriment, occasionally stopping and passing towns to experience their unique customs and culture. In a word, delightful. Chapter 33. The charming Elsa, it was not until half a month later that the sea finally arrived at Arendelle. Upon entering the city, it immediately sensed the formidable ice and snow magic emanating from the royal palace. Although slightly inferior to its own, it was undeniably powerful. It was known that the sea spirit had wished to become the mightiest sorcerer in this world. This showcased the strength of Princess Elsa. However, the more powerful Elsa became, the more elated the sea felt, for soon, her abilities would become its own. Yet, the sea desired not only Elsa's powers, but also to win the heart of this magnificent and formidable princess. Who could resist having a girlfriend as enchanting as Princess Elsa? Thus, the sea transformed into a wisp of mist and glided into the castle. After becoming a sorcerer, its greatest abilities were shape-shifting and plant manipulation. Throughout the journey, the sea had conducted numerous experiments, but perhaps due to its own formidable physical form, it found it challenging to transform itself, while easily changing other objects. Moreover, the combination of shape-shifting and plant control was nothing short of invincible. The sea could effortlessly manipulate the growth of plants and then alter their forms at will, creating anything it desired. The mist soon arrived within the castle and located the room where Elsa was sensed to be. Elsa's chamber was on the second floor, with all the windows tightly shut. Knowing the storyline, the sea realized that Elsa was still in self-imposed isolation. It couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, as long as it appeared before Elsa now, and they were of the same kind. Winning her affection should be a swift endeavor. After a mischievous chuckle, the sea immediately set its plan into motion. First, it cast an illusion to shield the surroundings from any unwelcome interruptions. Then, it began to refine its appearance, transforming its attire to be more appealing, donning a red cloak reminiscent of Doctor Strange. Upon conjuring a mirror to check its reflection, it found itself still looking dashing. After tidying its hair, it was ready. Next, it conjured a magnificent bouquet of roses to hold. With a flick of its wand, a vine sprouted from beneath the sea, elevating it to the second floor. The sea then adjusted its height, concealing itself beneath the window, storing its wand back into the bag. It raised the roses before the window, ensuring that Elsa could only see the flowers. Slowly, it began to reveal itself. Perfect. The sea had meticulously planned every detail in its heart. With a snap of its fingers, the window swung open with a crisp sound. Indeed, there was an immediate stir inside, as Elsa's footsteps approached the window. Then came the delightful voice of Elsa, exclaiming, "What beautiful flowers!" Everything unfolded as the sea had anticipated. Yet it found itself somewhat bewildered. Was Elsa's voice truly so innocent? That sweet, childlike tone. The sea, in disbelief, waved its wand, and Tang Man elevated it higher. A vision appeared in the window, a beautifully sculpted young girl with golden hair and azure eyes, a delicate nose, and a hint of baby fat. She stared wide-eyed at the sea, exuding an adorableness that was simply overwhelming. Yet, she was scarcely 10 years old, hardly taller than the windowsill. The little girl, gazing at the dazed sea, innocently inquired, "Big brother, who are you?" Snapping back to reality, the sea looked at the exquisite child before it and awkwardly asked, "Are you Elsa?" The little girl replied with delight, "Yes, I'm Elsa." "Big brother, do you know Elsa?" "But I've never met a big brother before." At this moment, despair engulfed the sea, which inwardly cursed, "Why didn't I inquire about Elsa's age before coming?" "What the predicamen?" Seeing Elsa fixated on the flower in its hand, the sea awkwardly presented it to her. Just as little Elsa reached out to take it, she suddenly recalled something, stepping back in fear, her voice trembling, "Big brother, please go away." Elsa is scared. Observing the frightened and distressed expression on the little girl's face, with tears nearly spilling from her eyes, the sea chuckled. "Are you afraid of magic? I could do it too. You want to harm me." With that, the sea waved its hand, and Tang Man grew automatically, bringing the sea through the window. Elsa, surprised by this revelation, realized that this big brother knew about her magic. As she witnessed Tang Man grow, her chubby little hands covered her mouth in astonishment, her expression utterly charming. "Big brother, you are amazing. You can make the move." Elsa extended her tiny hand, hesitating to touch Tang Man. "Of course, I am impressive. Look." The sea decided to entertain Elsa, for she was simply too adorable at this moment. It tucked away the rose and approached Tang Man, snapping its fingers. With a sharp sound, Tang Man swiftly lifted its head and rapidly spread across the ceiling. It then lowered 4 vines, intertwining them skillfully. In an instant, two swings appeared, one large and one small, both exquisitely designed. The smaller swing blossomed with a myriad of colorful flowers. Turning around, the sea sat on the larger swing and called out to the still gaping Elsa, "Come join me. Let's swing together." Instantly, Elsa's face lit up with joy as she dashed to the smaller swing. First, she reached out to touch the little flowers before climbing onto the swing. With another snap of its fingers, the sea sent Elsa soaring gently on the swing. Elsa sat on the swing, feeling a delightful surprise as it began to sway. Her astonishment soon transformed into joy, and her laughter rang out like the sweet chime of silver bells. Seizing the opportunity, the ocean stirred the heart of the wanderer, probing into Elsa's innate abilities. She possessed a Tier 3 talent, the nascent form of the ice and snow domain, which could potentially evolve into a Tier 4 talent, the complete ice and snow domain. The ocean had not anticipated such a revelation. A domain-type ability offered splendid control over the environment, and it was still in its developmental stage. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Should he replicate it now? "Big brother, could you teach me how to control magic?" As the ocean pondered, Elsa had already halted her swinging, gazing at him with an eager expression. The ocean, captivated by her adorable, wide eyes filled with longing, mused that perhaps by guiding her to master her magical prowess, the ice and snow domain could ascend to its full potential. "Big brother, please, I can't control my magic. And I accidentally hurt Anna." Upon noticing the ocean's silence, Elsa's tears began to flow. Hearing the distress in the little girl's voice as her eyes brimmed with tears, the ocean felt his heart melt instantly. He knelt before Elsa, gently wiping away her tears, and reassured her, "Very well. I will teach you magic and how to harness your abilities." "Really, big brother?" Elsa exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, her large eyes and long lashes making her all the more endearing. Grasping the ocean's hand, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Seeing her delicate face still glistening with tears, the ocean felt an overwhelming affection swell within him. He thought to himself how age had made him sensitive to the plight of such a charming child. Once he had been a 30-something recluse, unable to resist the allure of such innocence. Instantly, he was captivated by Elsa. "Come on, let's find your parents and inform them that I wish to take you as my disciple." Elsa nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes." She then wiped her tears away with her small hands. Observing this, the ocean extended his hand, producing a silk handkerchief, and assisted Elsa in cleaning her face before taking her little hand to seek out her parents. They descended the stairs and found her father, the king of Arendelle, in his office, engrossed in paperwork. Upon seeing a stranger accompanied by Elsa, he immediately rose to summon the guards. In response, the ocean snapped his fingers, and Elsa's father was instantly frozen in place, unable to utter a sound. "Big brother," Elsa exclaimed, noticing the ocean's intervention with her father. The ocean gently tousled Elsa's hair and reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall not harm your father." Turning around, he addressed Elsa's father. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rhonda High, a wizard, and indeed the most powerful wizard in the world. I have come here to take Elsa as my apprentice." You must have noticed that Elsa possesses extraordinary magical prowess. However, without proper guidance, her abilities may spiral out of control. I am undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to mentor her, and I trust you will concur. With that, Dahai snapped his fingers, releasing Elsa's father from his grasp. Released. Elsa's father staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance, prompting Elsa to rush to his side to steady him. Yet he swiftly pulled her behind him and, attempting to maintain his composure, looked at Dahai and said, "Might I offer you a cup of red tea, esteemed wizard? We could converse over it." Dahai internally commended the king for his composure and replied, "Very well." Elsa's father called for a servant, who promptly entered. He then instructed the servant, "Please prepare 2 cups of red tea for me and this gentleman." After inviting Dahai to sit down, he introduced himself. "I am Albert, the king of Arendelle." "Greetings, Your Majesty Albert," Dahai responded casually. Observing Dahai's lack of reaction to his royal status, Albert's expression shifted slightly before he continued, "Hello, esteemed wizard. I understand you wish to take Elsa as your student?" "Indeed, Your Majesty Albert, I affirmed." Just then, the red tea was served, and Albert poured a cup for Dahai before taking a sip himself. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "If I may ask, from whence do you hail?" Simply call me Dahai. I come from the distant east, the Han Empire. Very well, Mr. Dahai. Might I inquire why you wish to take Elsa as your student? Elsa is undeniably delightful, is she not? Moreover, her innate talent is exceptional, Dahai proclaimed. Hearing Dahai's praise, Elsa beamed with joy, only to lower her head when Albert shot her a disapproving glance. There are many others with potential, Albert began, but Dahai swiftly interjected, employing his persuasive charm. Your Majesty, you cannot fathom just how remarkable Elsa's talent truly is. In comparison, the kingdom of Arendelle holds little significance. Therefore, you need not worry about my ulterior motives. Caught off guard by Dahai's insight into his thoughts, Albert stammered, I have no such intentions. That is of little consequence, Dahai continued. Elsa's talent is so profound that she is destined to become the most powerful wizard in history, potentially rivaling the divine. Albert was momentarily rendered speechless by this revelation. Dahai pressed on, do you understand what such a talent signifies for a wizard? It means we will not relent in our pursuit to take Elsa as my apprentice. Do you comprehend? Albert, now somewhat bewildered by Dahai's fervor, was met with a renewed intensity as Dahai added, consider this. If Elsa's formidable gifts remain unrefined, what fate awaits her upon reaching adulthood? At that time, whenever Elsa became excited, she would unleash potent magic, plunging the entire kingdom of Arendelle into a wintry embrace. Even the vast lake opposite would be completely frozen. Do you comprehend? Albert was utterly astonished by the sea's words. The sea looked at Albert and inquired, do you now understand why I must take Elsa as my apprentice? Chapter 34. Teaching Elsa through a persuasive discourse, the sea successfully took Elsa under its wing. That very evening, Albert's family hosted a private banquet in honor of the sea, attended solely by the sea and the 4 members of the Elsa family. Following an in-depth conversation with the sea, Albert discovered that it held unique insights into governance, which only heightened his enthusiasm towards it. Elsa's mother harbored a certain trepidation towards the sea, while little Anna was filled with curiosity. Thus, the sea performed a few small tricks, eliciting peals of laughter from Elsa and Anna. After this delightful exchange, Elsa's mother appeared to be considerably less fearful and much more welcoming towards the sea. Finally, the family was won over. They even performed a traditional Chinese apprenticeship ceremony, with Elsa kneeling to present tea to the sea. An agreement was struck wherein they would stay in the castle overnight, with the sea guiding Elsa in the arts of magic during the day. Early the next morning, as the sea awoke, Elsa was already outside knocking on the door calling, Teacher, teacher, today we shall learn magic. Upon hearing Elsa's arrival, the sea promptly snapped its fingers, instantly grooming itself and donning an appropriate attire. After all, the dignity of a teacher must be upheld. Subsequently, the sea opened the door and led Elsa to the balcony of a room. With a gesture, a flying carpet appeared, and as they seated themselves upon it, the sea declared, let us depart. In a swift motion, the carpet soared into the air. Startled, Elsa clutched the sea's arm tightly and let out a shriek. However, soon realizing the carpet was quite stable, she began to exclaim joyfully. Before long, they arrived at a secluded hillside, adorned with lush grass and a variety of unknown wildflowers. The sea guided the flying carpet to the ground, and both Elsa and the sea disembarked. Elsa, intrigued by the carpet, turned to gaze at it, when suddenly the carpet stood upright, startling her, prompting her to hide behind the sea. Fear not, greet it. Its name is Flying Carpet, the sea encouraged, gently patting Elsa's head. Elsa peeked out from behind the sea and greeted the carpet, which extended a corner as if to shake her hand. Soon, Elsa was playing with the carpet, bursting into laughter as it entertained her with its antics. The joy of childhood is truly that simple. Noticing the time, the sea said to Elsa, All right, Elsa, it is time to learn magic. What shall we learn, teacher? Elsa eagerly asked, running over. For our first lesson, you shall unleash your magic freely. With a snap of its fingers, the sea caused the grass beneath them to grow rapidly and intertwine. In a moment's breath, a dozen half-sized puppies woven from grass appeared, swiftly darting towards Aisha. You must use magic to fend them off, the sea instructed her. Aisha gazed at the adorable creatures, hesitating to take action. The sea reminded her, they might bite you. Just then, one of the pups opened its mouth and lunged for Aisha's calf, startling her into an exclamation, Oh! She swiftly waved her hand, casting a spell of blue ice and snow that immediately encased the puppy in frost. There are many more, the sea cautioned. The remaining puppies all charged towards Aisha, who cried out in panic. With frantic gestures, she unleashed a flurry of blue ice spells, yet only a few found their mark, causing her to feel increasingly flustered. At that moment, the flying carpet swooped in, lifting Aisha into the air. Standing atop the carpet, she circled around the puppies, pressing down from above, driving the grassy pups back with laughter bubbling forth. "Be careful, they can grow larger," the sea warned again, snapping his fingers. The remaining puppies huddled together, merging into a towering 2-meter-tall beast. With a fearsome roar, it lunged toward Aisha on the carpet. Terrified, she screamed and thrust her hands forward. With a resounding crash, a massive beam of ice magic erupted, striking the monstrous dog. In an instant, not only was the giant dog encased in ice, but the hillside for 100 meters around was also frozen solid. The sea floated above, evading the icy onslaught. Seeing this, Aisha's eyes welled with tears. Feeling as if she had erred, she flew down before the sea, standing there in a quivering voice. "Teacher, I'm sorry." The sea, witnessing her distress, reassured her. "Aisha, you did splendidly, truly." Hearing this, Aisha paused her sobbing, looking up at the sea in surprise, though a tear still rolled down her cheek. "Yes, you performed wonderfully. Look, the beast has been defeated. Today's first lesson is to always remember, do not fear magic. It is our gift, unique and irreplaceable. We must learn to master it, rather than fear it. Do you understand? Really? Teacher?" she asked wide-eyed. "Of course. Remember, the more you fear, the more magic spirals out of control. You must embrace it and learn to love it." As the sea gently wiped her tears, he elaborated patiently. "Yes, I will not fear it," Aisha declared, clenching her chubby fists in determination. Thus, the sea began to instruct Aisha in the art of magic. From that day forth, they ventured daily to that little hillside for lessons. The sea even used plant control and transformation magic to construct a quaint little house made of vines atop the hill as a resting place. A month later, the ocean's fondness for the delightful child, Elsa, grew ever stronger. It became apparent to the ocean that Elsa was exceptionally intelligent, grasping concepts with remarkable ease. She had made significant strides in her shape-shifting abilities and had practiced various minor spells with commendable proficiency. However, her aptitude for manipulating plants was rather limited, which disheartened Elsa. To console her, the ocean remarked, "Each individual possesses unique strengths. My prowess in ice and snow magic is merely average." Thus, Elsa dedicated herself to mastering shape-shifting and some combat spells. Throughout this month, their time together was filled with magic instruction and spirited escapades in the mountains, catching fish in the river and foraging for bird eggs in the trees. Initially, it was the ocean who led Elsa in these adventures, and she felt a tinge of trepidation. Yet, before long, Elsa began to seek out fun on her own. During breaks, she would soar on her flying carpet, exploring the mountains in search of intriguing discoveries. Unfortunately, the local wildlife found themselves at the mercy of this newfound enthusiasm, as the mountain's ruler began to pester them. One day, Elsa stood atop her flying carpet, eagerly casting spells to summon a moose. From a distance, she called out, "Teacher, teacher, please help me catch this little moose." Now thoroughly at ease with the ocean, Elsa was quite casual in her demeanor. The ocean observed the moose, which stood over a meter tall, but was still youthful, its coat a stunning pure white. Immediately, the ocean understood Elsa's desire to capture it. With a simple gesture, the moose became immobilized, standing rigidly in place. Elsa cheered, maneuvering the carpet closer before leaping down. The ocean caught her in a swift embrace and admonished, "You've captured the little moose, but what about its parents? They must be worried." To which Elsa replied, her eyes wide with innocence, "But teacher, this little moose has no parents. I've been watching it for days. It has been all alone. May I take it home?" Seeing the pitiful expression on Elsa's face, the ocean relented. "Yea," Elsa exclaimed, her sorrowful demeanor vanishing instantly. The ocean mused to himself, "This child has learned to play the pity card. It seems I must discipline her soon." Nevertheless, the ocean proceeded to teach Elsa the art of taming beasts, enabling her to train the snow-white moose. As Elsa rode the moose, racing back and forth, the flying carpet danced around them, soaring up and down in joyous harmony. The trio reveled in their frolic. The ocean nodded in approval, remarking, "A fine specimen, akin to the moose of the Elven King." Reflecting on his time in this world, The ocean realized he had been here for nearly 2 months, an unprecedented duration for his previous travels. Now, while Elsa could adeptly wield ice and snow magic, her innate talent still resembled a fledgling form. It appeared that such gifts could not be cultivated overnight. They would likely require her to mature. The ocean knew he could not afford to wait that long. Thus, he pondered the possibility of the magic lamp, for it alone could expedite Elsa's growth without causing her harm. With a newfound resolve, the sea no longer hesitated. Tomorrow, it would take Elsa on a quest for the magical lamp. After inquiring with Elsa, he found her enthusiasm for the journey palpable. During dinner that evening, the sea proposed to Albert and the Queen that he would take Elsa away for a few days, citing the need to assist her in procuring some magical artifacts. Albert readily agreed, having developed a strong trust in the sea over time. He had even implemented several reforms based on the sea's advice, which had yielded commendable results. Although Elsa's mother felt a tinge of reluctance, she recognized the inevitability of the situation and incessantly reminded Elsa of what to be cautious about. As dinner concluded, Elsa's mother clung to her, repeatedly imparting her concerns, revealing her underlying anxiety. However, Elsa found her mother's nagging increasingly unbearable and sought solace from the sea. The sea, with a serene smile, chose to ignore her and walked away, thinking, after all, you tried to deceive me during the day by feigning vulnerability. I'm not one to forget such things. Early the next morning, as preparations for departure commenced, Elsa's mother had packed an overwhelming assortment of bags filled with various provisions. She incessantly detailed to the sea and Elsa the contents and purposes of the packages. With a hint of exasperation, Elsa responded to her mother, I won't need any of these. My teacher has prepared everything. Kneeling down, her mother grasped Elsa's small hand and said, Silly child, how can one be unprepared when venturing out into the world? Noticing that the time was ripe for their departure, the sea waved his hand, causing a multitude of bags to vanish in an instant. It is time for us to set forth, he declared. At that moment, Albert chimed in, the earlier we depart, the sooner we shall return. The sea nodded in agreement, summoned the magic carpet, and ascended with Elsa. In a swift whoosh, they took flight, soaring through the skies. The magic carpet glided swiftly. Elsa felt no sorrow at parting. Instead, she reveled in the retreating scenery, exclaiming joyfully with unabated excitement. Though the carpet traveled at great speed, the distance was vast, and it was not until dusk that they arrived in the Sultanate. By then, Elsa had already succumbed to slumber in the sea's embrace. Upon reaching the outskirts of Sultan City, the sea gently landed the carpet, awakening Elsa before they ventured into the royal city, seeking a place to rest for the night. However, as they entered the city, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from the direction of the palace. The sea's heart swelled with joy. The magical lamp must be within the palace. Chapter 35. The third duplication, the sea, sensed the magical fluctuation with surprise and remarked, Is the plot unfolding? Elsa, curious, inquired, Teacher, what plot is beginning? Come, I shall take you to witness a spectacle. The sea summoned the magic carpet once more, whisking Elsa directly toward the palace, much to the astonishment of the onlookers along the way. Upon reaching the grand hall of the palace, they were met with a dramatic scene unfolding within. There, Jafar brandished a wand, commanding a tempest of wind and snow, intent on banishing the protagonist, Aladdin, to the ends of the earth, while the Sultan and the princess shouted in desperation, striving to intervene. Upon witnessing the scene, Dazai left Elsa on the flying carpet and leaped down directly, greeting the gathering with a jovial tone. Ah, everyone is here. Quite the lively affair. With that, he summoned his wand and pointed it at Jafar. A brilliant flash of light interrupted Jafar's teleportation incantation. It's you. You truly did not perish. Jafar glowered at Dazai. Dazai, wearing a cheerful grin, replied, Indeed, it is I, once more in your presence. Are you not elated? Excited? Princess Lily, upon seeing Dazai, was filled with joy and immediately exclaimed, Mr. Dazai, Jafar intends to usurp the throne. Please assist us in defeating him. Sultan also looked at Dazai with hopeful eyes. Meanwhile, Aladdin lay on the ground, stricken with fear, gasping for breath. At this, Jafar burst into laughter, declaring, Ha ha, capture me? I am the most powerful sorcerer in the world. Ha ha ha, you speak nonsense. The world's mightiest sorcerer is my teacher, Elsa retorted as she flew over on the carpet. Jaffar's expression shifted immediately upon hearing this. Desai then remarked to Elsa, "How many times must I tell you? One must remain humble." Yet, Desai's words seemed more like playful banter. Elsa obediently nodded, "I understand." "Teacher," turning to Jaffar, she apologetically added, "Even if you are the world's strongest sorcerer." Desai thought to himself, "This girl has truly learned to be cunning. She has mastered the art of sarcasm." Indeed, Jaffar was infuriated, pointing at Desai and challenging, "Come, let us see who is the world's most powerful sorcerer." With that, he directed his serpent-shaped wand at Desai, unleashing a red magical beam, as thick as a bowl, hurtling toward him. Desai had long anticipated Jaffar's attack. With a swift wave of his wand, a blue magical shield manifested before him, blocking Jaffar's assault. Desai sensed that Jaffar's magical power slightly surpassed his own, albeit it remained limited. Jaffar, also aware of this, laughed heartily. "My dragon-slaying warrior, you are no match for me." "Ha ha, let's put that to the test," Desai replied with a grin. With another wave of his wand, the ornamental plants lining the hall began to grow wildly, reaching heights of several meters. The elongated branches transformed into sharp spears, launching towards Jaffar. Jaffar quickly waved his wand, conjuring two red magical shields to fend off the spear attacks, and scoffed. "Is this your strategy?" He cast a smug glance at Desai. Unexpectedly, Desai relinquished his wand, leaping 6 or 7 meters to stand before Jaffar, delivering a powerful punch. Cannon fist. Jaffar paled instantly, hastily conjuring a magical shield before him. Yet Desai's fist effortlessly broke through the shield, striking Jaffar squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Jaffar was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the grand throne at the back of the hall, shattering it, and collapsing to the ground, blood spurting forth. "TCH, fragile sorcerer." The sea clapped its hands disdainfully and remarked. Then, recalling Elsa, it realized the scene was too gruesome and might frighten the child. With a wave of its hand, a wand flew over, and striking it against the ground, a hissing sound echoed as Jiafeng was reduced to a cloud of ash. At that moment, the fairy, too, transformed into a swirl of blue smoke and retreated into the lamp, a sight the sea could not overlook. Having come for the lamp, it could not possibly relinquish it. With another wave of the wand, the lamp soared directly into Elsa's embrace. Seated on the flying carpet nearby, Elsa witnessed the lamp's approach. Although unaware of its nature, she recognized it was a gift from her teacher and promptly held it close. Satisfied that its objective had been achieved, the sea turned to the astonished Princess Lilian Sultan, stating, "The issues have been resolved. The rest is up to you." Without waiting for their reaction, it leapt onto the carpet and flew away with Elsa. As they soared above, Elsa glanced back at Lily, who had chased them to the palace entrance, shouting the sea's name, and remarked, "Teacher, that princess seems to have a fondness for you." To which the sea, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, arrogantly replied, "As your teacher, I am tall, handsome, and extraordinarily capable. Many are drawn to me." Elsa, hearing this, quietly made a face, while the sea pretended not to notice and continued to strike a pose. The pair flew beyond the city to a desolate wilderness, where they eventually landed. Curiously surveying the surroundings, Elsa inquired, "Teacher, what are we doing here?" By now, the sky had darkened completely, and the moon had risen high. The moonlit wilderness appeared serene and luminous. The sea pointed to the lamp in Elsa's arms, stating, "Our purpose for coming out is to find it." "What do we need an oil lamp for?" Elsa laughed. "Ah, this is no ordinary lamp. It is a wish-granting lamp." Elsa's excitement peaked at this revelation. "Is it true? Is this the wish-granting lamp from the stories?" she exclaimed, lifting the lamp to examine it closely. The sea then spoke to Elsa in a solemn tone. "Elsa, listen carefully." Hearing this, Elsa looked up attentively. Noticing her earnestness, the sea continued, "When you use the lamp for your first wish, you must state clearly, you wish for your ice and snow talents to mature fully and to be mastered without affecting your age. Do you understand?" Upon her nod, the sea added, "For the remaining 2 wishes, you may request a few magical items, such as a storage bag, a flying carpet, or a magical cloak. Do you grasp that?" Elsa nodded again. The sea sighed in relief, saying, "Now, you may begin to rub the lamp." Following the sea's instructions, Elsa commenced to rub the lamp. Instantly, a plume of blue smoke erupted from its mouth, ascending into the air and transforming into a fairy. who bowed to Elsa and proclaimed, "Master, at your service." Upon witnessing this, Elsa let out a joyful cheer and exclaimed, "Teacher, look, there truly is a spirit. It was just in the hall." Dahai smiled at Elsa and replied, "Elsa, you may make your wish now," while rubbing the magic lamp. He reminded her of his earlier words. Elsa nodded earnestly and began to rub the lamp, stating, "My first wish is that, without affecting my age, my ice and snow talent fully matures, and I can master it proficiently." Hearing this, Dahai nodded in satisfaction as Elsa articulated her wish. The spirit responded, "As you wish, my master," and commenced its enchantment. With a wave of its hands, a blue magical light enveloped Elsa. After a few breaths, the magic light vanished into her being. At that moment, Elsa, eyes closed, found a delicate wand appearing in her hand, measuring merely 30 centimeters, akin to the queen's scepter. In the next instant, Elsa opened her eyes, raised her wand, pointed it towards the sky, and let out a resounding cry of delight. The sound was both youthful and powerful. Subsequently, a thick beam of blue magic shot forth from the tip of her wand, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed, the moonlight obscured by clouds, and to their astonishment, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Seeing this, Dahai hurriedly urged, "Elsa, Elsa!" When Elsa looked over in confusion, Dahai pointed to the sky and said, "Stop it. We're in the south. This could be deadly." Alarmed by his words, Elsa nodded vigorously and waved her wand to cease the snowfall. Dahai, observing her obedience, thought to himself, she remains the sweet Elsa, not overwhelmed by power. Immediately, he focused his mind on the heart of the traveler to examine Elsa's abilities, and indeed, changes had occurred. Her talent was now at level 4, Ice and Snow Domain. Without hesitation, Dahai proceeded to replicate it. Once the snowfall ceased, Elsa noticed Dahai standing silently to the side and decided to continue with her wishes. Dahai's thoughts were absorbed in the newly acquired Ice and Snow Domain. In just a few seconds, the replication was complete. On one face of the perfectly cubical heart of the traveler, an image of ice and snow emerged, oval in shape, with towering icebergs below and countless swirling snowflakes above. Dahai mused, "This is the manifestation of the Ice and Snow Domain." Without delay, he began to merge with the Ice and Snow Domain. The ice and snow image on the heart of the traveler floated towards him. This merging felt different from the previous two. He experienced a tremendous, refreshing aura that coursed through his entire being, lingering for quite some time before dissipating entirely. Dahai immediately began to assess the capabilities of the Ice and Snow Domain. Summarizing it in one phrase, within the Ice and Snow Domain, ice and snow obey your will. The details were as follows. 1. The radius of the Ice and Snow Domain is 10 kilometers. 2. Within the Ice and Snow Domain, one can sense everything. 3. Within the Ice and Snow Domain, ice and snow heed your command. In the realm of ice and snow, the effects can extend up to 100 kilometers away. Upon reading the description of this icy domain, Daching felt a profound sense of awe, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, he opened his eyes to find Elsa beside him, gazing intently. A wave of surprise washed over him. Had a considerable amount of time passed? He then inquired of Elsa, "Have you made your wishes?" To his astonishment, Elsa immediately lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry. Teacher, I didn't wish as you instructed." "What did you wish for then?" Daching asked with a smile. "I wished for a magical piece of equipment, and my other wish was for my parents and Anna to remain healthy and live long." Elsa continued to look down, seemingly regretting her choices. Hearing this, Daching felt quite pleased. Indeed, she was a thoughtful child. He reassured her, "Elsa, you haven't done anything wrong. Wishing for your family is certainly a noble endeavor." "Really?" Elsa exclaimed, her heart fluttering with excitement at her teacher's approval. Daching gently patted her head, affirming, "Of course, it is true. Family is of utmost importance." At that moment, Daching noticed that Elsa was wearing an ice blue magical cloak and asked, "Is this cloak the magical equipment you wish for?" Upon hearing this, Elsa eagerly showcased it. "Teacher, look." She then levitated with the cloak, soaring and twirling in the air, while a flying carpet joined in the merriment, circling around her. "Look, teacher, I can fly now, and the cloak will grow with me." Daching nodded, recognizing the practical nature of the magical cloak. After playing for a while, Elsa suddenly remembered something and swiftly approached Daching, saying, "Teacher, The spirit just asked me to help return it to someone named Aladdin, and I agreed. Daqing was taken aback. Contemplating. Aladdin truly is a significant character in this world. Even a magic lamp wishes to return. He recalled how, in his excitement last time, he had carelessly discarded the lamp. This time, he was curious whether he could bring the lamp back to the Marvel Universe. However, he suspected that would be highly unlikely, as the lamp contained a spirit akin to a deity. Since Elsa had already promised the spirit, he decided to return it. All right, let's return it. Chapter 36. Return and surprise. Upon returning to the Sultan's palace with Elsa, they found Aladdin being unceremoniously expelled from the palace, looking rather disheveled. It appeared he had failed to win the affection of Princess Lily, unlike the original story. Daqing mused to himself, what a curse this irresistible charm of mine is. Elsa, standing nearby, inquired, what did you say, teacher? Nothing of importance. Let us return the lamp to him. Daqing replied, affectionately ruffling Elsa's hair. Without hesitation, Elsa nodded, yes. Let us return it. Then the two of them flew the carpet to the despondent Aladdin, perched upon it, and called out to him, Aladdin. Upon hearing the call, Aladdin looked up to see the vast sea. He immediately stood upright and respectfully declared, O Dragon Slayer. The sea, without further ado, tossed the magic lamp to Aladdin, and with a wave of his hand, the carpet vanished in an instant, leaving Aladdin standing there, clutching the lamp in a daze. The sea pondered whether this Aladdin, now stripped of everything, would once again use his final wish to grant freedom to the genie. Initially, the sea intended to return directly, but after a long day, Elsa was too fatigued. Moments later, she fell asleep once more in the sea's embrace. Reluctantly, he sought a secluded valley to rest for the night. Holding the slumbering Elsa, the sea contemplated using magic to conjure a wooden house. However, he suddenly recalled the ice palace Elsa had created in the film. With a firm stomp, the powers of the ice realm surged forth, and a Chinese-style ice crystal pagoda rose majestically from the ground. Its appearance mirrored that of the Leifone pagoda. Under the sea's magical influence, the layered pagoda seemed to sprout from the earth, and soon a magnificent seven-tiered ice crystal pagoda emerged. At the pinnacle, the sea conjured a bed, adorned with blankets, and gently placed Elsa upon it, tucking her in. He then stepped outside the pagoda's railing to admire the night scenery. At that moment, the sea's heart swelled with emotion as he marveled at finally possessing such boundless power. It had been 6 months since his reincarnation. Now, with a level 4 ice realm and an unparalleled affinity for magic, he could face any adversary without fear, even that Thanos. As long as he had yet to acquire all 6 Infinity Stones, he held the means to protect himself. This journey had not been easy. The sea conjured an ice crystal chair and settled atop the lofty pagoda, gazing at the night sky with a serene smile, utterly untroubled. The following day, Elsa woke and sought the sea. Upon finding him, she began to dash around the ice crystal pagoda, playing joyfully. She incessantly added various whimsical items within the tower, a chandelier here, a sofa there, and even a snowman. The sea prepared breakfast and called Elsa to eat, prompting her to finally pause. After their meal, he prepared to return home with her. However, Elsa was reluctant to leave the pagoda and persistently asked if they could play a little longer. Ultimately, the sea consented, promising to build an even larger ice crystal pagoda in Arendelle to coax her away. After another day of flying, they arrived in Arendelle by evening. Upon seeing Elsa, her mother embraced her tightly, bursting into tears as if she had been gone for years. Albert, standing by, could only offer the sea a wry smile. They once again dined with Albert's family. At that moment, the sea mentioned that Elsa had fully mastered her magic and that he would be departing the following day. Albert understood that he could not retain the ocean, so he took out his hidden wine and shared several cups with it. Meanwhile, Elsa wept uncontrollably, clinging to the ocean and refusing to let go. For Elsa, this teacher had transformed everything. Otherwise, she would still be sobbing alone in the dark room. After soothing her for considerable time, the ocean promised to return and visit her, which finally stopped her tears. The following morning, the ocean took Elsa to the lakeside of Arendelle, where they constructed an immense ice crystal tower. The base of the tower spanned nearly 60 meters in diameter and soared 13 stories high, becoming the tallest structure in Arendelle. They cast an eternal spell upon the tower, ensuring it would never collapse for decades to come. Together with Elsa, they adorned the tower with various embellishments. Elsa seemed eager to prolong her time with the ocean, incessantly offering suggestions and modifications, and they continued their work until dinner time. After dinner, the ocean bid farewell to Elsa's family and ventured into the castle garden, preparing to activate the heart of the traveler. Being a sorcerer, disappearing was quite ordinary for him, so he did not avoid Elsa and her family. As he pushed the heart of the traveler, murmuring return, Elsa unexpectedly vanished, only to reappear in the ocean's embrace. He quickly held her tight, his mind racing with a singular thought. Oh no, this is disastrous. After a whirlwind of motion, the ocean found himself in the orchard of a New York estate, still cradling Elsa. Realizing they had traversed time and space, he hurriedly checked on her for any issues. Elsa, however, was gleefully laughing, exclaiming, "Teacher, I've come with you." Once he confirmed that Elsa was unscathed, he sternly remarked, "Do you have any idea how perilous that was? I simply wanted to keep you company. Seeing you all alone seemed so pitiful." Elsa replied, her voice tinged with grievance. The ocean, hearing this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet his mind raced with the realization that the heart of the traveler could indeed carry another person. He immediately focused his thoughts on the heart of the traveler, which promptly provided an answer. It could transport one person along with any items the ocean could move. He inwardly cursed the heart of the traveler for its lack of clarity. Had he known, he could have wooed a beautiful elven maiden in the realm of the ring. Noticing the ocean's silence, Elsa tugged at his hand, pleading, "Teacher, now that I've come with you, please don't send me away." The ocean thought to himself, "Even if I wanted to send you away, I cannot." He then inquired, "What about your parents? They will surely be worried." Elsa, sensing that he was not inclined to dismiss her, cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, teacher. I left a letter for my mother." With a sigh, the ocean responded, "Very well. However, you should be prepared that after coming with me, you may not see your parents for several years." As darkness fell over New York, the ocean led Elsa toward their residence. Enchanted by the modern wonders around her, Elsa asked incessantly, "Teacher, what is this?" "It glows. It is a lamp powered by electricity, capable of illuminating." "Teacher, is it magic?" "No, it is not." "Teacher, there is someone in that box. Shall I rescue them?" With a crack, the television shattered into fragments, frozen in ice. The ocean gazed at the broken screen, still glistening with frost, and couldn't help but rub its forehead in exasperation. Thus, it turned to Elsa and said, "Elsa, this is a world of ordinary people, and those like us are quite rare. Please refrain from using magic indiscriminately. Do you understand?" Elsa, realizing her mistake, lowered her head and replied, "Yes, teacher." "Elsa, it is all right if that object is broken. You need not worry. However, my world differs greatly from yours, and I shall explain it to you gradually." The ocean continued to converse with Elsa. Upon hearing that the teacher did not blame her, Elsa joyfully lifted her head and nodded repeatedly. All right, all right." Thus, the ocean took Elsa on a tour within the room, elucidating various electrical appliances, their origins, principles, and usage. Initially, Elsa was quite intrigued by these items. Yet as the ocean's explanations grew more extensive, her little face began to furrow in confusion, overwhelmed by the information. Noticing her distress, the ocean said to her, "Let us pause our learning for today. It's time for bed, shall we?" Upon hearing that it was finally over, Elsa joyfully cheered but quickly realized something was off, stifling a yawn and saying, "I've been tired for ages." The ocean arranged for Elsa to stay in the room next to his, wish her good night, and began to leave, only to be called back by Elsa, who requested a bedtime story. The reason was quite valid. Her mother used to tell her stories. Reluctantly, the ocean began narrating the tale of Cinderella. After one segment, Elsa was still awake. After another, she remained alert. Thus, the ocean continued, only to discover that, at some point, Elsa had fallen asleep. Gently, he tucked her in before stepping out. Once outside, the ocean let out a sigh of relief, silently resolving, "Tomorrow, I shall find Elsa a teacher, as well as a caretaker." The following morning, the ocean awoke early and went to check on Elsa, only to find her already up, sitting quietly at the edge of her bed. The ocean thought to himself, "Oh no, do we not agree on several years? It is only the second day, and she already longs for home." Promptly, he approached her with a smile, saying, "Elsa, we can have breakfast now." Elsa forced a smile and replied, "Yes, teacher." Seeing her demeanor, the ocean resorted to his ultimate charm, saying, "Elsa, after breakfast, I'll take you shopping for clothes. All right? There are many beautiful outfits here. Instantly, Elsa was captivated, exclaiming, "Really? Teacher." The ocean internally smirked, pleased with his success. A woman is a woman, a petite figure who cannot escape her inherent nature. Thus, she immediately exclaimed, "Of course it is true. This place boasts a plethora of clothing styles, more than anywhere else in the world." Elsa's face lit up with joy as she declared, "Wonderful. I shall buy clothes for my mother, father, and Anna, and then bring them back to them." Hearing this, the sea felt a pang of concern, silently pondering the predicament he faced. Following this, he shared breakfast with Elsa, and afterward, they embarked on a shopping excursion for garments. They began their quest in the Queens District, proceeded to the commercial area of Brooklyn, and ultimately ventured into Manhattan. Driving with Elsa, they spent an entire day exploring countless shops, acquiring a substantial array of clothing that nearly overwhelmed the car's capacity. Seizing a moment of privacy, the sea discreetly stowed items into a storage bag. While Elsa tried on outfits, he contacted his lawyer, Blake's son, to arrange for Elsa's tutor and assist with her identification. At the time of payment, Elsa attempted to produce gold coins, but the sea thankfully intervened. Upon returning home in the evening, both were utterly exhausted. They immediately dined and then sought rest. Nevertheless, the sea continued to narrate bedtime stories to Elsa, though this time she fell asleep quite swiftly. As he retired to his room, he reflected on the day, which had proven more tiring than a full day of combat. Fortunately, the following day would see the arrival of Elsa's tutor, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. Chapter 37. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. The next day, Elsa exhibited a perfectly normal demeanor, waking and dining as usual. However, the sea remained attentive, accompanying her to alleviate any homesickness she might feel. In the afternoon, he informed her that her new teacher would be arriving, piquing Elsa's interest as they awaited her in the Manor's Hall. As expected, at the appointed hour, Elsa's new teacher arrived punctually. She was a stunning blonde in her 20s, possessing a sweet countenance and a statuesque figure, quite to the sea's liking. Yet, upon seeing her, his brow furrowed in immediate concern. Sharon Carter, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., niece of Carter, who seemed to have a close connection with the captain. Thus, he recognized her instantly. "Hello, Mr. C. I am Lisa, the children's education teacher. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sharon Carter greeted the sea upon entering, then turned to Elsa and, "You must be my new student, little princess?" Elsa promptly rose to return the courtesy, but was halted by the sea. He then instructed her, "Elsa, why don't you go play in the backyard for a while? The teacher and I have a few matters to discuss." Elsa hesitated, casting a peculiar glance between Sharon Carter and the sea, her intentions unmistakably clear. The sea, noticing her behavior, felt a wave of frustration but maintained a serious demeanor as he reiterated, "The teacher truly has some matters to attend to. Please go play for a bit." Sharon Carter observed the exchange with a smile, patiently awaiting their conversation. After watching Aisha depart, Dahai turned around, his face etched with anger as he addressed Sharon Carter, saying, "Lisa, or should I say Sharon Carter, what brings you here?" Sharon, taken aback, had not anticipated being recognized on her very first special assignment. Having recently graduated from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, she had never before presented herself in a public setting. With a bewildered expression, she gazed at Dahai, her mind swirling with confusion. Just as she was about to utter a response, Dahai interrupted her, suppressing his fury as he declared, "Sharon Carter, I do not care about your reasons. Your actions have incited my anger. For the sake of your aunt and Steve, you must leave at once and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, you will surely regret it." Dahai was exceedingly enraged, although he was unaware of why S.H.I.E.L.D. was approaching him. He was adamant that they could not get close to Aisha. She was still just a child, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s brainwashing capabilities were formidable. If they would instill some nonsensical ideology into Aisha, Dahai would find himself regretting it far too late. Hearing her aunt's name alongside Captain Steve's left Sharon utterly perplexed, as it seemed he was aware of the relationship between them. How could Dahai, an ordinary man, possess such knowledge, information that was considered highly classified within the agency? Ignoring these thoughts, Dahai pointed emphatically towards the door, his anger unabated, and commanded, "You need to leave, immediately." Sharon, sensing the icy demeanor of Dahai, attempted to respond, but ultimately left in a daze. After her departure, Dahai's fury subsided, only to be replaced by distress. Now, Aisha would have to rely solely on him for her education, as he could not enlist the help of other teachers. Although he happened to know Sharon, there was no guarantee he would find another suitable instructor in the future. Next time, Hydra might even send someone over, individuals who were truly adept at brainwashing. Thus, Dahai took to the internet, searching for methods to educate a child like Aisha. To his surprise, he stumbled upon an animated video series dedicated to children's education, comprising over 100 episodes. Overjoyed, he immediately began watching the videos with Aisha, embarking on their learning journey together. Fortunately, Aisha did not inquire why her previous teacher was no longer present. Dahai also devised a comprehensive educational plan, utilizing the videos to explain to Aisha the distinctions between this world and her previous one. All of this was aimed at helping Aisha adapt swiftly. The more unfamiliar this world felt, the more she would long for home. Yet, Dahai was uncertain if he would ever be able to return to Aisha's fairy tale realm. Perhaps such a return would only be possible once he ascended to divinity. For now, he had to prepare for the worst. The following morning, after Dahai and Aisha had completed their video lesson, they were playing in the backyard when an elderly guard approached to inform them that 3 individuals had come to visit Dahai. Upon hearing this, Dahai surmised that it was likely S.H.I.L.D. making an appearance. In fact, after Sharon's departure the previous day, he had anticipated their return and had set magical traps around the estate as a precaution. To his surprise, they had come directly to his doorstep. Therefore, he permitted them to enter. Before long, 3 impeccably dressed individuals arrived in the backyard. Upon seeing them, Hai recognized them all. The leader was none other than Phil Coulson, the newly appointed head of the Marvel Novice Village. To his left stood Sharon Carter, who had visited just the day prior. On his right was the Chinese agent, Mei, presumably sent to facilitate communication with Hai, given their shared heritage. While Hai was indifferent to the intentions of S.H.I.E.L.D., he found himself intrigued by Coulson, greeting them directly. "Good day, you all." "Hello, Mr. Hai. I apologize for our unannounced visit," Coulson replied. The 3 approached, but with Hai showing no inclination to invite them to sit, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Hai had no intention of offering them seats and feigned ignorance, directly inquiring, "Coulson, I would like to know why your organization has taken an interest in me?" Coulson, undeterred by the awkwardness, smiled and responded, "Mr. Hai, there are 2 reasons. The first pertains to the batch of gold coins you previously sold." Hai was taken aback. It turned out there had been an issue with those coins. Cautiously, he probed, "Is there a problem with Obadiah?" "Not all. Mr. Obadiah is fine. However, one of his girlfriends went mad and ingested the coins, resulting in her demise. We conducted a private investigation and detected a faint energy response from that batch of coins," Coulson explained. Hai was incredulous that someone had actually died, exclaiming, "That's impossible." Although those coins had minor issues, they shouldn't affect even a child, let alone an adult. "That lady was consuming some peculiar substances," Coulson remarked, casting a glance at Aisha, who sat nearby, listening with keen curiosity. Hai noted Aisha's interest and softened his expression somewhat, stating, "That must be it. Those coins were once possessed by a vile dragon, which may have imparted some negligible effects, but they could never be fatal." Aisha interjected eagerly, "I know. It was the dragon smog, right, teacher?" Hai smiled and nodded at Aisha, who beamed with excitement at her correct guess. "The dragon smog?" Sharon Carter asked, puzzled. "You need not concern yourself with that." Hai quickly turned to her, his demeanor stern. Such matters pertained to the secrets of his transmigration and were not to be divulged. Sensing the atmosphere had soured, Coulson continued, "We discovered the coins had issues, specifically a faint energy response. We investigated Mr. Hai's situation and made some findings, which prompted Ms. Carter's visit. However, it was merely to ascertain the circumstances, and there was no malicious intent." Upon hearing this, Hai nodded and replied, "I believe you have no ill intent, which is why you are able to stand here and converse with me. However, I do not appreciate this. I have a few words I hope you can convey to your rather incompetent director." Coulson, bewildered, pondered the meaning of incompetent director. The silent Chinese agent Mei could no longer contain herself and let out a soft chuckle. Immediately, she stifled her laughter and, addressing her 2 curious colleagues, remarked, "It's just Director Fury. I'll explain more when we return." Coulson, regaining his composure, turned to the ocean and said, Mr. Ocean, please continue. The Ocean extended a finger, stating, first and foremost, I have no interest in murder, arson, or any activities that harm society, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Coulson nodded in agreement. The Ocean then raised a second finger and added, I do not wish for you to disrupt my life in any manner, especially concerning Aisha. Do you understand? Without waiting for their response, he inquired, it's already November. Has it snowed in New York yet? Coulson, slightly bewildered by the sudden change of topic, responded no. Perhaps it will snow before Christmas next month? Then let it snow now, the Ocean declared. Upon finishing his statement, he stood up and pointed towards downtown New York. A brilliant beam of blue magical light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing the sky above New York City before vanishing. Instantly, the weather transformed. The once clear skies were swiftly shrouded by thick clouds, darkening the atmosphere. Aisha, filled with excitement, leapt up and exclaimed, I love snow. I want to join in. She summoned her petite wand and directed a magical beam towards the sky, eager to cast more spells. The Ocean, sensing Aisha's enthusiasm, urgently cautioned, Aisha, stop. Too much snow could be dangerous. Hearing this, Aisha, now apprehensive, reluctantly lowered her wand. By this moment, snowflakes had begun to fall from the heavens. Aisha, delighting in the sight of the descending snow, reached out her hands to catch them, laughter bubbling forth. In truth, Aisha had longed to play in the snow, but had refrained due to the Ocean's prohibition against using magic. Now, finally able to frolic in the snow, Aisha was brimming with joy. Observing her enthusiasm, the Ocean pointed toward a nearby orchard, advising, Aisha, go play in the snow over there. I will speak with these guests for a while and join you shortly. Chapter 38. The deception continues. The Ocean then turned his attention to the three members of S.H.I.O., who appeared utterly incredulous. Their gazes tinged with a hint of fear. The Ocean reassured them. This is merely an ordinary snowfall. There is no need for concern. He then shifted his tone, issuing a subtle threat. However, should you provoke my ire, I could effortlessly transform New York into a polar wasteland. Do not presume to control everything. In the grand tapestry of human history spanning hundreds of thousands of years, your organization is but a few years old, perhaps around 60? With a click of his tongue, the Ocean continued, that is far too brief. A family that is slightly larger possesses far more than you ever could. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Observing the three individuals rendered speechless, Ocean continued the previous topic. Thirdly, if you refrain from disturbing me, I may impart a few messages to you. Upon hearing about the messages, Coulson and the others instantly perked up. Having witnessed Ocean's mystery and power, they understood the significance of any information he might share. Therefore, Coulson hastily urged, Mr. Ocean, please enlighten us. First, Ocean said, directing his gaze towards Sharon Carter, this concerns the matter dear to Miss Carter's heart. Captain Steve is still alive. Somewhere in the Arctic, he lies encased in ice, awaiting your rescue. At that moment, the snow had begun to fall heavily. With a wave of his hand, the swirling snowflakes transformed into a mist, which coalesced into a vivid image, one from Ocean's memory depicting Captain America encased in ice. Sharon Carter, seeing this, immediately inquired with fervor, Mr. Ocean, please tell me, where's the captain? Gazing at Sharon, as well as the excited Coulson and May, Ocean playfully stated, do you know what the most crucial lesson is for us sorcerers? It is to refrain from tampering with fate. For if you do, fate will inevitably toy with you. Although we can glimpse the future, we must never attempt to alter it. Thus, the search for Steve must be undertaken by you alone. Ocean's misdirection was a strategic consideration for the future. When the narrative unfolds, his identity as a sorcerer would prove immensely significant. Disregarding the astonishment of the trio, Ocean continued with his playful revelations. This was the first message. Secondly, Earth's technology has reached the brink of interstellar travel. Consequently, Earth will soon attract the attention of extraterrestrial forces intent on conquering our planet and enslaving humanity. In fact, this has already transpired over 20 years ago, hasn't it, Coulson? As he spoke, Ocean turned his gaze toward Coulson, whose brow was now dusted with snowflakes that melted into beads of water. Coulson opened his mouth, yet ultimately remained silent. Beside him, Sharon and May also noticed Coulson's unusual demeanor, each beginning to piece together the implications. Sharon, in particular, covered her mouth in astonishment. With a slight smile, Ocean continued, At this juncture, Earth's consciousness will awaken, nurturing formidable beings to confront incoming crises. This consciousness, known by various names in different cultures, such as Mother Earth, Gaia, or the collective consciousness of humanity, should be comprehended as such. Moreover, these so-called formidable beings have already begun to manifest. For instance, the captain of your Miss Carol, or the recent emergence of the Hulk, among others. More will undoubtedly arise in the future. The advent of these individuals is a response to external threats, a necessity of sorts, barring a few exceptions of utter foolishness. While Ocean's words carried an element of jest, they also resonated with a deeper truth. A review of the Marvel narrative reveals that the emergence of these heroes indeed represents Earth's response to crises, an inevitability in its own right. The trio from S.H.I.L.D. felt as though their worldview had been shattered, for Ocean's declarations seemed to herald the dawn of a new era. However, though it may sound absurd, these three individuals are, to varying degrees, privy to certain clandestine secrets, and they seem to perceive the veracity of such revelations. At this juncture, the Ocean spoke again. Thirdly, I can divulge a secret pertaining to your agency. The trio of Coulson felt a jolt within, for it concerned the secrets of their own organization. The Ocean continued. When your agency was established, there existed a project known as the Paperclip Initiative, which gathered numerous German scientists. I must inform you that many among them were staunch believers in Hydra, and they have already taken root within your agency. The very exterminators of Hydra have now become a nurturing ground for its resurgence. Quite intriguing, is it not? The Ocean, with a hint of mischief, unveiled the essence of S.H.I.L.D. to the trio, intending merely to provide that oafish director with some matters to ponder, rather than indulging in frivolous distractions. Having achieved this aim, the Ocean wished to cease the conversation, for the ground was now blanketed in a thick layer of snow, making further discourse impractical. Thus, it bid them farewell. Well then, the matter is concluded. You may take your leave. Be cautious on the slippery roads. Not lingering, the trio, burdened with such significant news, hastened to return for a report. Each of Coulson's companions felt a surge of unease, paying no heed to the snowflakes upon their garments as they ventured forth into the wintry landscape. Observing the trio depart, the Ocean cast a glance back at Elsa, who was delighting in the creation of several snowmen and even conjured a small reindeer, frolicking about as the snowmen pursued it, laughter ringing out like silver bells. The Ocean reflected on this scene, thinking that Elsa was still but a child, blissfully carefree, while lamenting its own inadequacies in childcare. It then considered Sharon Carter. Perhaps she could indeed serve as a mentor to Elsa, for her character in the original narrative was commendable. Moreover, having witnessed the Ocean's formidable power, she would likely refrain from any unwise actions. The crux was ensuring she would not lead Elsa astray. Everything else was manageable. Thus, with a snap of its fingers, the Ocean materialized at the entrance, right before Coulson and his companions. The trio, preparing to embark, were engaged in conversation regarding the Ocean when they were startled by its sudden appearance. The Ocean addressed Sharon Carter directly. Sharon Carter, might I once more extend an invitation for you to become Elsa's mentor and caretaker? You are aware that as a man, I find it quite challenging to tend to her needs. Observing Sharon's bemusement, the Ocean continued. I can offer you compensation, a sum that your director would be unable to refuse. For instance, certain magical potions with extraordinary effects. Although the Ocean had inherited the ability to concoct only a few simple elixirs, to S.H.I.L.D., they would be remarkably enchanting. At this moment, Coulson regained his composure and remarked, Mr. Ocean, we need to discuss this matter further upon our return. I understand. The Ocean anticipated their response, and, adopting a tone of seduction, proclaimed, My magical potions possess the extraordinary ability to heal wounds swiftly, even after a thoracotomy. A mere ingestion of the elixir will lead to recovery within moments. Furthermore, I offer life-saving potions, regardless of the injury, as long as one is not deceased. Consuming the potion guarantees survival for at least 3 hours. Additionally, there exists an antidote capable of neutralizing the majority of the world's toxins, and just 1 vial suffices. I am now able to provide you with 1 vial of each type every month. What say you? The Ocean had only these 3 potions, yet they seemed sufficient to sway the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. 10 vials. Each month, 10 vials. The ocean continued. You may simply call me Charlon. Charlon Carter immediately commenced the negotiation. Very well, Miss Charlon, the ocean acquiesced, but 10 vials is out of the question. You must understand the rarity of these potions. I can offer but 1 vial per month, and a maximum of 5 additional vials for your organization. Amidst the snow, the two engaged in a spirited barter, with Coulson and May joining the fray. Eventually, they reached a consensus. Charlon Carter would receive 2 vials of each potion monthly, while S.H.L.D. would procure 8 vials of each potion per month. The initial pricing was set at $500,000 for the healing and life-saving potions, and $100,000 for the antidote. However, they insisted on first evaluating the potions to determine their efficacy. The ocean felt quite satisfied with the outcome, anticipating a monthly income of $8 million. Yet, a concern lingered. He had yet to concoct the potions and needed to test them first. The results should be promising, one would hope. Subsequently, Charlon decided to remain, and the ocean took her to meet Elsa. They arrived in the backyard, where Elsa was immersed in playing in the snow. Having magically constructed a castle of impressive proportions, her home, the Palace of Arendelle. Observing Elsa diligently crafting her fortress, the ocean remarked to Charlon, "She is building what resembles her home. She seems to be yearning for it. She has never been away from home before." Charlon, intrigued by Elsa's magical display, casually inquired, "Then why not send her back?" Realizing she had perhaps overstepped, she turned to gauge the ocean's reaction. The ocean, unfazed yet somewhat resigned, quietly replied, "Her home exists in another dimension. For now, she cannot return. Perhaps in a few years, I might be able to send her back. I have not disclosed this to her, only that she must stay with me for a few years." Since the ocean had chosen to keep Charlon close, he felt no need for concealment. After all, he was nearly invincible and feared little. Charlon, taken aback by the ocean's words, hesitantly asked, "Another dimension? Is it the one I think it is?" "Indeed, you are correct. Is this a wizard's ability?" "You could say so. However, not all wizards possess such power. Only the most formidable can achieve it." The ocean recalled that both the Ancient One and the future Doctor Strange seemed capable of such feats. Then, with a hint of frustration, he added, "Though Elsa has only been here for 2 or 3 days, she occasionally longs for her home, which leaves me feeling quite helpless. The crux of the matter is that I am uncertain how to care for the child. If you assist me in tending to her, perhaps in the future, I shall transform you into a wizard or grant you extraordinary powers. What do you think? My words are not mere folly. Amidst the myriad wonders of the universe, there exists something that would suit Charlon perfectly." Instantly invigorated, Charlon declared, "Caring for children is my forte. Just watch me." With that, Charlon approached Aisha and greeted her. Remarkably, the two of them began to play joyfully together. Subsequently, Charlon took residence in the estate, and indeed, with Charlon's attentive care, Aisha's spirits were notably uplifted. Chapter 39. Encounter in the world of war police in New York. The snow had fallen all day, with news outlets reporting that it was an unusually heavy snowfall in recent years. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Fury sat opposite Coulson and May, their expressions grave and silence pervasive. "Director?" Coulson, unable to bear the quiet, called out. Suddenly, Fury rose and stood by the window, gazing at the snow-laden scenery outside. He inquired Coulson, "Do you believe the snowfall is truly the result of that sorcerer, Ron High?" "Perhaps it is. I have checked the recent weather forecasts, and this is no natural phenomenon. The snow blankets all of New York, with a diameter of at least 100 kilometers. Coulson replied, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. "Classify Ron High's information as top secret, level 10. "Understood, Director." Coulson responded promptly, then continued, "What about the 3 pieces of information he mentioned, particularly concerning the captain and our agency?" Fury suddenly turned, his demeanor serious as he addressed Coulson and May, stating, "These 3 pieces of information must leave no record and should never be discussed again." "Yes, Director," they replied in unison. "Coulson, I am assigning you a mission. You and May will lead a team to the Arctic in secrecy. Use any means necessary to locate Steve and bring him back." "Yes, Director." Coulson's tone was filled with excitement. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Fury's stern face as he said, "Excellent. Let Agent Charlon remain with Ron High for the time being. Let her foster a good relationship with Ron, and especially with Aisha. It may yield surprises for us in the future." "Very well, Director." The two rose to take their leave, but Coulson hesitated, turning back to ask, "What about our agency? This matter should not be mentioned again. I am aware of it." The astute Fury, having held his position for several years, could hardly be oblivious to the underlying issues. He sensed the potential for conflicting factions, and upon hearing the information from the ocean, he suddenly grasped much more and prepared to investigate further. In the days that followed, Charon diligently cared for Aisha. Occasionally, Charon would subtly extract information about the two of them from Aisha, but she remained tactful, only inquiring about trivial matters. In truth, she merely asked a few more questions, which the ocean did not mind. Possessing strength is simply in one's nature. Currently, the ocean is diligently concocting magical potions and cultivating various herbs within the estate, all in preparation for sustainable development. For the ocean, adept in the manipulation of flora, this task is a mere trifle. Such a talent is indeed well suited for a gardener. 3 days later, the ocean presented the potion to Xiaolang, and the Serpent Shield Bureau was remarkably swift, transferring funds within 2 days. Upon witnessing an increase of 8,800,000 in the account, alongside the previous balance, the total exceeded 200 million. Thoughts of Aisha being well cared for also crossed the ocean's mind, stirring a sensation of excitement within. It was time to venture out and indulge a little. Having acquired powers as a sorcerer, the ocean felt liberated to revel in joy. That very day, the ocean took to the road. At a bar, with his towering stature and youthful charm, he effortlessly encountered 2 beautiful women, reputed to be models. Subsequently, he engaged in an enlightening exchange with them at a hotel. No longer the introverted young man he once was, the ocean finally savored the joys of wealth. He wore out the 2 models with his exuberance, leaving them nearly exhausted. In a state of bliss, the ocean couldn't help but exclaim, "This is life." Ultimately, however, thoughts of little Aisha at home lingered in his mind, prompting his return by 3 in the morning. To his astonishment, upon arriving home, he found Aisha and Xiaolang seated in the hall, waiting for him. Instantly, he felt as if he had been caught in an act of infidelity. An overwhelming sense of awkwardness enveloped him. With a hint of embarrassment, he greeted Aisha, inquiring why they were still awake at such a late hour. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Xiaolang, questioning what was amiss. Xiaolang responded with a look of helplessness. Upon noticing the ocean's return, Aisha merely glanced at him, saying nothing, not crying or throwing a tantrum, and simply took Xiaolang back to their room. The ocean stood there, bewildered, utterly perplexed by the situation, watching them ascend the stairs. Utilizing his exceptional hearing, he soon caught snippets of their conversation. Xiaolang asked Aisha what she was doing, to which Aisha replied, "Sometimes, my father would also not return home until late at night, and my mother would react in this manner." The ocean was immediately struck by a wave of confusion. What thoughts occupied the mind of that little girl? He then overheard Aisha suggesting to Xiaolang that she should marry the ocean, saying, "Sister Xiaolang, why not wed the teacher? That way, the teacher won't roam about." In the following days, Xiaolang's gaze towards the ocean took on an unusual quality. Consequently, the ocean tempered his escapades, only venturing out occasionally, particularly when Xiaolang took Aisha to explore the world. It must be said, Xiaolang had a remarkable knack for caring for children, and Aisha quickly became familiar with contemporary society, rarely yearning for home, though occasionally she would reflect on it. Days passed in this manner, and, as the ocean calculated, it was once again time for a journey through time. However, he was resolute that Aisha must accompany him. He dared not leave her behind. For who could predict the unpredictable actions of the Serpent Shield Bureau? On that morning, Dahai sought out Xiaolang and handed her the potion for the upcoming month, saying, "I will be traveling with Aisha soon, granting you a brief respite, just in time for Christmas." It was already December 15th, with Christmas merely a handful of days away. "Are you going out to celebrate Christmas?" Xiaolang inquired, though she had already intended to spend the holiday with Aisha. Dahai, not wishing to elaborate, simply replied, "Well, sort of. We will contact you by phone upon our return." Seeing his demeanor, Xiaolang nodded in agreement without further comment. Subsequently, Dahai approached Aisha and said, "Aisha, the teacher will take you to another place for some fun. Shall we? Will Xiaolang be coming along?" Aisha asked, "It's quite troublesome to go there, so your sister Xiaolang cannot accompany us. It will just be the 2 of us." "Is it a fun place?" "Absolutely. You can use magic there." Dahai began to entice her. "How wonderful. When do we leave?" Before noon, at Dahai's signal, Chen departed. After arranging matters at the estate, Dahai began preparing supplies. He stored the provisions in a magical bag, which proved exceedingly convenient. This time, he brought a substantial amount of cash and gold coins, along with various clothes and toys for Aisha, as well as bedding, fearing that Aisha might find it uncomfortable to sleep if they traversed to the Middle Ages. Afterward, they simply awaited the moment of time travel. At noon, just after Dahai and Aisha finished their lunch, the heart of the traveler shimmered with a blue light, indicating the arrival of the time to cross over. Dahai turned to Aisha, saying, "Aisha, it is time for us to go." He scooped her up, though he felt a twinge of anxiety, as it was his first time actively taking someone through time. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that all would be well. Dividing his focus to propel the heart of the traveler, he exclaimed, "Let us go." A familiar sensation of swirling dizziness enveloped them, and Dahai, holding Aisha, materialized onto a bustling modern street. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice their sudden appearance. Aisha gazed around and remarked, "Teacher, this place feels familiar. Look, that mall ahead. We've bought clothes there before." Dahai glanced at the mall, indeed recognizing it. A quick survey revealed that they were still in New York, not far from the estate. However, something felt amiss. The heart of the traveler never faltered, indicating they must have arrived in a different world. He set Aisha down and took her hand, leading her towards a newsstand, stating, "Let us check this out." Dahai purchased several newspapers, and together they began to read beside the stand. "Teacher, look. This is dated February 8th, 2003. That means..." Aisha was about to finish her thought when Dahai interrupted. "Aisha, you're so clever." He signaled subtly to the newsstand owner, and Aisha instantly understood, sticking out her tongue and refraining from continuing her sentence. The vast ocean turned the pages of several newspapers and, at last, in a corner, uncovered crucial information. It read, "Congressman Kelly has altered his previous stance, urging everyone to adopt a conciliatory approach towards mutants, cautioning against excessive fervor." The article went on to comment that Congressman Kelly, in his quest for support, was resorting to sensationalism. Upon reading this, the ocean instantly comprehended that it mirrored a scene from the Avengers, and that the plot for the sequel was about to unfold. Mystique had supplanted Congressman Kelly, and the next step would involve rescuing Magneto. The commencement of this narrative loomed less than 3 months away, perfectly coinciding with Marvel's timeline. What then should be done next? Clearly, one must await the onset of the story, and the need for spatial abilities remained paramount. Although the ocean had already mastered instantaneous movement through magic, it had recently discovered that the realms of magic and ice could harmoniously blend, significantly amplifying its prowess beyond that of mere ice manipulation. Thus, the ocean resolved to replicate spatial abilities. When combined with magic, such capabilities would undoubtedly yield astonishing results. The crucial factor was that the ocean had now become a sorcerer, no longer fearing the professor's mental powers. Even if the truth of its origins as a traveler were to be revealed, what of it? This was the essence of strength. Consequently, the ocean departed the newsstand with Elsa and inquired, "Elsa, shall we head to school?" Elsa abruptly halted, gazing up at the ocean with tear-filled eyes. Her voice quivering as she asked, "Teacher, do you not want me anymore?" Tears glimmered in her eyes, as though she might weep at any moment. Observing this, the ocean immediately knelt down, embraced Elsa, and reassured her, "The teacher will never leave you, dear." After soothing Elsa, it continued, "There are many children like you at the school, all possessing extraordinary abilities. Would you like to join me?" Elsa quickly lifted her head from the ocean's embrace, her face alight with joy. "Teacher, is it true?" Witnessing Elsa's delight, her fair cheeks still glistening with tears, the ocean felt a pang of tenderness. This girl had only the ocean now. Gently wiping away her tears, it replied, "Of course it is true. There are many others like us. You will have numerous friends. Shall we go? Let us leave at once." The ocean took Elsa's hand and led her to a secluded alley, summoning its wand. For long-distance teleportation, the wand was essential. Gripping Elsa's small hand, it struck the wand against the ground, initiating the teleportation. In an instant, the ocean and Elsa were transported to a deserted forest in northern New York. While the Mutant Academy was located in northern New York, its precise location eluded the ocean. Moreover, with the professor's mental shielding, most individuals would be incapable of locating it. Thus, The ocean conjured a flying carpet, soaring above with Elsa in search of their destination. It also cast an illusion spell, rendering their presence nothing more than a wisp of smoke to any onlookers. What had initially seemed an easy search turned into a half-hour aerial quest with Elsa, yet they had still not located the academy. For the first time, Daihai discovered the vastness of northern New York. It seemed that Aisha also sensed a problem and inquired, "Teacher, do you perhaps not know where the school is?" Daihai was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile as he replied, "This school is indeed rather difficult to locate. However, fear not, I have another method." He turned to Aisha and coaxed, "Aisha, release a spell towards the sky to summon a light snowfall. That way, we shall find the school." "All right, just cast it slowly." Aisha looked at herself with skepticism. Daihai felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "It is true. There is a very powerful professor within the school. By casting a spell here, he will surely sense it. Then he will come to find us." "Then why don't you cast the spell, teacher?" Aisha asked. "As an adult, it would not be appropriate for me to engage in such mischief. It is better that you do it," Daihai replied earnestly. Aisha sighed, adopting a little adult's demeanor, and mimicking Daihai, she helplessly tapped her forehead and said, "Fine." She then summoned her little wand and began to cast her spell towards the sky. Instantly, thick clouds began to gather above. Daihai stood nearby, occasionally reminding her, "A bit less, a bit slower." After a few minutes, with no snow falling, a sudden, fierce wind arose from the east, threatening to disperse the clouds. Daihai thought to himself, "Here it comes." Suddenly, Aisha exclaimed, "Teacher, someone is attacking me." She was about to increase her magical power to push back the gale. Daihai hurried to stop her, saying, "No need, it is a teacher from school, and she is a beautiful lady." Sure enough, in the eastern sky, a figure began to approach, gradually becoming clearer amidst the increasing wind, which roared and swirled, changing the very atmosphere around them. Before long, the thick clouds were completely dispersed. Daihai recognized it was Storm, the weather manipulator. He maneuvered the flying carpet to greet her. As they drew closer, he could see it was indeed the white-haired, black-skinned beauty, Aurora Monroe. Daihai called out cheerfully, "Hello, you're Storm, Aurora, are you not?" "I am, but who are you and how do you know me?" Aurora inquired. "I'm a wizard named Ron Daihai, and today I'm bringing Aisha to school." He placed his hand on Aisha's head and continued, "We were having trouble locating the school, so to draw your attention, we thought to summon a snowfall." Aurora responded, her tone less than pleased. Daihai, undeterred, ruffled Aisha's hair and said, "Children will be children. I apologize for needing your assistance to disperse the clouds." Nearby, Aisha, feeling indignant, tilted her head and escaped from Daihai's grasp. Looking at Aurora with innocent eyes, she said, "Sister Aurora, just now the teacher praised you, saying you are a great beauty. He never compliments anyone." Chapter 40. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Daihai lifted Aurora onto the magic carpet and, following her guidance, set off to locate Cyclops, who had accompanied her. At that moment, Daihai realized he had made a blunder. Professor Xavier had long since discovered Daihai and Elsa and surmised that they were in search of the mutant school. Consequently, he dispatched Aurora and Scott to escort the two of them. As a result, Daihai soared through the skies while they pursued him by car on the ground. Yet despite their efforts, they could not catch up. Just as they were about to concede defeat, Daihai came to a halt. To their astonishment, he and his companion openly wielded their superpowers to alter the weather in New York. Aurora hurriedly flew over to intervene, leading to the recent events. Ultimately, they successfully reached the mutant school. However, Aurora inquired how Daihai became aware of her existence, to which he evasively replied that he was a wizard. Yet, with the presence of the magic carpet, Aurora had no choice but to accept that Daihai was indeed a wizard. Nevertheless, she did not engage in further conversation with him, clearly showing a preference for Elsa. After exchanging only a few words, she embraced Elsa and whispered sweet nothings in her ear. Who could resist Elsa's charm? The carpet glided nearly 30 kilometers, arriving beside a highway where Cyclops awaited by a vehicle for their arrival. He was astonished to see the trio returning on the magic carpet. Daihai, still aloft, greeted Scott, saying, "Greetings. You must be Cyclops, right?" "Iam Ron Daihai, wizard." Scott, taken aback by Daihai's self-identification as a wizard, glanced at Aurora. By this time, the three had touched down. Aurora, still cradling Elsa, addressed Scott, saying, "Indeed, he is a wizard," with a wave of his hand. Dahai made the magic carpet vanish. Scott, astonished as if he had seen a ghost, managed to greet Dahai, exclaiming, "Hello, Mr. Wizard. I never expected there to be wizards in this world." Aurora chimed in, gesturing to the girl in her arms. "Allow me to introduce our new student, Elsa." Scott's expression instantly brightened as he turned to Elsa, saying, "What a beautiful little darling you are." "Hello, Elsa." With her sweet voice, Elsa replied, "Your glasses are lovely too." "Mr. Scott, shall we go, dear Elsa?" Scott said, then waved to Dahai before opening the car door and getting in. The four of them settled inside, with Dahai occupying the front passenger seat while Aurora and Elsa sat in the back. As Scott drove towards the mutant school, Aurora whispered something to Elsa. Meanwhile, Scott inquired of Dahai, "Mr. Dahai, are there many wizards among you nowadays?" "Very few," Dahai replied, "which is why I brought Elsa to the Mutant Academy, to help her find friends her age." The ocean remains oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the sorcerers of this world, which is undoubtedly a rare occurrence. Pray tell, how do you sorcerers come to possess your powers? Is it akin to mutants, a matter of inherent ability, or can anyone transform into a sorcerer? It was evident that Scott was quite intrigued by sorcery, posing multiple inquiries in rapid succession. The ocean responded candidly, "I am uncertain. It seems rather similar to mutants. I'm also eager to discover which mutants are capable of practicing magic. Does your school lack instructors?" Upon hearing this, Scott was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the ocean harbored aspirations of becoming a teacher, instructing in the arcane arts. He then chuckled and remarked, "It seems you should have a thorough discussion with the professors upon your arrival at the school." After a brief pause, he added, "I am genuinely looking forward to the institution offering sorcery courses." The ever-curious Aurora chimed in, "I too am fascinated by magic," to which Aisha promptly responded, "I can teach you, dear Aurora." She then proceeded to enlighten Aurora about the intricacies of transformation spells, subsequently transmuting a box from the vehicle into a diminutive deer, lively and prancing about. Aisha's display of magic elicited admiration from both Aurora and Scott, who could not help but express their awe. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle finally arrived at the school for mutants. It became evident to the ocean why he had struggled to locate it. The school was cleverly concealed within a remote grove, expansive as a forest, with but a single path leading in and out. As the vehicle entered the gates, the ocean noticed the sign reading Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. He mused to himself, "At last, I have arrived. The nexus of the mutant world." Throughout the mutant realm, the majority of the narrative revolved around a select few individuals associated with the academy. The vehicle drove directly into the garage, and the ocean lamented not having glimpsed the full grandeur of the institution. Subsequently, Aurora guided Aisha to the classroom to meet their fellow students, just in time for their afternoon classes to commence. Meanwhile, Scott escorted the ocean to meet Professor Charles to discuss the prospect of the ocean becoming an instructor. Observing Scott's unwavering demeanor, the ocean suspected that the esteemed professor had already communicated telepathically with him. Following Scott, they ascended to the top floor. Arriving at the entrance of an office, Scott knocked gently, and a warm voice beckoned from within, "Come in." The ocean recognized this as the professor's voice. Scott and the ocean entered, and there stood the renowned Professor Charles, a familiar visage in his iconic wheelchair and distinguished bald head. Together, the ocean and Scott greeted the professor. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Scott. "You may proceed to teach the students now. I shall converse with Mr. Ocean." Scott flashed a smile at the ocean before departing. The professor gestured for the ocean to take a seat and addressed him. "Ocean, may I call you that?" "Certainly," was the ocean's reply. 3 years ago, I first sensed your presence in Vancouver. At that time, you were far from the formidable entity you have become today. Later, upon reading the news, I learned that you encountered difficulties, and I thought of seeking you out, only to find that you had vanished, leaving me at a loss. The sea, upon hearing this, couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable strength of this elder. When I first traversed into this realm, he had already detected my arrival. Thus, he remarked, it was during that fortunate encounter that I became a wizard. As you know, wizards possess extraordinary gifts. The sea attributed everything to his newfound identity as a wizard. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. Even standing right before me, I can detect not a trace of your mental fluctuations. The professor, in astonishment, remarked before shifting the conversation to inquire. Scott, and the others mentioned that you wish to teach at the academy and impart the art of magic? upon hearing the professor's assertion of not perceiving his mental waves. The sea began to speculate that it was likely the influence of the heart of the traveler. If it were due to his wizardly powers, he would not be entirely undetectable. This thought led him to grumble about the heart of the traveler, wishing he had known of such abilities sooner, as he would have arrived at the academy during his initial traverse. Had that been the case, his innate talents would have fully blossomed by now. The heart of the traveler truly resembles a wooden fish. It makes no sound unless struck. All abilities must be discovered through one's own efforts. The same applies to traversing dimensions. Were it not for Aisha, he might have remained oblivious to this capability. The sea, juggling his thoughts while conversing with the professor, replied, "Indeed, but what compels you to teach at the academy?" Upon hearing this query, the sea regained his focus. He rose to his feet, fully engaged, and began his persuasive discourse, stating, first and foremost, "It is for Aisha." The professor nodded in agreement at this revelation. "Secondly, you require my presence. Upon my arrival, I discerned that Oroloro is exceptionally suited to learning magic. I suspect many within the academy are equally capable of mastering the arcane arts. Do you know what distinguishes wizards from mutants?" The sea gazed at the professor with keen interest before continuing. "It is control. The mastery of energy through magic is a meticulous endeavor. We wizards possess numerous methods to assist in harnessing our innate powers to achieve perfect control." As he spoke, the sea gestured towards the ground between them, conjuring a lotus formed of ice crystals, which gradually blossomed, revealing 2 delicate leaves and a budding flower. The leaves unfurled slowly, gossamer thin, with intricately visible veins. The bud quivered gently before opening, revealing petals that were light, translucent, and vibrantly lifelike. The entire lotus stood half a meter tall, swaying as if caressed by a gentle breeze. The sea, brimming with pride, turned to the professor and asked, "Is this level of control satisfactory?" The professor, still gazing at the crystalline lotus, replied without looking up, "This is nothing short of a miracle." He then lifted his gaze to meet the sea's eyes, exclaiming, "A splendid presentation and a truly extraordinary display of control. When do you plan to commence classes?" "Perhaps tomorrow. The day after is also acceptable," Dahai remarked, extending his hand to dissolve the ice crystal lotus. "Wait," the professor hastily interjected, then continued, "This is truly a masterpiece. Would you be so kind as to gift it to me?" Dahai, taken aback by the request, eventually replied, "All right." He then added a base to the ice crystal lotus and cast a solidification spell upon it. Addressing the professor, he proclaimed, "There you go. It will not melt for a decade. I hope you cherish it. Such a marvelous spell," the professor exclaimed, carefully lifting the lotus and placing it upon the table for further admiration. After a few moments, he turned to Dahai and said, "Come, Dahai. Allow me to show you around our school." Thus, Dahai followed the professor on a tour of the institution. Through the professor's explanation, Dahai learned that the School for Mutants comprises 63 students, categorized into 3 classes: large, medium, and small. Each class studies diverse subjects, with the highest level already delving into university-level content, albeit hampered by a shortage of instructors, resulting in many courses being unavailable. The professor noted that Dahai's arrival would significantly alleviate the teaching burden. Dahai, upon hearing this, felt somewhat bewildered. In his previous life, he had attended university, yet he had long since returned his knowledge to his instructors and retained little to no memory of it. He quickly emphasized to the professor, "I hardly recall what I studied in university. At best, I can teach elementary mathematics. Anything beyond that is beyond my capability." The professor suddenly pivoted his wheelchair, a broad smile gracing his face as he looked at Dahai. "Very well. Henceforth, the mathematics for the small class shall be entrusted to you." Dahai then realized with a start, "Oh no, I've fallen into a trap." Initially, he had only intended to teach the professor's magic class, but now he found himself burdened with an additional subject. He cast the professor a wary glance, but the professor, unperturbed, cheerfully responded, "Dahai, we had an agreement. You cannot back out now." Dahai regarded the professor's bald head and thought to himself, "Indeed, those with sharp minds are often seasoned veterans." Chapter 41. The first lesson after completing the tour of the mutant school with the professor, Dahai gained a clearer understanding of the institution. Upon seeing Aisha diligently engaged in her studies in the small class led by Ororo, Dahai felt a sense of paternal comfort. He also encountered Gretchen, the most powerful mutant in this realm, endowed with the power of the phoenix. However, Dahai couldn't shake the feeling that Aurora was more aesthetically pleasing. Despite her being of African descent, he soon noticed that Aurora, Gretchen, and Scott were exceedingly busy, each responsible for a class and tasked with conducting several lessons daily. In the storyline, they appeared rather carefree, yet reality was far from the cinematic elegance portrayed. This, perhaps, underscores the distinction between narrative and real life. Initially, Dahai had harbored concerns about Aisha's ability to adapt to school life. To his relief, during the recess, he observed Aisha joyfully playing with a group of friends. She took all her toys to the sea, claiming she wanted to share them with her little friends. Upon hearing her words, I learned that these children were also quite pitiable, as most of them had been abandoned by their families from the moment they awakened to consciousness. Consequently, this group of children possessed very few toys. Thus, Elsa decided to share her own toys with them. However, the sea, observing Elsa's ability to integrate into the school, remained unconcerned. The following morning, during the first lesson, all the students gathered in the backyard's open space as the sea was about to commence the inaugural magic class. The students formed a semicircle around a small platform, which served as the lectern. Yet, they buzzed with chatter, speculating about their new teacher, who was astonishingly a wizard. Some could not contain their curiosity and approached Elsa to confirm whether the sea was indeed a wizard. At that moment, the professors, Gretchen, Scott, and Aurora, arrived on the scene. As the students noticed their teachers, they immediately fell silent. Realizing that the new teacher had not yet arrived, someone inquired, "Professor, where is our new teacher?" Meanwhile, the sea, clutching a stack of study materials, observed from a window in the castle. Once it appeared that the time was right, the sea snapped its fingers and instantly teleported to the lectern. Pointing at the newly arrived sea, the professor announced, "He has arrived." The sea stood atop the platform, burdened with study materials but lacking a place to set them down. Ignoring the students below, it glanced around and spotted a large stone, approximately 1 meter in diameter, behind it. Consequently, it snapped its fingers. With a resounding crack, the stone transformed into a stone ox, positioning itself before the sea. The sea then snapped its fingers once more, and the stone ox morphed into a stone lectern, identical to those in the classroom. This series of magical transformations elicited gasps of astonishment from the students. The sea, satisfied with the captivated audience, mused that the beginning was perfect. After a few moments of allowing the students to settle down, the sea proclaimed loudly, "Everyone quiet down. Our lesson is about to commence. I am your new teacher." On the sea, as you may have guessed, I am indeed a wizard. The classroom, which had only just quieted, erupted into chaos once more, with students eagerly asking, "Teacher, can you turn people into frogs?" The students fell silent again, all eager to hear the sea's response. The sea smiled slightly and said, "Transforming someone into a frog is a common transfiguration spell. I assume none of you would wish to experience that. However, I can offer you a unique opportunity. Should anyone disrupt my class, I may grant them a complimentary experience." The sea's mischievous remark sent a wave of fright through the children, some covering their mouths, nearly on the verge of tears. Observing their reactions, the sea quickly added, "Just kidding. Please do not take offense. I would never turn anyone into a frog." To return to the main topic, everyone must be curious about what a wizard like myself is here to teach. Upon hearing this, the students nodded in agreement. The instructor continued, "In fact, there are many similarities between wizards and mutants, yet one significant difference stands out. Does anyone know what it is?" Without awaiting a response, the instructor elaborated, "It is control. Wizards demand an exquisite mastery of their own powers, leaving no room for even the slightest deviation. In contrast, most mutants struggle to harness their abilities. Many live in constant fear of losing control. This includes numerous adult mutants as well." As he spoke, he glanced at Gretchen, who, according to the narrative, might be on the verge of awakening her dormant phoenix power. Next, the instructor posed a question. "Does anyone know the key to mastering one's own abilities?" A student interjected, "It is our lack of strength." Another added, "It is willpower." Yet another chimed in, "It is mental fortitude." After listening to the various responses, the instructor summarized, "Some have spoken correctly. It is indeed mental strength. It can also be referred to as willpower or spiritual power. Ultimately, it originates from the depths of our hearts." At this point, someone might inquire, "But what if our mental strength is insufficient?" The answer is that through practice, one can cultivate formidable mental power. Everyone is capable of this, even ordinary individuals. The students began to murmur among themselves, with one asking, "Can ordinary people really do this?" The instructor affirmed, "Yes, indeed, ordinary individuals can. In fact, among them, there are many with exceptional mental prowess." Historically, scholars in the Eastern lands possessed such profound mental strength that they could achieve a harmonious union with the cosmos. This was directly manifested in their ability to sense danger and evade it before it materialized. Furthermore, some retired veterans possess a gaze so intimidating that it can easily intimidate ordinary people. This is another manifestation of mental strength. If these ordinary individuals can achieve this, then so can you. Are you not eager to learn? The group of students immediately became animated, responding in unison. "We want to learn." Satisfied with their enthusiasm, the instructor nodded and said, "Very well, I shall now teach you how to proceed." The essence of training mental strength and mastering one's abilities lies in the meticulous control of even the smallest nuances of power. I have witnessed numerous mutants in combat, relying solely on their overwhelming abilities to dominate their opponents, which is a grave misstep if you can refine your control to the most minute levels. Regardless of your opponent's mutant grade, you can effortlessly surpass them. With that, the instructor began to demonstrate his control, extending his hand to the ground. As before, a crystalline lotus slowly emerged. Its leaves and petals were as delicate as gossamer, with intricate patterns clearly visible, swaying gently in the breeze. The sight left the students utterly enthralled, eliciting continuous gasps of astonishment. Then, the sea conjured several exquisite hexagonal snowflakes, their crystalline forms adorned with clear, intricate patterns. With a mere wave of his hand, the sea sent these snowflakes soaring towards a nearby tree. A series of soft thuds echoed as the snowflakes embedded themselves into the trunk, yet miraculously, they did not shatter. The sea then addressed the Iceman seated below, saying, "Iceman Bob, you too possess the power of frost. If you can master such control, your combat prowess will increase tenfold." Upon hearing this, Bob sprang to his feet in excitement and inquired, "Teacher, how can I achieve this?" The sea chuckled and replied, "Patience. I shall teach you shortly." Subsequently, the sea created a lifelike flame dove, an exquisite flower basket woven from vines, stone sculptures, and paintings formed from mist, among other wonders. After showcasing these marvels, the sea addressed the students, stating, "My intention in displaying these is not to boast of my strength, but to convey that all abilities can be mastered, as long as you are willing to practice. Now, let me share with you the specific methods." The sea then elaborated on the principles and techniques of transformation magic. Consequently, the lesson extended for over 2 hours, engaging the students deeply. Even the 4 observing professors nodded frequently, occasionally furrowing their brows in contemplation, only to later appear enlightened, clearly gaining much from the discourse. At the conclusion of the class, the sea presented a stack of prepared study materials, declaring, "Here are the resources I have arranged for you, tailored to each individual's unique abilities and practice objectives. Most of you will progress through 3 stages. Should anyone complete the first stage by the end of the month, I have rewards to bestow. Now, distribute these, and then we shall dismiss." The students erupted into enthusiastic applause. Noticing their response, the sea smiled and handed the materials to a nearby student for distribution. Approaching the 4 professors still present, he inquired, "How did you find my lecture?" The professor most familiar with him, Ororolo, praised, "It was truly remarkable. It greatly aids in mastering abilities." The professor then added in Chinese, "I have benefited immensely." The sea mused, "Indeed, they must have gained much. Sharing my magical experience with mutants, how could they not benefit profoundly?" In truth, the sea was curious to witness the sparks that might ignite when magic encountered mutants. Thus, imparting magical knowledge to students was a way to see how many could evolve into sorcerers, transforming the Mutant Academy into a Hogwarts. The mere thought of such a scenario thrilled him. At that moment, Gretchen, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, "Teacher C, do you have methods suited for my learning?" The professor turned to her with concern, asking, "Gretchen, has your ability increased recently?" "Yes, professor," she replied, "my powers have been growing stronger, and I find them increasingly difficult to control." Gretchen expressed her frustrations. Upon hearing this, the professor let out a deep sigh and turned to the sea. Speaking earnestly, Dear C, if you possess any means, please lend your assistance to QN. The C, upon hearing this, instantly grasped the situation. Gretchen's Phoenix Force was exceedingly potent, resulting in a dual personality, much like the Hulk. However, the professor had employed his psychic abilities to seal Gretchen's other persona, the Dark Phoenix, deep within her mind. Now, the Dark Phoenix was gradually awakening, becoming an unstoppable force. The Sea was curious to witness what would transpire once Gretchen mastered magic. Would she be able to subdue and integrate the Dark Phoenix? Thus, the Sea declared, "No problem. I shall teach Q in all the magic I know. It should prove somewhat effective." At that moment, Aurora interjected, "May I also learn magic?" The Sea had intended to teach Aurora as well, recognizing her natural affinity for the arcane arts. She seemed almost destined for magic. Moreover, the Sea recalled that Aurora in the comics was indeed a sorceress. Considering that she would soon depart, if both Gretchen and Aurora acquired magical abilities, it would be inevitable for the Mutant Academy to transform into a veritable Hogwarts. Thus, agreement was essential. Chapter 42. The school takes a different turn, having consented to teach Gretchen and Aurora magic. That very night, the Sea began drafting a comprehensive magic curriculum. The Sea did not wish for them to attend classes alongside the other students, but aimed to create a complete set of magical texts for self-study. This way, even after the Sea's departure, the evolution of the Mutant Academy would continue to deviate over time. With this thought, the Sea couldn't help but chuckle to himself. At that moment, Aurora unexpectedly knocked and entered, inquiring, "Dear Sea, may I discuss magic with you?" Observing the exquisitely adorned Aurora, who held a bottle of red wine, the Sea, typically indifferent to such matters, found himself captivated by her beauty, reminiscent of the famed Black Pearl, Halle Berry. He rose, smiling, and replied, "Of course." They sat together, sipping wine and engaging in conversation. After a few exchanges, Aurora boldly asked, "Sea, you don't have a girlfriend, do you?" The Sea, upon hearing this, straightened up and gazed into Aurora's eyes, stating, "I do not, and you do not either, I presume." Aurora returned his gaze, and in a moment of unreserved spontaneity, the Sea leaned in and kissed her. To his astonishment, Aurora proved to be far more audacious than he had anticipated, pushing him onto the sofa and mounting him. What followed can be summarized as an unforgettable night of profound exchanges. It must be said, Aurora, a level 4 mutant, possessed a remarkably resilient physique. Their night together was immensely fulfilling. As dawn approached, Aurora rose and departed, not returning until morning. The Sea assumed she was merely avoiding the students' prying eyes. However, when he encountered Aurora during the day, her demeanor was composed and indifferent. She greeted him coolly, devoid of any warmth or intimacy, even sidestepping conversations about the previous night. The Sea found itself in a perplexing state, as if the events of the previous night were merely a figment of a dream. It couldn't help but wonder if its own abilities were lacking. Yet, it was clear that in the end, it was Aurora who persistently pleaded for mercy. The Sea pondered this conundrum throughout the day. When Aurora returned that evening, the Sea finally comprehended the situation. It had been taken advantage of. Initially, the Sea attempted to create a romantic atmosphere, striving to win Aurora's heart entirely. After several unsuccessful attempts, it became apparent that Aurora had no interest in a romantic relationship, leading the Sea to relinquish its efforts. A mutually beneficial arrangement seemed acceptable, albeit with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction that left the Sea feeling defeated. In contrast, Elsa radiated joy each day. Notably, she embodied the essence of a natural leader, fitting for the future heir of Arendelle, a quality the Sea had previously overlooked. Then came the matter of the Sea's magic lessons. The Sea attended 3 magical classes each week. After 2 weeks of instruction, it discovered that among the mutants, many were capable of learning magic, although their aptitudes varied significantly. The Sea noted a pattern. Those with natural abilities exhibited the best qualifications and learned the quickest, such as Aurora, Iceman, Fireman, and a few others. Next were those who manipulated energy, like Gretchen, Mischief, and Phantom Cat, followed by pure energy attackers like Scott. The weakest were the physical enhancers, those with strength, speed, and physical transformations, as they struggled to grasp the concepts of magic. Ironically, this group constituted the majority of the Academy's population. Additionally, there were some mutant abilities that the Sea could not categorize, leading to its complete abandonment of the issue. Consequently, only fewer than 30 students remained in the C's class. Among all the students, Mischief Mary exhibited the most diligent effort, motivated by the C's assurance that magic could help her control her abilities and eventually attract a boyfriend. This revelation ignited her enthusiasm, and she dedicated herself fervently to her studies, astonishing everyone around her. Even the C was taken aback by the girl's fervent desire for companionship. Thus, it provided her with private tutoring to expedite her mastery of her abilities. As for the mathematics in the class, their foundational knowledge was astonishingly poor, prompting the C to prepare an entire multiplication table to address the deficiencies. However, a troubling development arose during magic class. The school's atmosphere began to take a chaotic turn. Once these students learned magic, they eagerly experimented with their newfound powers. Recently, Fireman John had mastered fire magic and could finally ignite flames on his own. His excitement got the better of him, resulting in a late-night incident that set his bedroom ablaze, causing a commotion throughout the school until dawn. The following morning, as the C faced nearly 30 students, it remarked, "I have observed that some of you, upon learning a smidgen of magic, have developed an inflated sense of self-importance. With such poor control over your powers, I fail to understand the source of your elation. It is not merely Fireman John. All of you are included. When you step outside, do not utter a word about my teachings. I cannot afford such disgrace." Observing the stupefied students before him, Dazai felt it was insufficient. Thus he proclaimed, "Previously, I witnessed your magical experiments throughout the school. Today, let us assess your progress." Indeed, examinations are the teacher's unrivaled weapon. The students, not only rendered speechless, became utterly silent, not daring to lift their heads. Dazai, with a stoic expression, announced, "Fireman John, step forward." Fireman understood that escape was futile. However, he was taken aback to find himself first, hesitantly advancing. Dazai instructed, "Transform into a fiery dove." Acknowledging his inability to evade, Fireman gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, teacher." He conjured a fireball, gradually stretching it until it took on a spindle shape with wings resembling those of a dove, resembling a fledgling. Dazai, observing this, felt a sense of satisfaction internally, yet remarked outwardly, "Is this all? Do you dare call this a bird or even a dove? It is inferior to the blocks a 3-year-old could assemble. Fail. Next." Thus, Dazai unleashed his acerbic tongue, admonishing every student in turn. Unsurprisingly, on that day, he earned the honorary title of the caustic teacher. However, the raucous students became considerably more subdued, refraining from their previous antics at school. Subsequently, it was a routine of daily classes, and the teaching of magic finally fell into a steady rhythm. Dazai then perceived that the students unable to learn magic were freely roaming, which he deemed inappropriate. He proposed to establish combat classes. However, Gretchen and Scott opposed this notion. Yet the professors and Aurora supported Dazai. Thus, with a vote of 3-2, the combat class was set to commence. The professor also informed Dazai of some martial arts manuals from the Eastern Kingdom available in the library. Dazai, maintaining a non-committal stance, perused the library for literature. To his surprise, he discovered several volumes on traditional Eastern martial arts, including manuals on Tai Chi and Baji Quan, as well as a formidable text titled 9 Palaces, 13 Blades. What delighted Dazai the most was the Tai Chi manual. Through relentless practice, combined with his innate abilities, Dazai's martial prowess had become quite formidable, exhibiting immense strength. However, it lacked the fluidity he aspired to achieve, both in novels and in real life. The importance of harmonizing strength and softness in martial arts is emphasized. Thus, Dazai was thrilled to uncover the Tai Chi manual. He delved into the intricacies of listening and transforming strength within Tai Chi. What intrigued Dazai the most was the wondrous concept of listening strength, which is categorized into 3 levels. The first level involves perceiving the opponent's force through touch, encompassing aspects such as direction and magnitude. The second level occurs in that fleeting moment of seeming contact, yet remaining distant, where one can discern everything about the other through the mastery of intent, perceiving even the slightest movement of their hair. The third level requires no physical interaction. A mere gaze suffices to grasp the essence and veracity of another, as it relies on one's own aura to sense all that surrounds them. Consequently, Dazai began privately practicing Tai Chi listening skills. Naturally, the The martial arts classes commenced as scheduled. Arolo temporarily took charge of the magic lessons, only seeking Dahai's guidance when necessary. Arolo's progress in magic astounded even Dahai. She was undeniably a natural prodigy. Coupled with Dahai's private tutoring, her advancement surpassed even Elsa's. Teaching a class for Dahai was well within her capabilities. In the martial arts sessions, due to the opposition of several instructors, no practical combat took place. Dahai primarily elucidated how to respond to various scenarios. In such situations, how to strike and where to hit. Thus, he imparted some combat experience. Since practical combat was prohibited, Dahai taught the 8 Extremes Fist, which the school already had a manual for, thus disregarding concerns about its transmission. If he were to teach Tai Chi, this group of foreigners might struggle to grasp it. However, they found the vigorous and domineering 8 Extremes Fist quite appealing. Yet, Dahai could only teach the basic forms. Anything more profound would be beyond their comprehension. Consequently, the Mutant Academy witnessed a remarkable scene. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning, magic lessons were held on one side, while the other side practiced standing postures and the 8 Extremes Fist. The atmosphere of the Mutant Academy was becoming increasingly unconventional, and Dahai relished a sense of mischievous accomplishment. Privately, Dahai diligently practiced various martial arts manuals, having thoroughly explored knife techniques and the 8 Extremes Fist. However, despite extensive practice, he struggled to master the Tai Chi listening skills, as it required engaging and pushing hands to sense the changes in energy. Ultimately, Dahai turned his attention to Steelman. Steelman was not merely the third-tier mutant Dahai had once envisioned. He was a fourth-tier mutant. During this period, Dahai had nearly scrutinized every individual in the academy for their heart of a wanderer, but unfortunately, none possessed spatial abilities. Yet, he made several unexpected discoveries. For instance, the assessment of Steelman by the heart of a wanderer revealed that his defense and strength were exponentially greater than Dahai's. Although Dahai was confident that after ascending to the 4th tier with his indestructible body, he would surpass Steelman, it was undeniable that Steelman currently possessed greater strength, making him an ideal partner for practicing listening skills. One day, Dahai approached Steelman, requesting his assistance in practicing martial arts. However, Steelman was somewhat reluctant. Dahai understood that this individual was truly an anomaly among mutants, a bona fide artist. He had a profound passion for painting and was not particularly fond of attending regular combat classes, let alone practicing privately with Dahai. Thus, Dahai resorted to a unique tactic, invoking a skill he had learned in a past life, saying, "Peter, have you heard of the iron painting of the Eastern lands? It is an art form where exquisite images are chiseled onto copper or iron sheets, creating three-dimensional representations. It is far more intriguing than your oil paintings." Steelmaster, whose true name is Petrus Puting, was immediately captivated by the mention of iron painting. Thus, the sea led Steelmaster to the school's mechanical warehouse, where they discovered a square sheet of iron measuring 1 foot on each side. With the aid of magic, a hammer and chisel materialized, allowing Steelmaster to witness the art of iron painting. The sea meticulously carved an image of a moose, diligently chiseling for 2 hours. The moose sprang to life on the iron plate, depicted so vividly that even the individual hairs were discernible. Once completed, the sea nodded in satisfaction, bolstered by magic. The progress was far superior to previous incarnations. Upon looking up, they noticed a gathering of a dozen onlookers, all drawn by the news of the sea's iron painting endeavor. With a smile, the sea turned to the mesmerized Steelmaster, saying, "What do you think, Peter? This iron painting pairs splendidly with your moniker, Steelmaster." Thus, the sea successfully won over Steelmaster. Subsequently, the sea began practicing push hands and listening skills with Steelmaster. Initially, the sea struggled to withstand Steelmaster's immense strength, often being sent flying with a careless push. After numerous tumbles, not only Steelmaster, but also other instructors began to express concern, advising the sea against such unconventional combat training. Nevertheless, the sea remained resolute in honing listening skills, while Steelmaster, though perplexed, graciously committed to training alongside the sea. A month passed, and with Steelmaster's assistance, the sea finally grasped the fundamentals of listening skills. The practice became significantly easier, and through continuous training with Steelmaster, the sea reached the second level of mastery. The sea was immensely pleased with this advancement, and Steel Master began to uncover the subtleties of listening skills. Now, at the second tier, the C could sense variations in Steel Master's strength upon contact and adeptly counter them, never again being thrown off balance. Occasionally, the C even managed to send Steel Master sprawling. The C was content with this progress and no longer felt the need to insist on Steel Master as a training partner. Naturally, the C fulfilled his promise and presented Steel Master with the iron engraving as well. Over the past few months, the C undertook another endeavor, enlisting the professor to send a sum of $3 million to Liu Peng and the Wu Family Martial Arts School, neither more nor less. This was exchanged with gold coins procured from the professor. After all, the professor had saved the C's life during the last expedition, and the C felt a deep sense of gratitude. As time passed, 3 months slipped by, and both the C and Aisha found themselves somewhat distracted from their studies. Aisha had successfully ascended to the role of class leader, a position that filled her with joy and enthusiasm. With her charm and maturity, she garnered even more popularity than the C within the academy. Yet, she would occasionally feel homesick, seeking the C's embrace for comfort. Meanwhile, the C juggled teaching students while refining his own skills, living quite contentedly. However, the increasing silence between him and Oroluo began to weigh on the C, as their conversations dwindled to mere exchanges of fire. One day, Gretchen proposed taking the students on a visit to the museum. An air of suspense began to envelop the atmosphere. DHI, inexplicably anxious, chose to remain at the school, pondering the unfolding narrative and contemplating the next course of action. Indeed, on that very day, an urgent news bulletin flashed across the television screen. The president had been assassinated, allegedly by mutants. DHI sighed with relief. The anticipated events were finally commencing. Within an hour of the news, the professor and 3 teachers returned with the students. Steelman approached DHI, informing him that the professor was convening a meeting in his office and requested DHI's presence. Upon entering the office, DHI beheld the professor and Gretchen seated with grave expressions, enveloped in silence. Scott paced restlessly, while Aurora leaned against the wall, deep in thought. The professor, noticing DHI's arrival, inquired, "Mr. DHI, have you been following the news?" "Indeed, the president has been assassinated, allegedly by mutants. The ramifications could be quite severe," DHI replied. Scott immediately interjected, "It must have been Magneto." Gretchen countered, "That cannot be. He remains incarcerated." DHI was aware that it was not Magneto, but rather William Stryker behind the act. Yet, he hesitated, contemplating how to articulate this knowledge. After all, he found joy at the school and did not wish for the professor and students to encounter the same troubles as in the original narrative. Before DHI could reach a conclusion, the professor and his colleagues had already devised a plan mirroring the original story's trajectory. The professor intended to identify the mutant responsible for the assassination, while Gretchen and Aurora would apprehend him. Meanwhile, the professor and Scott would seek out Magneto for information, leaving DHI to tend to the house and the students. DHI interrupted, "Wait. You must understand. I only believed that wizards possess a premonition of impending events. Capturing the assassin poses no issue. However, I advise against the professor visiting Magneto. I sense trouble brewing there that could lead to complications. Most importantly, I foresee a situation arising at the school tonight, which may be subject to an attack." Scott immediately retorted, "That is impossible. The academy is shielded by the professor's mental barriers. An ordinary person could never locate this place." The others shared his skepticism, leaving DHI to assert, "I reiterate, Magneto's territory may indeed be fraught with peril. Others may be unaware of the academy, but Magneto certainly is." His words rendered the group silent, until the professor suddenly declared, "Then I must investigate. If something has transpired with Magneto, he will undoubtedly know who orchestrated the attack. Perhaps Jean and Aurora should refrain from pursuing the assassin for the night and remain at the academy." Upon hearing that the assassin would not be captured, DHI immediately opposed, "The assassin must be apprehended. He is crucial. We should proceed as originally planned." The professor decisively made his decision, then shifted the conversation, saying, "I have a feeling Logan has returned. With him and the ocean around, the school shall remain safe." Gretchen and Storm displayed expressions of joy upon hearing of Wolverine's return, whereas Scott's countenance darkened considerably. Observing this, the ocean ceased his attempts at persuasion. having underestimated the bond between the professor and Magneto. Upon learning that Magneto might be in danger, the professor's resolve only strengthened. He had no choice but to remind the two, saying, "Very well. When you meet Magneto, do exercise caution." Both wore smiles, assuring him that there would be no trouble. After all, they had faced numerous perils before. They paid little heed to his warning. The Ocean, perceiving their demeanor, surmised that these two were likely to follow the original plot's path, ultimately falling into Stryker's clutches. Nevertheless, the Ocean abandoned his opposition, reasoning that they could not possibly meet their demise. Then Aurora turned to the Ocean, saying, "Ocean, you have yet to meet Logan. Allow me to introduce you shortly." In truth, the Ocean was quite eager to meet the illustrious Wolverine, Logan, thus setting aside thoughts of the professor. He readily agreed and descended the stairs with Aurora to find Logan. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, they found the mischievous child proudly demonstrating the magical results of her training to Logan, while Iceman Bobby stood to the side. It seemed the child was once again with Iceman. She took Logan's hand, exclaiming, "Look, I can control it now. No one will be harmed. Although I can only manage it for a few minutes now, I will become more proficient, and eventually I will master it completely." Wolverine released her hand, remarking, "It appears that Jean and the others have truly made remarkable progress." "No, it is because we have a new teacher, Ocean. He is a wizard," the child explained, then spotted Ocean and Aurora on the staircase, turning to Logan and saying, "Look, this is our teacher, Ocean." Logan turned to see Ocean and Aurora, greeting Aurora with a smile. "Long time no see, Aurora." He then looked at Ocean, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Teacher Ocean. I had no idea wizards existed in this world. Thank you for everything you have done for the child." Aurora promptly interjected, "Hello, Logan, welcome back." Ocean gazed at the younger version of Wolverine, feeling a pang of nostalgia, realizing that if he had crossed over a few years earlier, Wolverine would have already faded from existence. Ocean then noticed Bobby, the Iceman, standing beside the child, appearing to gather his courage to speak, yet unable to find an opening. With a hint of mischief, Ocean remarked, "Hello, Logan. I believe you should meet the child's boyfriend, Iceman Bobby." With that, he gestured towards Bobby. Indeed, upon hearing this, Logan immediately turned around, fixing a serious gaze upon Bobby, much like a protective father scrutinizing the suitor of his daughter. Bobby felt the weight of Logan's stare and momentarily froze. The child quickly introduced, "Logan, this is my boyfriend." Bobby, snapping back to reality, chimed in, "Bobby, Iceman Bobby." He extended his hand to shake hands with Logan. Logan, feeling that he had perhaps overreacted, softened his stern demeanor and reached out to shake hands with Iceman Bob. However, Iceman Bob, still feeling embarrassed from the earlier scare by Wolverine, encased Wolverine's hand in a layer of frost. Observing this scene, reminiscent of the original play, the sea couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Aurora spoke up, "Enough of the antics. Logan, your return is quite timely." Wolverine shook off the frost from his hand, choosing not to hold a grudge against Iceman Bob, and remarked, "That's quite an impressive ability." He then turned to Aurora and asked, "What do you mean by timely?" The sea, seizing the opportunity, directly stated, "To help me take care of the kids. To be a nanny." "Nanny?" Wolverine looked puzzled, not fully grasping the term. Just then, Gretchen descended from upstairs and greeted Wolverine. The sea realized that a classic scene was about to unfold, where Wolverine and Scott would vie for the affections of a lady, and prepared to watch the spectacle. However, he was unexpectedly pulled away by Aurora to inspect the aircraft. Regrettably, he missed the chance to witness the drama firsthand. The Academy's aircraft was located underground, and the two made their way to the subterranean airport. Boarding the plane to conduct inspections, Aurora took the lead while the sea began to observe the aircraft. To be honest, it was the first time the sea had encountered such advanced technology since his arrival in this world. It was noteworthy that the Mutant Academy's aircraft could directly travel to space. The sea was keenly fascinated by the aircraft, yet found himself unable to comprehend its complexities. As he watched Aurora in the cockpit adjusting various instruments, he eventually spoke, "Aurora, I may leave soon." "I know. From the moment I saw you, I realized you wouldn't stay," Aurora replied, not lifting her gaze from her task. The sea was taken aback by her response, stepping closer to her. He gently turned her face toward him and asked in a low voice, "So, you've never wanted to be my girlfriend?" Aurora's previous actions had left her perplexed. She would arrive at night and depart during the day, never engaging in romantic conversations, which had left him both confused and disheartened, compelling him to seek clarity. Aurora did not resist. Her eyes glared fiercely at him as she asserted, "Yes, I don't want to be discarded so quickly." Indeed, it was evident that Aurora could not leave the Mutant Academy, and the sea couldn't remain. Overwhelmed with guilt, he embraced Aurora and whispered, "I'm sorry." In response, Aurora pushed him away and kissed him. There were no words exchanged between them. It felt like a final celebration, 1,000 words omitted once more. This time, Aurora did not plead for mercy. She persistently attempted to assert herself over the sea. Ultimately, he held her close, expressing regret. "I'm sorry, but I must leave, and I can't take you with me." The heart of a wanderer cannot accommodate two, and he could not abandon Elsa here. The world of mutants was too perilous, and Elsa was still a child. Moreover, he had promised her that he would take her home. Then, Aurora pushed the sea aside, donning her attire as she spoke. "Now that you have departed, it will be best if you never return." What more could the sea say? In such circumstances, silence was the only option. The two of them dressed in quietude, disembarking from the plane, with the sea trailing behind Aurora in utter silence. Upon emerging from the subterranean airport, they encountered Gretchen at the adjacent passage. The sea's expression stiffened. Surely, this woman hadn't been eavesdropping? Yet, Aurora remained unfazed, greeting Gretchen with poise. Gretchen then revealed that the professor had discovered the whereabouts of the assassin. Subsequently, they set off without delay. The sea resigned, sought out Wolverine to oversee the students for the evening. Unbeknownst to him, Aurora and Gretchen discussed the sea as soon as they boarded the plane. What the sea had presumed to be a secret relationship was, in fact, known to several of the instructors. Chapter 44. The battle begins upon returning to the surface. The sea noticed the evening had grown late. He arranged for the students to have dinner and then allowed them to engage in leisure activities. With a heavy heart, he decided against seeking Wolverine. In his melancholic state, he retrieved a case of beer and retreated to his room to drown his sorrows. This was the first time he felt somewhat disheartened during his travels through different worlds. Initially, his interactions with Aurora were merely playful, but now, he found himself harboring genuine feelings for her after spending so much time together. As the time for their departure drew near, Aurora's reaction left the sea feeling somewhat helpless. He recognized that such farewells would not be singular. They would occur frequently in the future. Thus, he opted to consume a bit of alcohol, knowing he wouldn't become intoxicated, merely as a means to alleviate his gloom. Naturally, he couldn't afford to be inebriated. The deranged William Stryker would soon attack the academy, and the scene needed to prepare for the confrontation. So, he sipped his drink, enduring the weight of his thoughts. Time slipped by unnoticed until Wolverine suddenly knocked and entered the room, spotting the case of beer before him. With a grin, he remarked, "I could smell the alcohol from afar. Do you mind if I join you?" Without waiting for a response, Wolverine seized a bottle and began drinking. Observing this, the sea inquired, "Logan, having lived for so long, have you ever experienced a farewell?" "Me? Live for a long time? How would I know?" Wolverine replied, seemingly perplexed. The sea felt foolish for asking such a naive question, having forgotten Wolverine's amnesia. With a resigned sigh, he said, "All right, forget I asked. I had forgotten about your memory loss." Wolverine, however, keenly sensed something amiss and probed further. "You know me, don't you? You know the old me?" With Wolverine's question lingering in the air, the sea hesitated to conceal the truth, but offered a gentle piece of advice. "Sometimes, forgetting can be a blessing. You seem to be doing quite well now, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Wolverine became agitated, discarding the bottle and advancing towards the sea. In response, the sea snapped his fingers, immobilizing Wolverine, saying, "Ask whatever you wish, but refrain from using your hands. All right?" He then released Wolverine from his restraint. Upon being released, Wolverine was still quite agitated, yet he showed no intent to seize the ocean. Instead, he panted heavily, his expression one of urgency as he implored, "Tell me. Reveal everything to me. Share all that you know." The ocean, observing Wolverine's fervor, responded, "Calm yourself. I will disclose everything." With that, he picked up a bottle of liquor and offered it to Wolverine. Once Wolverine settled onto the sofa and took a sip, regaining his composure, the ocean began to speak. "I have heard that you were born in 1832 on a farm in Canada. Alongside you was your brother. You must have encountered him. He is the Sabretooth who stand by Magneto's side. Are you suggesting that I am nearly 2 centuries old? That Sabretooth is my brother?" Wolverine asked, incredulous. He could scarcely fathom the revelation the ocean had just articulated. The ocean, choosing not to divulge the painful truth of Wolverine as father's demise at his hands, simply stated, "Indeed, with your extraordinary regenerative genes, living for several centuries is not an issue. I have also heard that you participated in the Civil War, as well as World Wars I and II. Your life experiences are remarkably rich." Wolverine, momentarily taken aback by the ocean's words, quickly regained his senses and inquired, "Do you know how I lost my memory?" In a swift motion, he revealed the claws on his right hand, extending them towards the ocean, questioning, "And these, were they always mine? Something feels amiss." The ocean gazed at the 3 glimmering claws, filled with envy. Adamantium. If only he possessed a sword forged from adamantium, he would no longer need to exercise such caution in battle. Soon, the ocean collected his thoughts and explained to Wolverine, "All of this stems from a mutant experiment. Your brother and a military general conspired to deceive you into participating in an experiment that transformed your bones into adamantium. After the experiment, you overheard the general's intent to erase your memory and gain complete control over you. In defiance, you fought back, only to be struck in the brain by an adamantium bullet. Though you survived, your memories were lost." As the ocean recounted this tale, Wolverine suddenly experienced a throbbing headache, as if a multitude of memories were attempting to surface. He instinctively clutched his head, letting out a low growl of distress. In an instant his claws emerged, his expression contorted with ferocity. The ocean, alarmed, thought, could this lead to disaster? He recalled that the professor had refrained from revealing the truth to Wolverine, likely out of fear that he might lose control. Hastily, he cast a spell to soothe Wolverine's agitation. A green aura enveloped Wolverine, and it took over a minute for him to calm down, retracting his claws. However, he was drenched in sweat, lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. Just as the ocean exhaled in relief, Wolverine suddenly sprang to his feet, his claws extending once more, and he growled with a fierce expression, "William Stryker." Without uttering a word, he turned to leave, evidently intent on seeking out Strick and exacting vengeance. Upon witnessing this, Dahai swiftly stepped forward to obstruct Wolverine, saying, "Hold on, wait a moment. You want to find him this way. Moreover, he will launch an attack on the Academy tonight. It is wiser to wait for him here." Upon hearing Dahai's words, Wolverine, with his eyes ablaze, inquired, "Are you certain he will come tonight?" Dahai, relieved to have calmed Wolverine, assured him, "He will undoubtedly come. If I am not mistaken, he is orchestrating the assassination of the president, all to target the Academy. Thus, he will certainly arrive." With this revelation, Wolverine relaxed, and after a brief pause, he grimly declared, "I shall wait for him right here." Dahai, with a slight smile, responded, "Indeed, we shall await him tonight. I too have some old scores to settle with Strick." Wolverine harbors a grudge against Strick, but Dahai does not. During his previous journey into this world, he had been shot by Strick, and the sensation of near death still sends shivers down Dahai's spine. Consequently, he resolved that if given the opportunity tonight, he would eliminate Strick without hesitation. However, Strick wields adamantium bullets, which are extraordinarily formidable, necessitating caution. Then, Dahai retrieved 2 bottles of liquor, handing one to Wolverine. They clinked their bottles together and shared a drink. After taking a sip, Wolverine inquired, "When will Strick arrive?" Dahai replied with a grin, "I have set magical traps around the school. Therefore, as soon as he arrives, I will be aware." Dahai had anticipated today's events and had established the magical traps a month in advance. Wolverine chuckled, "It seems you truly are a wizard." Dahai smiled in response, amused that Wolverine had only now come to believe in his abilities. Just as he was about to speak further, his expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, "He is here." At that moment, a loud explosion resonated from outside, indicating that the magical trap had been triggered, erupting into a brilliant blaze visible from Dahai's window. Without hesitation, Dahai instructed Wolverine, "You go alert the students to evacuate. I will confront them." Before Dahai could finish his sentence, Wolverine had already dashed out the door, calling back, "I will handle them. You take care of the students." Dahai felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding Wolverine's capabilities, but was not overly concerned for his safety. With a snap of his fingers, he transported himself to the students' dormitory. Most of the students had been startled awake by the explosion, with some emerging in their pajamas to investigate the commotion. Observing this, Dahai immediately shouted, "Everyone, rise at once and exit through the secret passage. Upperclassmen, assist the younger students." Move swiftly. Hearing Dahai's voice, the students began to stir. Yet they lingered, dawdling as they dressed, which made Dahai frown in impatience. Just then, outside, gunfire erupted, accompanied by further explosions, sending a group of students, clad only in their pajamas, into a state of panic as they rushed outside. Dahai called out once more, "Everyone, grab your clothes. Move swiftly, evacuate at once." However, under the calming embrace of the ocean, the students gradually regained their composure, evacuated in an orderly fashion. Subsequently, Dahai meticulously inspected the dormitories to ensure no one was left behind. Indeed, he located Aisha, instructing her to don the magical cloak and entrusting her to Steelman for safe passage. Fortunately, Dahai's magical foresight proved invaluable. Although there was some chaos, the majority of individuals departed in an orderly manner, with only a few resembling headless flies running amok, all of whom Dahai managed to find and hand over to the senior students for escorting. After a thorough inspection, Dahai noted that all students had safely left, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Today he was poised for a decisive strike. Any negligence leading to student injuries would have been disastrous. At that moment, a ceasefire had been established outside, leaving Dahai uncertain about Wolverine's condition. He prepared to venture out for a glimpse. Just as he turned, he spotted Aisha flying towards him. Dahai paused, swiftly catching her as she exclaimed, "I don't want to leave, teacher. I wish to stay with you." Aisha clung to Dahai's neck, her voice quivering with emotion. Embracing Aisha, Dahai was struck by her sorrowful expression. He felt an overwhelming urge to comfort her, reminiscent of a father's tender solace. Indeed, daughters are their father's cherished treasures. At that moment, the mischievous Iceman Bob and Fireman John approached from a distance, calling out loudly, "Teacher Dahai, have you seen Logan?" Dahai felt a surge of delight at their arrival and replied, "Perfect timing. You two take care of Aisha while I check on Logan." He entrusted Aisha to them, disregarding their protests, and commanded them to remain indoors without wandering off. Dahai then set out to assess the situation. As he reached the entrance, he finally encountered people. Thanks to Dahai's magical traps, Stryker and his group had yet to breach the school. Upon arriving at the entrance, Dahai saw Wolverine subdued, with several soldiers binding him. Wolverine appeared to be unconscious, blood soaking his chest, likely a victim of an ambush. Nearby lay a dozen soldiers, presumably felled by Wolverine himself. Stryker truly had a natural advantage over Wolverine. However, a small squad of 30 to 40 soldiers was poised to enter the academy. Upon noticing Dahai, they immediately raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. In response, Dahai waved his hand, conjuring a magical shield that deflected the bullets. He then summoned his wand, directing it towards the ivy flanking the entrance, which began to grow wildly, extending dozens of tendrils the thickness of a finger toward the soldiers. In an instant, over 20 of them were ensnared, their necks constricted as they were lifted off the ground. With their ability to attack, Dahai thwarted. They turned their weapons to fire upon the ivy's grasping tendrils. Observing this, Dahai amplified his magical energy, and the ivy ensnared yet another 10 individuals, even seizing Wolverine in the process. At this point, the remaining 5 or 6 soldiers turned and fled, abandoning not only Wolverine, but also their comrades. The sea showed no concern for those who fled, instead ensnaring the 40 or so individuals entangled by the climbing tiger vine, binding them tightly like Zongzi, ultimately leading to their demise. With 3 or 4 tendrils of the vine, it brought the unconscious Logan for inspection. Upon assessing his condition, it was apparent that Logan bore multiple gunshot wounds to his chest, presumably inflicted by a shotgun. The sea found it peculiar that, given Logan's prowess, he could be struck, and so precisely in the chest. At that moment, the trio of mischievous ones, witnessing Logan's injury, hurried over with Elsa in their arms. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within the sea, prompting him to conjure a magical shield before him. A deafening bang resonated as the shield shattered, and the sea felt a sharp pain in his chest. The bullet had penetrated the magical barrier, diminishing its force, lodging itself halfway into his flesh, leaving the entire projectile lodged in his chest. It became painfully clear to the sea that the bullet capable of breaching his magical shield could also penetrate his defenses. It was undoubtedly crafted from adamantium and fired from a specialized heavy sniper rifle. Without delay, he waved his wand, conjuring a dense mist that rose to a height of several meters, obscuring the school entrance from the sniper's view. He then levitated Logan to safety, moving him aside. The mischievous quartet, having just heard the gunfire, immediately dropped to the ground. Upon witnessing the sea cast a spell to cloak their front with mist, they cautiously approached him. Upon reaching the sea, they were met with the sight of Logan, bloodied and unconscious. One of them rushed over, choking back tears, calling out, "Logan, Logan, please wake up." Elsa, true to her role as the sea's little comforter, quickly noticed the injury on his chest. A single tear fell from her eye, and she cried out, "Teacher, oh no, you're hurt." The Iceman and Fireman, who had been with the mischievous ones tending to Logan, looked up in alarm upon hearing of the sea's injury. Their faces etched with confusion and dread. The sea embraced the sobbing Elsa, gently reassuring her, "I am fine. It's just a minor wound." He then glanced down at the injury, observing a silver bullet embedded in his chest, blood seeping and staining his white shirt. Resolutely, he extracted the bullet and discarded it carelessly. He then turned to the still crying mischievous ones, reassuring them, "Logan will be all right. He will recover shortly." Bang, bang, bang. More shots rang out from the sniper, who, unable to locate a target, fired indiscriminately. In an instant, one individual in the courtyard was shattered like a statue. The trio of mischievous ones froze in fear, falling silent. The sea could distinctly feel Elsa trembling in his embrace, her body quaking with fright, igniting a surge of fury within him. Gritting his teeth, he activated the realm of ice and snow, seeking out the sniper. As the sea unleashed this icy domain, the temperature within a 10,000-meter radius plummeted dramatically. As the domain of the ocean was activated, a mere second had not elapsed before Sniper was located. The domain's ability to scrutinize everything was no jest. Consequently, the ocean extended a hand and pointed toward the sniper. Over 100 meters away, the sniper, along with his rifle, was encased in a massive block of ice. The ocean then intended to annihilate the enemies all at once, raising his hand to unleash the icy prison. However, the next moment, upon realizing their numbers, his movements faltered. He inwardly cursed. Had Strike truly lost his mind? To assault a school with thousands of troops was madness. The ocean discovered that the enemy numbered at least 3,000 or 4,000, which compelled him to halt his actions. To eliminate a few or even dozens would not have troubled him, but to eradicate 3,000 or 4,000 was another matter entirely. He observed that over a kilometer away, numerous military trucks were lined up, with people disembarking, armed, and continually gathering. Meanwhile, the students had vanished without a trace. It seemed the professor had devised some method to facilitate their escape. The ocean exhaled a sigh, contemplating, perhaps it was best to abandon this pursuit and deal with Strike at the reservoir instead. At that moment, he heard several voices calling out to him, "Teacher, stop." The ocean opened his eyes to see Fireman, the mischievous one, and the incapacitated Wolverine. Within mere seconds, they had succumbed to the cold, their lips turning purple and frost forming in their hair and eyebrows. Conversely, Elsa and Iceman remained unscathed due to their abilities. Observing this, the ocean deactivated the icy domain, waving his hand to dispel the chill enveloping them. He then addressed the group. "There are too many enemies. We must leave." With that, he summoned a flying carpet, laying it upon the ground. With a flick of his hand, the carpet expanded to 3 or 4 times its original size. The ocean lifted Elsa onto the carpet, then levitated Wolverine and placed him beside her. The mischievous one and the others, upon witnessing this, disregarded their astonishment at the carpet and hurriedly climbed aboard. "Lie down," he instructed as the carpet began to ascend into the air. Seeing the carpet rise, the 3 quickly complied. Once they were all positioned safely, the ocean accelerated, soaring away from the enemies. Minutes later, the mischievous one observed that they had distanced themselves from the Mutant Academy and immediately exclaimed, "Teacher, check on Logan." He asked, fading fast. The ocean, who had been comforting the startled Elsa, turned to inspect. To his dismay, Wolverine's wound had not healed, and his breath was growing faint. The ocean did not set Elsa down, but squatted to examine Wolverine's injuries. The wound had indeed failed to mend and was still bleeding. Were it not for Wolverine's extraordinary constitution, he might have already succumbed. The ocean recalled a weapon material that had only appeared in the comics: carbon nanotube steel. Only this material could inhibit Wolverine's super healing. Such an element had not existed in the original storyline, nor had the adamantium bullets and the several hundred soldiers that were now present. The ocean conjectured that, perhaps due to a reminder from the sea, there had been unforeseen developments concerning Professor and Scott. However, disregarding those matters for the moment, attending to Wolverine's injuries took precedence. Thus, employing magic, the ocean commenced the healing process for Wolverine. The ocean's suspicions were validated. At that moment, Stryker was apprehending the Professor and his companion. True to the original narrative, the Professor was swiftly incapacitated by paralyzing gas. Yet, thanks to the ocean's alert, Scott immediately sensed something amiss. He unleashed a torrent of firepower, shattering half of the superhuman prison, resulting in countless casualties. Had it not been for Deathstrike's timely intervention in vanquishing Scott, the outcome could have been dire. Amidst the chaos, however, Magneto mysteriously vanished, leaving Stryker bewildered as to how he had escaped. Hence, during the assault on the Mutant Academy, a plethora of unaccounted individuals and equipment emerged, absent from the original storyline. Meanwhile, the ocean was diligently treating Wolverine's wounds, first extracting a multitude of shattered bullet fragments, numbering over a dozen. Following this, the ocean set Elsa aside and retrieved a vital healing potion, propping Wolverine's upper body to administer the elixir. Afterward, the ocean gently laid him back down. Wolverine's condition was precarious. Ensuring his survival was paramount before addressing other matters. Little Mischief, observing the ocean lay Wolverine down once more, inquired, "Teacher Ocean, is he all right?" "Not quite yet," the ocean replied without lifting his gaze. He then proceeded to cast a purification spell upon Wolverine. It was imperative to eliminate the remnants of adamantium to fully heal him. Otherwise, his self-healing abilities would be compromised even if his life was spared. Thus, the ocean continuously invoked the purification magic, enveloping Wolverine's body in a radiant green light. After approximately 10 seconds, Wolverine's wounds began to heal at a gradual pace. The ocean did not cease. The magical brilliance persisted for over a minute before finally abating, having thoroughly eradicated the traces of adamantium. At that moment, the speed of Wolverine's self-healing was markedly enhanced. The visible recovery was astonishing. Before long, the numerous puncture wounds on his chest had vanished, leaving merely holes in his clothing. The ocean then turned to Little Mischief and proclaimed, "He will awaken shortly." Gazing at Elsa, who stood quietly aside with a vacant expression, the ocean's heart ached for the frightened child. He promptly gathered her in his arms, kissing her forehead, and reassured her, "Elsa, we are all safe now. It is all over." At this, Elsa burst into tears, sobbing, "Wah, teacher, you are hurt." The ocean swiftly adjusted his clothing to reveal the now-healed wound on his chest. Addressing Elsa, "Look, Elsa, teacher's injury has healed." Elsa turned her tear-streaked face to glimpse the absence of any wounds on the ocean's chest, and her weeping gradually subsided. She then reached out and gently touched the spot where the injury had once been, finally ceasing her cries. Subsequently, Elsa wrapped her small arms around the ocean's neck, holding on tightly, unwilling to let go. The ocean tenderly embraced Elsa, feeling a deep compassion for the young girl who had traversed this journey alongside him. He vowed never to allow Elsa to experience fear again. Nearby, the mischievous one diligently cared for Uncle Wolf, while Iceman Bob observed from a distance, filled with jealousy. Fireman lay listlessly to one side, lost in his thoughts. For a moment, the flying carpet fell into a tranquil silence, save for the howling winds surrounding them. After several minutes, Uncle Wolf groaned and awakened. The mischievous one joyfully exclaimed, "Logan, Logan." She then turned to the ocean and said, "Teacher Ocean, Logan is awake." The ocean, seeing that Uncle Wolf had regained consciousness, smiled and responded, "It is good that you are awake." Uncle Wolf, now fully alert, sat up abruptly, extending his claws, startling the mischievous trio. Once he recognized them, he exhaled deeply and inquired, "Where are Shrek's people?" "Where exactly are we?" The ocean replied, "There are too many of Shrek's people. There are thousands outside. I did not wish to cause unnecessary bloodshed, so I brought them away. We are currently flying in the air." It dawned on Uncle Wolf that he was indeed airborne, seated upon a carpet, and he paused, then bitterly remarked, "It is a pity that Shrek escaped this time." Upon hearing this, the mischievous one immediately retorted, "Logan, do not say that. If it weren't for Teacher Ocean, you would have already perished." Uncle Wolf struggled to believe it, instinctively touching his chest and then glancing at the others. The ocean directly stated, "Carbon nanotube bullets specifically counteract your healing abilities. You must be cautious of such ammunition in the future. The mischievous one promptly retrieved the fragments of the bullet she had just collected and presented them to Uncle Wolf, saying, "This is it." Uncle Wolf took the bullet fragment, gazing intently at it. Suddenly, he fell silent, enveloped in contemplation. The ocean understood that having one's once prized abilities suddenly rendered ineffective, especially by an adversary, could be difficult to accept. Thus, he offered some words of comfort. In truth, you need not worry. This metal is a high-tech product, exceedingly rare. Shrek cannot possess many. It may just be that single bullet. Furthermore, magic can purify the effects of carbon nanotubes on you. Now, both Aurora and Gretchen can accomplish this, and in time, the three of them will be able to as well. Upon hearing that they could assist, the mischievous trio immediately brightened, with the mischievous one declaring, "Logan, do not worry. We will purify you in the future." Iceman and Fireman nodded in agreement. Uncle Wolf chuckled softly and responded, "It's fine. I am all right." He then turned to the ocean and asked, "Where are we headed?" "We are going to Boston to find Aurora and Gretchen," the ocean replied. Uncle Wolf questioned again, "Are you certain we are heading towards Boston?" He glanced at the vast night sky, seemingly devoid of direction. The ocean replied, Chapter 46, Magneto. Just as the ocean fell silent, Iceman Bob, resting nearby, suddenly spoke up, "My home is in Boston. I know the way." The mischievous child promptly inquired, "Bob, quickly tell me, how do we get there?" Just as the Iceman Bob was about to respond, he gazed up at the night sky, momentarily lost in thought. However, he swiftly conceived an idea and exclaimed, "The coastline. If we locate the coastline and head northeast along it, we shall reach Boston." Upon hearing this, the mischievous child turned around and kissed the Iceman, praising, "Bob, you are truly remarkable." The Sea and Wolverine exchanged a wordless glance, silently acknowledging the youth's enthusiasm. The Sea then discerned the direction and set off toward the eastern horizon. After half an hour, they finally spotted the coastline. Subsequently, the group, after some deliberation, directed their flight toward Boston. To facilitate their journey, the flying carpet soared only a few meters above the ground, as it was night and no one would notice. During this flight, the Sea realized that the coastline was not straight, featuring various lakes, peninsulas, and islands. The group collaborated and by dawn, arrived in Boston. Upon their arrival, the Sea noticed that Elsa, cradled in his arms, had long since fallen asleep. He then halted the flying carpet and softly asked, "Does anyone have a mobile phone? How can we contact Aurora?" Unfortunately, the entire group had left their phones behind. Wolverine remarked, "When on a mission, we typically do not carry mobile phones." Then, the Iceman suggested, "Why don't we go to my house first? We can rest there and then figure out how to find them." The Sea immediately rejected this idea, for he was aware of the original storyline and what transpired when they visited his home. He turned to Bob and said, "Bob, remember this. Never test familial bonds. If your family is unaware of your mutant identity, they must remain oblivious, and you should never bring mutants into your home. For no one knows how your family might choose, and you must never force them to make a choice." Initially, Bob considered countering, but after hearing the Sea's words, he fell silent, struggling to accept the truth. The others, too, were rendered speechless by the Sea's admonition. At that moment, the Sea smiled at everyone and declared, "Actually, I have a plan." Cradling Elsa, he extended a hand and pointed skyward, unleashing a beam of ice-blue magical light that surged into the heavens. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. The newly brightened sky was once again veiled by dense clouds, casting a shadow upon the landscape. Thus, the Sea stood upon the flying carpet, guiding the heavy clouds toward Boston. The others were left in awe by the Sea's display. Unable to contain himself, Wolverine pointed at the clouds and asked, "Sea, is this your plan?" The Sea smiled in response, "Indeed, Aurora knows this is my method and will soon respond." Mere seconds after his declaration, a tempest arose from hundreds of miles to the northwest, rapidly expanding to disperse the clouds summoned by the Sea. Upon witnessing this, the Sea rejoiced, exclaiming, "We have found Aurora." He then disregarded the clouds overhead and steered the flying carpet toward the source of the gale. Before long, they spotted the school's aircraft resting in a desolate wilderness. The Sea promptly lowered a flying carpet, yet several individuals had not yet disembarked. Gretchen dashed from the aircraft, bombarding them with questions. "What has happened at school? Why have we been unable to contact anyone? How did you all arrive here?" Upon seeing a hint of shame on Uncle Wolf's face, he replied, "The school was attacked. We managed to escape." At that moment, Gretchen noticed the numerous bullet holes in Uncle Wolf's clothing and immediately inquired, "Are you injured?" Uncle Wolf glanced at a solitary hole and responded, "I am fine now. Are all of you unharmed? What about the other students? How are they?" Just as they had descended from the plane, Aurora turned to the mischievous trio and asked. They replied, "We are all fine. The others escaped through the safety passage. We fled alongside teacher Daki." At this time, Daki, cradling the sleeping Aisha in one arm, had already stowed away the flying carpet. He turned to Aurora and Gretchen, reassuring them, "There is no need for concern. By the time we left, the other students had already fled far away and will not be captured. What is critical now is that the professor and Scott are undoubtedly in trouble." The group was struck with disbelief. Gretchen, who had been close to the professor since childhood, exclaimed, "The professor cannot be in danger. The unfortunate truth is that they are indeed in peril." Daki responded with resignation, continuing, "This entire situation has been orchestrated by General Strick, aimed at the professor and the cerebral amplifier. He would not have attacked the school had he not intended to capture the professor." Daki had unraveled the logic of the situation and surmised that the professor and Scott must have engaged in a confrontation, explaining the presence of so many soldiers and specialized weaponry. The group was left in stunned silence at Daki's revelation, unable to fathom that the professor had been captured. Only Aurora voiced her despair, declaring, "This is the end." Uncle Wolf, upon hearing this, asked, "What do you mean, the end?" Daki replied directly, "With the professor and the cerebral amplifier, he could annihilate all mutants." Uncle Wolf stood frozen in shock, while the mischievous one, now somewhat panicked, asked, "What should we do?" "We must locate Strick, eliminate him, and then rescue the professor," Uncle Wolf declared with fierce determination. At this juncture, Gretchen inquired, "Does anyone know how to find Strick?" "Where is he?" "He knows." Daki pointed at the Blue Devil still aboard the airplane. The Blue Devil, peering out from the aircraft door, attempted to eavesdrop, but was promptly noticed by Daki. Upon seeing the blue-haired, blue-faced figure, Daki felt a surge of astonishment. "At last, I have found you, and your spatial abilities shall be mine," he thought. Subsequently, the group boarded the aircraft, with Gretchen preparing to probe the Blue Devil's memories. Meanwhile, Daki had already diverted part of his focus to the heart of the Wanderer, directly replicating the Blue Devil's powers. Moments later, the replication was complete, and a blue diamond crystal mark appeared on the final surface of the heart of the Wanderer. Then, the ocean merged directly, and a warm current appeared within its depths, circulating throughout its vast expanse before vanishing moments later. This fusion left the ocean somewhat astonished. It seemed too brief. Consequently, the ocean hastily examined the description of its innate abilities. At level 2, its talent bestowed the power of spatial teleportation. It possessed two skills. The first allowed it to teleport freely to any known location within a 10-kilometer radius. The second could disrupt nearby spatial transmissions, preventing anyone from teleporting to its vicinity. After perusing the description of its abilities, the ocean could not help but exclaim internally, "Only level 2. A mere 10 kilometers. It pales in comparison to my own magical prowess." Its magic could transport over 200 kilometers, although it fell short in some respects. At least it had finally gathered all 4 innate abilities, which provided a modicum of solace. At that moment, Gretchen had also pinpointed their location, as a group prepared to board a plane in search of Stryker. Meanwhile, the ocean was attuned to its spatial magic, curious if its range had expanded. To its surprise, it soon detected 2 individuals rapidly approaching. It announced, "We have guests arriving." The group's reaction resembled that of startled prey, and they hastily initiated the plane's takeoff. However, just 10 meters off the ground, a force yanked it back down. Then, 2 figures materialized before the aircraft, and the ocean instantly recognized them as Magneto and Mystique. It was quite astonishing. With the ocean's warning, Gretchen and Wolverine's group had already outpaced the original narrative. How could Magneto have found them? Was the world's corrective force truly that potent? The others, upon noticing Magneto, exhibited signs of panic. At that juncture, Magneto's voice resonated, "I come with goodwill, here to join you in rescuing Charles." Subsequently, the rear hatch of the plane opened automatically. Gretchen inquired, "What should we do?" Wolverine undid his seatbelt, brandished his claws, and declared, "Eliminate him." No sooner had he spoken than he found himself immobilized, unable to move. Poor Wolverine, with his formidable strength, was perpetually restrained by Magneto's control over metal. The others, witnessing Wolverine's predicament, instantly braced for confrontation. Meanwhile, the ocean remained still, cradling the sleeping Elsa, aware that Magneto was not there to instigate conflict. At that moment, Magneto and Mystique had already entered through the rear hatch, smiling at the assembled group. "Logan, you remain ever so impulsive. I have stated that I come in goodwill. There is no need for alarm. Our objectives align. We seek to thwart General Stryker and rescue Charles." Gretchen and Aurora were somewhat swayed by his words, prompting the ocean to interject. All right. Since he is here to rescue Charles, let's allow him to join us. And Magneto, please release Logan." Magneto, unperturbed, complied and released Wolverine. Wolverine shot Magneto a few fierce glares, but refrained from further aggression. The others relaxed their defenses, and the atmosphere swiftly softened. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Magneto addressed the assembly with a grave demeanor. "You may be unaware of the peril we face. General Stryker has devised a grand scheme." At this moment, the mischievous child retorted with irritation. "We are well aware, Professor, and the mind amplification device." This child had narrowly escaped death at Magneto's hands previously, and now regarded him with palpable disdain. Magneto, taken aback by the child's response, was surprised to find that they were already privy to such information. He inquired further, "Then you must know where Stryker is concealed?" The child replied, in a rather unfriendly tone, "Of course, beneath the Clayton Lake Dam." Nearby, Iceman Bob placed a reassuring hand on the child's shoulder, signaling her to refrain from provoking Magneto. The child shot a glare at Magneto before turning away, seemingly choosing to let the matter rest. However, Magneto seized the moment to compliment her, saying, "Your hairstyle is quite lovely." This remark ignited the child's fury, for a streak of white in her hair was a lasting reminder of the injury inflicted by Magneto. With a pointed finger, she uttered the incantation, "Transform." Suddenly, a serpent emerged from Magneto's collar, swiftly coiling around his neck and tightening its grip. Magneto, astounded by the child's unexpected prowess, scrambled to free himself from the constricting serpent. The onlookers, initially entertained by the verbal sparring between the child and Magneto, were caught off guard by her magical assault. Mystique, witnessing the scene, lunged forward, intent on attacking the child. Although Iceman Bob was somewhat flustered, he stood his ground, while Wolverine unsheathed his claws, signaling that a confrontation was imminent. Chapter 47. The duel with Magneto. At that moment, a resounding snap echoed as the sea struck his fingers, immobilizing both Mystique and Magneto in place. He then turned to the child and Wolverine, commanding, "Enough. Release him." Reluctantly, the child glared at Magneto one last time before complying and loosening her grip. The sea then snapped his fingers again, liberating the two captives. As Magneto regained his freedom, he clutched his neck, gasping for air, while Mystique glared at the sea with palpable malice, as if poised to pounce upon him. Observing Magneto's recovery, the sea called out, "Mr. Eric Lenscher, I implore you to refrain from tormenting my student in the future. The consequences could be dire. Furthermore, kindly lower your voice so as not to disturb my precious 1S slumber." With that, he gestured towards the sleeping Elsa in his arms. The gathering of mutants stood in awe of the sea's formidable and arrogant tone, particularly Iceman John, who idolized Magneto and was profoundly impacted, never expecting that a single spell from the child could subdue Magneto, while the sea effortlessly maintained control over both adversaries. Beside them, Mystique was incensed by the words of the sea and was about to charge forward to confront him, but was restrained by the recovering Magneto. With a tone filled with admiration, Magneto addressed the sea, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary and formidable power! Surely, her abilities are a result of your teachings? Truly remarkable. May I inquire your name?" The sea, somewhat perplexed by Magneto's sudden shift in demeanor, having just exchanged banter with Rogue in a rather combative manner, was taken aback by this newfound politeness. It was inconceivable that he felt fear. After all, he was Magneto. Although the sea harbored some confusion, he introduced himself. "I am Ron Ocean, a wizard. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Magneto responded promptly, "The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Ocean. I never anticipated you to be a wizard. It is indeed marvelous." He then glanced at Rogue and the others, inquiring, "Are they all learning magic under Mr. Ocean's tutelage?" "My magic is taught openly. Any mutant academy can partake. If you're interested, feel free to observe." The sea casually replied, reveling in the spectacle, pondering whether if mutants mastered magic, they might not face extinction decades hence. Perhaps they could rise and become the masters of the world. At that moment, Elsa stirred in the sea's embrace, letting out a soft whimper as she awoke. The sea quickly adjusted himself to better attend to her, disregarding Magneto. Elsa slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing the sea, sleepily remarked, "Good morning, teacher." Noticing her lingering drowsiness, the sea replied, "It's still early. You may rest a while longer." Upon hearing this, Elsa closed her eyes again, drifting in and out of slumber for a few moments before fully awakening and asking, "Teacher, have we found Professor Aurora?" Seeing her expression was much improved from the previous day, the sea encouraged her to sit up on his lap, saying, "Indeed, Professor Aurora is up ahead, piloting the plane." Just then, Aurora's voice came from the front, declaring, "Everyone, please take your seats. The plane is about to take off." Having observed the dispute resolved by the sea, Aurora proceeded to operate the plane for takeoff, eager to rescue the professor. As soon as her words fell, the airplane began to tremble. However, Elsa turned to the front, her face lighting up as she greeted Aurora, "Professor Aurora, it is wonderful to see you again." Though Aurora did not turn around, she responded in a gentle tone, "It is equally delightful to see you, my dear Elsa. However, you must secure yourself. The plane is about to ascend." Upon hearing this, Elsa gleefully hugged the sea tighter, replying, "All right." She then exchanged greetings with her familiar companions, Rogue and the others. Nonetheless, the sea remained concerned that Elsa might carry emotional scars from the ordeal. So he engaged her in quiet conversation, gently guiding her emotions. Magneto, preoccupied with the vastness of the sea, found no time for self-reflection, nor did he feel any anger as he settled into a seat at the rear of the aircraft. After all, his objective had been accomplished. He remained there, contemplating matters concerning the mutant school and the teaching of magic. Soon, the plane ascended, and Dazai noticed Aisha, who displayed no signs of anxiety despite it being her maiden flight. Following some reassurance, he realized that Aisha was unperturbed, which brought him considerable relief. Once the flight stabilized, Aisha descended from Dazai's lap to join Mischief and the others in their playful antics. Dazai sat serenely in his seat, pondering his next moves to eliminate Stryker. After all, Stryker's preparations this time were far more extensive than those portrayed in the original narrative. While Dazai was lost in thought, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the aircraft. Aurora's voice then rang out, cautioning everyone. "Everyone, be alert. There are several fighter jets trailing us." Shortly thereafter, the intercom transmitted a command from the adversary, instructing the plane to follow them and land at a nearby airport. Two fighter jets appeared alongside the aircraft, gesturing menacingly towards the mutant school's plane. The sight incited panic among the passengers, and Dazai was taken aback. He had initially believed that their encounter with the fighter jets was merely a consequence of the events at Iceman Bobby's residence, where they had killed a police officer. It now seemed evident that General Stryker had orchestrated this entire scenario to ensnare the mutant school. Aurora again raised her voice. "They are retreating. They may be preparing to attack us. Everyone, take your seats." Dazai noticed Aisha being held by Mischief and felt a twinge of unease. He promptly rose to reclaim Aisha before addressing anything else. At that moment, Magneto disdainfully remarked, "They will never learn to fear us." He then turned to Dazai, proposing, "Mr. Dazai, there are 4 aircraft outside. Shall we each take 2? Dazai's spirits lifted at Magneto's willingness to collaborate. The presence of additional aircraft would be inconsequential. As for Magneto's probing intentions, Dazai remained unfazed. He cast aside his concern for Aisha and replied directly to Magneto, "Certainly, let us see who is swifter." With that, Dazai closed his eyes, activating the realm of ice and snow. This time, under Dazai's control, the deployment of the realm was not as oppressive as it had been the previous night. The temperature within the aircraft only dipped slightly, imparting a refreshing sensation. Observing Dazai's actions, Magneto immediately focused on manipulating the external aircraft. In the very instant Dazai unleashed the realm of ice and snow, he sensed the 4 trailing planes. He extended his hand, pointing at one of the aircraft through the cabin. In an instant, the targeted plane vanished, only to reappear directly opposite another plane, resulting in a catastrophic collision. The explosion was immense, reverberating throughout the aircraft, audible even from a distance. This was a manifestation of Dazai's newly acquired skill following his mastery of spatial abilities. Not only that, but the transmission distance has also doubled. allowing for a seamless span of 500 kilometers. Thus, although the Blue Devil's spatial abilities are merely at the secondary level, when combined with the ocean magic, the results are profoundly significant. Witnessing the swift accomplishments of the ocean, Magneto was unwilling to be outdone. He extended his hand to seize control of an aircraft, forcefully yanking it toward a neighboring plane, resulting in a tremendous explosion. At that moment, Magneto opened his eyes and gazed at the ocean, exclaiming, "Mr. Ocean, you truly embody the prowess of a sorcerer." With this acknowledgement, Magneto conceded defeat. However, the ocean, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "It's not too shabby." Subsequently, he addressed the group, saying, "All right, the crisis has been averted. Everyone, please take your seats. Let us hasten to Clayton Lake." With that, he moved to retrieve Elsa, cradling her in his arms. "My little darling, it's best if you are held securely." Clayton Lake is located in the Sunaminder continent, and the journey from Boston entails traversing half of America, taking at least 3 to 4 hours. After some playful moments, Elsa dozed off once more. The little rascals and Wolverine had also gone without sleep for the night and were now resting. The airplane was enveloped in tranquility, save for the soft sounds of gentle snores, and the ocean himself began to drift into slumber. After an indeterminate period, the gathering was roused by the descent of the plane. Noticing that Wolverine and the others had already awakened, the ocean recalled the original narrative, promptly rising to hand over the still sleeping Elsa to the little rascals before making his way to the cockpit. Upon peering into the cockpit, he observed the aircraft descending towards the reservoir. He then advised Gretchen and Aurora, "Let's land the plane a bit farther from the reservoir to avoid potential complications." To which Gretchen retorted, "That's impossible. The surrounding area is dense with forest, leaving only this open space." The closer they approached, the more anxious Gretchen became, eager to rescue the professor, her tone sharp as she spoke to the ocean. Understanding her emotions, given her upbringing beside the professor, he disregarded her brusqueness and urged again, "Trust my intuition. We must not land here." Aurora chimed in, "Perhaps we should heed the ocean's advice and search for another landing spot." "No, we shall land here," Gretchen decisively declared. The ocean, observing the plane was now merely a dozen meters from the ground, recognized the futility of further persuasion. He silently mused, "Even the divine cannot save those who seek demise. I wonder if Gretchen will survive today." With that, the aircraft touched down. At that moment, Elsa awakened, and the ocean promptly approached to offer her some comfort, instructing her and the little mischief makers, along with Iceman Bob and Fireman John, to remain on the plane. He then descended alongside Magneto, Mystique, the Blue Devil, Wolverine, Gretchen, and Aurora, a total of 7 individuals alighting from the aircraft. As they gazed at the large gate beneath the reservoir dam, Magneto remarked, "We need someone to enter first and locate the control room to open all the passages for us." Upon hearing this, the ocean responded, "There's no need." With eyes closed, the exploration of the icy realm commenced, delving into the intricate structures within the reservoir dam. Although Stryker's base lay underground, it did not hinder the scrutiny of the icy domain. Within mere moments, the oceanic depths revealed the location of the control room. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the expectant gazes of his companions and offered a gentle smile. Observing this, Magneto inquired directly, "Have you located the control room?" "Indeed," replied the Oceanic One, summoning his wand and extending his left hand, saying, "Everyone grasp my hand, and I shall lead you inside." Chapter 48. Adamantium. After the Oceanic One spoke, Aurora was the first to take hold of his hand, followed closely by Gretchen, the Blue Devil, and Wolverine. At that moment, Mystique reached out to grasp Wolverine's hand, offering him a smile before turning to Magneto. The Oceanic One, witnessing this, mused to himself, just as in the original narrative, Mystique harbors feelings for Wolverine. With a slight smile, he declared, "Are we ready? Let's proceed." Raising his wand, he struck the ground, and in an instant, the 7 vanished. The next moment, they materialized within the control room of the base. Following their teleportation, the 7 exhibited no signs of disarray. Truly, they were among the strongest of mutants. The 2 soldiers stationed in the control room, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the group, immediately sprang to their feet, ready to shout in alarm. At that instant, Gretchen extended her hand, freezing the 2 in place, their eyes unable to move. She then turned to her companions and asked, "What shall we do? Shall we eliminate them?" Her tone suggested a reluctance to take their lives. Magneto retorted sarcastically. Are you planning to wield your mercy to conquer this base and rescue Charles? The Oceanic One, observing the exchange, remained silent as he snapped his fingers, encasing the two soldiers in ice. Turning to Gretchen, he remarked, "They're not dead, merely frozen." With that, he cast the ice-encased soldiers aside. At this moment, Aurora seated herself before the control room's computer, stating, "Now we must ascertain where they have concealed the professor." This declaration instantly captured the group's attention, prompting Magneto to add, "Previously, Mystique discovered that Stryker was constructing a cerebral wave amplifier. It must be within this very base." The Oceanic One understood their mission to rescue the professor, yet he had his own quest for adamantium. However, he decided to first seek out Scott. "I shall find Scott. He appears to be under control." With that, he vanished in an instant. In truth, he had been attuned to the icy realm all along, sensing Scott's whereabouts. Stryker remained oblivious to the incursion, leaving Scott confined in a cell, standing idly by. The Oceanic One materialized directly behind Scott and, seizing the moment before Scott could react, snapped his fingers to immobilize him. Turning to face Scott, the Oceanic One assessed his condition and was taken aback to find Scott grievously injured, his chest exposed and stained with blood-soaked bandages. Yet, his countenance was twisted in agony as he struggled against his restraints. Had it not been for the glasses obscuring his laser eyes, he might have already commenced a frenzied barrage. Dahui understood that Scott was undoubtedly under control. Without hesitation, he cast a purification spell. A vibrant green light enveloped Scott, continuously purging the control agents within him. The spell ceased only when Scott regained his composure. At that moment, Dahui snapped his fingers, releasing Scott's head. Scott turned his gaze towards Dahui, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Dahui. I am feeling much better." Attempting to move his body, which remained unresponsive, he added, "Could you please release me?" With another snap of his fingers, Dahui freed Scott. He stretched his limbs and quickly realized they were in a cell. "Teacher Dahui, we must rescue the professor. He has also been captured," Scott exclaimed. Dahui glanced at the wounds on Scott's chest and replied, "You should be more concerned about your own condition. We have a substantial number of allies with us. We will undoubtedly rescue the professor. Has Jean come as well? Where is she?" Scott inquired directly. Upon hearing this, Dahui thought to himself, "Scott seems to have missed the part about many people and focused solely on Gretchen. Let me take you to her," he said, disregarding Scott's impending expression of thanks, and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Scott vanished, transported to the control room. Dahui paid no mind to their reunion in the control room. He was resolute in seeking his target, the adamantium alloy. In truth, the adamantium was not difficult to locate. One merely needed to find a region of elevated temperature, for once cooled, adamantium becomes impervious and cannot be reshaped. Therefore, it must be continuously heated to maintain a boiling state. Before long, Dahui discovered the site of the adamantium. A slight smile graced his lips as he snapped his fingers and teleported beside the alloy. Dahui materialized in a spacious underground chamber, confronted by an electric melting furnace, within which a silvery gray adamantium solution bubbled incessantly. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "At last, I have found you." Nearby stood a 2-meter square glass tank along with various instruments. Dahui recognized this as the very place where Wolverine underwent his skeletal augmentation. Without hesitation, he used magic to extract a portion of the adamantium solution, gradually elongating it to commence the crafting of a sword. Previously, the ordinary steel could not withstand Dahui's immense strength, necessitating the creation of a heavy sword. While it proved functional, it was not his preferred choice. He desired a more refined weapon. This time, Dahui aimed to forge his most cherished weapon, a Tang Dao. However, this was no ordinary Tang Dao, but rather a unique variant. The design mirrored that of a traditional Tang Dao at the hilt, yet featured a double-edged blade 3 inches from the tip, blending the aesthetics of a sword with the practicality of a knife. It epitomized the pinnacle of both beauty and utility. The ocean's control over the Edmund alloy solution gradually shaped it into the form of a Tang sword, notably longer and wider than the conventional version. This particular sword boasts a blade length exceeding 90 centimeters, a width of approximately 4 centimeters, and a thickness surpassing that of typical Tang swords, measuring around 8 millimeters. Its edge, a defining characteristic of the Tang sword, occupies merely 1/3 of the blade's length. while the tip features a double-edged design, resembling a six-faceted sword point. As for the handle, it was crafted without a guard. The ocean intended for the Tang sword to possess a minimalist appearance, resembling a flat, elongated rod once sheathed. The handle, slightly thinner than an egg, took on a flattened rectangular cylindrical shape, with its edges smoothed to create an octagonal profile, extending nearly 40 centimeters in length. The ocean also engraved realistic wood grain patterns onto the handle to enhance grip friction. Upon completion of this specially crafted Tang sword, the ocean contemplated and inscribed two Chinese characters onto the blade, Crimson Moon, thus christening it the Crimson Moon Blade. Next, a gust of icy wind erupted from the ocean's mouth, instantly solidifying the sword, effectively tempering it. However, upon inspection, the entire Crimson Moon Blade, forged from Edmund alloy, appeared unremarkably silver-white. To rectify this, the ocean employed magic to transform the blade, except for a few millimeters of the edge, into a deep, dark iron hue, while also darkening the handle. The entire handle, in conjunction with the previously crafted wood grain, resembled a wooden grip, enhancing the sword's aesthetic appeal. With the Crimson Moon Blade in hand, the ocean excitedly swung it up and down, generating a sharp slicing sound. Now wielding it with full strength, there was no fear of the blade breaking. Filled with joy, the ocean thought, "At last, I possess a worthy weapon." After toying with the Crimson Moon Blade for a while, the ocean turned its attention to the remaining Edmund alloy solution and summoned another portion to begin crafting scabbard. The interior of the scabbard was hollow, slightly larger than the blade itself, and matched the handle's design, adorned with intricate and realistic wood grain patterns. Upon completion, the ocean released another wave of cold air to temper the scabbard, subsequently coloring it black to match the handle. Yet, the process was not finished. The interior of the scabbard required a lining to secure the blade in place. The ocean scanned the area and spotted the plastic tubing used during the initial experiment with wolf uncle, which could withstand high-temperature solutions and was no ordinary material. Thus, the ocean utilized transformation magic, pointing a finger to sever several plastic tubes, which intertwined to form a sheet nearly 10 centimeters wide. With a flick of the wrist, the plastic sheet flew into the scabbard, lining its interior while leaving the blade's edge exposed. The sides of the blade were slightly thickened to ensure a snug fit. Finally, the ocean sheathed the Crimson Moon Blade, achieving a seamless integration between the handle and scabbard, resembling a long wooden stick or an elongated ruler. After a few trials of drawing and sheathing the sword, the fit was just right, not too tight, nor too loose. The ocean could not help but applaud its own craftsmanship. Just then, the entire dam trembled violently, followed by the ominous sound of cracking, as if the reservoir dam was on the verge of collapse. The ocean, momentarily bewildered, realized that Scott had saved himself, yet Gretchen still erupted. Had they returned to the original narrative? Sensing the urgency of time, the ocean swiftly glanced at the furnace trough, which still contained some Edelman alloy solution. Thus, it sheathed the Crimson Moon Blade and summoned forth a new batch. This time, the ocean intended to forge a sword for little Aisha, inspired by Bilbo's sting from the film The Hobbit. Before long, the ocean completed the creation. Exhaling a breath of icy mist for quenching, the sting was finished. Subsequently, the ocean fashioned a scabbard. Finally, realizing that some Edelman alloy remained, the ocean pondered what to create next. With time still at hand, it seemed a waste to squander the remaining alloy. An idea suddenly struck the ocean, the lasso of truth wielded by Wonder Woman. It promptly summoned the last of the Edelman alloy solution and began crafting a chain, as thick as a gentleman's bracelet, with flat interlocking links. As it worked, it infused the chain with a stretching magic, allowing it to expand and contract freely. At that moment, the ocean sensed Wolverine approaching, aware that he was in search of Strick. Soon, Strick would make his escape from this very location. Without turning back, the ocean greeted, "You've arrived." Wolverine, having been alerted by the ocean, had regained some of his memories, yet he remained momentarily dazed by the room's contents. After a brief pause, he approached and inquired, "What are you making?" The ocean gestured to the chain in its hand, now exceeding 2 meters in length, and replied, "I am crafting a small item using Edelman alloy." Wolverine offered no comment, quickly redirecting his focus. "Have you seen Strick?" "He has already arrived," the ocean stated, glancing toward the passage behind. Upon looking, Wolverine spotted Strick walking towards them, with Death Girl trailing behind. Chapter 49. Revenge Wolverine wasted no time, letting out a fierce roar as he brandished his claws and lunged forward. Strick, upon seeing two individuals blocking his path, was taken aback as Wolverine charged at him. He quickly commanded Death Girl, "Go! Stop them!" Death Girl surged forward from behind, aiming directly for Wolverine. In that instant, the ocean pointed at Death Girl, freezing her in place. Then, it hurled the freshly crafted magical chain at her. The chain immediately extended several meters, ensnaring Death Girl's limbs like a serpent. Observing this, the ocean realized that the magical chain had not turned out as intended. The compatibility of the Edelman alloy with magic was weak, allowing the chain to stretch no more than 5 meters, rendering it somewhat ineffective. Wolverine swiftly maneuvered around Death Girl, lunging toward Strick. Strick, witnessing this, was alarmed and hastily drew his handgun, aiming it at Wolverine to shoot. However, the Wolverine moved with remarkable swiftness, swiftly severing Strick's handgun along with his fingers in a single strike. With another claw, he plunged into Strick's left shoulder, forcefully pinning him against the wall. Strick emitted a ghastly scream. While the Wolverine, panting heavily, did not withdraw his claws, he grasped Strick by the collar with his left hand, fixing him with a penetrating gaze, and inquired, "How does it feel, my friend?" Strick ceased his cries, gasping for breath, and replied, "You ask why I returned? Where's my wife?" The Wolverine, in a low voice, pressed further, "Where is she?" Strick, surprisingly, chuckled lightly, saying, "It seems you've recalled quite a bit. You ought to know we are on the same side." At this moment, Dazai, uninterested in their exchange, approached the Death Woman, who was still thrashing about. He remembered that she was also a pitiable soul, originally named Yamaguchi Yuriko, transformed and manipulated by Strick. Thus, he cast a green, purifying magic that enveloped her. Before long, the Death Woman regained consciousness, gazing vacantly at Dazai. Observing her state, Dazai retracted the magical chains, transforming them into a bracelet that he donned. He then inquired of the Death Woman, "Do you remember your name?" Upon being freed, the Death Woman looked around in confusion and then at her hands before responding. "My name is Yamaguchi Yuriko." Just then, Strick let out another agonizing scream from behind, as the Wolverine inflicted further torment upon him. Amidst his cries, Strick intermittently gasped, "I killed her. I killed her with my own hands." The Wolverine, consumed by rage at this revelation, raised his claws, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Strick, yet hesitated, uncertain of the truth in his words. At that moment, the Death Woman, upon seeing Strick, let out a furious roar. "Strick!" She leapt forward, extending her adamantium claws towards his brain. Hearing her furious shout, Strick turned, only to find her lethal claws piercing towards him, and he was struck with terror. He opened his mouth to scream, but was already impaled in the forehead. The Wolverine, too, reacted swiftly, witnessing the long adamantium claws protruding from the back of Strick's head. Dazai observed Strick's lifeless eyes, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Vengeance had been served, and in a manner that Strick never anticipated, bringing him a profound sense of satisfaction. The Wolverine, seeing this, withdrew his claws, allowing Strick's body to slump to the ground. He then turned to glare at the Death Woman, exclaiming, "I wasn't he finished asking, why did you kill him?" Yet, the Death Woman remained silent, gradually crouching down, gazing at Strick's unseeing corpse, her shoulders trembling as she began to weep. The Wolverine, witnessing this, felt powerless and could only vent his frustration with vehement curses, refraining from directing his anger towards her. At that juncture, Dazai spoke up, "We must leave." The Wolverine abruptly turned to Dazai, fervently asking, "Dazai, you are a sorcerer. You must know where my wife is. Is she dead?" The sea gazed at the agitated Wolverine and sighed softly, saying, "Logan, deep down, you already know. The first corpse you encountered upon awakening was that of your wife." Logan, upon hearing this, stood frozen in place, bowed his head, and cradled it in his hands as he began to weep slowly. Witnessing this, the sea could not help but lament, Wolverine's life has been so tragically harsh. He has lived far too long, and in the end, he is left with nothing but solitude. Then the sea pondered, contemplating whether, as he gradually grew stronger, he too would find himself helplessly watching those dear to him perish one by one. Resolutely, he thought to himself, "No, this cannot be my fate. From now on, I shall seek a woman who embodies immortality." Suddenly, a voice of gratitude stirred him from his reverie. It was Death Girl, who had ceased her weeping and now stood to thank the sea. Observing her, the sea inquired, "Are you without a place to go? If so, would you care to accompany me to the Mutant Academy?" As Death Girl pondered this, the sea activated his icy domain to assess her situation. Within the realm of frost and snow, he sensed that the professor was making his way outside the reservoir with Aurora and Gretchen, while Magneto and Mystique seemed to have vanished. Realizing that the reservoir was on the brink of collapse, the sea urged Wolverine and Death Girl, "We must leave at once. The reservoir is about to give way." He then grasped the dazed Wolverine and, alongside Death Girl, teleported them out of the reservoir. Meanwhile, Elsa and Mischief had been waiting impatiently. Upon seeing the sea and Wolverine, they were filled with surprise and promptly asked, "Teacher, Logan, has the professor emerged yet?" Noticing Death Girl, they stared in astonishment and inquired, "Who is she? What are the other teachers?" Wolverine remained somewhat disoriented, prompting the sea to reassure him. "The professor has been rescued. The others are close behind and will be out shortly." He then gestured towards Death Girl, introducing her. "This is Yukiko Yamashita, known as Death Girl. She is a mutant under Stryker's control, and I have saved her. Please get to know her." Elsa, disregarding the introductions, rushed joyfully towards the sea, exclaiming, "Teacher!" The sea lifted Elsa into his arms and kissed her forehead, asking, "Have you been a good girl?" To which Elsa replied, "I have been the best." She then added, "Next time, please take me along. I can fight the bad guys too." As she spoke, her small hand glowed with blue magical light. At that moment, Mischief and Fireman John were exchanging introductions with Death Girl. Iceman Bobby approached the sea and said, "Teacher, the professor and the others have not yet emerged. The dam is on the verge of failing." The sea turned to observe the dam, noticing it was already riddled with cracks, with several areas leaking profusely. Determined, he declared, "I will handle this." Embracing Elsa, he extended a hand, snapped his fingers, and the two instantly teleported to the top of the dam. The sea cast a glance at the magnificent dam, stretching several hundred meters, alongside the boundless expanse of the lake. Turning towards the curious Elsa, he nestled in his embrace. He proclaimed, "Elsa, it is time for you and me to take action." At his words, Elsa's excitement bubbled forth as she inquired, "Are we to freeze this entire lake?" "Not quite," the sea replied, gesturing towards the water beneath the dam. "We merely need to create a thick layer of ice, around 4 to 5 meters, within the confines of the dam." The sea had no intention of restoring the dam to its original state. A temporary barrier would suffice. Upon hearing this, Elsa joyfully exclaimed, "All right." She then wriggled free from the sea's embrace, retrieving her small wand to cast the freezing spell upon the water beneath the dam. The sea, too, summoned his wand, directing it at the surface of the water as he began to cast his spell. Before long, two wands unleashed shafts of azure magic towards the water's surface within the dam. As the magical beams struck, the water promptly began to freeze, spreading rapidly along the dam's interior. Within mere moments, the ice extended several dozen meters in both directions and downward to the lake bed. The sea and Elsa deftly maneuvered their wands, guiding the magical beams along either side of the dam. In less than a minute, a thick layer of ice enveloped the entire interior of the dam, reaching down to the lake bed. Noticing the progress, the sea halted his spell. Elsa, equally delighted, turned to him and exclaimed, "Teacher, look, how did I do?" The sea gazed at the thick ice layer within the dam, reassured that it would withstand the test of time. With a smile, he replied, "Elsa, you are magnificent." He then lifted the beaming Elsa into his arms and instantly teleported to the side of the aircraft. By this time, the professor and others had returned. Upon seeing the sea, the professor inquired, "Is it done?" The others turned their attention to him, aware that he had gone to repair the dam. The sea responded, "I merely added a few meters of ice within the dam. It will still collapse in a few days." At this, Gretchen erupted with a surge of powerful energy, exclaiming excitedly, "We must repair the dam." The sea noticed that Gretchen's state was quite unstable. Although she had previously managed her magical control well, it seemed problems had arisen anew. He cautioned, "The dam cannot be repaired. The real issue is that you seem to be in distress." The professor sighed at this, and Gretchen appeared to recognize her own predicament, falling silent as she reined in her energy. Scott watched her with concern from the sidelines. Only Aurora spoke up, stating, "Just now, Magneto suddenly betrayed us, and it was Gretchen's outburst that thwarted him. However, she now seems to be somewhat out of control." Upon hearing this, The sea immediately surmised that Magneto likely aimed to annihilate all of humanity, which had provoked the confrontation with Aurora and the others. Yet now, Gretchen had reverted to the original storyline, her Phoenix powers unleashed, spiraling beyond her control. The world's corrective force proved to be astonishingly potent. Fortunately, the ocean has restored the dam. Otherwise, Gretchen would likely have met the same fate as in the original story, perishing here. At this moment, the ocean realized that it had gathered all 4 of its powers. The next step was to absorb energy for enhancement. The power of the Phoenix is, after all, a form of energy, one that rivals the Infinity Stones in magnitude. Thus, the ocean proclaimed, "I have a solution." Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards it, with Scott eagerly inquiring, "What is the solution? Can it heal her now?" The ocean gently set Elsa down and smiled. "It can be done right now. Each time I advance in strength, I require an immense amount of energy, indeed, exceedingly vast. Therefore, Gretchen can transfer her uncontrollable power to me, and that will resolve the issue." The others fell silent upon hearing this. They had not anticipated that the ocean would propose such a method. A careless move could endanger it. Only the professor interjected, saying, "No, you have no idea how potent the energy within her is. You cannot withstand it." The ocean chuckled. "You're unaware of the extent of my energy needs. Even if all the power plants on Earth supplied me simultaneously, I could absorb their energy for a year without issue." Chapter 50. Absorbing the Phoenix power. Upon hearing the ocean's words, everyone lifted their heads in astonishment. Gretchen could not help but ask, "Are you serious?" It was no jest. The ocean's innate ability could infinitely amplify, encompassing 4 powers. It could likely drain even the energy of the Infinity Stones. The ocean nodded with a smile. "It will only demand more, never less." After some deliberation, they collectively decided not to return just yet, as healing Gretchen was paramount. Thus, they moved to a spot several dozen meters away from the aircraft, with Gretchen and the ocean standing opposite each other. The others observed from a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Elsa, cradled by Aurora, anxiously watched the two. At that moment, the ocean looked at Gretchen and asked, "Are you ready?" Seeing her nod, the ocean extended both hands. Gretchen, however, only reached out with one hand to grasp the ocean's right hand, fearing that a simultaneous transfer might overwhelm the ocean. The ocean smiled gently, unperturbed. Suddenly, a red glow emanated from Gretchen, flowing along her arm towards the ocean. The fiery energy of the Phoenix entered the ocean's body. To the ocean's surprise, the power of the Phoenix was so overwhelming. The scorching energy made it feel as though its arm were being set ablaze from within, involuntarily eliciting a muffled grunt. This was the ocean's first experience in absorbing such power. It felt a touch anxious. Then, upon hearing the ocean's muffled sound, Gretchen instinctively wanted to release her grip. Yet, the Phoenix power was uncontrollable and would not yield. At that moment, the heart of the traveler within the ocean flickered with a blue light, swiftly drawing away the searing energy, while a refreshing aura enveloped its arm, providing considerable relief. Thus, the ocean smiled gently at Gretchen and said, "All is well. There is nothing to worry about. Let us continue." Upon witnessing the situation, Gretchen let out a sigh of relief, hesitated momentarily, and then resumed her earnest transmission of energy. Meanwhile, the sea closed its eyes, allowing the newly born essence to sink into the heart of the wanderer. It became evident that the Phoenix power absorbed this time reacted with the indestructible diamond, crimson moon, and the realm of ice and snow. Yet the spatial ability showed no response to the Phoenix energy. The sea pondered, concluding that to enhance its spatial capabilities, it must seek the spatial gem. After a brief contemplation, the sea concentrated its energy on the crimson moon. The energy was transmitted swiftly. The crimson moon filled up like a reservoir in mere seconds. The sea realized that the crimson moon was ready for ascension. Subsequently, it directed the energy towards the indestructible diamond. Absorbing energy was the priority. Having recently acquired magical abilities, the sea had not utilized the indestructible diamond for a while. Now, with the adamantium tang knife in hand, the next target for enhancement was the indestructible diamond. The energy requirements for the indestructible diamond were significantly greater than those for the crimson moon. The former required a leap from level 3 to level 4, while the latter only needed to progress from level 2 to level 3, representing a nearly tenfold disparity in energy demand. Thus, The sea opened its eyes and reached out with its left hand to grasp Gretchen's other hand, hastening the transmission speed. Observing the sea's actions, Gretchen remained unfazed and continued to transmit energy with both hands. Noticing that Gretchen appeared to be in a much better state, the sea felt a surge of joy. It truly was a win-win situation. The sea gained energy while Gretchen healed. Just as the sea was reveling in this, Gretchen's expression suddenly changed, exclaiming, "Not good." Before the sea could react, a tremendous shockwave erupted from within Gretchen, radiating in all directions. The force sent the sea flying. This energy was incredibly potent, propelling the sea 20 to 30 meters away, crashing into several trees before coming to a halt, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Upon falling, the sea's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, and it took a moment to regain clarity. Once alert, it heard Aisha crying out for her teacher. The sea immediately extended its hand to push against the ground, attempting to rise. It was only then that it noticed a sharp pain in its chest and a metallic taste in its mouth. The sea thought to itself, "Goodness, I'm spitting blood." Perhaps a rib was fractured. The phoenix energy was indeed formidable. Thankfully, the injuries were not severe, or perhaps the sea's physical resilience was remarkable, as it struggled a few times and managed to stand up. At that moment, Aurora, Aisha, and a few others, including the mischievous girl of death, approached the sea. Aisha, witnessing the sea rise, ceased her tears. However, tears still lingered on her face as she questioned with a quavering voice, "Teacher, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Others also inquire with concern. The sea moved its limbs. Although the chest still throbbed with pain, it smiled at Aisha, saying, "Look, teacher is fine, just a little tumble. That's all." Aisha then broke into a smile, and the others also felt relieved. Observing this, the sea declared, "Let us go. Let us see how Gretchen is doing." As the group made their way towards Gretchen, navigating around a tree battered by the sea, they found her standing still, radiating an intense phoenix energy, her eyes tightly shut. Uncertain of her condition, Wolverine and Scott encircled her in a state of acute distress, yet hesitated to make contact. The ocean had also noted that the ground within an 8-meter radius of Gretchen had been violently upheaved by the recent shockwave, forming a depression of at least 10 centimeters deep, encircling her like a halo. Dahai couldn't help but inwardly marvel, grateful for his indestructible strength. Meanwhile, Blue Devil was laboriously pushing the professor closer, the abundant fallen leaves in the forest slowing their progress. Observing this, Dahai snapped his fingers, causing the professor's wheelchair to levitate, hovering about 10 centimeters above the ground. The professor turned his gaze to Dahai and inquired, "Dahai, how are you feeling? Are you injured?" "Fortunately, it's not serious. But what of Gretchen?" Though the professor had arrived last, his psychic abilities were remarkably acute, making him the most attuned to Gretchen's condition. In a light-hearted tone, he reassured them, "She is well. You have absorbed some energy from her, which should sustain her for at least 6 months." Hearing this, Dahai felt a surge of joy for Gretchen, though a tinge of regret lingered, knowing there might be no further opportunity to absorb the Phoenix's power. Soon, the group gathered around Gretchen, standing just outside the circular indentation in the ground. Wolverine and Scott remained anxiously positioned at her sides, stealing quick glances at one another, their mutual disdain palpable. In their hearts, they all echoed the sentiment, "Simps." After a brief interval, the red glow enveloping Gretchen dissipated, and she opened her eyes. Instantly, the two concerned souls beside her inquired in unison, "Gretchen, how do you feel? Are you better?" She noticed them and hesitated, finally nodding, "I feel much improved." Turning her attention to Dahai, she asked with concern, "Dahai, how are you?" Dahai regarded the two simpering fools and decided to play along. He clutched his chest and bent forward, feigning difficulty as he declared, "Oh, my chest hurts. Perhaps a rib is fractured." Whether Gretchen failed to perceive his pretense or chose to ignore it, she hurried over, supporting Dahai and placing her hand on his chest, saying, "Don't move. Let me check." Wolverine and Scott glared at Dahai, their irritation evident as they watched Gretchen tending to him. The others, aware of Dahai's charade, stifled their laughter, refraining from interruption. Only Elsa, with genuine concern, asked, "Professor, are you truly injured?" She was on the verge of tears. Seeing her distress, Dahai quickly straightened up, gently pushing Gretchen's hands away as he declared, "It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine now." At this moment, The crowd could no longer contain their amusement and burst into hearty laughter. Even the professor couldn't help but smile, secretly acknowledging that Dahuai had quite the wicked sense of humor. Meanwhile, Scott and Wolverine finally comprehended that they had been outwitted. Standing awkwardly in place, they exchanged a glance, which quickly transformed into a scowl as they simultaneously directed their ire towards Dahuai, who seemed utterly unfazed. This only incited even more laughter from the onlookers. Gretchen stood there, equally embarrassed, but discreetly whispered to Dahuai, "Dahuai, you have 2 ribs." Dahuai promptly interrupted, "I know, it will be fine shortly. My self-healing ability is quite robust." After some time, the group returned to the plane, embarking on their journey back to the mutant school. By now, it was afternoon, and the flight would take several hours. Dahuai decided to sit at the back of the plane with Aisha and discuss their return. Aisha agreed to go back, but insisted on bidding farewell to her friends at school. Just then, Ororo received news that the president would hold a press conference the following morning to announce new policies regarding mutants. A lively discussion erupted among the group. Finally, the professor remarked, "We possess evidence of Stryker's attack on the president. Tomorrow morning, let us pay a visit to that esteemed gentleman." Dahuai understood that this was the climactic scene of the original plot, where a group would confront the president in a display of bravado. However, Dahuai was reluctant to attend. Such bravado felt hollow and ineffectual. Moreover, in the end, the mutants were still eradicated, rendering the whole endeavor rather futile. As the plane descended at the mutant school, Dahuai noticed that the students had returned and gathered to witness the landing. Surprised, he inquired, "They came back so quickly?" The professor chuckled in response. "They had been hiding nearby. While on the plane, I conducted a quick reconnaissance of the school and found everything in order. So, I informed them to return. Additionally, to tidy up the school, Dahuai mused internally, this old fox. He was indeed prepared. Subsequently, the basketball court of the mutant school parted to either side, allowing the plane to land at the lower airport. After the plane touched down, as the group remained seated, Dahuai seized the opportunity to inform everyone that he might be departing soon. To his surprise, the teacher showed no astonishment and calmly bid him farewell. This left Dahuai bewildered. Evidently, the teachers had known of his impending departure all along. Shocked, he thought, could it be that the professor has been able to access my memories all this time? Chapter 51. The anticipated plot unfolds. Dahuai reconsidered. But that doesn't make sense. If the professor were aware of the mutant's fate, he wouldn't be so composed. Thus, he fixed his gaze on the professor, silently speculating about the old man's true circumstances. Noticing Dahuai's scrutiny, the professor clarified, "I indeed cannot probe into your memories. However, when individuals are overcome with emotion, they often find themselves unable to rein in their thoughts, leading to unguarded expressions. I merely mentioned to you that you would be departing, alongside Alualuo, as you well understand." Upon hearing this, Dahuai cast a furtive glance at Alualuo. In response, Alualuo promptly opened the cabin door and declared, "I'm going to see the children." Without so much as a glance at Dahuai, she walked away, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Meanwhile, the trio of mischievous children seemed to have discovered a new world, curiously observing Dahuai and the departing Alualuo. Noticing their inquisitive gazes, Dahuai instructed the trio to take Aisha and bid farewell to their classmates. As he watched them leave, Dahuai turned back to the professor, still somewhat skeptical of the professor's words. Nevertheless, he took the initiative to assist the professor in disembarking from the plane. With a snap of his fingers, the professor began to levitate. Dahuai stepped off the plane, and the professor gradually descended, settling into the wheelchair prepared by Scott. At this moment, the professor expressed his gratitude to Dahuai for guiding the students, warmly inviting him to return at any time. Observing the professor's sincerity, Dahuai felt reassured that his mind had not been probed. Yet, as he contemplated, he realized that he would soon be departing. So he decided to remind the professor about the future of mutants. As they made their way from the airport, he turned to the professor and stated, "Professor, you are aware that I am a wizard. I possess certain prophecies regarding the future of mutants. Would you care to hear them?" This statement not only captivated the professor's attention, but also drew the gaze of those nearby. Dahuai maintained a serious expression as he looked at the professor. Perceiving Dahuai's sincerity, the professor smiled and said, "It seems we need to retreat to the office for a more thorough discussion." The group swiftly made their way to the professor's office. With no one departing, present were the professor, Gretchen, Scott, Wolverine, Deathbird, and Nightcrawler. Once everyone was settled, the professor addressed Dahuai, saying, "Dahuai, you may begin." Dahuai cast a glance around the room before assuming an air of mystique, closing his eyes as he proclaimed, "I have received 2 prophecies. The first foretells that, in the near future, the human government will discover a unique mutant. This individual possesses the ability to suppress the powers of other mutants through their blood. Consequently, they will extract this blood to create a serum that temporarily renders mutants ordinary. The second prophecy pertains to a distant future. It reveals a time when mutants have nearly vanished, and I see only Logan and the professor, both exceedingly aged. They reside in a dilapidated factory, struggling for survival. In that era, both the water and food are laced with mutant suppressants. New mutants cease to be born, and existing mutants gradually lose their powers, leading to near extinction. It is then that you encounter a group of children who have escaped from a laboratory. They're all mutants, the last of their kind. Dahuai paused at this point, having essentially revealed the endings of X-Men 3 and Logan, serving as a spoiler. Noticing the surrounding silence, Dahuai slowly opened his eyes to find them all deep in contemplation. Initially, I anticipated that they would pose numerous inquiries. To my surprise, they were all captivated by the prophecies of the ocean. The Blue Devil, noticing the ocean's eyes opened, inquired, "Mr. Ocean, may I ask what your accuracy rate for predictions is?" Before the ocean could respond, Death Lady interjected, "What is there to question? Let some time pass and observe. As soon as that unique mutant emerges, it will validate Mr. Ocean's prophecy." Observing the collective nods of agreement, the ocean chose not to elaborate further. He stood to take his leave, stating that it was time for him to depart. He could not linger, for the clock indicated that the steel barber, Tony, was about to be abducted. The Marvel saga was about to unfold, and he could not miss the opportunity to witness it. After bidding farewell to the others and leaving behind a meticulously prepared magical textbook, the ocean descended the stairs to seek out Elsa. Uncertain if she and her companions had completed their farewells, he found Elsa wrapped in an embrace with Kitty Pryde, the shadow cat, who was weeping profusely. The ocean recognized Kitty. She was a student in his magical class and a pivotal figure for the future, destined for a second awakening that would grant her the ability to traverse time. Although he once envied her potential, he ultimately chose to relinquish it, setting aside the fact that Kitty had yet to undergo her second awakening and that he could not guarantee the enhancement of time travel. He was confident that he could prevail against any challenge with sheer force. Standing by without intruding, he waited until their farewells concluded, after which they approached him. The ocean noticed that both had reddened eyes. Kitty inquired, "Teacher Ocean, are you and Elsa truly leaving?" "Indeed, we must depart," he replied, observing the melancholy on their faces, and swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Perhaps we shall return to visit you in the future. Kitty, remember to excel in your magical studies. Your innate abilities lack combat prowess, but with magic, everything will change." Kitty nodded in agreement, while Elsa, filled with excitement, asked, "Teacher, will we genuinely return?" The ocean could only assure her, "We will undoubtedly return." He then led Elsa to the lawn of the mutant school, preparing for their departure. Notably, he did not encounter Aurora, who seemed to be avoiding him. Collecting his emotions, he lifted Elsa and declared, "Are you ready? It is time for us to go." Elsa nodded obediently. The ocean then activated the heart of the traveler, transporting them back. He intended to announce their return as before, but caught sight of Aurora watching him from second-floor window. Thus, he simply uttered farewell, uncertain if she heard him. The ocean and Elsa were suddenly engulfed in a whirlwind, returning to the Marvel estate. It was nearing evening on this side, and they materialized in the orchard behind the estate. All around, various fruit trees have begun their blossoming season, adorned with a riot of colors, creating an endless sea of flowers, a sight of extraordinary beauty. Aisha, captivated by the sudden splendor, gazed around in wonder. The ocean gently released her, allowing her to frolic freely. Children, with their fleeting memories, soon forgot their companions. In no time, Aisha was soaring through the floral expanse, delighting in her magical cloak. She no longer thought of her friends. Observing this, the ocean called out to Aisha before retreating to the villa, where he contacted the chef and Charong, requesting their return. The chef would not return until the following day, but Charong eagerly indicated he would arrive shortly. The ocean understood Charong's urgency, likely driven by the need for magical potions. Having been away for over 3 months, and with the potions halted for several months, it was only natural for the Snake Shield Bureau to feel anxious. Next, the Ocean opened his computer and began to research recent significant events. Had Tony been kidnapped? Upon checking the date, it was only April 25th. The Ocean recalled that Tony had been abducted on April 16th. A quick glance at the news confirmed the reports regarding Stark Industries, stating they were poised to secure a lucrative contract in Afghanistan, with Mr. Stark set to arrive there the following day to partake in negotiations. Everything appeared to be unfolding as anticipated, heralding the grand opening of the Marvel saga. The Ocean felt a surge of excitement. A new era had dawned. After striving for so long, he finally possessed the means to confront whatever lay ahead. In that moment, the Ocean suddenly remembered that his Crimson Moon had yet to ascend. In the flurry of recent events, he had completely overlooked it. Without hesitation, he focused on the heart of the Wanderer. Observing the aspect of the Crimson Moon, he found his energy fully charged, ready for ascension. However, the aspect of the Indestructible was only at 1/5 of its capacity, still lacking considerably. Thus, the Ocean decided to proceed with the ascension of the Crimson Moon. Instantly, the mark of the Crimson Moon on the heart of the Wanderer radiated with brilliance. A warm current enveloped him, flowing through his entire being, dissipating slowly after several breaths. Knowing the ascension had been successful, the Ocean promptly examined the changes in the Crimson Moon. Level 3 Talent Ability. Crimson Moon. The Crimson Moon talent encompasses 3 skills. The first allows one to unleash the Crimson Moon from their fingertips, exhibiting formidable cutting, tearing, and burning effects, the greater the force, the farther it travels. This skill complements your immense strength perfectly. The second enables one to wield a weapon to release the Crimson Moon, also showcasing powerful cutting, tearing, and burning effects, with distance proportional to the force applied, enhanced by the weapon itself. A suitable weapon is required. The third skill permits the Crimson Moon to be affixed to a weapon, endowing it with overwhelming cutting, tearing, and burning capabilities, rendering it nearly indestructible. A suitable weapon is again necessary. The Ocean, witnessing the successful ascension of the Crimson Moon to level 3, along with the addition of a new skill, could not contain his laughter. This was not merely an ascension. It validated that the heart of the Wanderer could indeed be strengthened. Indeed, one can ascend to divinity. The Sea chuckled for a moment before retrieving the Crimson Moon blade he had crafted, unable to resist the urge to draw it from its sheath for a test. With a snap of his fingers, he instantaneously transported himself to the lakeside in the backyard. He swiftly unsheathed the Crimson Moon blade, activating its powers. Gradually, a crimson glow emanated from the blade's edge. Grasping the blade now aglow, he effortlessly sliced through a stone the size of a grinding millstone at his feet, feeling no resistance as it split in two. Elated, he reveled in the newfound close combat capability of the Crimson Moon, which had previously only granted him long-range offensive abilities akin to sword energy. How could he not be jubilant? Next, he raised the blade and struck the lake's surface. Eager to test his ranged attack, the blade's tip unleashed a crimson crescent that extended 4 to 5 meters toward the lake, growing larger as it traveled. The crimson crescent soared over 100 meters, eventually stretching to 20 or 30 meters long. It cleaved through the lake's surface, splitting it in half. Only after the massive crimson crescent vanished did the waters thunderously converge, producing a resounding roar. Chapter 52. Shorting Stark. The commotion attracted Aisha, who, clad in a magical cloak, flew over and inquired, "Teacher, what are you doing? Such a loud noise." With an air of nonchalance, Deha lightly tapped the blade, responding, "I am merely testing the sword. What do you think of my technique?" Without even glancing at the tumultuous lake, Aisha, with admiration shining in her eyes, declared, "Your swordsmanship is the most formidable, teacher." Deha laughed heartily at her words. Remembering Aisha's stinging sword, he presented it to her, saying, "Aisha, look, this is a gift for you." Aisha accepted the sword with delight, thanking him, but after a few glances, requested Deha to help her store it away. Then she asked, "Teacher, could you help me build a flower house using those flowering fruit trees?" Noticing Aisha's lack of enthusiasm for combat, Deha felt a twinge of helplessness. This girl evidently preferred peace over strife. Given the dangers that lay ahead in the Marvel Universe, it seemed imperative to cultivate Aisha's combat abilities. However, for now, he decided to prioritize building her flower house. Deha and Aisha chose a location within the orchard, ready to commence constructing the treehouse. they found 5 peach trees, each as thick as a person. One stood in the center, with the other 4 at the corners, spaced about 10 meters apart. The trunks of these 5 peach trees were over a meter tall, making them perfect for a treehouse. Harnessing his plant control abilities, Deha directed the 5 peach trees to grow rapidly. He first guided the branches to extend horizontally, weaving a square frame for the treehouse floor with the outer 4 trees as corners. Then, he commanded the branches to grow upward, crafting the walls and roof. And before long, the treehouse was complete. Deha then encouraged countless tiny branches to sprout along the walls and roof, blooming with pink peach blossoms. The entire treehouse resembled a floral abode, perfectly fulfilling Aisha's wishes. Thus, Deha halted his magic and proclaimed to Aisha, "The masterpiece is accomplished." Elsa gazed at the blossoming peach tree house, her heart brimming with joy as she chuckled delightfully. With a flick of her enchanted cloak, she soared over to kiss the face of the sea, exclaiming, "Thank you, teacher." Subsequently, Elsa flitted around the peach tree house, reveling in her exuberance. The sea, witnessing her delight, was equally pleased. Soon, Elsa returned to the sea's side, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Teacher, where is the door? How do we enter?" Observing the tree house that had been constructed without a door, the sea replied, "Before long, Charlong arrived and promptly located the orchard behind." Upon seeing the tree house created by the sea, Charlong was utterly astonished. The tree house was adorned with an abundance of pink peach blossoms, resembling a house of flowers. It featured 2 large windows through which one could see the sea and Elsa busily engaged within. Thoughtfully, a staircase woven from branches led up to the entrance. Charlong ascended the branch staircase, stepping inside the house, entirely captivated by its charm, forgetting her original purpose for visiting. She noticed that the ground was composed of intertwined branches of varying thickness, as if they had been growing together for decades. Charlong couldn't help but feel an overwhelming yearning for magic. Upon seeing Charlong, Elsa dashed over and embraced her, joyfully exclaiming, "Sister Charlong, I missed you so much." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Charlong turned to the sea and asked, "Do your words still hold true?" The sea, engrossed in the magical task of weaving branch decorations for the interior, replied without turning, "I will provide you with a magical potion tomorrow." However, Charlong clarified, "What I meant was, will you allow me to become a sorceress?" The sea paused, taken aback by the question, and then responded, "Of course it holds true, but it will require some time." The sea had no intention of breaking his promise, yet he needed to find something suitable for Charlong, contingent upon the circumstances. Seeing that the sea had not forgotten, Charlong refrained from pressing further, understanding the challenge involved. Thereafter, Charlong and Elsa began to explore the house together, engaging in quiet conversation. Once the tree house was completed, both Elsa and Charlong found themselves enamored. They dined within the tree house, and even chose to sleep there that night. The sea, in turn, established some precautionary magical wards around the orchard before retiring to his own quarters. The sea was preoccupied with a particular matter, the impending abduction of Tony and the subsequent short selling of Stark Industries. He had no intention of intervening in Tony's kidnapping, as it represented a pivotal transformation for the future Iron Man. However, he was keen to profit from the situation. Thus, that evening, the sea contacted the esteemed attorney, Blake's son, requesting his assistance in swiftly locating a capable trading team to manage the stocks. Upon learning of the sea's intentions to engage in stock trading, Blake's son offered his counsel against it. Yet, the sea was resolute, unwilling to forego such a lucrative opportunity that was integral to his forthcoming plans. Ultimately, Blake's son agreed to find a suitable team to assist the sea with trading, promising that they would arrive by the next day at the latest. The sea felt no anxiety regarding their ability to find one. Although Wall Street gathers the wealth of the world, it undoubtedly lacks a sufficient number of traders. Once the traders are secured, the ocean begins to devise a plan. The first step is to avoid crossing paths for the next 3 months, simply observing as Tony transforms into Iron Man. Subsequently, a short position on Stark Industries will be established to earn some profits. The second step is to take advantage of these months to build one's own influence. While the ocean recalls most of the Marvel plotlines, surprises are inevitable. Thus, it is best to maintain control over one's own power. The ocean slowly contemplates which future heroes might be recruited. For instance, Samuel Stearns, the one who administered the suppressive serum to Banner and created the Abomination. Then there's Carl Creel, the absorbing man. Also, there's the fire-controlling heroine from Hong Kong, Chen, also known as the Wavequake Girl. Of course, once Hulk appears, there may be an opportunity to recruit him as well. The next morning, the Ocean is having breakfast with Aisha and Charlon when Blake calls, stating he has found a suitable trading team and they are to meet at 10 o'clock. The Ocean then provides Charlon with 3 months' worth of magical potions, instructing him to transfer the funds swiftly as he is in need of money. After giving Aisha and Charlon some brief instructions, the Ocean departs. At 10 o'clock, in an office building near Wall Street, the Ocean meets with lawyer Blake. To his surprise, Blake's first concern is about tax issues. The Ocean is momentarily taken aback. Taxes? It turns out that the $350 million earned from selling gold coins last year was completely untaxed. Although Blake assisted in tax evasion, at least $2 million must be paid. After some discussion, the Ocean realizes that Blake is using the tax issue to advise him against investing all his money in the stock market. This thought touches the Ocean. Blake is indeed commendable. However, the Ocean cannot relent. Ultimately, Blake cannot change the Ocean's mind, but insists he must proceed with caution. Blake then begins to introduce the office building. This structure serves as a temporary location specifically designed for the wealthy to engage in stock trading. Blake has rented 2 floors for the Ocean, one for sleeping and the other for an office. The trading team will reside here during their operations, ensuring excellent confidentiality. As Blake finishes his introduction, 2 individuals in their 30s arrive. They're the heads of the trading team. Both are Caucasian, the woman strikingly attractive and vibrant, clearly representatives of social elite. Blake introduces the man as David McFadden, the leader of the trading team. The woman is Erica Burnham, David's girlfriend and the team's top trader. Blake discreetly informs the Ocean that their team is quite renowned on Wall Street, specializing in delegated trading tasks. The Ocean directly addresses the two. I intend to short a company, but your team must adhere completely to my directives without any dissent. Is that agreeable? The leader of the trading team, David McFarlane, displayed a hint of arrogance as he promptly replied, Mr. High, I am entirely at your disposal, but should any losses ensue, they will be my responsibility. Without hesitation, High interjected, moreover, I can offer you a remuneration of $5 million, contingent upon your adherence to my directives. After this substantial sum was pledged, David was swiftly secured. Subsequently, the agreement was prepared with all necessary documents, including the engagement and confidentiality agreements, meticulously arranged by attorney Blake. The office space was also secured in the process. Once everything was in order, High transferred the $5 million to David and insisted on commencing the operation today. David, undeterred, immediately began summoning his team. Before long, 9 individuals arrived, 5 men and 4 women, each designated to either David or Erica. High then discerned that they were, in fact, divided into male and female teams, a rather intriguing arrangement. Upon their arrival, Blake requested that everyone sign the confidentiality agreements before he took his leave. Observing David directing the group as they initiated their computer operations, High interjected, I intend to short sell Stark Industries. His declaration left them utterly astonished, with some casting incredulous glances at High. Had he not been the financial backer, they might have vociferously derided him. David promptly rose and addressed High, Mr. High. Stark Industries is unlikely to decline in value anytime soon. They have recently secured contracts in Afghanistan, which will not only prevent a downturn, but likely catalyze a significant increase. High anticipated such a response, but could not disclose that Tony would be kidnapped. Therefore, he presented the agreement, asserting, we have a binding contract, and I am quite confident that Stark Industries will indeed experience a decline. Even if I incur losses, it does not concern you. David's girlfriend, Erica, interjected, this will tarnish our team's reputation in the future. High interrupted her, stating, thus, I have preemptively provided you with the funds, and it is indeed a surplus. Erica fell silent, and David sighed, inquiring, Mr. High, how much capital do you intend to deploy? Given the circumstances, securing leverage from bank funds will be quite challenging. Seeing their concession, High refrained from further elaboration and simply stated, $300 million. Currently, I possess $200 million in my account, with another $100 million expected to arrive tomorrow. The inheritance from High's previous life amounted to over $70 million, and attorney Blake was already processing it for tomorrow's deposit. Coupled with the proceeds from the alchemical potions of the Serpent Shield Bureau, the total would be approximately $100 million. In truth, Hai considered leveraging his property for an additional 100 million, but ultimately decided against it to mitigate any potential risks. He then provided them with his bank account details, instructing them to prepare for the short-selling operation. Witnessing Hai's seriousness, they hesitated in their counsel. The C directly referenced the agreement, commanding them to comply with his directives. Presuming that Tony had been kidnapped that very day, he estimated that news would not reach them until evening, thus instructing them to gradually establish a short position, expending all their funds by day's end. Subsequently, he did not return home, opting instead to remain with them until the stock market closed in the afternoon. They successfully built their short positions, having nearly exhausted their funds. Although they had assisted the C in shorting the stocks, they had already concluded in their hearts that he was a fool. In just that afternoon, they incurred losses exceeding $10 million. Nevertheless, the C remained unfazed, confident that he would recoup all losses by the following day. At 3 o'clock, as the stock market closed, he prepared to return. They would be residing there for the foreseeable future, with security personnel stationed below to ensure their safety. This was, after all, the confidentiality measures that accompanied the office building. He then allowed them to rest and made ready to return to accompany Aisha while awaiting news of Tony's kidnapping. Chapter 53. A lucrative opportunity at home. The C dined with Aisha and Sharon. The television in the background aired a talk show, which Aisha watched with rapt attention. This girl had largely adapted to modern society, yet many things still intrigued her. As the C consumed his meal, he awaited news of Tony's abduction. Suddenly, a news bulletin interrupted, announcing Stark's disappearance and speculating that he had been kidnapped, possibly even killed. The C finally received the news he had been anticipating, a smile spreading across his face at the prospect of a substantial profit. Beside him, Sharon exclaimed in shock, "Stark has gone missing. What is the military doing?" Upon hearing Sharon's outburst, Aisha inquired with curiosity, "Sister Sharon, who is this Stark? Is he your friend?" Caught off guard, Sharon hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To be candid, she had never actually met Tony Stark. Noticing her confusion, the C explained to Aisha, "Tony Stark, of Stark Industries, is a principal supplier of weaponry to the U.S. military. His father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of Sharon's workplace. Thus, Sharon is surprised by his kidnapping." Aisha responded with an understanding, "Oh, so he's the son of Sister Sharon's leader." She then turned to comfort Sharon, saying, "Sister Sharon, do not worry. You should be rescued soon." The C felt that Aisha's interpretation was spot on. Tony was indeed the son of Sharon's superior. However, Sharon sensed something amiss and promptly asked the C, "You said he was kidnapped, not dead. Do you know something?" The C did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, "I am a wizard, of course I know. I have also shorted Stark Industries stock, preparing for a significant profit." Sharon was taken aback, unable to fathom that the C not only knew of Tony's kidnapping, but had also shorted Stark stock, leaving her in disbelief. Then Sharon quickly regained her composure and remarked, "Although Stark is a notorious playboy, he holds significant importance to various factions in America." "Can you absolutely not?" The Ocean interjected forcefully, continuing, "Tony Stark is crucial for the future. These 3 months represent a pivotal period for his transformation, hence we cannot rescue him." Sharon, undeterred by his response, inquired, "Are you implying that Stark will be kidnapped for 3 months?" The Ocean was somewhat speechless. This woman was exceedingly astute. Even at just 20 years of age, she was already a top-tier agent, adeptly identifying flaws in his statements. Observing the Ocean's expression, Sharon understood the implications. She set down her food, declaring, "You all continue eating. I need to make a call." Aisha, watching Sharon's retreating figure, suddenly addressed the Ocean, "Master, Sister Sharon is affiliated with the government. She knows many of our affairs. Is it truly safe?" Surprised by Aisha's perceptiveness, the Ocean felt a surge of pride. She had matured and was discerning enough to recognize Sharon's ties to the government. With a confident demeanor, he replied, "It's nothing to worry about. Your master possesses sufficient strength to disregard any threats." Then, noticing Aisha's admiring gaze, the Ocean seized a rare opportunity to impart wisdom. "Aisha, remember this. If anyone threatens you in the future, do not hold back. Simply freeze them in place. There is no need for concern. I will handle any aftermath." Aisha nodded thoughtfully in response. Before long, Sharon returned. The Ocean was unaware of how she had conversed with that bureaucratic director, yet he was indifferent to the details. The following morning at 9 o'clock, The Ocean arrived punctually at the office building housing David's team. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically upon his arrival. Spotting the Ocean, David hurried over and apologized. Mr. Ocean, I sincerely apologize for our attitude yesterday. We should not have doubted you. The Ocean smiled in response. No worries. However, he harbored doubts regarding whether this group had ever questioned their own connections to terrorism. Then, David remarked, I never anticipated that Mr. Ocean had such profound connections with the intelligence community. Had we known earlier, we would not have doubted you. The Ocean quickly grasped their line of thinking. They suspected he was affiliated with the government's intelligence agency. This was the conclusion they had reached after a night of deliberation. And as for the notion of him being a terrorist, they simply could not fathom that a terrorist would brazenly appear to short-sell Stark. Nonetheless, the intelligence agency in this country was indeed a quagmire, frequently foreseeing disasters, yet failing to inform the public, instead profiting from the chaos. The Ocean found their conjectures amusing and replied, I'm glad you understand. Just maintain confidentiality. Execute your plans diligently. David promptly assured him, rest assured, with Stark's disappearance, their stocks are set to plummet by at least 20%. If Stark were to perish, it could even reach a 30% drop. The Ocean cautioned, Stark has merely been kidnapped. A video from the kidnappers should surface today. Upon hearing this, David became even more convinced of the Ocean's connections with the intelligence agency. He inquired, if he is merely kidnapped, how long until he is released? He further explained to the Sea, you see, this pertains to our short-selling strategy and potential profits. Upon hearing this, the Sea acted out a scenario, leaning close to David's ear and whispering, the demands of the kidnappers are rather excessive. Mr. Stark will not return for at least a couple of months. David, understanding the implication, nodded knowingly at the Sea. He then quietly remarked, in that case, the stock of Stark Industries will experience significant fluctuations within a month, ultimately declining by at least 20%. Moreover, we can secure a leverage of at least 5 times. If we continuously short sell and close our positions, we could amass a profit of $1 billion within this month. The Sea, pleased with this prospect, responded to David. If you can help me earn $1 billion, I shall allocate an additional $20 million for your dividends. The more I earn, the greater your share. David, overjoyed, exclaimed, that $20 million is as good as mine. He then inquired, Mr. High, when can I expect the additional $100 million you mentioned to arrive? The Sea replied, the funds from the Serpent Shield Bureau have already been deposited. It seems that lawyer Brian has yet to confirm. He continued, there should be around $30 million already credited. I will check on the remaining amount. After saying this, the Sea stepped aside to call Brian. Meanwhile, David rushed back to his workstation, shouting, let us get to work. Today, Stark Industries must drop at least 10%. The market is about to open, so everyone, let us move. Just a few hours later, the inheritance of over $70 million arrived, and David approached the Sea 3 or 4 times, repeatedly lamenting the missed opportunities of losing millions. By noon's trading pause, the Sea had earned over $50 million, and the members of David's team were all beaming with excitement. How could they not be thrilled? Such lucrative operations were a rarity for their professional team. During lunch, everyone addressed the Sea with utmost respect, referring to him as Mr. High. The Sea understood that much of their reverence stemmed from their fear of his fictitious intelligence agency persona, given the agency's notorious reputation. However, the Sea remained indifferent. Profit was paramount. While they dined, breaking news emerged, featuring footage of Tony Stark being kidnapped. The Sea observed the future Iron Man, held captive by a group of terrorists, with bandages around his chest and a look of despair, which struck him as somewhat amusing. Upon seeing the news, David erupted in cheers, proclaiming, Stark has indeed been kidnapped. The stock of Stark Industries will plummet further this afternoon, even more than in the morning. In an instant, the room erupted in cheers. As the afternoon trading session concluded, the Sea once again netted over $50 million. After the market closed, the group deliberated on their strategy for the following day. David remarked, Stark Industries will undoubtedly implement measures to stabilize their stock tomorrow. The market should rebound, and we should seize the opportunity to make another profit. The Sea remained indifferent to these matters, fully aware of his amateur status, allowing David and his associates to take the lead. Thus, after reiterating the promised dividends, he made his way home, confident in a risk-free profit. In fact, he preferred to accompany Aisha instead. Over the following days, High did not visit daily. He merely came by occasionally. Meanwhile, Obadiah from Stark Industries indeed unleashed a series of maneuvers, resulting in a notable rebound in stock prices. However, as time progressed, hope for Tony Stark's return waned, leading to another decline in stock value. After several fluctuations, a month later, Stark stock stabilized with a decline of 25%. Thanks to the high-S insights, David's team consistently timed their trades perfectly, ultimately yielding an impressive profit of $1.25 billion. Subsequently, David informed Adhering that substantial changes in stock prices were unlikely moving forward, prompting Adhering to withdraw. He generously presented $30 million as dividends to David's team. As Adhering prepared to leave, David reminded him that if he learned of Tony Stark's return, there would be another opportunity to invest and profit. Their team was ever ready to assist. Adhering smiled at the thought, knowing that when Tony returned, the drop would be even more severe. Nonetheless, he was not willing to forego the opportunity that would arise upon Tony's return and agreed to reach out to David again in the future. With $15 billion in hand, Adhering returned home to be with Aisha. Upon encountering Sharon, she clearly recognized Adhering's substantial earnings and congratulated him on his impressive windfall. In a generous spirit, Adhering gifted her a check for $1 million as a reward for accompanying Aisha and also indulged Aisha with a room full of her favorite toys and various outfits. Sharon privately cautioned Adhering, saying, "Adhering, your short selling of Stark has garnered significant attention. You must exercise caution moving forward." Adhering, upon hearing this, surmised the implications. "You mean the government and those Wall Street folks?" Sharon nodded in affirmation. Adhering replied, "If the government dares to make a move against me, I shall retaliate decisively. As for the Wall Street crowd, I will soon establish my own company, and at that point, I shall be their patriarch." Chapter 54. The Proud Tyrant Thereafter. Adhering found little to occupy his time and devoted himself to being with Aisha. Nevertheless, he reached out to Attorney Blake, requesting assistance in identifying companies ripe for acquisition. Adhering's criteria were modest. Companies with total assets under $1 billion, ideally in the high-tech sector, particularly those specializing in medical advancements. His primary focus remained on the 3 magical potions he possessed, which could undoubtedly lead to the development of replicable versions for market introduction, promising substantial profits. Adhering was aware that SHIELD would likely attempt to replicate them, yet he doubted their ability to successfully market the products. If they dared to try, Adhering was more than willing to teach them a lesson, such as the advantage of possessing formidable strength. Less than a week later, Blake informed the C that he had selected 3 suitable targets. The first was a pharmaceutical company named Shilin Bio, with total assets of around 800 to 900 million. Recently, its financial chain had fractured, making it an opportune candidate for engagement. The second was a company researching unmanned aerial vehicles, currently seeking investors, with total assets of approximately 400 to 500 million, also a potential acquisition. The third was a software company with the lowest valuation of merely 200 million, which had recently encountered funding issues. Subsequently, the C entrusted Attorney Blair with the authority to assemble an acquisition team to engage with the 3 companies and negotiate the purchase. The C was in no hurry regarding the acquisition. Such negotiations typically yielded no results within 3 to 6 months, unless substantial funds were deployed. A course of action the C was reluctant to pursue. At this juncture, the C contemplated whether to lure Blake over, for once the acquisition was finalized, he would undoubtedly assume a hands-off role. At that point, a suitable agent would be essential, and Blake fit the bill perfectly. Thus, the C commenced a lengthy wait for the results of the acquisition negotiations and for Tony to transform into Iron Man. However, just over a week later, impatience began to set in. Time had already traversed, yet Tony's escape was still nearly 2 months away, and the acquisition was still a distant prospect. The C pondered whether to seize the opportunity and traverse once more in this intervening month. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Consequently, he approached Aisha, suggesting another adventure. To his surprise, Aisha was reluctant to go. She had developed an interest in schooling, currently studying elementary subjects with Sharon, and was close to completing her studies to progress to middle school. Sharon also advocated for Aisha to attend school. Upon hearing this, the C fell into silence, beginning to doubt whether he had erred in his earlier decisions. Initially, he had not intended for Aisha to attend school. His plan was to guide her through various worlds. Yet, was it truly wise to deny her the opportunity for education? Since Aisha expressed a desire to attend school, the sea resolved to reconsider his stance. He recognized that he would inevitably continue to traverse dimensions, and leaving Aisha in Sharon's care was not a viable option. It was not that Sharon was untrustworthy, but rather that the Serpent Shield and that incompetent director were utterly unreliable. The only feasible solution was to swiftly establish his own influence, as well as to secure a competent steward and a personal security team for Aisha. In truth, the most effective resolution would be for the sea to marry, thus perfectly addressing all concerns. However, that was not a realistic option. Thus, the sea contacted Blake, requesting assistance in identifying a steward and a private security team. Once all matters were arranged, he ultimately decided that this time he would take Aisha along for the journey. After all, this traversal would only last a month, and a steward and security team would require time to prove their capability. Upon returning, the sea would pause his adventures to focus on these matters, including the acquisition of Shalene Bio. After the sea consented to Aisha's schooling, she readily agreed to accompany him on the journey. Certainly, there was one more matter to attend to before the journey. Daki felt compelled to ascertain Tony's well-being and to confirm that this world had not been led astray. Thus, on that very day, Daki organized affairs outside and, that evening, took flight on a magic carpet, soaring directly towards Afghanistan. Within a mere 3 hours, Daki traversed the Atlantic Ocean, Europe, and the Middle East, arriving in Afghanistan. He then sought out the Bagram Air Base, the vicinity where Tony had been abducted. Daki harbored no concerns about locating Tony. He stowed the magic carpet and summoned his wand, murmuring, "Tony Stark," while raising his wand to strike the ground, initiating a teleportation. Daki's current teleportation capabilities extended over 500 kilometers, and he was confident that the location of Stark's abduction lay within that range. Indeed, in the next moment, Daki found himself in a dimly lit cave, facing none other than Tony and Dr. Ensign. Tony was laboring away at the forge in the dead of night, with Dr. Ensign assisting him. The two were engrossed in their work and conversation, oblivious to Daki's presence. Observing this, Daki cast an illusion spell to prevent detection and then, putting away his wand, produced a camera to capture the scene before him. Click, click, click. Upon hearing the sound of the shutter, the two instinctively turned to shield their creation from view before finally glancing towards Daki, a sense of trepidation evident in their demeanor. Daki, taken aback by their reaction, was surprised to discover this side of Iron Man. He snapped a few more photos. Noticing that Daki did not resemble a captor, Tony inquired, "Who are you? Are you the one pulling the strings?" "I am Tony Stark and Dr. Ensign. Please do not mind me," Daki replied, casually stowing his camera. At Daki's unexpected response, Tony paused momentarily. Dr. Ensign, upon hearing this, promptly asked, "You are not one of them?" With a look of disdain, Daki responded, "Of course not. How could someone as dashing as I be a terrorist? I merely shorted the Stark Group and made a tidy profit. I happen to pass by here today to express my gratitude to Mr. Stark." Dr. Ensign was left speechless, astonished by the revelation of Daki's true nature. Meanwhile, Tony, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "If you're not a terrorist, you must certainly be their accomplice. Otherwise, you could not have arrived here." Daki, amused by Tony's accusation, snapped his fingers and instantly materialized behind them. He picked up the object they had been crafting, presumably an arm guard, and remarked, "The craftsmanship on this is rather crude." Both men were startled by Daki's sudden appearance behind them, recoiling several steps. Tony pointed at Daki, astonished. You are a wizard." Daki, smiling at the Na'vi Iron Man, replied, "Correct. I am indeed a wizard. You are remarkably intelligent. I have decided to reward you with a single wish." The ocean, with a tone of temptation, inquired, "Tony Stark, what is your desire? I can help you fulfill it." "Well, most of it." Upon hearing this, Tony thought to himself, "What kind of wizard is this? Surely, a terrorist has sent him to create illusions and frighten their magician." With an air of arrogance, he replied, "I wish for an American hamburger. Do you have one?" The ocean, having anticipated Tony's ploy, was indeed prepared. With a smile, it responded, "As you wish." Then, with a snap of its fingers, 2 hamburgers materialized on the table beside them. Tony reached for the hamburger, momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the ocean to truly conjure a hamburger. Meanwhile, Dr. Ensign could no longer contain himself and whispered, "You could wish to leave this place." Tony quickly regained his composure, feeling somewhat swayed. Yet still maintaining his haughty demeanor, declared, I can leave here on my own. The ocean, observing this, couldn't help but think, truly, the proud king of Marvel. Even this cannot intimidate him. He continues to act with bravado. The ocean then said, "All right, gentlemen, it is getting late. Farewell." Upon hearing this, Tony thought, the act can no longer be sustained. Thus, he calmly replied, "Goodbye. Thank you for the hamburger," as he gestured towards the hamburger in his hand, ready to indulge. The ocean internally exclaimed, "Goodness, this proud king remains unbent. But there will be another opportunity. I shall speak again when you are in peril." With a smile, the ocean snapped its fingers and vanished in an instant. Unbeknownst to the ocean, at the moment of its disappearance, Tony nearly dropped the hamburger, muttering, "He truly is a wizard." Dr. Insan sighed beside him, lamenting, "You should have wished to leave this place earlier." The ocean teleported several kilometers away, summoned a flying carpet, and departed. Its purpose was merely to meet with Tony and ensure the plot remained on course. The next phase would be the traversal. Upon returning to the manor before dawn, the ocean took a brief slumber. It was not until midday the following day that the ocean awoke to have lunch. Afterwards, it informed Sharon to grant herself a month's leave. Understanding that the ocean had further matters to attend to, Sharon readily agreed without hesitation. After lunch, the ocean once again lifted Elsa, inquiring, "Are you ready?" Upon receiving a nod from Elsa, the ocean activated the heart of the wanderer while silently murmuring, "Let us proceed." In a whirlwind of motion, the ocean and Elsa found themselves on a bustling street. However, the ocean murmured to itself, "The world of Transformers." This was the message the heart of the wanderer had just conveyed to the ocean. Information about this world. The ocean had long anticipated that after the heart of the wanderer completed the replication of its 4 innate abilities, there might be changes. However, it was unexpected that it could acquire information about the world in advance. This development would prove immensely beneficial, greatly facilitating the ocean's endeavors. Upon traversing into a new realm, one swiftly comprehends the nature of that world, thus expediting their actions significantly. However, the ocean of contemplation soon brings forth an initial query. How does the heart of the traveler possess such knowledge? Is it tapping into the depths of the ocean's mind, comparing recollections, or gathering insights during the interdimensional journey? Or perhaps the heart of the traveler innately comprehends these matters? The true nature of this heart remains elusive. Ideally, it would gradually awaken to greater wisdom. Yet, it is also plausible that the heart of the traveler has simply been unable to harness its potential. Regardless, the ocean harbors no concerns. Ever since acquiring magical abilities, anxiety has dissipated. The ocean has come to terms with the notion that life and death are but fleeting concepts. One may perish, yet existence carries on for an eternity. At worst, it could merely be utilized by the heart of the traveler. With the myriad wonders of the Marvel Universe, it is conceivable that methods to control the heart of the traveler exist. The ocean muses internally, determined to uncover the true essence of this entity. "Teacher, why do you remain silent?" It is Elsa, observing the ocean lost in thought, who rouses him from his reverie. The ocean, coming to his senses, gently kisses Elsa in his embrace and smiles, saying, "The teacher is merely pondering some matters." Chapter 55. The world of Transformers. Upon entering the Transformers universe, the first task is to ascertain the timeline of the current installment. Ideally, it would be the inaugural film, as it contains the Allspark, a source of energy ripe for absorption. Thus, the ocean expends his resources, purchasing a computer and a mobile phone from passerby, opting not to employ magic, but instead offering a sum of $10,000. The individual, confirming the authenticity of the currency, hastily departs, fearing the ocean might reconsider. Thus, the transaction concludes most amicably. Subsequently, the ocean, accompanied by Elsa, ventures into a CAF where they sip coffee while researching information about Transformers. After a considerable period of inquiry, no news of Transformers surfaces. The ocean cannot help but feel a flicker of joy, for the plot has yet to unfold, and the Allspark remains intact. Next, the ocean browses the eBay platform to see if the protagonist's glasses are listed for sale. He recalls that the protagonist, Sam's grandfather, an adventurer, was the one who discovered Megatron's remains in the Arctic. Moreover, Megatron had inscribed the map to the Allspark on Sam's grandfather's glasses. Consequently, in a bid to purchase a car, Sam intended to sell those very glasses. Indeed, After scouring eBay, the ocean successfully locates the protagonist's glasses. It appears the storyline has yet to commence. The ocean ponders that if the narrative does not begin within the month, he might forcefully infiltrate the Great Pyramid of Giza in the final days to absorb the Allspark. However, should the plot unfold, he would actively engage in it, displaying grandeur. Confronting adversaries and seizing treasures is the quintessential approach for a time traveler. This would also serve as a litmus test for the reliability of the heart of the traveler. Thus, the ocean promptly leaves a message for Sam online, expressing his desire to procure the artifacts left by his grandfather. He then contemplates how to spend the forthcoming month. Casting her gaze to the side, Elsa, who was sitting quietly, asked, "Teacher, we have only a few days with tasks this month. How would you like to spend the remaining time?" Unexpectedly, Elsa inquired, "Teacher, will I ever be able to return home?" Dahai was taken aback, not anticipating the child's insight. Elsa continued calmly, "Teacher, I understand that my world, the world of the mutant school from before your world, and the world of Transformers we are in today, are all distinct realms." Dahai was astonished to discover that Elsa was aware of everything. He replied, "You are absolutely correct. These are indeed different worlds. However, I assure you, I will be able to guide you back home. At present, I am simply too weak to pinpoint your world, and thus unable to send you back. If you wait just a little while, in no more than 2 or 3 years, I will locate your world and bring you home. I promise you, I will return you to your home." Upon hearing this, Elsa paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Observing this, Dahai felt a surge of compassion. The child must have been holding her feelings inside for a long time, afraid to ask. He embraced Elsa gently, saying, "Elsa, dear, please do not cry. You will spoil your lovely appearance." At that moment, a nearby gentleman of African descent seemed to have overheard. He stood up, pointing at Dahai, and loudly accused, "You yellow-skinned man, are you trying to abduct this child?" Dahai was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, the gentleman shouted, "Everyone, call the police. There is someone here abducting a little girl." Instantly, the CAF erupted in commotion, and all eyes turned towards Dahai, with some patrons already reaching for their phones to report the incident. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dahai quickly stowed his computer and, cradling Elsa, teleported away. With Elsa in his arms, Dahai materialized in a narrow alley, where Elsa chuckled at his flustered demeanor. "Hee, teacher, you are abducting a little girl," she teased. Dahai, upon hearing this, playfully pinched Elsa's nose and replied, "I am abducting a little fairy." Hearing Dahai refer to her as a little fairy made Elsa even more joyous, and she proudly declared, "I am indeed a little fairy." Dahai couldn't help but laugh heartily. As he did, Elsa shyly nudged her head against Dahai's chin, and he leaned down to reciprocate the gesture. Just as they were playfully butting heads, the phone rang. It was the new phone Dahai had just purchased. He answered, "Who is this?" To his surprise, it was Sam, the protagonist of the Transformers, who spoke rapidly. "Hello, is this Mr. Dahai? Did you just inquire online about purchasing my glasses? They belong to my grandfather, the adventurer. They are an antique. Oh, by the way, I am Sam Stevich, known online as the Muscular Man 217. I recently purchased a car, and I find myself in need of funds." Upon hearing this, Dahai felt a surge of joy. Recognizing it as the beginning of a narrative, he promptly interrupted me, inquiring, "Excuse me, may I interject? You're the online persona Muscular Man 217, named Sam, correct?" "Indeed, sir," I replied. "You wish to acquire that antique pair of glasses, do you not? Do you possess any other artifacts from that era? I'm quite intrigued." I asked. Upon hearing this, I became exhilarated and exclaimed, "Wonderful! My grandfather left behind numerous items. I can sell them all to you. I have a sextant and a telescope." "Hold on a moment, Sam. I must see these items with my own eyes. Where are you located? I shall come to you," Dahai stated, finally revealing his intent. I, unsuspectingly, divulged my address in Los Angeles. Coincidentally, Dahai was also in Los Angeles. He mused to himself about the unexpected reliability of a traveler as heart. "Very well, please hold on. I am nearby and will arrive in 10 minutes. Dahai assured me. Aisha, still nestled in Dahai's embrace, curiously asked, "Teacher, why the sudden interest in antique glasses?" Dahai kissed Aisha gently and replied with a smile, "What I seek is not merely glasses, but a wondrous creature. You shall see shortly." He then set out to procure a map to locate my residence. "What sort of marvelous creature is it? A dragon?" Aisha inquired. No, it is a transformer. Oh, I see. But what exactly is a transformer? 10 minutes later, an outdoor CAF near my home, Dahai awaited my arrival. Aisha, disdainful of her juice, pushed it aside, declaring, I refuse to drink juice any longer. It contains too much sugar and will make me gain weight. Dahai was astonished. This girl was concerned about gaining weight. Truly, femininity transcends age. Aisha then asked, Teacher, when shall we encounter the transformer you spoke of? It will arrive shortly. Dahai replied, though he was internally strategizing how to acquire the dilapidated car that transformed into Bumblebee. Before long, I arrived driving my newly purchased, dilapidated Bumblebee-branded vehicle. Dahai recognized it as the very car that transformed into Bumblebee. As I stepped out and approached him, I carried a bag of items. Dahai, feigning unfamiliarity, greeted me, hello. You must be Sam? Yes, Mr. Hai. I'm Sam. All the items I brought are authentic antiques, nearly a century old. I replied, gesturing to the package. I was about to unveil the contents when Dahai, admiring the Bumblebee vehicle, remarked, I never would have expected you to possess a discontinued Camaro, particularly the classic 1976 model. It is evident that your family has a rich history. My cheeks flushed crimson from Dahai's commendation, though it was not from excitement, but rather from embarrassment. The dilapidated vehicle that his father purchased for him filled him with shame. To his surprise, Mr. Hai praised it instead. Sam then inquired, Mr. Hai, do you genuinely appreciate this old, worn-out antique car? Mr. Hai looked at Sam and replied, indeed. This model, now discontinued, remains a classic. With a bit of cleaning and maintenance, it still possesses considerable charm. He then added with a hint of disdain, however, you have allowed it to become excessively dirty, demonstrating a lack of care for your vehicle. Instead of becoming upset by Mr. Hai's remarks, Sam recognized an opportunity and boldly offered, Mr. Hai, I can sell you this car. No, thank you. I am here to purchase the antiques left by your grandfather, Mr. Hai responded. Seeing Mr. Hai's reluctance, Sam quickly countered, I can sell everything to you, the entire collection for just $12,000. Mr. Hai would never agree to such a purchase. After all, the dilapidated car was Bumblebee, a crucial element of a narrative. If the plot became muddled, how could Mr. Hai maintain his air of superiority? In the end, Mr. Hai acquired only a sextant for $100, deeming the other items of little value. Despite Sam's persistent attempts to persuade him, Mr. Hai remained resolute. He was merely there to ascertain the current state of the storyline and to leave a magical coordinate on Sam. Ultimately, Sam, feeling defeated, departed with a mere $100. As Elsa observed Sam's departure, she pointed at his car and asked, Teacher, that car is a transformer, isn't it? Noticing her keen insight, Mr. Hai smiled and replied, Elsa, you are remarkably astute. How did you discern that? Proudly, Elsa explained, I noticed that when the teacher picked up his glasses, the car began to move on its own, as if it were anxious. But when the teacher set down his glasses, it became still. Mr. Hai was genuinely impressed and exclaimed, Impressive. You noticed all that? That old vehicle is indeed a transformer, Bumblebee. As he spoke, he playfully pinched Elsa's nose. However, in his heart, he reflected on how different Elsa had become since returning from the mutant school. First, she recognized Sharon as a government agent, and now she could observe Bumblebee's movements. It was evident that Elsa had learned a great deal at the mutant school. But that car is so shabby. Are all transformers like that? Elsa inquired, puzzled. Mr. Hai chuckled and explained, not at all. Transformers can change their appearance at will. This Bumblebee can transform into various models and can be quite beautiful. Moreover, there are many types of transformers capable of becoming all sorts of things. We'll see if there's an opportunity for the teacher to help you catch one as a pet. Yes, I want one that can transform into a small dog. Elsa exclaimed. Chapter 56. The student excels beyond the master. Subsequently, Mr. Hai took Elsa to find a nearby hotel for their stay. Utilizing the magical coordinate from Sam, he projected Sam's image onto a mirror, beginning to observe his every move. The ocean and Aisha sat before the mirror, akin to watching a cinematic spectacle, observing Sam. After receiving his money, Sam drove his friends to a lakeside gathering. Following this, he unceremoniously ejected his companions from the vehicle to escort the leading lady, Michi. Aisha chuckled heartily, remarking on Sam's prioritization of romance over friendship. Subsequently, Michi expressed her fondness for muscular men, prompting Sam to flex his muscles. Daki and Aisha regarded Sam's antics as a comedy, erupting into laughter at intervals. Later, Aisha noticed Bumblebee assisting Sam in his romantic pursuits and inquired, "Teacher, do you desire Transformer? Surely, you wish for his assistance as well." Daki replied. Eventually, feeling fatigued, the two took a respite, with Daki reclining to rest while Aisha retrieved her study materials to continue her education in preparation for high school. Observing her diligence, Daki sighed. A good child, no need for instruction. As night fell, they finally witnessed Bumblebee transforming into a robot, which thrilled Aisha, who eagerly summoned her magic wand and exclaimed, "Teacher, shall we intervene? Should we seize him?" Daki advised, "Wait a moment, now is not the time. Tomorrow will bring a grand spectacle. Moreover, Bumblebee is an ally. We should focus on capturing the villain." Thus, they spent a tranquil night, and the following day, Daki took Aisha to the amusement park for a day of fun. In the evening, Daki sensed a stir in the magical mark on Sam, prompting him to rush back with Aisha. Upon arrival, they beheld Bumblebee escorting the protagonists as they fled, pursued by the Decepticon, Barricade. Daki summoned a flying carpet, while Aisha trailed behind, eager to watch the unfolding drama. At last, realizing escape was futile, Bumblebee cast Sam and Michi aside and transformed into his robotic form, preparing to confront Barricade. Seizing the opportunity, Daki instructed Aisha to remain on the carpet while he teleported to the scene. Just then, Barricade transformed into robot form and lunged at Bumblebee, but Daki positioned himself between them. Bumblebee, noticing a figure suddenly appear, instinctively sought to assist. In contrast, Barricade disregarded Daki entirely, charging toward Bumblebee with the intent to crush the human. Yet, Daki remained unfazed, exuding calmness as he waved his hand at the oncoming Barricade. A brilliant azure light of magical energy emanated from Daki's palm, instantly encasing Barricade in ice. The immobilized Barricade was frozen mid-stride, completely incapacitated. Daki nodded to himself, recognizing the Transformer's Achilles heel, ice. It was well known that the villain, Megatron, had been encased in ice for millennia in the Arctic, not to mention other robots. Thus, Barricade's fate at Daki's hands was entirely justified. Ice and snow were their nemesis. Sam and Michi, witnessing Daki's sudden appearance and his freezing of their pursuer, exclaimed in unison, "A wizard?" The ocean stood behind Sam and his companion, merely turning to face Bumblebee with an expressionless demeanor. Upon noticing the gaze of the ocean, Bumblebee was startled and retreated several steps, brandishing his arm cannon. Unable to speak, he resorted to the radio to communicate. "What do you intend to do?" Yet, the sound that emerged was a woman's piercing scream, as if she were on the verge of being violated. The ocean instantly faltered, staring at Bumblebee with an odd expression, thinking how this character truly knew how to steal the spotlight. Sam and his girlfriend, initially astonished by the sudden appearance of the ocean and his magical prowess, now gaped at Bumblebee in disbelief, exclaiming, "He is actually female." Bumblebee, undeniably the most adorable Autobot, shamefully covered his face and turned his head away from the trio, yet occasionally peered at the ocean through his fingers. Then, the ocean cleared his throat twice and addressed Bumblebee. "You may take them away. I have matters to discuss with this Barricade." Before Bumblebee could respond, Sam interjected, "Thank you. Oh, great wizard. May I inquire where these creatures originated?" He pointed at the Barricade that the ocean had encased in ice. "They hail from the planet Cybertron, mere mechanical life forms, hardly monsters," the ocean replied casually, still facing away from Sam. The ocean then turned to Bumblebee, instructing, "You should escort them away. I need to interrogate this Barricade." Bumblebee, upon hearing this, replied through the radio, "Thank you, esteemed human warrior." Remarkably, this single statement was constructed from 4 segments of radio sound. The ocean waved dismissively, and Bumblebee promptly led Sam and his companion away. In contrast to Bumblebee, the ocean, the human wizard, appeared far more trustworthy. The two continued to call out, "Great wizard! Great wizard!" Yet, the ocean never glanced back, as Sam and his companion were forcibly taken away by Bumblebee. Once they had distanced themselves, the ocean beckoned Isha to approach. He then began to test whether he could subdue the Barricade, intending to turn it into a pet for Isha. With a wave of his hand, most of the ice encasing the Barricade melted away, leaving only its hands and feet frozen. Then, with a loud thud, it collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a radio fell from the Barricade. The ocean recognized that this entity was also a Transformer, known as Frenzy. Indifferent to him, The ocean casually unleashed a strike of crimson moonlight, cleaving the disguised frenzy in two, resulting in his immediate demise. After a considerable period, the barricade gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing the ocean again, it attempted to rise and eliminate this foe. Observing this, the ocean snapped his fingers, and the ice on the barricade's limbs swiftly spread towards its core. The barricade struggled in vain, firmly held in place by the ocean's control, unable to move. It could only watch helplessly as the ice continued to creep upwards, emitting powerless roars while cursing the ocean as a despicable human. However, the ocean remained unfazed, allowing the frost to retreat to the barricade's hands and feet. Subsequently, the barricade exhibited signs of relief, gasping for breath as if it had narrowly escaped a catastrophe. Thus spoke the ocean, "Roadblock, if you submit to me, I shall spare your life." However, Roadblock, steadfast and unyielding, retorted with a fierce curse. "You despicable human. Do not expect the great warrior Megatron to bow before you." Observing this defiance, the ocean deemed the punishment insufficient, and with another snap of its fingers, ice and snow surged once more, creeping up Roadblock's limbs. As Roadblock neared the brink of freezing, the ocean released him again and inquired whether he would yield. This time, Roadblock, with a weary voice, uttered a famous line from Transformers: "Without sacrifice, there is no victory. Go ahead, kill me." The ocean, taken aback, thought it absurd for a villain to be so theatrical. Thus, it resumed its torment. This back and forth continued several times. Roadblock, on the verge of madness, remained resolute. The ocean's stubbornness flared, declaring, "I refuse to believe that I cannot subdue you." Observing this, Elsa interjected, "Teacher, let it go. I no longer desire Transformers." Suddenly, the ocean recalled that Elsa was watching. How could it torture in her presence? She was but a child. The influence would be detrimental. Therefore, it prepared to release Roadblock. Yet, Elsa continued, seeing him as an indomitable martyr, grant him a swift end. Kill him. The ocean glanced at Elsa's cherubic face and pondered whether it had miseducated her. Turning back to the robot, its interest waned. It addressed Roadblock. "Inform your comrades that the Allspark resides at the Great Pyramid. Your leader, Megatron, is also trapped there. Tomorrow, I shall slay him." After delivering this proclamation, the ocean awaited Roadblock's transmission of the message. Roadblock replied defiantly, "My comrades will surely kill you." In response, the ocean remained silent and, with a wave of its hand, completely encased Roadblock in ice. Another wave ensnared the frozen figure within a storage bag. Then, the ocean lifted Elsa and declared, "Let us proceed. Prepare for the next encounter." At that moment, the ocean realized that subduing a Transformer was likely an impossibility. They were sentient beings, with intelligence surpassing that of humans, making submission nearly unfeasible. Curiously, Elsa inquired, "Next encounter? Where?" The ocean gazed skyward at the shooting stars illuminating the heavens and replied, "Elsa, look, they have arrived." Elsa, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to the celestial display and exclaimed, "What magnificent shooting stars! I want to make a wish." The ocean observed her wish-making and explained, "These shooting stars are the companions of Bumblebee, who have come to Earth. Since the villainous Transformers refuse to submit, we shall charm one from among them to serve as your pet." Thus, the ocean, accompanied by Elsa, took to a flying carpet in search of several Autobots. It further elucidated, "In a moment, they will gather, and then I shall appear suddenly to startle them. Afterward, we shall persuade them. Perhaps we might just persuade someone to join us." Upon hearing this, Elsa nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, in the sky, the ocean and Elsa watched as falling meteors transformed into robots, converging an abandoned factory. Among them were Bumblebee, the assistant to Optimus Prime, the weapons expert Ironhide, and the medical officer Ratchet, followed by the arrival of Optimus Prime himself. Then, all the vehicles morphed into robots. The ocean nodded and declared, "All right, it is my turn to make an entrance." However, before he could proceed, Elsa, with a flick of her magic, teleported to the center of Optimus Prime and the others, commanding attention with an authoritative voice. "Brute, state your purpose for coming to Earth." The Autobots were taken aback by Elsa's sudden appearance, as were Sam and his girlfriend, who gazed at her in astonishment. Optimus Prime was the first to recover, addressing her, "Human girl." In response, Elsa scoffed dismissively, with a stamp of her foot. A wave of icy blue magic erupted from her, radiating in all directions. Except for Sam and his companion, who had been spared. All the Autobots were caught off guard and struck by the shockwave, which left a thin layer of frost upon them. When Elsa reappeared, she donned a crystal crown, wielded a magical scepter, and was draped in an elegant magical cloak, exuding an air of nobility and grace. Beneath her, a substantial ice pillar rose. Towering above even Optimus Prime, with her chin held high, she declared in a sweet yet commanding tone, "Address me as your highness." As she spoke, her cloak and hair billowed dramatically, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. The ocean, witnessing the spectacle, finally managed to utter, "This girl has truly surpassed her mentor." Chapter 57. Absorbing the Allspark. Following this, the ocean stood to the side, dejectedly watching Elsa steal his thunder. Optimus Prime did not underestimate Elsa, akin to the original narrative. He recounted the internal division among the Autobots and the impending threat posed by Megatron to destroy Earth. Upon hearing that Megatron intended to annihilate the planet, Elsa fumed, declaring, "Fear not, I shall be the one to vanquish him first." Optimus Prime then inquired about their next steps. Elsa responded that Megatron's minions were already aware that he and the Allspark were located at the Great Pyramid of Giza. She proposed a strategy to lie in wait at the pyramid and ensnare the enemy in one fell swoop. To the ocean's surprise, Elsa stood confidently atop the ice pillar, exuding an impressive authority. Consequently, the ocean resolved to take Elsa to school upon their return. She could not be left behind. She was too commanding. As the group finalized their plans and prepared to embark, Elsa suddenly remembered the ocean, calling out, "Teacher, it's time to come forth. We are ready to depart." Reluctantly, the ocean stepped forward, greeted everyone, and they set off immediately. At Sam's insistence, the two of them were also included in the journey. Optimus Prime and the Transformers transformed into automobiles, while Sam and his companion continued their journey in a Bumblebee vehicle. Meanwhile, the ocean conjured a flying carpet, whisking away Aisha into the skies. In the end, the ocean cautioned them to frequently alter their appearances to avoid detection by the authorities before departing with Aisha. Within half an hour, they reached the Great Pyramid of Giza. On the way, Aisha inquired, "Teacher, why do we not wait for them? Our early arrival is to destroy the Allspark. Without the Allspark, they pose no significant threat. However, the Allspark is the source of all mechanical life. Optimus Prime and the others would never consent to its destruction unless absolutely necessary." As the ocean spoke, it activated the realm of ice and snow to investigate the interior of the Great Pyramid. Upon hearing this, Aisha further asked, "Then, teacher, how do we destroy the Allspark?" At that moment, the ocean had completed its reconnaissance and smiled at Aisha, saying, "We simply need to drain its energy." In the ocean's estimation, the energy within the Allspark should be immense, potentially yielding significant rewards. Subsequently, the ocean summoned a wand, took Aisha's hand, and declared, "Let us proceed." With a tap of the wand, the two vanished in an instant. In the next moment, they found themselves in the warehouse housing the Allspark. This vast storage facility soared to several dozen meters in height, and the cubic Allspark, measuring over 3 stories tall, was situated within. A dozen researchers busied themselves around the Allspark, utterly oblivious to the presence of 2 newcomers. Observing this, the ocean waved the wand, teleporting the researchers far from the Great Pyramid, ensuring they would not be discovered anytime soon. The ocean then encased the entire warehouse in a thick layer of ice. After completing these tasks, the ocean exhaled and remarked, "All done." Aisha, noticing the surrounding ice, asked, "Teacher, what is this for?" The teacher replied, "It will allow me to absorb the energy of the Allspark without interruptions." The ocean affectionately patted Aisha's head and continued, "Wait for me a moment." Next, the ocean stowed the wand and approached the Allspark. The Allspark, a cubic entity measuring over 30 meters on each side and resembling a colossal die, was adorned with peculiar patterns and lay at an angle on the ground. Standing beside it, the ocean felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Taking a deep breath, the ocean placed a hand on the Allspark, and the heart of the wanderer immediately sensed the energy, causing a flicker of blue light on its surface. Without any further action from the ocean, the Allspark began to relinquish its energy. Unlike the powers of the Phoenix, the Allspark did not react to spatial abilities. Only the other 3 powers could be utilized. After a moment's contemplation, The ocean directed the energy into the indestructible aspect of the heart of the wanderer, akin to recharging a battery. The surface of the ember source flickered intermittently, radiating beams of light akin to lightning, as energy was relentlessly siphoned by the ocean. Gradually, the ember source began to erode, fissures appearing continuously, with granular fragments of weathered material occasionally falling away. Despite its substantial size, the energy contained within the ember source was far inferior to that of Gretchen's phoenix power. Just as the indestructible aspect of its energy was fully charged, the ember source's energy dwindled to nearly nothing. The ocean, having relinquished its grasp, ceased its energy extraction. In an instant, the immense form of the ember source collapsed, as though it had eroded over millennia, shattering into a cascade of black grains. The tumbling black particles plummeted with a thunderous crash, nearly burying the ocean beneath them. The ocean hastily leaped back to evade the debris, though it was perplexed. There should have been some residual energy in the ember source. How could it have been obliterated so suddenly? This fleeting thought vanished just as quickly. The ocean inwardly mused, fortunate to have previously absorbed a portion of the phoenix power, which amounted to about 1/5 of the total energy. Otherwise, the indestructible aspect would not have ascended today. Thus, the ocean concentrated its spirit into the heart of the traveler, commencing its elevation to indestructibility. The ocean propelled the indestructible aspect, quietly intoning, "Ascend." A searing current of energy materialized from nowhere, swiftly coursing through its limbs and body, dissipating moments later. The ocean promptly began to assess the changes in the indestructible talent. Talent level 4. Indestructible, with 3 skills. 1. Indestructible. Grants formidable defensive capabilities, allowing one to withstand all missiles. However, testing one's resilience against a nuclear bomb might leave behind mere bones. 2. Colossal strength. Bestows immense power, while not rivaling the Hulk. One can now contend with Thor in an arm wrestling match. 3. Regeneration. Bestows extraordinary self-healing abilities, now on par with Wolverine, allowing one to ignore most damage. Observing the indestructible aspect, the ocean noted its advancement to level 4. Although no new skills were acquired, the 3 abilities had significantly strengthened. First was defense. Previously able to withstand artillery, it could now endure missile strikes. An almost invulnerable defense, sufficient for present needs, even if it did not quite match Superman's. Next was colossal strength, which had also seen a great enhancement. The ocean could now wrestle with Thor. Recalling past knowledge, the ocean estimated Thor's strength to be around 5,000 tons, suggesting its own strength was comparable. Finally, the regeneration ability had reached Wolverine's level, with a healing rate of 1 second. A long-held dream now realized. The ocean speculated that its lifespan might also rival Wolverine's, potentially living for 7 or 8 centuries without issue. The thought of such longevity brought forth a joyous eruption of laughter from the ocean. At last I am formidable. Seeing this, Aisha promptly called out, Teacher, wake up. What is it, Aisha?" The ocean, upon hearing, turned to Aisha, concerned something was amiss. Noticing the ocean had ceased its laughter, Aisha, somewhat bashful, replied, "It's nothing. I just thought you had gone mad for a moment." Upon hearing this, Dahan's expression turned dark with frustration. Aisha, noticing his reaction, felt a twinge of embarrassment and murmured softly, "I was just concerned for the teacher." Dahan, somewhat speechless, quickly responded, "Let us proceed. We must eliminate Megatron." "Wait a moment. Teacher, look at this," Aisha called out, pointing to a fragment of the Allspark beside her. Dahan turned to see a piece the size of a head, pulsating with arcs of electricity, clearly still brimming with energy. He exclaimed in delight, "Well done, Aisha. It seems your pet transformer might just be possible." "Really? Is this a transformer?" Aisha asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Dahan picked up the Allspark fragment and replied, "This is not a transformer, but it has the potential to transform vehicles into transformers. I will keep this for now, and once we return home, we shall experiment and create a pet for you." After Aisha agreed, Dahan carefully stored the Allspark fragment. Then, Dahan activated the ice and snow domain to assess the situation outside. It was then he realized that a battle had erupted. Megatron's minions had breached the area and awakened him, wreaking havoc. No wonder Dahan had sealed such an important location for a mere 10 minutes without anyone noticing. Quickly, Dahan teleported with Aisha to a spot several dozen miles away from the Khufu Dam, instructing her to stay put. He then teleported back, prioritizing Aisha's safety amidst the chaos of gunfire. Upon reappearing at the dam's base, Dahan witnessed Megatron seizing two individuals, coercing them for the whereabouts of the Allspark. Dahan shouted, "Stop!" and unleashed a spell aimed at encasing Megatron in ice. However, Megatron nimbly evaded the magical assault, turning back to regard the frozen wall and remarked, "What a surprise. Amongst these feeble humans, there exists a slightly larger ant." He charged at Dahan, declaring, "But you shall perish." Dahan, undeterred, drew the Crimson Moonblade, thinking, "What perfect timing to test my blade on you." He swung at Megatron with a fierce strike, and a crimson crescent, several meters long, hurtled towards him. Megatron, alarmed, leaped to evade but still lost a leg in the process. A smirk crept across Dahan's face. Transformers may be tougher than ordinary steel, yet under the Crimson Moon, all beings are equal. The Crimson Moon sliced through effortlessly. Upon witnessing Megatron's severed leg, his minions unleashed a torrent of gunfire towards Dahan. In response, Dahan teleported beside one of them, raised his blade, and delivered a powerful strike, creating another massive crescent of red. He cleaved a transformer named Stun into two halves, who appeared to be able to transform into a helicopter. Next, Dahan teleported to another side, swiftly severing a transformer named Bulldozer in half as well. The commotion continued, as this one could transform into a tank. At this moment, Starscream, the lieutenant of Megatron, had already transformed alongside him into an aircraft and soared away. The Ocean, witnessing this, did not pursue them, leaving the matter to Optimus Prime and his companions. Subsequently, the Ocean cast a glance at the devastated base, then turned to the two individuals he had rescued, who were gazing at him with blank expressions. One was the Minister of Defense, and the other was the head of the base, both of whom had appeared in the film, and the Ocean recognized them immediately. Observing their dazed countenances, the Ocean could not help but think to himself, "These two seem rather foolish." Chapter 58, The Return, the appearance of the Serpent Shield Agency. However, the Ocean was indifferent to their perceived foolishness and addressed them directly. These robots are known as Transformers, a form of mechanical life originating from the planet Cybertron. They are divided into two factions. The one you just encountered is the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron, who advocates for the annihilation of humanity. The other faction, led by Optimus Prime, is on its way, promoting peaceful coexistence with humans. You may seek collaboration with him. Furthermore, the enormous cube you have hidden is called the Allspark, which Megatron intends to use to annihilate the Earth. But rest assured, I have already destroyed it. Henceforth, Megatron will be unable to obliterate the planet. And regardless of their efforts, the damage they can inflict will be minimal. Also, do not thank me. I was merely passing through. Farewell. Having concluded his remarks, the Ocean did not wait for their response and instantly teleported away. Once he departed, the two regained their senses. The Minister of Defense cleared his throat and inquired of the base commander, "Did you catch what that individual just said?" The base commander, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I wasn't paying much attention. What about you?" The Minister of Defense, seemingly troubled by his throat, coughed a few more times and then, surveying the surroundings, called out loudly, "Did anyone hear what that individual just said?" "I heard it." A soldier nearby interjected. The Minister of Defense and the base commander immediately summoned the soldier over, their faces alight with excitement. "Soldier, repeat what he said at once." Meanwhile, the Ocean reappeared beside Elsa, who was crouched on the ground, poking at ants with a small stick. Noticing this, the Ocean exclaimed, "Elsa, I'm back." To his surprise, Elsa ignored him, turning her back and continuing her activity. Understanding that she was upset about not being included in the fight, the Ocean squatted beside her and said, "I heard the world's largest amusement park is in Florida. It said that not only does it boast the biggest rides, but also has the most beautiful beaches with pristine white sands and crystal clear waves. Every year, countless children and their families visit to have fun. They could spend days there and still not experience everything." Upon hearing this, Elsa immediately stood up and declared, "All right, I forgive you. Let us go." "Where are we going?" The Ocean feigned confusion. Elsa, unwilling to relent, leapt into his embrace, playfully nudging her head against his neck. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the Ocean erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Very well. Let us embark on a journey to Florida. less indulge in merriment. Subsequently, the ocean contacted Sam to relay the situation at hand. It was discovered that they had encountered Megatron and successfully vanquished him, leaving only the flying red spider to escape. Observing the outcome that mirrored the original storyline, the ocean felt a sense of satisfaction, confident that what was destined to transpire would indeed unfold. However, these matters no longer pertain to the ocean. It whisked Elsa directly to Florida. In the ensuing weeks, the ocean took Elsa on delightful escapades through various amusement parks. When fatigue set in, they would retreat to a seaside hotel for respite, only to frolic in the waves thereafter. Yet, amidst their adventures, a revelation emerged. This world boasted both Disneyland and the film Frozen. The ocean found it necessary to enlighten Elsa about the theories of parallel worlds and the multiverse. It explained to her that every realm radiates certain information, which resonates with individuals possessing similar brainwave patterns, leading them to document these narratives. This theory, derived from a novel the ocean had encountered in a previous life, seemed plausible enough to share with Elsa. Through the ocean's diligent efforts, Elsa watched Frozen and responded with a calm demeanor, growing even closer to the ocean, the one who had altered her destiny. This alleviated the ocean's concerns significantly. After a month of unbridled joy for Elsa, the ocean felt a tinge of melancholy. During this time, the ocean's physique and appearance had attracted numerous charming young women. Yet they were either swiftly dismissed by Elsa or the ocean, wary of its burgeoning powers, chose to decline such advances. Finally, after a month had passed, the ocean and Elsa returned to the Marvel Universe. Upon their return, the ocean's first task was to summon Sharon to care for Elsa. Next, the ocean reached out to lawyer Blake to inquire about the company acquisition and the selection of a steward. Upon receiving the call, Blake expressed his grievances about the ocean's unexplained absence and inability to be contacted. The ocean promptly apologized, assuring Blake that it would remain present henceforth. Blake then recounted the events of the past month. The ocean learned from Blake that the pharmaceutical company it had highly favored, Chilean Pharmaceuticals, had been acquired by a European firm the previous week. According to Blake, there had been an opportunity, but the ocean's unavailability during a critical moment allowed the European company to seize the initiative. Now, Blake was left to pursue the drone manufacturing company, Eagle Corp, which had a high probability of acquisition. Previously, acquiring a pharmaceutical company was optimal, but now the ocean possessed an entire transformer encased within its storage bag. A high-tech firm was now more fitting. Thus, the ocean instructed Blake to disregard all other options and to focus solely on securing Eagle Corporation. Furthermore, Blake informed the ocean that he had identified suitable candidates for the steward and private security team. 3 candidates had been shortlisted for the steward position, while a dozen recently retired elite soldiers had been considered for the security team, all of whom required the ocean's personal interview. The Sea requested their information and invited them to the estate for interviews the following day. On the morrow, the butler arrived first, accompanied by 2 men and a woman. Each was impeccably dressed, resembling the fabled butler precisely. Charong temporarily assumed the role of assistant, serving tea to the trio before notifying them to enter one by one for their interviews. Dahai had already reviewed their profiles. The eldest candidate for the butler position was named Bobby Browning. The younger one was Tino Murray, and the sole female candidate was Monica Ellison. These 3 individuals were meticulously selected by Blake, each possessing over a decade of experience as butlers and all being reliable family individuals. Dahai engaged in conversation with each candidate, ultimately favoring the eldest, Bobby Browning, who was highly recommended by Blake. Browning had previously served as the head butler for over 20 years in the household of a wealthy individual, boasting the most extensive experience. Most importantly, he exuded a unique calmness, an equanimity born from a life rich with experiences, which Dahai deemed crucial for a butler. Then came a final test. Utilizing a magical enchantment, Dahai sought to ascertain whether Browning might be an undercover agent for another faction. He summoned Browning once more and, upon his arrival, snapped his fingers and inquired, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Browning, maintaining his serene demeanor, became momentarily dazed upon hearing the snap and responded, "I am Bobby Browning, affiliated with Hydra. I am currently an agent of the Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics Agency, tasked with guiding Ron Hai to join us." Dahai was not surprised by this revelation. Rather, he felt a sense of revulsion akin to having swallowed a fly. He had suspected that Hydra would not remain idle. But to discover that his preferred butler candidate was linked to Hydra, and that he was being solicited to join them, was unexpected. In light of this, Dahai decided to turn the tables on Hydra, calling Sharung over and instructing Browning to repeat his statement. Upon hearing this, Sharung fixed her gaze on Browning, her demeanor radiating menace. However, she quickly tempered her aggression, scrutinizing him with evident curiosity. Obsvingdis, Zahai at sadang, vimaking. I previously mentioned that Hydra wields considerable power within your agency, which you likely doubted. Now we have an opportunity to test this. Shall we proceed? Sharung cast a wary glance at Dahai and asked, "How do we test this?" "It's simple," Dahai replied. "Let us see if you can bring this individual back to S-H-I-E-L-D, alive." Sharung's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. While she had her suspicions regarding Hydra's presence within S-H-I-E-L-D, the implication that their influence was so pervasive that they could not retrieve even a single person escalated the gravity of the situation. This would indicate that Hydra operatives had infiltrated many key positions within S-H-I-E-L-D. Her expression shifted as she pondered. Then she inquired solemnly, "Are you certain?" Dahai nonchalantly replied, "I doubt it could be wrong." Sharung took a deep breath and said, "Please help me keep him under control. I need to make a phone call." Upon hearing this, Dahan merely nodded, yet his thoughts drifted away from the interview candidates. The one he had high hopes for was problematic, while the other two were unremarkable. Consequently, Dahan decided to inform the other two candidates to return, pondering where to find a competent steward. Tony's Pepper Potts was quite impressive. If she weren't a steward, she could manage the entire company. Should he consider enticing her away? However, it was likely a futile endeavor, although making her acquaintance in advance could prove beneficial, especially with Tony's imminent return. Suddenly, an idea struck Dahan. Dr. Insun. This character was destined to meet his demise in the original storyline, but Dahan could save him. Furthermore, Dr. Insun possessed admirable character and was a world-class medical expert. Having such a steward would certainly enhance his prestige. Most importantly, Dr. Insun had lost his entire family. He would surely have no qualms about caring for the adorable and formidable Elsa. No sooner had the two candidates departed than agents from the Serpent Shield arrived. Dahan did not meet them. Instead, he remained in the backyard with Elsa, discussing the afternoon as security personnel interview. Sharung handled the handover with the agents, but did not leave with them. It seemed that the director of the Egg Bureau had agreed to set a trap for testing. By lunchtime, Sharung received a phone call that left him looking rather displeased. Observing this, Dahan refrained from asking and inwardly chuckled. Now the Serpent Shield has its hands full. I doubt anyone will disturb me. Let them engage in their dog-eat-dog antics. In the afternoon, 9 soldiers arrived for the security personnel interview. Dahan made a point to verify that none were from the Serpent Shield. Consequently, he decided to retain them all. Among them were 2 brothers, Jerry and Little Jerry, who were former Marines. The others were rather impressed, so Dahan appointed them as captains to lead teams alongside Elsa and himself. He then provided each of them with a relocation allowance of $100,000, instructing them to report for duty within 3 days. Their loyalty, however, would require time to ascertain. Should they perform well, Dahan was open to transforming them into a superpowered team. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to recruit other super beings. The Hulk's girlfriend had made her appearance last year. He wondered when the Hulk would arrive in New York. Additionally, he pondered whether the Absorber from the spin-off series and Chen Haonan, the fire manipulator from Hong Kong, had made their presence known. While he had the chance, he should search for them before any further adventures. Chapter 59. Son? That evening at dinner, Elsa inquired, "Teacher, when will my Transformers toy be ready?" Dahan, recalling that he still possessed fragments of the Matrix of Leadership, replied, "I have already purchased a Porsche sports car. It will arrive tomorrow. Then your Transformers will be complete." "I don't want a Porsche. I want to be pink." Dahan paused for a moment and said, "Transformers can change. They can transform into whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, Elsa's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she said, "Oh, really? Actually, I would also like a beetle." "Not a problem." The ocean could only engage in deception. Transforming a Porsche seemed rather challenging. Upon hearing this, Sharon inquired, "What are you referring to regarding Transformers?" In truth, since the appearance of Hydra that morning, Sharon had been somewhat distracted. The later news of a Hydra member's fatal accident further dampened her spirits. When she overheard the conversation between the ocean and another individual, she merely asked out of curiosity. This world, too, had a film about Transformers, and the ocean did not conceal this information, stating, "Surely you have seen the Transformers movie? I intend to create one for Aisha." With magic? Sharon responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Are you aware of the Allspark from the first Transformers film? We possess a fragment of it. Let's experiment tomorrow." Hearing this left Sharon utterly astonished. The following day, amidst the anticipation of the ocean and Aisha, a Porsche 911 arrived. The vehicle was entirely black, with sleek lines, undoubtedly a magnificent ride. If no young woman approached within 500 meters of driving it, then the issue would lie with the individual. The ocean instructed Jerry to park the car in the backyard, ready to commence the alchemical transformation. Early in the morning, both Jerry and little Jerry reported for duty, and the ocean tasked them with devising a security plan. Once the car was in the backyard, the ocean allowed the two Jerrys to return home, leaving only the ocean, Aisha, and Sharon on site. Sharon insisted on staying, claiming she must witness the birth of mechanical life. The ocean, finding no reason to refuse, acquiesced. The ocean retrieved the fragment of Allspark acquired from the Transformers realm and placed it upon the Porsche's hood. Then, using magic, he urged the Allspark to release its energy. The ocean infused magical energy into the Allspark, sensing the energy within, and attempted to channel it outward. Yet, the energy within the Allspark remained utterly still. He murmured. Once, twice, thrice for times. The energy within the Allspark stirred slightly, resembling asphalt, but only superficially. To draw it out appeared nearly impossible. Observing this, Aisha directly questioned, "Teacher, why do you not take action? Hurry up." The ocean felt a twinge of embarrassment, but maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Just a moment. I shall investigate further to see if I have overlooked anything. Then please do look quickly." Yes, no need to rush. Haste makes waste." Sharon could clearly discern the ocean's predicament, though she remained silent. The amusement in her eyes was unmistakable. After several attempts, the ocean realized that his magical methods were inadequate and decided to test whether the heart of the Wanderer would suffice. He divided his attention, immersing himself in the heart of the Wanderer, hoping it would assist in activating the Allspark. To his surprise, as soon as his intent was conveyed, the heart of the Wanderer responded. The ocean's heart leaped with joy. The heart of the Wanderer was becoming increasingly perceptive. A shimmering azure light flickered across the surface of the heart. In an instant, a surge of energy coursed down the ocean's arm and into the Allspark fragment. In that moment, the Allspark erupted with arcs of light, rapidly spreading across the entirety of the Porsche. As the breaths intermingled, an arc of light spread throughout the vehicle, and the fragments of the spark source instantly transformed into grains of sand, scattering across the front of the car. Dahai, witnessing this, was filled with joy, success. Shortly thereafter, a series of clicking sounds emanated from the Porsche, signaling the commencement of its transformation. Dahai stood by, somewhat on guard, recalling his previous experience watching Transformers. The spark source had been covertly manipulated by Megatron, causing the awakened mechanical life to exhibit a certain volatility. Although most of the spark source's energy had been absorbed by Dahai, leaving only this fragment, Megatron's contingency plan should have been thwarted. Yet the specifics remained to be seen. Beside him, Aisha beamed with delight, while Charlang appeared utterly astonished, his expression one of disbelief. It seemed this was the robot's first transformation, as the Porsche transformed somewhat sluggishly, taking several seconds to complete the process. At last, the Porsche had become a towering robot, entirely clad in black iron, nearly 5 meters in height, exuding an imposing aura. Dahai observed the transformation silently, preparing to encase it in ice at any moment. Unexpectedly, the robot fixed its gaze upon Dahai, emanating a series of radio-like static sounds. Dahai was taken aback. Could this transformer not speak? However, shortly thereafter, the robot addressed Dahai in Mandarin. "Daddy." Dahai was taken aback by this revelation and cautiously inquired, "Son? Daddy? Son? Daddy? Am I your father?" The transformed Porsche responded, "Yes, Daddy. You are the one who created me. You are indeed my father." While Dahai was uncertain whether this phenomenon was due to the world's influence or the workings of the Heartwalker, it did not diminish his joy. It appeared he had fundamentally grasped this transformer. Aisha and Charlang, unable to comprehend the Chinese conversation, were oblivious to the exchange. "Aisha, unable to contain her curiosity regarding her pet, asked, "Teacher, what are you discussing with him?" In response, Dahai turned to Aisha and replied, "I am his creator. He calls me Daddy." He then addressed the robot in Mandarin. "Do you have a name?" The robot pondered for a moment before answering, "Daddy, you need to give me a name." Dahai then declared, "I am Dahai, and you shall be called Xiao Shan." Upon hearing his name, the robot exclaimed excitedly, "I am Xiao Shan. I am Xiao Shan." After a brief pause, Dahai asked, "Xiao Shan, can you speak English?" Xiao Shan immediately switched to English and responded, "Yes." "Daddy." Aisha, finally understanding Xiao Shan's words, chimed in, "Hello, I am Aisha." "Hello, Aisha," Xiao Shan replied. Dahai gestured towards Aisha and introduced, "Aisha is your sister. You shall call her sister." He then turned back to Aisha and said, "He is named Xiao Shan and will be your brother from now on. You must take care of him." Xiao Shan instantly called out, "Sister." Aisha, brimming with excitement, laughed, "I have a brother now," with a playful demeanor. Aisha patted her small chest and confidently declared to Xiao Shan, "From now on, I shall be your sister. You can rely on me for anything. I will protect you." The excitement between Aisha and Xiao Shan was palpable as they exchanged affectionate titles of sister and brother. However, Dahuai observed that Xiao Shan's intellectual capacity seemed rather limited, lacking the maturity of Bumblebee or Optimus Prime, resembling that of a mere 5 or 6-year-old child. It raised the question of whether this was due to his recent emergence, an immature mind, or perhaps the influence of the world around him. It could also be attributed to the diminutive size of the spark fragment. Subsequently, Dahuai introduced Xiao Shan to Xiaolang, who was intrigued by Xiao Shan's abilities and inquired about them. Dahuai, sharing the curiosity, wondered if Xiao Shan possessed intelligence on par with Tony Stark's advanced AI, Jarvis. Thus, he asked Xiao Shan, "Could you assist me in searching for a few individuals?" "Father, who shall I look for?" Xiao Shan responded eagerly. Dahuai, grinning, waved his hand, conjuring a mist that formed the image of a man, Chen Haonan, an agent from SHIELD, who was later tragically betrayed by Reina. "This is him. His name is Chen Haonan, and he hails from Hong Kong. He should be around 20 years old now," Dahuai explained. "Understood, father." Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he commenced the search. Within 10 seconds, he exclaimed, "Father, I have located this person." "Excellent. Please present his information," Dahuai instructed. "Certainly, father." Xiao Shan's eyes gleamed as he projected Chen Haonan's details behind Dahuai and the others. Xiaolang, glancing at the projection, was taken aback and quietly remarked to Dahuai, "This is 3D projection technology." Dahuai chuckled. "This is merely the beginning. The technology at Transformers is of cosmic caliber." Xiao Shan then projected a comprehensive profile of Chen Haonan, narrating, "Chen Haonan, born in 1985, is currently 24 years old. Both of his parents have passed away, leaving only one aunt alive. He has a high school education and no stable occupation, surviving through street performances. The data suggests he is not an ordinary individual and is suspected of possessing the ability to manipulate fire." As he spoke, a surveillance video of Chen Haonan wielding flames was projected. Xiaolang's expression shifted to one of understanding, grasping Dahuai's purpose for seeking this individual. Aisha, witnessing the unfolding events, cheerfully inquired, "Teacher, is he also a wizard?" Dahuai replied with a smile, "Not yet, but I intend to take him as my disciple. He may become your junior brother in the future." Although Chen Haonan's fire manipulation was feeble, it was undoubtedly suitable for learning magic. In the original narrative, a mere dose of Hydra's serum significantly enhanced his abilities. There was no reason Dahuai could not achieve the same. Aisha, upon hearing this, beamed with joy, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. I will finally have someone to practice magic with." The sea turned to the small mountain and inquired, "Little mountain, can you reach him?" Without hesitation, Little Mountain replied, "Of course, father. I have his phone number and email." Then send him a message, informing him that if he desires greater power, he should come to me. I will teach him magic and how to control fire. "All right, father. However, it might be a bit challenging for him to come. He is quite poor and likely cannot afford flight." Little Mountain responded, projecting Chen Haonan's account, which showed a mere few $100s. Upon seeing this, the sea chuckled, "That is just perfect. If it is too easy to obtain, one may not cherish it. Only through some hardship will he truly value the opportunity. Just keep an eye on him." Little Mountain then retracted the projection and said, "The message has been sent. Father, who should we investigate next?" The sea smiled at this and waved his hand, releasing an image of the absorber, Karl Creel, and declared, "Investigate him." Karl Creel. Chapter 60. The Great Green Behemoth. The sea had long harbored thoughts regarding these superpowered individuals. Now that Little Mountain could conduct inquiries, he decided to investigate them all. Just imagine the splendid scene if he could gather them together. When the battle in New York commenced and the S.H.I.E.L.D. formed the Avengers, he would establish the Justice League, each member surpassing theirs in prowess. At that moment, he would undoubtedly exude an aura of absolute confidence, thoroughly intimidating that arrogant Tony Stark. The absorber, Karl Creel, possessed the ability to transform into the material of anything he touched. Touch steel, and he becomes Iron Man. Touch rubber, and he becomes Rubber Man. The key was that the sea held a magical bracelet crafted from adamantium. Although this bracelet could only extend 4 to 5 meters and was of little use to the sea, placing it in the hands of the absorber would enable him to confront the formidable Great Green Behemoth head-on. However, Little Mountain discovered that Karl Creel had just graduated from school and was currently roaming the streets as a petty thug. After some analysis, Little Mountain confirmed that he had not yet transformed into the absorber. The sea felt a twinge of disappointment. The plot had not fully commenced, and many superpowered individuals had yet to undergo their mutations. Nevertheless, nearby, Sharon had taken note of the absorber, Karl Creel, believing that the sea would not investigate an ordinary person, and that this individual would undoubtedly play a significant role in the future. Then, the sea instructed Little Mountain to investigate Quake Sky. She was the protagonist in the Marvel spin-off series, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and a powerful Inhuman. In the comics, Sky's seismic abilities allowed her to split the Earth in half, showcasing the magnitude of her powers. However, Sky was still quite young. The sea conjured an image of the grown Sky from the mist, indicating to Little Mountain that she was likely still a child, then prompted him to search for her. Before long, Little Mountain found Sky's profile and projected it. At present, Sky was only 13 years old. Lacking the beauty she would possess in adulthood, she was frail and small, clearly malnourished. Furthermore, she had been sent back to the orphanage by her 5th foster family, with no one willing to adopt her again. The poor girl is so unfortunate. Elsa observed as Keith experienced a moment of sympathy and then turned to the sea, imploring, "Teacher, could you allow her to come to our home? I will share my toys with her." The sea nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in her suggestion. Beyond Keith's potential, the essential aspect was that she could attend school alongside Elsa. Though young, Keith had encountered much of the world's ugliness and would undoubtedly care for Elsa. Thus, he turned to Shalone and said, "Miss Shalone, I entrust this matter to you. Please assist in bringing Keith over. I wish to adopt her. She will attend school with Elsa." Shalone, realizing that the sea was utilizing her assistance to facilitate the adoption process, shot a playful glance at him and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. C, I shall ensure everything is handled properly." The sea chuckled, unbothered by her teasing. In truth, if it weren't for Attorney Blake being preoccupied with corporate acquisitions, he would have been the ideal person for this task. Then, the sea projected the image of the Hulk, Bruce Banner, and said to Xiao Shan, "This is the last one. His name is Bruce Banner, and he can transform into the Hulk." Simultaneously, the sea demonstrated a transformation into the Hulk using a misty image and instructed Xiao Shan, "This is him. Could you check his whereabouts?" After a pause of several seconds, Xiao Shan exclaimed, "Dad, I found him. He is currently in New York." "What? In New York?" The sea was taken aback. During his first visit to New York last year, he had been informed by classmates that the Hulk's girlfriend, Betty, had come to New York for further studies. At that time, it was suspected that the Hulk had already come into existence, but news had been scarce. Little did the sea expect that the Hulk had already caused a commotion in New York before Iron Man's arrival. It appeared that reality diverged somewhat from the cinematic narrative. This also explained why a proud figure like Tony had not appeared in the Hulk storyline. The sea had assumed that the Hulk would only wreak havoc in New York after Iron Man's emergence. Yet here he was already. Xiao Shan projected a surveillance video from a highway, stating, "Bruce Banner is at New York University, and the military is en route, having intercepted communications indicating plans to apprehend him." As the sea watched the projection of Banner, clad in a baseball cap, laughing and chatting with his girlfriend, he remained oblivious to the approaching military personnel. Subsequently, Xiao Shan displayed footage of the military's operations, clearly advancing towards Bruce Banner. Both parties were visible in Xiaoshan's projection, demonstrating his formidable dominance over the network. Recalling the unfolding events at New York University, the Sea inquired Xiaoshan, how long until they encounter one another? Not yet, but the military is establishing a perimeter. A confrontation is imminent. At this, the Sea burst into laughter, proclaiming, Elsa, let us go. Teacher will take you to see the show. Are we going to watch the military confront the Hulk? Elsa asked eagerly. Indeed. The Sea then turned to Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan, would you like to join us? Xiaoshan, visibly excited, responded yes. I want to see the Hulk too. Shalon chimed in from the side. Take me along as well. I too wish to witness the transformation into the formidable green giant. The ocean, upon hearing this, responded with a smile. Very well. Let us embark together. The ocean transformed the little mountain into an automobile, and once the three of them were inside, he activated a magical teleportation, instantly transporting the vehicle to the vicinity of the New York University Library. The ocean was quite familiar with New York University. Not only did he possess memories from its past, but he had also visited it on several occasions. Previously, he had come to investigate information regarding the Green Giant, observing his girlfriend Betty. As the ocean, the three companions, and the transformed little mountain arrived near the climactic battleground of the narrative. They beheld a procession of military vehicles approaching the library. They arrived just in time, for Bruce Banner found himself ensnared in the library's aerial corridor, the very location where he was compelled to transform into the Hulk by tear gas grenades. The ocean pointed towards the trapped Banner, exclaiming, Look, there is Banner. He will soon transform. No sooner had the ocean spoken than soldiers fired 2 tear gas grenades at Banner. In a matter of moments, the corridor filled with smoke, obscuring any sight of Banner. Observing this, Aisha remarked, Teacher, he has vanished. That is not the Green Giant. He is indeed the Green Giant, and he shall reveal himself soon. The ocean reassured her. Sharon observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, casually inquiring of the ocean, Is this Green Giant truly formidable? The ocean replied nonchalantly, He is fairly average, ranking 3rd on Earth. However, when the Green Giant reaches his zenith, he undoubtedly ranks as the 3rd most powerful. He should be on par with Captain Marvel, thus sharing the 3rd position. Curious, Aisha asked, Who holds the 1st and 2nd ranks? Are you the 1st, teacher? The ocean chuckled in response. Aisha, you are astute. The future 1st and strongest is none other than your teacher. The 2nd is a sorcerer wielding chaotic magic. And the 3rd is this very Green Giant. The ocean then pondered whether the Scarlet Witch Wanda had undergone her mutation. He would have to investigate that later. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted. Aisha exclaimed, The Green Giant has emerged. The ocean then witnessed the Green Giant leap down and unleash a thunderous roar that stunned the surrounding soldiers. Aisha gasped in awe, Wow, what a massive Green Giant. She then turned to the automobile transformed Little Mountain, saying, Little Mountain, he is nearly as tall as you. The Little Mountain, in his transformed state, calmly replied, My height is 48 meters, while this Green Giant is estimated to be around 24 meters tall, making my height double his. Little Mountain is indeed the most impressive. Aisha giggled. Meanwhile, the Green Giant had already engaged in battle with General Ross's troops. Soldiers first opened fire on the Green Giant, who retaliated by effortlessly toppling an armored vehicle as he charged. He then lifted another vehicle and smashed it to pieces. The ocean's eyes sparkled with excitement. His battle spirit surged. He almost leaped out to join the Green Giant in combat, but, recalling the abomination that would appear the following day, thought to himself, I shall save that for tomorrow, when I can take on 2 foes at once. What a thrill that will be. Now, the indestructible talent has ascended to level 4. Making the ocean feel a bit restless. Upon witnessing the great display of power from the Green Giant, Sharung couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, the 3rd strongest on the surface is truly formidable. The ocean, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, Oh, this is just the beginning. The Green Giant has yet to reach his full potential. While it remains uncertain whether he can lift an aircraft carrier, he can undoubtedly handle large warships. If only one knew that in the comics, the Green Giant, Hulk, had once lifted an entire mountain. Although he has been somewhat subdued in the films, his strength is still measured in tons. Sharung was utterly stunned and then retorted, Impossible. The ocean merely smiled, unfazed by the disbelief. Just then, Aisha, who was watching the green giant, suddenly exclaimed, "Teacher, look! The green giant is about to be defeated." Upon inspection, the ocean discovered that the green giant was being pinned to the ground by General Ross's sonic cannon, struggling to rise. The ocean, familiar with the plot, reassured, "It's all right. The green giant will retaliate soon. Let's enjoy the show." Sure enough, the green giant launched his counterattack just as in the original storyline. First hurling a piece of debris that shattered one of the sonic cannon vehicles, then leaping to smash another car. Then, the yet-to-transform Blonsky provocatively approached the green giant and was sent flying with a single kick. This startled Aisha, prompting the ocean to gently support her little head, reassuring her, "It's fine, it's fine. That person is not dead. He has injected a special serum and will recover swiftly. He will transform tomorrow." The three then resumed their quiet observation of the epic battle, watching as the green giant embraced his girlfriend while battling aircraft, witnessing one plummet toward them. On the verge of explosion, Aisha gasped, swiftly waving her hand, conjuring a magical barrier of ice several meters high between the green giant and the impending explosion. With a resounding boom, the descending aircraft exploded, sending flames soaring dozens of meters high. However, Aisha's ice wall stood resolute against the blast. Consequently, while the green giant and his companion may have been covered in soot, they were unharmed, turning to gaze in astonishment at the ice barrier. The surrounding soldiers also looked on in amazement at the sudden appearance of the ice wall, quickly scanning the area to uncover its source. Observing this, the ocean turned to Aisha and said, "The spectacle has concluded. We must take our leave." Following this, he snapped his fingers, leaving a magical mark on Betty. Then, he activated a teleportation spell, returning to the manor. The mark on Betty was intended to facilitate a conversation with Dr. Banner later, with even the persuasive dialogue already crafted in the ocean's mind. However, Aisha clearly noticed the magical mark left by the ocean and, upon returning to the manor, remarked, "Teacher, that beautiful lady has a boyfriend, and the green giant will confront you." The ocean responded, Chapter 61, Persuading the Green Giant. He promptly gave Aisha a playful tap on the head and clarified, "I intend to speak with the green giant through Betty to see if I can reach him. What do I need him for?" "The green giant is rather clumsy." Elsa rubbed her aching little head, inquired. The ocean replied, "The big green one is foolish. Yet Banner possesses 7 doctoral degrees and is among the world's foremost scientific talents. How can a company run by a teacher lack talent? The big green one is truly impressive," Elsa exclaimed. However, Sharong interjected, "That big green one is clearly uncontrollable. What if he goes mad and wreaks havoc on your company?" The ocean casually remarked, "That may be a challenge for others, but not for me. As long as I build the laboratory in a remote location and frequently summon the big green one for a thrashing, he will behave." Upon hearing this, Elsa immediately waved her little fists and declared, "Yes, a good thrashing will make him behave." The ocean, delighted by her response, patted Elsa's small head and said, "Indeed. Who cares about anything else? A good thrashing will suffice. If one isn't enough, then 2 will do." "Ah, yes, 2 will do." Elsa giggled. Sharong, noticing that the ocean was leading Elsa astray, quickly huffed at him and said, "Elsa, come with me. I have something to discuss." She then pulled Elsa away, heading straight back to the castle. The ocean chuckled nonchalantly, knowing that through his constant guidance, Elsa had already internalized the theory of using her fists. Sharong would not be able to sway her back. It was better for Elsa to embrace a bit of violence. Being overly docile in the Marvel Universe would lead to misfortune. However, it would be beneficial for Sharong to teach her some decorum. A semblance of ladylike behavior was still necessary, with nothing pressing to attend to and the rain beginning to fall. The ocean returned to the grand hall of the castle to contemplate how to recruit the big green one. Tony Stark should be emerging soon as well. He wondered if events were still unfolding according to the original plot, and thought he might check on that when he had time. Most importantly, he had to save his future butler, Dr. Insun. He could not allow him to perish. At that moment, the newly appointed head of security, Big and Little Jerry, approached him. Upon seeing the ocean, both Jerrys exclaimed in unison, "Boss." Big Jerry was 36, while Little Jerry was 32. Both were veterans of the Marine Corps, boasting muscular physiques that clearly marked them as exceptional bodyguards. The ocean looked at them with satisfaction and nodded, asking, "What brings you here?" Big Jerry replied, "Boss, 2 of the security team have just returned. The remaining 4 will report by tomorrow at the latest." "Good. Let's arrange accommodations for them in the castle. You all have designated rooms. Thank you, boss. The rooms are quite well furnished, little Jerry exclaimed, displaying a noticeably more lively demeanor. The ocean smiled at this and said, "Work hard, and I shall not treat you unfairly." "Thank you, boss," Big Jerry responded, then produced a document stating, "Boss, this is the security plan we devised." As the vast ocean absorbed the information, Jerry, who stood nearby, remarked, "Boss, I have discovered numerous security vulnerabilities in our estate. We must install a state-of-the-art security system and set up surveillance in critical locations." The ocean was aware that the estate's security system was outdated by over a decade and thus instructed for a replacement. However, he decided against installing cameras inside the castle and in the garden at the back of the estate, as this was his private domain, and he wished to keep his secrets concealed. Surveillance would primarily be positioned at the front of the estate and along the outer perimeter walls. Jerry immediately responded, "But that will create security gaps." The ocean chuckled and reassured him, "There is no need for you to worry about my security. Your main responsibility is ensuring Elsa's safety. Understood? It pertains to her security when I am absent or when she is out. Do you comprehend?" Observing the troubled expressions on their faces, the ocean smiled and added, "Once everyone has arrived, I will convene a meeting specifically to discuss this matter. For now, just follow my instructions." The ocean planned to assertively demonstrate strength once everyone was assembled, ensuring that any potential disloyalty would be quelled. Reluctantly, Jerry and his companion had no choice but to heed the ocean's orders and proceeded to procure the latest security system. For a period thereafter, the ocean had little need for them, as their primary task was updating the security system. The night passed without incident. The following day, just as dawn broke, the ocean sensed a stir from the magical mark left on Betty, indicating that the green giant had resumed his original form. He promptly teleported over, covering a distance of more than 100 kilometers. One must admit, the green giant was remarkably swift, having whisked his girlfriend away from New York City. The ocean materialized beside the cave where Banner and Betty were hiding. Banner was still asleep, unclothed, while Betty had just awakened. Upon seeing the ocean, Betty was startled, but her anxiety eased when she recognized he was not one of her father's soldiers. She inquired, "Who are you?" "Betty, it has only been 3 years, and you do not recognize me. You are breaking my heart." The ocean lamented, clutching his chest in mock agony. Betty, momentarily confused by the ocean's transformation, scrutinized him closely and, still somewhat wary, asked, "Who exactly are you?" The ocean, slightly exasperated, thought to himself that although he had changed significantly, they had been classmates for 4 years. If she failed to recognize him, it only indicated that his previous self lacked presence. "It's me, Ron High. We were classmates for 4 years, and you truly cannot recognize me?" Betty, taken aback, examined the ocean intently and then widened her eyes in realization, exclaiming, "Ron, is that really you? My goodness, you have changed so much. I heard from Gray that you had transformed, but I never anticipated such a change." The ocean, observing Betty's reaction, replied with a hint of irony, "What is my transformation compared to Gray's? From handsome lad to distinguished gentleman." At the mention of Gray, Betty could not help but burst into laughter. However, Betty quickly regained her composure and inquired, "Ocean, what brings you here?" Ocean pointed at Banner and replied, "I am here to deliver him some clothing." Betty immediately became alert and asked, "Do you know something?" Ocean, noticing her vigilance, casually remarked, "I am aware of everything, even more than you." Observing Betty's guarded demeanor, he gestured towards the still, slumbering Banner and added, "You need not worry. He and I are of the same kind." Betty, somewhat incredulous, gestured, "No, I am a sorcerer." With a snap of his fingers, a vaporous mist enveloped the damp garments clinging to both Betty and Banner. In an instant, Betty felt her clothes dry, providing her considerable comfort, and she exclaimed, "Incredible." It was uncertain whether she referred to Ocean's magic or his newfound identity as a sorcerer. Ocean then produced a garment, handed it to Betty, and smiled. "Indeed, it is astonishing." Next, he addressed Banner, saying, "Good morning, Dr. Banner. I also brought breakfast. Would you care for some?" The conversation between Ocean and Betty had roused Banner from his slumber. Upon hearing this, he tried to rise, but, still weakened from his transformation, struggled and failed to do so. Betty quickly assisted him in sitting up. "It seems Hulk has not fully matured yet. The impact on you is quite significant," Ocean remarked, then proceeded to cast a healing spell. As he pointed at Banner, a radiant green light enveloped him. Seeing this, Betty exclaimed, "Ron, what are you doing?" "I'm assisting him," Ocean replied with seriousness. In less than 10 seconds, Banner's complexion brightened, and his spirits soared. Observing this, Ocean ceased the magic and declared, "All done." Betty, concerned, asked Banner how he felt, to which he responded that he was fine and expressed gratitude to Ocean, saying, "Thank you, kind sir." Ocean replied, "No need for thanks. Hulk simply requires time to mature. Once he does, you shall encounter no further issues." Upon hearing this, Banner paused in his dressing and, gritting his teeth, declared, "I do not need him to mature. I wish to obliterate it." Ocean thought to himself, "That is precisely what I was waiting to hear," and immediately adopted a persuasive manner, stating, "Hulk is crucial for the future of Earth. You cannot destroy him, nor can you ever hope to. He is a blessing. Do not harbor such animosity towards him. He is a part of you, are you not?" Banner, stirred by these words, retorted vehemently, "Nonsense. Do you have any idea how much I suffer? You cannot comprehend. And about the future being significant, they only wish to experiment on me, to create more instruments of destruction. Do you wish to study me as well?" Betty quickly grasped the somewhat frantic Banner, yet her gaze remained warily fixed on Ocean. Ocean, noticing her apprehension, smiled and initiated his persuasive rhetoric, saying, "You underestimate me, and you also underestimate Hulk's significance. Earth's technology has reached the brink of the interstellar age, and soon we will inevitably confront certain foes from the cosmos. Do you know that some races in the universe are born as slaves? They were all captured due to their inherent weakness, leading to the enslavement of their entire race. Some even resorted to methods that inscribed the mark of slavery deep within their very genes, ensuring that their lineage would remain enslaved for eternity." Betty was astounded by the Ocean's words. However, Banner merely paused for a moment before questioning, "How do you know this? Who can ascertain the truth of your claims? Moreover, what does this have to do with me? I'm a sorcerer." The Ocean then inquired, "I have brought breakfast. Would you care to join me?" Betty was nearly taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation, while Banner regarded the Ocean with a smile, internally convinced that the Ocean was a charlatan. The Ocean paid no heed to the two, waving his hand, causing the concealed cave to expand instantaneously, the stones beneath their feet smoothing out. Within the cavern, a dining table and chairs materialized, and upon ceasing his magic, the once crumbling cave transformed into a restaurant measuring 40 to 50 square meters. The Ocean approached, conjured up breakfast for the three, and announced, "Come, let's eat and converse." The two stared in disbelief, glancing at each other for quite some time before finally seating themselves at the table. The Ocean encouraged, "No need for formality. Please eat." He took a sip of milk and continued to weave his tale. "The Earth is on the brink of entering the interstellar age, and thus, Mother Earth will consciously forge a group of formidable beings, the guardians of our planet. In the future, they will protect Earth and humanity against interstellar foes." Banner, now somewhat convinced by the Ocean, inquired, "Mother Earth?" The Ocean clarified, "Mother Earth is merely a term. She can also be referred to as Gaia, a collective consciousness of humanity or fate itself. That is the essence of it. Do you understand?" Banner nodded in acknowledgement. The Ocean then proclaimed thus, "I assert that Hulk's emergence is a gift. It is a boon for Earth, a blessing for all humanity." Chapter 62, A Duel of One Against Two. "Yet, this gift feels like an unjust fate to me." Observing the resentment in Banner's expression, the Ocean smiled wryly, recognizing the truth of his words. Some seek power with unrelenting fervor, while others regard it with trepidation. The Ocean, striving for strength, understood that persuading Banner would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, being one of the few highly intelligent individuals in the Marvel Universe, proclaimed with an air of mystique, "Fate is always fair. It is merely that you have yet to discover it." The Ocean anticipated that Banner would soon seek out Dr. Blue, also known as Samuel Stearns, to administer the suppressant for Hulk. Only through such an experience would Banner comprehend true despair. At that time, convincing him would be far simpler. Observing Banner's defiant demeanor, the Ocean declared, "Well, I know what you intend to do next. You will not be satisfied until you have tried it. We shall converse again next time." The Ocean ceased his words, swiftly finishing his breakfast, only to notice that Banner had not taken a single bite. Then the Ocean understood that Banner, just like before, had swallowed the plate, hence his reluctance to eat. Thus, the Ocean snapped its fingers at Banner. Instantly, Banner felt discomfort in his throat and opened his mouth wide, attempting to sneeze. Unexpectedly, the plate flew out from his mouth and hovered before him. The ocean conjured a basin of water, prompting Banner to freshen up. Only then did the ocean declare, "I must take my leave. Until next time." However, Betty suddenly called out to the ocean, "Ron, wait. Could you possibly?" But before she could finish, the ocean vanished in an instant. The ocean was well aware that Betty sought to borrow money. Both individuals were under the meticulous surveillance of Betty's father, General Ross, rendering their bank cards and funds utterly inaccessible. Consequently, they were devoid of any financial resources. Yet, the ocean firmly rejected her request, believing that Banner needed to confront reality through hardship. This refusal was certainly not born out of indignation from being contradicted. After returning, the ocean instructed Little Mountain to monitor the vicinity of Broadway for any appearances resembling the Hulk and to inform him immediately. Meanwhile, he prepared for the night's confrontation, marking the ocean's formal debut in the Marvel Universe. What title should he adopt? As dusk fell, Little Mountain alerted the ocean that the abomination had emerged. Without hesitation, the ocean donned a blue bodysuit reminiscent of Superman, complemented by a crimson cape and a Zorro mask, then teleported to Broadway. Upon his arrival, he was met with shrieks echoing throughout the street, which lay in ruins from explosions and throngs of panicked people fleeing. A short distance away, the hulking green figure had the abomination pinned to the ground, delivering a series of thunderous punches that shattered the concrete beneath them. The beleaguered abomination taunted, "Is that all you've got?" before executing a powerful kick that sent the green giant crashing into a building, disappearing from sight. The ocean thought to himself, "Just in time." He immediately teleported before the rising abomination, observing that this creature stood at least 2.5 meters tall, with a broad, imposing physique. Yet, its appearance was grotesque, with skin the color of excrement and protruding bones, particularly spiky growths on its back and elbows. The ocean remarked, "You certainly do not resemble a good person." The abomination regarded this oddly dressed figure with disdain, retorting, "Ignorant insect." With a dismissive wave, it attempted to swat the ocean away. The ocean, however, extended his left hand, effortlessly catching the abomination's massive hand, then glanced up at it with a bored expression, stating, "Is that all?" The abomination's fury eclipsed its surprise. It swung its fist down toward the ocean while bellowing, "Die." Once again, the ocean raised his left hand, easily intercepting the punch, and kindly advised the abomination, "Brother, you seem a bit weak." The embodiment of hatred was utterly enraged upon hearing those words. With a thunderous roar, he raised both arms and brought them crashing down, intent on obliterating the insignificant insect that dared to provoke him. The sea, however, was not foolish enough to take the blow head-on. After receiving 2 punches from the embodiment of hatred, he realized that the creature's strength was no less than his own. While he could intercept the punches, he knew that the ground beneath him would not withstand such force. The sea had no desire to become a mere wooden post to be smashed. Thus, he took a quick step forward, engaging in the 8 extremes fist technique, and delivered a powerful elbow strike. This strike sent the embodiment of hatred hurtling through the air for dozens of meters, crashing into and shattering over 10 vehicles before coming to a halt. Yet, as if unscathed, the embodiment of hatred sprang back to his feet and bellowed, "I will have your life." He charged towards the sea with furious intent. Seeing this, the sea felt a surge of excitement and thought to himself, "Now, this is the worthy opponent I have sought." He dashed forward, letting out a resounding shout, "Come on, bring it on." As they closed in on each other, both leaped into the air, fists raised, and with a deafening impact, their colossal punches collided, sending a massive wave of air rippling outward in all directions. The sea was sent flying back over 10 meters by a punch from the embodiment of hatred, while the latter only staggered back a couple of meters. Cursing under his breath, the sea lamented, "Damn it, the weight disadvantage strikes again." Undeterred, the sea opted not to leap again, but instead took a decisive step forward, launching a thunderous uppercut aimed at the embodiment of hatred's chest. The embodiment of hatred, not to be outdone, leveraged his height advantage and retaliated with a punch of his own. Another resounding explosion echoed as the embodiment of hatred was pushed back a step. Seizing the moment, the sea advanced, switching hands to deliver another uppercut. With another thunderous sound, the embodiment of hatred was forced back once more. Thus, the sea continued his assault, each step accompanied by a powerful punch, producing a series of booming impacts that sent strong gusts of wind swirling and kicked up clouds of dust. The ground beneath them cracked and fractured under the immense force of their blows. The sea unleashed a relentless barrage of over 10 punches, pushing the embodiment of hatred back by more than 10 steps. This spectacle left those around them in awe. They could hardly believe that someone could drive back such a colossal monster, especially one who appeared to be an ordinary human. Observing from the shadows, both SHIELD and Hydra agents immediately began recording and reporting this significant discovery to their superiors. Even General Ross, seated in an aircraft, commanded, "Immediately investigate and uncover his identity. He is the future of super soldiers." The sea, however, remained oblivious to these developments, becoming increasingly exhilarated as he fought with growing ease. He then launched into the air, delivering a flying kick that struck the embodiment of hatred, sending him soaring upward for several meters before crashing down to the ground. Watching the embodiment of hatred struggle to rise, the scene noted that while their strengths were comparable, the creature lacked control over its immense power. Though the fight had been thrilling, he craved more. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the large green figure, previously sent flying by the embodiment of hatred, unexpectedly leaped into the fray, landing more than 10 meters to the left of the sea. Seeing this, the sea erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Your timing couldn't be better." As the sea laughed and turned, it took a swift stride, covering more than 10 meters, and unleashed a powerful punch towards the stout green figure. The green figure, known for his tempestuous temperament, retaliated with a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, their fists met, neither party yielding an inch. In that moment of contact, the sea discerned that the green figure's strength surpassed both his own and that of his adversary, though it remained within limits. He couldn't help but reflect that the green figure was still far from his peak. Despite his musings, the sea was undeterred, launching another punch. To his surprise, the green figure deftly evaded and countered with a punch aimed at the sea's head. However, the sea's training in martial arts came to fruition. With a swift change in footwork, he pivoted to follow the green figure, seizing his wrist with one hand and lifting him upwards while driving his other hand into the green figure's abdomen. With a powerful motion, he threw the green figure aside. Meanwhile, the adversary, having just staggered to his feet, was once again brought down by the weight of the green figure crashing onto him. The sea, observing the entangled duo, chuckled, proclaiming, "A 1 against 2. How delightful." He then drew the crimson moonblade, opting to wield it as a makeshift club, and approached the two combatants. To his astonishment, the green figure and the adversary had engaged in a scuffle on the ground. It appeared as if the green figure was grappling with the adversary. Enraged at the deviation from their agreed-upon duel, the sea delivered a swift kick, sending the green figure sprawling off the adversary. He then directed a kick at the bewildered adversary, propelling him as well. Once the two regained their footing, the sea pointed at them disdainfully, giving a thumbs down while shaking his head, provoking their ire. With a furious roar, they charged at him from both sides. The sea's spirits lifted at the sight, and he surged towards the green figure on his left, utilizing his height to his advantage. He ducked under an incoming punch and struck the green figure's calf with the crimson moonblade, toppling him. At that moment, the adversary turned and lunged at the sea. The sea leaped, landing a blow to the adversary's face, the force sending him staggering back several steps. Following up, the sea unleashed a flurry of strikes with the blade's hilt, targeting the adversary's face, neck, armpits, waist, and knees. The onslaught was relentless and precise, causing the adversary to roar in frustration as he was forced to retreat. As the green figure rose, he bellowed and charged at the sea. The sea nimbly sidestepped, then unleashed a barrage of strikes from his makeshift club, forcing the green figure to retreat repeatedly, all the while keeping an eye on the adversary. Thus, the High placed one hand behind his back while wielding the crimson crescent staff in the other. With sheer strength and swift movements, he swiftly subdued the formidable duo of the green fat and the abomination, rendering them akin to mere children. The High's astonishing display left many in awe, and those with courage ceased their flight, opting instead to witness his prowess as he effortlessly bested the two monstrous adversaries. Feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence, the High exclaimed, "A life of invincibility is indeed as lonely as snow." Chapter 63. The Great Battle and Reflection. In the midst of Dahai's triumph, the green fat suddenly let out a thunderous roar, enduring 3 strikes before recklessly charging at him with abandon. He lifted his fist to strike. Realizing he could not evade the blow, Dahai hastily clenched his left fist to meet the green fat's iron punch. There was a resounding thud as Dahai was propelled back 6 or 7 steps, his heart sinking. He had long heard that the green fat's fury only amplified his strength. To his astonishment, the green fat's rage had seemingly doubled his power. This force undoubtedly surpassed the 4th tier, categorically aligning with the 5th tier of strength as per the Traveler's Heart classification. Meanwhile, the green fat paid no heed to Dahai's musings. After pushing Dahai back with a punch, he unleashed another furious roar and charged once more. Faced with this onslaught, Dahai summoned all his focus to counter the green fat. As the monstrous figure lunged at him, Dahai swiftly pivoted, employing the principles of Tai Chi to redirect the green fat's momentum, sending him sprawling over 10 meters away to the ground. Seeing this, Dahai was filled with pride and declared, "Didn't he see that coming? Did you, green fat? Iparakti staiki." At that moment, Dahai suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back and thought to himself, "This is bad. The abomination is still around." He quickly turned, only to discover that the abomination had stealthily seized his vibrant red cloak. As Dahai spun around, the abomination yanked the cloak with all its might. However, Dai remained unyielding. With a ripping sound, his cloak and skin-tight outfit were torn apart. Fortunately, Dahai's garments were conjured through magic, unlike Superman's specially crafted attire. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying by the abomination's strength. Nonetheless, Dahai felt a sense of foreboding. After the fierce battle, he was already slightly perspiring, and now the cool breeze swept over his shoulders and back. Turning to glance at his torn attire, he inwardly cursed, "Damn it, this is utterly humiliating." His once stylish skin-tight outfit had been reduced to a flimsy halter top, exposing his bare shoulders and back. Furious, Dahai raised the crimson crescent staff, swinging it in a wide arc towards the abomination's grotesque visage. This time, he unleashed his full strength in a decisive strike. With a resounding crack, the abomination was sent flying. Just as Dahai prepared to pursue and finish it off, the green fat launched an attack from behind. Dahai, quick on his feet, executed a teleportation, leaving the green fat grasping at air. He reappeared right where the abomination was about to land, which had yet to touch the ground. The sea, filled with immense fury, unsheathed the crimson moon blade and, with a single decisive strike, cleaved the approaching abomination in two, invoking its innate ability, Crimson Moon. In that fleeting moment, a crimson glow enveloped the blade, and with unimpeded force, it bisected the creature effortlessly. The abomination's seemingly impervious defenses crumbled beneath the sheer might of the sea and the destructive prowess of the Crimson Moon, akin to slicing through a watermelon. Standing resolute with the blade in hand, the sea observed the abomination's severed halves tumble to either side, releasing a pent-up rage that alleviated much of the fury within his heart. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle of the sea's brutal execution, were splattered with the foul, yellowish blood and were inexplicably gripped by terror, erupting into frantic screams and chaos. The various factions surveilling the scene collectively gasped, shuddering at the sight of the bloodied sea. Realizing his own disheveled state amidst the pandemonium, the sea snapped his fingers, causing the bloodstains to vanish instantaneously, while the tattered cloak returned to his form, restoring his attire to its original fitted state. With the Crimson Moon blade thrust into the ground, he pointed a finger at the stout green adversary, bellowing, "Come here." Unfazed, the green foe roared defiantly and charged forward. In that moment, the sea recognized that the green challenger had grown more cunning. No longer leaping, he advanced step by step, engaging in close-quarters combat. To the sea's astonishment, the green adversary had mastered the art of short-range strikes. Faced with this unexpected turn, the sea found it increasingly difficult to harness his energy effectively. The green foe's strength was at least 15 times that of the sea, and not only had his power amplified, but his reflexes had also significantly improved. The sea could no longer evade the onslaught, forcing him to absorb the blows directly. With each powerful punch, the sea's arms grew weary under the relentless assault, struggling to defend himself. Ultimately, the green opponent delivered a crushing blow, and the sea could only raise his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself. The impact was thunderous, causing the sea to shrink beneath the force, his feet sinking into the shattered ground. As the green adversary prepared to deliver a kick, the sea found himself trapped, unable to evade the assault. He was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing through multiple vehicles before finally slamming against the wall of the building, where he came to a halt. Miraculously uninjured, the sea shook his head, dazed, and rose to his feet once more. As the green foe charged at him again, the sea resorted to trickery. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed an icy spell that ensnared the green adversary in frost. The massive figure was instantly encased in ice, maintaining the posture of its advance, with thick layers of ice forming upon its surface. Taking a moment to regard the frozen foe, the sea sighed, reflecting, "This is the consequence of arrogance." Lacking the desire for further combat, he resolved to depart, acknowledging his defeat. Though he had successfully encased the green adversary in ice, it was through the use of magic. In a pure contest of strength, he had ultimately lost. More critically, the green adversary was still in a phase of growth. He would only become more formidable with time. The sea instantaneously shifted, and, just as I retrieved the crimson moonblade, I heard the sound of ice shattering. Then, with a resounding crash, the large green figure broke through the ice, gasping for breath. At that moment, military aircraft surrounded the area, and General Ross, speaking through a loudspeaker, proclaimed, "Masked hero, I command you to immediately lay down your weapons. You have killed an important military figure and are under arrest." Following this, General Ross commanded, "Advance. Capture him." The sea erupted in laughter, finding General Ross utterly repulsive. Thus, he amplified his voice with magic and declared, "Everyone has heard it. General Ross has acknowledged that these two hulking figures belong to the military. Therefore, all casualties today shall be the responsibility of General Ross." The magnitude of his voice resonated through several streets. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in heated discussions. Those who had lost loved ones began to curse vehemently. Some individuals, disregarding their safety, charged forward, pointing at Ross and berating him. The scene descended into chaos, while the large green figure seemed to regain some semblance of sanity and fled. Seeing this, the sea looked up at General Ross with a smirk and exclaimed, "Ross, you have caused the deaths of so many. Perhaps you will not face legal repercussions, but the deceased will await you in hell." After uttering these words, the sea thought to himself, "I will not rest until you meet your demise," and promptly vanished in an instant. The sea departed, leaving behind the disarray. Without pursuing the large green figure, upon returning to the manor, he encountered Sharon, who approached him inquiring if he was the one who had just fought the large green figure and the abomination. He acknowledged it was indeed him, then dismissed the astonished Sharon with a few perfunctory remarks. Subsequently, the sea made his way to the lakeside in the backyard, sitting by the water's edge and staring blankly at the surface of the lake. This failed act of bravado prompted a moment of introspection for the sea. Of course, it was not a reflection on why he had failed. The sea's heart was not so narrow. Instead, he pondered, what does he truly desire? And what is he currently pursuing? To the first question, what does he desire? The answer is divinity. In his previous life, the sea was a 30-something recluse, achieving nothing. Now, with this opportunity to traverse realms, a chance to continuously enhance his abilities and ultimately attain godhood, he refuses to relinquish it. He cannot afford to. He must strive with all his might to seize this opportunity and truly live. As for the second question, what is the sea currently doing? The answer is building a faction and preparing to establish a company. Clearly, these pursuits have little to do with attaining divinity. So why is he engaged in these endeavors? For Aisha, or perhaps for his own vanity? Upon deep reflection, it seems more likely to be for his own pride. Aisha, whom he brought back to the Marvel world, had ignited a sense of guilt within him from the outset. Thus, when Aisha expressed a desire to attend school, the sea acquiesced. He intended to send her to school. However, to protect Aisha, a security detail would suffice, along with perhaps a shrewd butler. With Elsa's abilities, there are few in the Marvel universe who can pose a threat to her, especially if there is someone to advise her at all times. So, why does she feel the need to establish a company? The underlying reason is that the ocean was once a nobody. Now, having shorted Stark and amassed a fortune beyond his wildest dreams, he cannot help but feel the urge to flaunt his newfound wealth. Ideally, he wishes to create a company that surpasses Stark's and becomes the world's leading technology firm. To suggest that his aim is to elevate the technological landscape of the Marvel world for the benefit of the masses would be a belief only a fool would hold. The true motivation likely lies in his desire to emulate Stark, indulging in romantic conquests with all the Victoria's Secret models. In this moment of reflection, he realizes he has long envied Tony Stark, dreaming of becoming a similarly charming playboy. But does he truly need that? Not at all. His true aspiration is to attain divinity. Beyond that, everything else is superfluous. However, he must take care of Elsa, as he owes her that much. So what should he do next? First, there is no longer a need to acquire the company. That endeavor should cease. Second, the security team is fine, but a detailed discussion with them is still necessary. Third, there is Chen Haonan, the fire manipulator from Hong Kong. Should he arrive, he could be taken on as a disciple, serving as a safeguard during his travels, as the culture of mentorship in China suggests loyalty. Fourth, Dr. Ian's son could still be rescued and brought back to serve as a steward. Fifth, there's no need to place great importance on Tony Stark. Acquaintance is sufficient. Lastly, and most crucially, once the month is complete, he must continue his journey. This cannot be delayed. His objective is to attain divinity, and nothing should obstruct that pursuit. There is no need to wait for the plot to unfold. He can speak with director Lu Dan about the Space Stone tomorrow. Perhaps a price can be negotiated to acquire it before the narrative progresses. With clarity washing over him, the ocean feels as though he has shed a certain burden. This must be what enlightenment feels like. Chapter 64. Daily life after pondering by the lakeside all night. The ocean found himself ready to make decisions as the sun began to rise. Witnessing the dawn, he smiled and thought, I shall become the sun, the celestial body that all must revere. Following this, he shared breakfast with Elsa, who had resumed her studies with remarkable dedication. It was evident that this girl was quite passionate about her education. Subsequently, he contacted attorney Blake, informing him that after careful consideration, he deemed himself unsuitable for managing a company and thus decided to cancel the acquisition. To his surprise, Blake was not only unperturbed but elated, remarking on the maturity he perceived in the ocean. This prompted the ocean to reflect that Blake likely viewed him as a prodigy. Then, seizing a moment when Sharon was free, he approached her and said, Could you convey a message to your director Lu Dan for me? With great pleasure. Sharon was eager to witness the formidable might of the ocean, intertwining her organization more profoundly with it. I can assist you in rescuing Tony Stark, but I require you to lend me something in return. Sharon, taken aback by his words, replied, Rescuing Tony Stark is a military matter. Why would you impose conditions upon us? Furthermore, what is it you wish to borrow? Daihai furrowed his brow, sensing Sharon's reluctance to fabricate a lie, and continued. Has your aunt never mentioned it? Tony's father, like your aunt, was a founder of your so-called organization. Sharon, visibly astonished, quickly exclaimed, What? Old Stark, like young Stark, was a notorious playboy. How could he have been the founder of our Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics? This is utterly preposterous. Daihai couldn't help but smirk at the infamous reputation shared by father and son. However, he calmly stated, Simply relay to your director that I can assist in rescuing Tony Stark, provided he lends me the Tesseract for a few days. What is the Tesseract? Sharon inquired. Daihai shook his head in exasperation, remarking, It appears that as a descendant of the founders, your standing is rather unimpressive. You seem to know nothing. He offered no further explanation, adding, Just communicate this to your director. He will understand. With a smile, Daihai warned, If he declines to rescue Tony Stark, you might want to tread carefully. In that case, the lineage of your founders may not hold much significance. Sharon smiled faintly, asserting, All decisions made by our agency are the result of careful consideration. They are undoubtedly the optimal solutions. Daihai thought to himself, No wonder she's a descendant of Carter, a meticulously trained agent of S.H.L.D., with unwavering faith. Thus, he merely smiled in silence. Shortly after noon, Sharon informed Daihai that their director had come to pay a visit. Daihai was somewhat surprised by the director's prompt arrival, indicating a significant concern regarding Tony Stark's predicament. It is worth noting that the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D., the Triskelion, is located in Washington, quite a distance from New York. Unbeknownst to Daihai, the director had convened several emergency meetings regarding the proposed transaction and sought the counsel of numerous experts to analyze Daihai's intentions. Ultimately, He engaged in a private discussion with Coulson before proceeding to meet Dai. Before long, Dai found himself in the reception area, face to face with the illustrious director of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury, accompanied by the ever-amiable Coulson. Coulson was as impeccably dressed as ever, while Fury donned a black trench coat, his bald head reminiscent of an egg, exuding an aura that suggested he could step into the Matrix at any moment. However, Fury was quite assertive. He sought to control the conversation's tempo, his deep and resonant voice declaring, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. High. I have long wished to meet you, the illustrious sorcerer. And now here you are. We have familiarized ourselves with your past. It seems you have suddenly... Stop. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get straight to the transaction." Dai interjected, prepared to bypass any unnecessary discourse. Director Liu Dan's expression was devoid of any embarrassment as he directly inquired, "Very well, Mr. High. May I ask how you came to know of Stark's whereabouts?" "I am a wizard." Director Liu Dan pressed further. "How can you assure us that you can rescue Stark?" "I am a wizard." "And what, pray tell, do you require the Tesseract for, Mr. High?" "I am a wizard." At this point, Director Liu Dan could no longer maintain his composure. With a voice laced with authority, he declared, "Mr. High, prior to Stark's disappearance, you began shorting Stark industry stock. We have reason to suspect that you are linked to the terrorists who have abducted Mr. Stark." High stared at the dark-faced director, his voice icy and deliberate. Wizard, we do not possess the Tesseract, and even if we did, we could not possibly give it to you. You must understand that you are not the only one with superhuman abilities." Director Liu Dan threatened. Upon hearing this, High simply laughed. "I am a wizard. Therefore, I know precisely whom you refer to, Miss Carroll, so do not deceive me. The Tesseract is indeed what you acquired during that incident. Your eyes were also blinded by that dimension beast masquerading as a cat." In an instant, Director Liu Dan's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that this wizard would unearth his secrets. Coulson, witnessing the exchange, promptly interjected, "Mr. High, I sincerely apologize. The Tesseract is far too perilous. We truly cannot grant it to you. However, the girl you mentioned wanting to adopt is Sky. We have located her and completed the adoption paperwork. You may collect her at any time. Here are the documents. What do you think?" Coulson produced the adoption files for Sky and presented them to High. High nearly forgot about his earlier request for Sharon to assist in adopting Sky. Without even glancing at the folder, he responded, "Very well. Since you are unwilling to lend me the Tesseract, I shall require the item numbered 084 for my use." High recognized that Director Liu Dan was exceedingly possessive, making it nearly impossible to procure the Tesseract from him. Thus, he shifted his strategy to assist Kess in acquiring the awakening crystal to help her awaken her inhuman abilities. Coulson glanced at Director Liu Dan, who, after a moment's contemplation, stated, "The item 084 may only be lent to you and must be returned. Furthermore, you must assist in rescuing Mr. Stark." "Not a problem. You send Sky and the 084 over, and I shall proceed to rescue Stark." Though he could not obtain the Tesseract, acquiring item 084 was still a commendable outcome, as it was virtually free of charge. After all, Tony Stark would likely emerge on his own in a few days. With the agreement reached, the two men took their leave without further delay. As Director Liu Dan and Coulson drove away, Liu Dan reclined in his seat, eyes closed, and remarked to Coulson, "Do you suppose if we had refused to comply, this wizard would have gone to rescue Stark?" Upon hearing this, Coulson expressed surprise and inquired, "Director, how could you entertain such thoughts? Do you recall the phrase you brought back? Wizards should not toy with fate, lest they themselves become its playthings. I suspect he will undoubtedly attempt to rescue Tony Stark. This, as the wizards would term it, is fate. Yet we cannot afford to gamble on it." In the icy domain where the two were being monitored, the director of the agency, upon realizing that his thoughts had been discerned, could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, those of exceptional intellect are often the most cunning." Originally, the intent was merely to eavesdrop on their conversation to ascertain whether they might mention the Tesseract, preparing to stealthily acquire it before returning it. However, to his astonishment, he overheard this exchange, prompting an inner caution. One must never underestimate anyone. Ultimately, the two departed the icy realm without ever mentioning the Tesseract. The following day, S.H.I.L.D. sent Sky over, citing that it was a special arrangement by a children's charity organization. The agent masquerading as a representative of the charity was a woman in her 30s of African descent. However, after escorting Sky inside, she had the director sign a document and then departed abruptly, leaving only Sky behind. Seated in the hall, Sky appeared anxious, devoid of any joy typically associated with adoption. Instead, she radiated deep suspicion. Her frail and diminutive frame hardly resembled that of a 13-year-old child. She clutched a tattered small backpack tightly, likely the sole possession that brought her a semblance of security. The moment she laid eyes on the director, she instinctively believed that his intentions for adopting her were nefarious. After all, who adopts a daughter at such a young age? It is well known that in North America, many exploit the guise of adoption to prey upon young girls. Watching the director bid farewell to the African-American woman and approach her, Sky dared not breathe, her hand reaching into her backpack. Prepare to draw a small knife at a moment's notice. The director, observing Sky's trepidation, attempted to soften his tone, saying, "You need not be so apprehensive. I harbor no ill intentions." Sky remained silent, clutching her backpack tightly, her large eyes fixed on him, brimming with wariness, defiance, and fear. The director surmised that this girl had endured considerable hardship, leading to her heightened guard, and felt a pang of sympathy. He fabricated a story, saying, "I knew your mother and recognized you immediately, which is why I decided to adopt you. You may call me uncle or simply D.H.I." Finally, Sky responded, her voice hoarse as she scrutinized his Asian features, seemingly beginning to believe him. She asked, "You say you know my mother. Where is she? Why did she abandon me?" "I cannot say where your mother is, but her life has been fraught with difficulties, and she has been searching for you. You will see her again," he replied. "You are deceiving me. If you claim to know my mother, what is her name?" In response, the director continued the ruse. "Your mother's name is Wong King, and like me, she is of Asian descent. We belong to the same lineage." With no hesitation, he impersonated an inhuman, snapping his fingers, causing a vine to sprout from the ground before Sky. When she grew to the same height as Sky, she instantly blossomed into dozens of vibrant flowers. These colorful little blooms swayed gently, seemingly greeting Keith. Sky was astounded by the ocean's magic, gazing incredulously at the flowers before her, hesitating to reach out and touch them. In that moment, Tingman approached, bringing the flowers closer to Keith's small hand. Observing this, the ocean remarked, "We all possess special abilities. Your mother has them. I have them, and you do as well." After a moment of silence, Sky replied, "I do not have any special abilities." The ocean chuckled. "You simply have yet to awaken them. In a few days you shall." Keith, filled with excitement, inquired, "Can I truly possess such abilities?" "Absolutely. I have a disciple who is a few years younger than you, and she already has the power of ice and snow. You will attend school with her." Sky, exhilarated yet cautious, asked, "When will I acquire such abilities?" "Perhaps tomorrow or the day after. First, let me introduce you to my disciple, Elsa, and also to your future caretaker, Charlang." The ocean mused internally, "Oh dear, I can certainly manage a mere child." The primary reason a child like Keith lacks security is due to their sense of helplessness. By capturing their attention with magic and suggesting they too can possess extraordinary abilities, the matter can be easily settled. Subsequently, the ocean guided Sky to meet Charlang and Elsa, with Sky destined to be under Charlang's care from that point onward.